We wish you a good listening. Can we talk? Fuck, Ollie, after all we've been through, I deserve better than that. You weren't serious when you said it was over, were you? Can you answer, fuck? You know what? Fuck off. If you want to ignore me, fine. When I look at my phone when I leave the sports room on campus on Friday evening, I have 6 unread messages. They are all from Sean, my ex, since last night. I may have noticed the progression of the tone of these messages, ranging from imploration to aggressiveness. I'm focusing on his grammar mistake. You weren't serious. You were, not you were. I don't think the automatic corrector is responsible for the fault, because Sean is not a light. Well, maybe I'm exaggerating a little. He is brilliant in some areas, like baseball, where he is able to draw precise statistics on sports and players in the 60s. However, that's not what will make him get his diploma. We can't put him in the top 10 of the best friends in the world either. At least not lately. I never wanted to be like those girls who break up and have sex with the same guy all the time. I really thought I was stronger than that. However, I'd been under Sean McCall's spell since my first year at Brillard. I fell under his charm with his good-looking boys and his rock star smile that promises wonders. I look at my phone again and I'm anxious for more beautiful. What can he want to talk to me about? We told each other everything last night when I told him it was over between us and that I left his brotherhood by slamming the door. I was serious. It's really over. Our 4th breakup in 3 years. And I can't keep living like this. I need to get out of this nightmarish cycle, especially because obviously the person I'm supposed to build my future with is determined to pull me down. Nevertheless, I can't deny that I'm suffering. I can't let go of someone who's been counting on me for so long. And it's even harder when that person refuses to accept that it's over. I sigh and I roll over the stone steps to take the paved path that runs between the campus buildings. Usually, I take the time to admire the beautiful old buildings, the benches being forged and the huge trees. But tonight, I can't wait to go home and hide under the blanket. Fortunately, my roommate Anna isn't here this weekend, so she won't be able to give me a moral on the emotional peril I'm running by pitying me for my fate. However, I'm lucky because I wasn't allowed to go home last night. When I came home after breaking up with Sean, she was waiting for me in our living room with a jar of 1 liter of ice, a box of tissues and 2 bottles of red wine. She spent the evening stretching out tissues for me and listening to my incoherent story. Breakups are atrocious. I feel bad. I feel like I lowered my arms instead of fighting. The last piece of advice my mother gave me before I died was to never turn your back on love. In fact, she was already warning me about this long before she got sick. I don't know all the details, but I know that my parents went through more than one crisis during their 18 years of marriage. Yet, they fought each time. My stomach is swelling more and more every time I think about my breakup with Sean. Maybe I should have given us another chance. I know he loves me. If he loved you, he wouldn't have given you an ultimatum, reassures a voice in my head. You made the right decision. I know this voice is my father's, my biggest fan. In his eyes, I have no flaws. Too bad Sean doesn't see me the same way. My phone is vibrating while I'm 5 minutes away from Bristol House where I live with Anna. Crap, it's another message from Sean. I'm sorry to have upset you, baby. I didn't mean it. I'm just sad. You're everything to me. I hope you know that. Oh, crap. Another message. I'm going to go to class. We'll talk. I stop abruptly, panicking. I'm not afraid of Sean, at least not physically. I know he would never raise his hand on me. However, I'm afraid of his ability to turn my brain around. He knows he just has to call me baby and make me smile like a kid so I forget my name. I read his messages again and I don't know if I should be angry or anxious. He's bluffing, isn't he? He wouldn't come without my invitation. Would he? I call Anna with a trembling hand, and 2 rings later, the sweet voice of my best friend answers me. Hi, what's up? How are you? I hear she's not alone. There's a woman's voice, Grace Ivor's voice, Logan's girlfriend, which means she's already on her way to Boston with Gareth, her boyfriend. She invited me to go with them, but I didn't want to be the 5th wheel of the carriage. 2 madly in love couples and me. No way. I just regret refusing now because I'm alone all weekend and Sean wants to talk. Sean's coming over tonight. What? No, why did you agree to? I didn't agree to anything. He didn't even ask for permission, he just wrote to me saying he was coming over. What a bastard. I know, I agree. I can't see him, Anne, I say in a panicked voice. I'm still too disturbed. If he comes, I might get back with him. Ollie, do you think if I turn off the lights and lock the door, he'll assume I'm not there and he'll leave? Knowing Sean, he'll wait outside all night. Damn it. I shouldn't have agreed to go see the Breen's game. I should have stayed at home with you. Wait a second, I'll tell Gareth to turn around. No way. You're not going to cancel your weekend for me? It's your last chance to have some fun. Anna's boyfriend is the captain of Briard's hockey team, which means his schedule will be super busy when the season starts and Anna won't see it as much. I refuse to mess up their weekend. I just want some advice. Tell me what to do. Do you think I should ask Tracy if I can sleep at her place? No. It would be better if you weren't at Bristol House if Sean roams the corridors. Maybe Megan? Oh no, her new boyfriend is in town this weekend. They'll want to be alone. Maybe Stella? Justine and her have just moved in together. I doubt they want a last-minute guest. Wait a second, says Anna. There's a long silence, then I hear Gareth's voice without understanding what he's saying. Gareth says you can sleep at his place this weekend. Dean and Tuck will both be there, so if Sean ever understood where you were and decided to come see you, they'll calm down. I hear Gareth's voice again. You can sleep in Gareth's room, adds Anna. I don't know what to do. I'm disgusted to have to leave my home because of Sean. However, I imagine him knocking on the door all night or camping in front of my window all night. And my decision is made. Are you sure it won't bother them? Some. Logan writes to Dean and Tucker to let them know. You can go whenever you want. The relief I feel is accompanied by a hint of guilt. Can you put the speaker up? I'd like to talk to Gareth. Of course, replies Anna. A second later, Gareth's loud voice resonates in my ear. There are clean sheets in the closet, but you should wear your own pillow. Or do they think mine are too soft? They are, protests Anna. I feel like sleeping on an old camel. No, it's like your head resting on a cotton cloud, corrects Gareth. Believe me, Ollie, my pillows are great, but take one just in case. Thanks for the advice, but are you sure it won't bother you? No, my dear. You just have to smile at Tucker and he'll make you a nice meal. Ah, and Logan is forbidding Dean to flirt with you, so you don't have to worry about him. That's right. Dean Eward, says Laurentis, is the hottest rabbit on the planet. He tries to seduce me every time he sees me, and I can't even be flattered because he drags everything that moves. However, I don't worry, I can handle Dean without a problem, and Tucker will be there to calm him down if necessary. I appreciate it, Gareth. Thank you very much, I'll pay you back. But no, don't worry, he replies. Write to me when you get there, okay? Diana. And turn off your phone so Sean can't harass you. I already told you how much I loved my best friend. When I hang up, I feel much better. Maybe it's wise to leave the house for the weekend, indeed. I'll take the opportunity to change my mind and see it more clearly. Besides, if Dean and Tucker are around, I won't be tempted to call Sean. We need a clear break this time. No contact for at least a few weeks or a few months. Honestly, I don't know if I'm going to survive this break. I've been in love with this guy and Sean isn't awful all the time. There are all the times he brought me soup when I was sick, or when he... Stop. Alert. Fall back. Alarms ring in my head. It is out of the question that I fall back. The problem isn't that he's nice, but that he's able to act like a bastard. I'm standing straighter, chin forward, shoulder back, determined not to give in. Sean and I, it's over. And I'm not going to see him, write to him, or think of him. Today is the first day of my life without Sean. Dean, it's Friday night, and I'm lying on the couch, a beer in my hand, watching two blondes, very hot and very naked, rolling on the grass in front of me. My life is great. It's the most beautiful night of my life, I mutter without looking them in the eye. Kelly's hands are walking on Michelle's breasts. It would be even better if you were partying with me, girls. She breaks their kiss and looks at me with a smile. Give us a reason to do it, Kelly throws with a hoarse voice. I raise an eyebrow, then I use my erection to curl it slowly. Isn't that enough for you? Michelle is the first to come to me. Her breasts bounce and her ass swings from left to right when she climbs on my horse to kiss me. A second later, Kelly is stumbling on my side and her lips take hold of my neck. My God. I strangle so much that it's painful. But these two goddesses are determined to make me beg. They torture me with long, wet kisses, tongue kicks and bites to drive me crazy. I would like to be able to say that this atrocious plan is a new experience for me or that the label of cutthroat that my colleague and my teammates have is an exaggeration. But that's not the case. I like to fuck. I fuck a lot. So what? What did I do to deserve this chance? I groan when Kelly grabs my sex. Wait, we're just getting started, Michelle whispers, throwing her long hair in her back. You don't enjoy it as much as we didn't enjoy it, do you remember? She's right, I made her a promise and I don't intend to shame her. Contrary to what my bastards and friends think, for me, it's the woman who matters. And in this case, the women, two superb women that I excite and that excite each other. Hello, heaven. It's Dean Di Laurentis. Thank you for letting me in. It's time to get started then, I declare by laying Michelle on the couch to attack her breasts. I grab a nipple between my lips and I suck it, making her moan as I stutter. Out of the corner of the eye, I see Kelly sitting next to me to take care of the other breast of her friend. Thank you, my God. I thought you needed a hand, she says, smiling at me, before coming down to nestle between Michelle's thighs. I do the same. By the way, Michelle's flat and tanned belly with my lips, up to this divine place that puts water in my mouth and that Kelly is already licking. I'm not sure I can control myself long enough to make them both enjoy it. I'm already ready to explode. I ignore the pulsations of my tail, I wet my lips, I slowly move towards Michelle's sex and someone knocks on the door. Fuck. I look at the DVD player. It's 8:30 p.m. I try to remember if I told one of the guys to come by tonight, but I didn't tell anyone except for my roommates and they're not there. Garrett and Logan left an hour ago to spend the weekend in Boston with their girlfriend and Tucker is at the movies with a girl. Don't move, I'm coming back. I lick Michelle's thigh then I get up looking for my boxer. When my tail is in place, I walk down the corridor to the front door. Bad luck, baby, I say to Anna's friend. Your friend is already gone, come back on Sunday. I start closing the door again. Yes, I'm a bastard, but the little blonde blocks her with her black boot. I'm not in the mood, Dean, let me in. You know I'm spending the weekend here. I raise my eyebrows by squinting my eyes. What? I look at her closer and that's when I notice her backpack and her pink suitcase. Logan sent you a message, says Ollie, sighing. Now let me in, I'm freezing. I tilt my head to the side, then I get my foot out of the door. Wait for me here, I'll be back. Are you kidding? The door closes on her. I rush into the living room where Kelly and Michelle do not notice my return. They are too busy having fun. I take almost a minute to find my phone and I discover that Anna's friend is not kidding. I have 5 unread messages on my phone. This is what happens when you prepare a sandwich for a girl. Logan, hi dude. Wellesley's friend, Ollie, spends the weekend with us. Logan, keep your tail in your pants. G and I are not in the mood to break your face if you try anything, but Wellesley is. So, dick equals pants equals do not bother our guest. I laugh, noticing that Anna is still so diplomatic. Anna, Ollie stays with you until Sunday. She is vulnerable at the moment, so do not take advantage of her or I will not be happy, and you do not want me to be unhappy, do you? Gareth, Ollie is going to sleep in my room. Gareth, your dick can stay in yours. Damn, but what is this obsession for my dick? It cannot be a worse time. I look at the girls waiting for me on the couch, Kelly's fingers, which are where I would like them to be mine, and I scratch my throat. She looks at me and puts a burning look of desire on me. I hate to have to do that, but you have to go, girls. She squints her eyes. I'm sorry, exclaims Kelly. I have a last-minute guest, I mutter, so we're going to have to put that back on later. Since when does it bother you that someone sees you kissing? Asks Michelle Henri Cannon. She is not wrong. I usually don't care if someone is a witness, or I prefer that. However, I can't do that to Anna's friend. Nor to Anna, nor to Grace, by the way. Guys, I don't care, but I know that Gareth and Logan would not appreciate that I corrupt their girlfriend. My former acolytes have become Puritans since they have a girlfriend. It's sad, by the way. This guest is a little fragile flower, I answer. She would faint if she saw the 3 of us together. Not at all, retorts Kelly as she enters the living room. She looks annoyed, but I am at least as much as she is. She has just come home without being invited, as if she were at home. I told you to wait outside, I answer. And I told you that I was cold. She doesn't seem disturbed to be in front of 2 naked nannies. My guests inspect Ollie as if it were a bacteria under their microscope, and their noses protrude as if they were disgusted. The nannies tend to compete in my presence, but apparently they don't see Ollie as a rival. That said, I understand them. Ollie is dressed in a black down jacket, half-tanned boots, and her blonde hair exceeds a red cap. But it's the first week of November. There is no snow, and the breeze is still soft. Nothing explains Ollie's outfit. She walks into the living room and collapses in an armchair in front of the sofa. Then she takes off her jacket, inspects my friends, and looks at me in my turn. And what if you moved your little party to the first floor, huh? I'm going to stay here and watch a movie. Otherwise, you can go to Gareth's room and watch a movie over there, I retort. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Ollie has already taken over the atmosphere, and I'm not comfortable with the idea of hitting 2 girls when there's only me and Anna's best friend in the house. I sigh and turn towards Kelly and Michelle. We'll put that back on later. Neither of them protests. Apparently, Ollie has taken over the atmosphere for everyone. Ollie doesn't pay them much attention, while she gets dressed because she's too busy taking off all her clothes. When she's done, she looks much smaller in leggings and a t-shirt too wide. I walk Kelly and Michelle to the door, where everyone rolls me a shovel before making me promise that it's just a game. As soon as she leaves, my lips are swollen and my dick is hard as iron. I go back to the living room, frowning. Did you like it? I ask. What did I like? To break my neck, I answer. Ollie laughs. Is there a reason why you couldn't bring your blondes in your room? Didn't you have to make them leave? Do you really think I could have fucked in her room? She laughs again. You spend your time kissing in public, what can it do to you that I'm in the house? Unless it's the fact of going to your room that bothers you, she continues. Anna says you're still fiddling around in the living room. Can you explain to me? Do you have bed bugs or what? No, I frown dryly. So why don't you ever bring your girlfriends into your room? Because, it doesn't look at you. What are you doing here anyway? Bristol house caught fire? I'm hiding, she simply says. As if I was supposed to understand. She sweeps the room with her gaze. Where's Tucker? Gareth said he'd be here. He's out, I say. Oh, that sucks, she says, making love. I don't know. He would have watched a movie with me, him. Too bad. But you'll do it. Wait, you break my neck and you think we're going to hang out together? Believe me, you're the last person I want to hang out with, but I'm in the middle of a crisis and there's only you. You have to stay, Dean. Otherwise, I'm going to do something stupid and my life will be screwed. I think Anna told me that Callie was in theater school. That would explain her penchant for drama. Please, she laughs, begging me to look at her. I've never been able to resist the blue eyes, especially those of the beautiful blondes with a chest of hell. All right, you win. I'll keep you company, okay? Great, she exclaims and her face lights up. So, what are we looking at? What are we looking at? I grow a pimple by realizing that my Friday night has just gone from a delicious A3 shot to the babysitting of my best friend's girlfriend's best friend. Ah, and I'm still hanging after Callie and Michelle's great. Chapter 2. Ollie. My self-control rests in the hands of Dean Di Laurentis, a man who doesn't have the slightest self-control. I'm in trouble. However, I won't give up. I won't call Sean. It doesn't matter if they send me a picture of us on our last vacation to Mexico. He even used an app to draw a heart-shaped frame around our faces. This stay was great. But I avoid this painful memory and I grab the remote control and turn on the low table. Do you have Netflix? I ask Dean, who still looks annoyed that I'm here. I also think he's still hanging, but I decide to be nice and not make fun of him because he was still 2 fingers away from sleeping with 2 girls before I got there. My gaze wanders on his naked torso which, I'm not going to lie, is spectacular. This guy is sculpted like a Greek statue. He's tall, with perfectly drawn muscles, he doesn't have a gram of fat and his 3-day-old beard casts a shadow on his perfect jaw. A bastard like him shouldn't have the right to be so handsome. Yeah, go ahead, choose a movie, he replies. I go upstairs to take a nap and come back. Okay. I'm rather in the mood for. What? He's already gone, leaving me stunned, eyes on the living room door. He's going upstairs for what? He was joking, wasn't he? I don't know why I imagine him in his room, one hand on his tail, the other on his balls, gripping the sheets. Maybe he's standing and holding on to his desk, the lines drawn, biting his lip. Why am I thinking about that, goddammit? I sweep these awful images and press all the buttons on the remote until I find Netflix, then I browse the movie titles. Less than 5 minutes later, Dean enters the living room. He has decided to put on a pair of pants, but he seems to have taken off his underwear because his jogging is so low on his hips that I can almost see things that I don't want to see. He's still bare-chested and his cheeks are slightly pink. I ask him, did you really just shave? He nods his head as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. What, did you think I could watch a whole movie while my balls were about to explode? So you can't fuck because I'm in the house, but you can go to your room to do that? A meek smile spreads over his lips. I could have done it here, but you would have been too tempted to take the lead. I was trying to be nice, that's all. Believe me, I wouldn't have approached you, I say, raising my eyes to the sky. With my sex at hand, you couldn't have prevented it. My tail is really superb. I don't doubt it. You don't believe me? I can show you a picture if you want. He takes his phone on the low table, then he stops and grabs the elastic of his jogging. In fact, I can show it to you in real life. It would be even better, wouldn't it? I absolutely don't want to see your tail, but thank you. Anyway, I chose this one, did you see it? I ask by designating the huge TV. Dean grimaces when he sees the movie poster. Is that what you chose? There are 3 new horror movies to watch and all the filmography by Jason Statham. No horror movie, I answer dryly. I don't like to be afraid. Very well, then an action movie? Suggests Dean. I don't like violence. Baby, I'm not going to watch a movie that talks about. He studies the screen by folding his eyes. The extraordinary journey of a woman after she learns that she is suffering from a serious illness. It's dead. It's supposed to be super cool. He won an Oscar. You know what other movies have won an Oscar? The Silence of the Lambs, The Teeth of the Sea, The Exorcist, and they are all your horror movies, he answers in a condescending tone. We can debate all night if you want, but I will not watch a movie with blood, sharks, or explosions. You'll have to do it. Dean loosens his jaw and exhales slowly. Very well, but if I have to bear this navet, I want to smoke a joint first. As you wish, dear. He goes to the door mumbling things I don't understand. Wait, I write to myself by taking my phone out of the pocket of my jacket. Can you take this with you? I would be too tempted if I kept it with me. Why? Who should you not write to? He asks. To my ex. We broke up last night and he harasses me. You know what? Come with me, says Dean. I don't have time to think because Dean crosses the room to get me out of the armchair. My feet have barely touched the ground that I lose balance and that I fall against him, the nose in his pecs, but I quickly regain my balance and I shoot him in the eye. I was fine in my armchair, you bastard. He ignores me and drags me into the kitchen. I don't have time to take my jacket, I barely put one foot outside that I crawl. Dean's torso shines under the light of the patio. Apparently, the cold doesn't bother him, even if his nipples stand up. Wow, your nipples are perfect. Do you want to touch them? He asks smilingly. Burke, never. I was just saying that they were beautiful. They are perfectly proportioned to your torso. He lowers his head to study his nipples. That's true. I'm perfect, actually. I should remember it more often. But of course, I grumble. Because you're not already quite vain. I'm confident. It's not the same thing. No, you're vain. Confident, he insists. He opens the little metal box he took in the kitchen and I frown when he takes out a seal and a Zippo. What am I doing here? I grumble. I don't want to smoke. You're wrong, he says, lighting it up. You're super stressed and all weird. It would do you good. He stretches the seal by raising an eyebrow. Come on baby, just a can, he insists. All cool girls do it. Go fuck yourself, I answer, laughing. As you wish, he says, spitting out the smoke. I don't remember the last time I smoked. It rarely happens, but now that I think about it, if there is one night where I deserve to be smashed, it's tonight. Come on, pass it to me, I say, holding out my hand. Dean gives me the seal smiling to my ears. That's good, but don't say anything to Wellesley. She would kick my ass if she found out that I was corrupting her best friend. I wear the seal to my mouth and I shoot on it, swallowing the smoke in my lungs, trying not to laugh when I see Dean's hole. He's probably right to be afraid of Anna. This Nana has a good tongue and she's not afraid to use it. That's why I love her. We spend a few minutes smoking in silence, like two hooligans hiding behind a gas station. It's the first time we're alone, both of us, and I can't believe I'm hanging out with Dean Di Laurentis, who is bare-breasted in his garden. To be honest, I never knew what to think of him. He's arrogant, he spends his time flirting, he's superficial. I feel like I'm a wimp to think about him, but that's what comes to mind when I see him. Anna told me he was full of audacity, and you can see that. It's not that he spreads his fortune as soon as he gets the chance, it's just that he behaves as if everything was possible for him. I have the feeling that he has never gone through any difficult trials in his life. You just have to look at him to know that this guy gets what he wants whenever he wants. Well, apparently the marijuana made me a philosopher and a plague. So, did you get dumped? Asks Dean. I blow my smoke in his face before answering. I didn't get dumped. I broke up. You're talking about the guy you've been with since forever? The one who's in a fraternity, Stan? Sean. Yeah, we've been dating more or less since the first year. Wow, that's way too long to sleep with the same person. Was the sex bad? Why does everything always revolve around sex with you? I ask him by making him jealous. If you want to know everything, no. The sex was good. Good. He grumbles. You're talking about a compliment. I'm already starting to feel the effects of the weed. My head is light and my body is relaxed. Which probably explains why I keep talking. Normally, I wouldn't confide in this guy. I guess towards the end, it wasn't great. But it's probably because we haven't stopped arguing since this summer. But it's not your first breakup, is it? Why do you still hang out with him? Because I love him. Well, because I loved him. The first 2 times when we broke up, it wasn't the fault of either of us. I just thought things were getting too serious between us. It was our first year of high school. We were supposed to have fun, meet up, etc. The thing is, I broke up with 2 guys who were actually assholes. And I realized how lucky I was to have Sean. Okay, but after that, you broke up again, says Dean, spitting out his smoke. Yeah. This time, it was because he had become hyper-possessive. One of the guys from his fraternity flirted with me at a party, and Sean decided that no one was ever allowed to look at me again. He started telling me how to dress, writing to me all the time to know where I was and with whom. It was suffocating. Yeah, but it didn't stop you from being with him again, he says, looking up at the sky. Because he promised me that it would be different. And it was. He stopped being possessive, and he was super careful after that. Dean doesn't seem convinced, but I don't care. I don't regret breaking up with Sean. After 2.5 years, I knew that our relationship deserved me to fight. And that leaves us the 4th breakup, says Dean in a curious way. What happened? I don't know. I told you, we argued a lot. I answer while my stomach nods. About what? Once again, it's the grass that pushes me to talk. Normally, Dean would be the last person I would confide in. Especially about what we're going to do after college. I've always wanted to go to Los Angeles to focus on my acting career. Or New York. But I don't tell Dean. I still haven't made a decision, and it's not with him that I'm going to discuss my future plans. When we started dating, he didn't mind. Then, all of a sudden, this summer, he decided he didn't want me to become an actress. Besides, he didn't want me to work, period. He thought he was going to work in his father's insurance company, in Vermont, and that I was going to be a housewife to prepare dinner for him every night. Dean raises his shoulders. There's no harm in being a housewife, he replies. Of course not, but that's not what I want. I've been working like crazy for 4 years to get this degree. I want to use it. I want to be an actress, and I can't be with someone who doesn't support me. What? Nothing, forget it, I reply. I take off his handkerchief and take a deep breath. Too much, actually, because I start coughing and crying, and when I see it clearly again, Dean is studying me with a serious look. What did he do? He asks in a hoarse voice. But above all, what degree of suffering does he deserve? Gareth and we're not bad, but if you want to break his bones, it's Logan you have to let go. No one's going to break his face, you moron. Dean didn't do anything dramatic. The only thing I'm asking you is for you to take this stupid phone, I say, putting it in his hand. Don't let me take it all weekend, okay? Well, no, give it to me if my father calls, or if Anna or Stella calls, or Meg, and you know what? I'll look at it from time to time under your supervision. That way, you'll keep me from writing to Sean. Dean seems intrigued. So, does that make me your boss? Am I the one who makes sure you don't crack? Yep, bravo. You're finally going to do something good in your free time, I answer sarcastically. He tilts his head to the side. And what do I have in return? The satisfaction of knowing that you're helping someone other than yourself? That's dead. And what if you gave me a pipe in return? In your dreams, I reply, giving him a finger of honor. Okay. A branlet, then? Be nice, please. I have no will when it comes to Sean. As if by magic, my phone vibrates in Dean's hand, and my first reflex is to try to catch it. But he rushes back before looking at the screen. It's Sean, he says with a smile. He misses your lips. My heart beats painfully. New rule. You can't tell me what he's writing. You give me a lot of responsibility, you know, baby. And I don't like responsibilities. You surprise me. Don't worry, baby, you'll get there. I trust you. I reply, smiling. Dean takes one last leap on the seal, crushes it in the ash tree, and heads to the kitchen window. My God. Even his way of walking is arrogant and sexy. My gaze is set on his firm buttocks, which are highlighted by his moldy jogging. Yep, I'm watching his ass. At the same time, it's a splendid ass, and I'm a woman. Why deprive me of it? You don't take it the right way, you know. The best way to forget someone is to hit someone else. ASAP. I'm not ready for that, I reply, raising my eyes from his buttocks. Of course I am. It would do you good, you know. I wear myself voluntarily, if you like, he says, raising his arm. In your dreams, Dean, I exclaim, laughing. However, in a corner of my head, I seriously consider his proposal. The idea is not so terrible, in fact. It's a bit like after a horse fall. They say you have to go back up right away, don't they? Maybe that's what I should do. Go back on the seal. At the very least, it will make me forget my pain of love. I understand. I suppose I can get to the bottom of it. I'm not ashamed to say I'm just a little bit emotional. I see. Maybe it will ease a little the pain a little bit. He adds, his eyes riveted on my chest. Gareth had promised me that you wouldn't drag me this weekend. I murmur in a groan. Gareth should know that he must not make promises in my place, he answers smilingly. Well then, are we watching this film or not? I am in the living room, my head in a joyful fog. I don't know why, when Dean stops to go back up his jogging, I start laughing as if it were the funniest thing in the world. My good mood disappears when we sit down and Dean sticks to me, passing one of his big arms on my shoulders to pull me against him, as if it were normal. What are you doing with your arm? I ask, frowning. That's how I watch movies, he replies, taking an innocent look. Really? So you hold Gareth by the shoulders when you watch a movie with him? Of course, and if he's cute with me sometimes, I slip my hand in his pants, he says, by bursting the elastic of my leggings. Let go of the iron, Dean, I answer by clearing his hand. Alas, I am not fast enough, because the temperature between my thighs has already risen. His torso is simply divine, and my fingers are dying to walk on his muscles. The smell of the sea is overwhelming. In addition, it smells very good, like the ocean or the coconut. I am too naked to identify the smell, but not enough to ignore the pulsations of my sex. Wow, my sexual life must really have touched the bottom, so that Dean's simple presence, says Laurentis, moistens me. What else can we do? Insists Dean. Watch a movie. I answer by pointing to the TV. I prefer to look at you, he throws by playing with his eyebrows, you know, when you will shout my name while enjoying. This time I have no chills, I just burst into laughter. Damn, you're really bad for a guy's ego, he grumbles in a vexed voice. I take my breath back between two bursts of laughter, I flinch and I no longer have the slightest filter to prevent making fun of Dean. I'm sorry, but sometimes you're really too much, I explain in laughter. Do girls really like this kind of reply? He lowers his head and points to the TV. Come on, it's okay, put your movie on. With pleasure. I press the remote control button, then I shift to the other end of the sofa, far from Dean. 30 minutes later, I'm amazed. He didn't say a word. His eyes are riveted on the screen, but from the corner of the eye, I see him giggling non-stop, tapping his fingers on his thigh, passing his hand in his hair, sighing when we see the main character preparing an omelette in real time. When she sat down at the bar to eat her omelette, Dean cracks. This movie sucks, he exclaims. That's it, I said it, this damn movie sucks. I like it. I'm lying, of course, this movie is torture. I think I'd rather watch paint dry on a wall. Even the seal I smoked couldn't make the experience pleasant, but I don't want to admit that I was wrong. I can't give him that satisfaction, otherwise he'll talk about it all the time. You're lying, I don't see how you can like this movie. I swear it's true, I insist. He looks down on me for a few seconds, but my acting skills allow me to adopt a perfectly innocent look. Well, not me, I'm bored to death. What if you went back to the bar? Damn, I should have shut up, because his eyes are on fire. And if you came to do it instead of me, he grumbles while smiling in the corner. This guy is incorrigible. Are you really going to start again? You never lower your arms. Never, no, he says as he approaches. He places his hand on the cushion that separates us and slowly caresses the fabric. Come on, come and have some fun. We are alone at home. We are both beautiful and young. I laugh, I pass my turn. Okay, no sex. Just with the tongue then. I pretend to think about it. Do I give or do I receive? You receive. And then you give, because that's how it works, he says smiling. I can't help but laugh. We can say what we want about this guy. What is certain is that he is funny. No. And if we just chat a little? Does he ask with a voice full of hope? No, I kiss him super well. Ha, that means it's the opposite. Every time a guy says he kisses him well, he sucks. Oh yeah? Do you have any examples to test your theory? Of course, I don't have any, and Dean knows it. By the way, he knows the word summer. Maybe he's not that stupid after all. He seems about to contradict me, but we are interrupted by an explosion of music coming from his phone, and I frown when I recognize the piece. The guys are all the same. They don't have a second to lower their toilet glasses, but they have time to program the generic DSPN as a ringtone. Dean's expression lights up when he sees that he is calling him. Maxwell, what's new? He listens in silence, then he looks at me with a look full of hope. Do you want to go to a party? I shake my head. Sorry, man, I can't. I have a babysitting. I hit his arm. And she doesn't want to come, he says, staring at me. There is a new silence. No, it's an adult man. Garrett's girlfriend's friend explains Dean as if I was no longer in the room. We're watching a movie about a woman who has cancer, and she's afraid. Yeah, cancer in general. I'm sad for the people who suffer from it, but this movie is torture. Yeah. No, the match is Tuesday. It's clear. Yeah, absolutely. We'll just have to go to Malone's. See you later, man. He hangs up and frowns at me, frowning. I could be at a party, you know. No one forces you to hang out with me, man. I'm trying to be nice to you, girl, because of your broken little heart. You could at least show some recognition. You don't even want to kiss me. I bend over and pat his shoulder. Oh, poor darling. I'm sure any girl on your contact list would be delighted to come and stick her tongue in your mouth. As for me, I have standards. What? I'm not good enough for you? He asks, raising an eyebrow. I'll let you know that your friend Wealthy loved to kiss me. Ha. You're talking about that little kiss she gave you so that Garrett didn't know how much she loved to kiss him? It was a kiss of despair, man. The idea that Anna kissed this guy never ceases to surprise me. Dean is so not his kind. I would never have believed that the superstar of hockey, Garrett Graham, was neither. And look at them now. They are true soulmates. It wasn't a kiss of despair, Dean retorts. But yes, keep saying that, if it can relieve you. He looks at the screen, where the main character is again being fed. It's his dinner this time, and there are way too many close-ups of the potatoes she's peeling. She eats a lot in this movie. My God, but kill me, I beg you. Exclaims Dean, putting his hands in his hair. I can't stand this movie for another second. Me neither, but it's too late to step back. You know what? He announces. Forget the seal. There is only one thing that will make this impossible. Oh really, what is it? Instead of answering me, he gets up and disappears into the kitchen. Worried, I listen to the closets open and close and then the glass noise. He comes back with a bottle in one hand and 2 shots in the other. He stops and looks at me with a smile up to my ears. Tequila. Chapter 3. Ollie. Someone hits me in the head with a hammer, one of those huge hammers with which he awakens in the cartoons. It's unbearable. My God, I have a terrible hangover. Even the almost inaudible groan that escapes me suffices to pierce my temples. I barely move in bed and a violent nausea assails me. I breathe calmly, trying to control myself long enough to reach the bathroom in order not to vomit in the sheets of Gareth. I'm not in Gareth's bed. I realize it when I hear a breath next to me. I fall asleep. Suddenly, I'm trembling again. These memories come back to bite me: the film, the tequila, all the shots, everything else. I slept with Dean last night. 2 times. My heart beats the shah mad while I fix the ceiling. I am in Dean's room. There is an empty cover package on the nightstand next to me and, oh well. I'm naked. Maybe it's just a bad dream, says a voice in my head. I breathe in again, I turn my head and what I see cuts my breath. Dean is completely naked too. He is lying on his stomach and his buttocks are gnawing at me. And not only because they are perfect, but because they are striped with nail marks. I raise a trembling hand and I discover that one of my nails is broken. I broke a nail by scratching Dean Di Laurentis' ass. It must have happened downstairs. I remember that the first time he was on me in the sofa. As for the suction on his shoulder, it happened here, the second time, when I was on him. I want to see this mysterious room. I want to be the first to baptize her. My words come back to haunt my bubbling brain. It turns out that I am not the first who takes her to his room. He told me himself. Besides, that's not the only thing he revealed. I am now in possession of the information that Anna has been trying to discover for over a year. Why does Dean fuck everywhere except in his room? Alas, that's not all I learned. I now know what Dean looks like naked. The feeling of his sex in me. I know the noise he makes when he enjoys it. I know too much about it. My headache doubles in intensity. Crot, 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 crot. What did I do, damn it? I never slept with someone I didn't know. I only made love with 3 guys, 2 in high school and 1 in college, and they were all serious friends. I look at Dean's muscular big body again. What happened? I never lost control while drinking alcohol. It's not like I had a black hole. I didn't blab and I didn't stutter like an idiot. I knew what I was doing when I took the first step to kiss him. I took the first step. What's my problem? Okay, let's calm down. It's not the end of the world. I massage my temples and I force myself to ignore the man who sleeps with his fists closed next to me. It doesn't matter. It was just a one-night stand. Nobody died. I deeply regret it, but as my father would say, remorse is for the wicked. You have to learn from your mistakes and move on to something else. That's what I have to do, move on to something else and leave here. I'm going to take a long, hot shower and I'll pretend nothing happened. I slip under the sheet to escape, but the mattress creaks and I freeze, looking at Dean panicking. He is still deeply asleep. Well, I breathe in again and I put my feet down. That's when Dean stumbles, then he rolls on his back and I see his sex. I blush without taking my eyes off him. Even at rest, he is impressive. He was right. His sex was a joke. I'm not exaggerating. I think I wiped the praise of his penis more than once last night. I blush more beautifully when I remind myself of everything I told him last night, everything I did. Okay, that's enough. No more memories. It's time to get out of here. But first I have to find my phone. I wash the part of the look until I find Dean's jogging. He took it off after our little nap on the sofa and I think my phone is in his pocket. As for my clothes, I don't see them. The last time I saw them, they were on the floor in the living room. What a horror. That means that Tucker saw them when he came home last night. Shit, he must have heard us too because I didn't make any effort to be discreet when Dean's tongue was on my... No, don't think about it. I grab his jogging and I dig his pockets. He's there, phew. I enter my code and I am full of guilt when I see Sean's messages. My God, if he knew what I was doing when he sent me all these love statements. Not that I owe him an explanation because after all, we broke up and we are not going to get back together. However, I feel awful to have slept with someone else while Sean was at home trying to get me back. And I didn't sleep with just anyone. I slept with Dean. This guy who was in full plan A3 when I landed. Dean, the one who fucks everything that moves. Dean, the one who... Give me that, doll. His voice surprises me and I shout. I turn my head and I see him sit in bed and rub his hand in his hair. He doesn't look sick. His green eyes are alert and his body is closing in. I feel blushed seeing his erection growing and I lower my eyes to look at my feet. You could cover yourself, please. This is not what you were saying last night, he says in a tacky voice that annoys me. I refuse to talk about what happened last night. He looks even more amused. Relax, my beautiful. It was just sex. He does nothing to cover himself when he raises his arms above his head to stretch, drawing my attention to his wrists, on which there are red marks. Because I tied him to the bed last night. Jesus, Mary, Joseph. He follows my gaze and a meek smile is drawn on his lips. I must admit that it was much wilder than what I was expecting. But I do not complain, he says. And I grab the first thing I find to cover myself, a black t-shirt with a V-collar, and a familiar smell envelopes me. The same virile and spicy scent that I felt last night when I walked my mouth on his bare torso, or when I sucked his neck like a cherry ice cream. And yeah, that's the smell he's smelling. I was really embarrassed. We'll never talk about it again. It's done. It was good. End of story. It was good. Dean puts his hand on his belly, above his erection, and looks at me with a smile. It was more than good, and you know it. Could you put on your clothes, please? I would like to, but you have my t-shirt. He answers with a smile. You just have to take it off and send it to me. It's dead. This guy will never ever see me naked again. I turn my back on him to read my messages, ignoring those of Sean, to read those of my friends. Anna asks me how my night went. And Megan asks me if I want to brunch with her. I hurry to answer, yes, to Meg, telling her to come pick me up at Gareth's. A gray bubble tells me she's answering me when my phone disappears from my hands. Hey. I'm surprised to find Dean behind me. My God, this guy is moving like a ninja. I'm responsible for that, remember? He says, holding my phone over his head, where I can't reach him. As a chaperone, I advise you to ignore the 9 messages from your ex, he says, looking at the screen. They won't do you any good. He's not wrong. But after what happened last night, it is out of the question that Dean is my chaperone. Don't worry, I'm warming up. I don't need your help anymore. That's not what you said last night, he repeats in a mocking tone. Your phone stays with me all weekend, alligator. Alligator? He gave me a nickname now? In short, I'm going to find a friend, I answer dryly. So I need my phone. Anyway, I'm officially ending your role as chaperone. I'm going home after my brunch. Well no, you're spending the weekend here. He says, frowning. Not anymore, no. I try to pick up my phone, but he takes a step aside. It's because we fucked. My cheeks have never been so red. What didn't you understand, Dent? We'll never talk about it again. It doesn't matter. You can't leave just because we were drunk and we fucked once or twice. Your reaction is completely disproportionate. I take a few seconds to catch my breath and calm down. Can we change the subject, please? Baby, do you think I want to talk about that? I'd rather roll in piled glass than deal with conversations the next morning. If you were any other girl, I'd just tell you to forget about it. But you're the best friend of Wellesley. So we have to talk about it. He suddenly squints his eyes as if he had just realized something. Oh shit, Wellesley's going to kill me. He's not wrong. As for me, I'm going to get a severe moral lesson when Anna finds out that I slept with Dean. Maybe I'll confess to him in a few days or a few years, but for now I just want to forget about it. So I'm going to have to lie to my best friend for as long as possible. She's not going to kill you because we're not going to tell her, I say firmly. Seriously, it has to stay between us. I agree. You have no right to talk about it. Never. As far as I'm concerned, nothing happened. Don't get your hopes up, doll. Now that you've had a taste of it, you won't be able to stop yourself from thinking about it, he says, caressing his erection. A shameful tingling erupts between my legs. Holy shit, that dumbass Dean and his splendid sex. I've already forgotten, don't worry. Of course, in my head, new memories are already resurfacing. I love it when you're like that. Ah, so you admit that you love me, whispers Dean. I smile as I study his knitted wrists. I said I loved you like that. I walk my mouth along his torso until his erection. Ah, thank you. Sweet Jesus, I blush more beautiful. Sean wasn't always in time for my sexual stimulation. It was often me who had to push him and beg him to try the ideas that went through my head. Do you need me to remind you how good it was? He asks, tilting his head to one side. No, I need you to behave like an adult, I exclaim, losing my patience. I have the face of wood, I am dead ashamed, and you only make things worse by talking about last night. Shit, he retorts, and his mocking air disappears. He rattles his throat, lets go of his sex, then puts on his jogging suit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. You know, you really have no reason to be ashamed. We are two adults who had fun and had tons of fun. I teachings you again, you are just a psychologist. Where was I? Here was what would happen if I wasted my life to traverse. Here was what would happen if I wasted my life to traverse. My clothes are downstairs. Tucker. Dean hurries to look out the window. He's not there. Logan's car has left. He shouldn't have come home last night. I feel relieved at first, then annoyed, because where was Tucker last night when I needed him? If he had been there, I wouldn't have ended up in bed with Dean. That said, maybe I would have ended up in Tucker's car, the most beautiful will I've ever seen in my life. He's the calmest of the three tenants, and he doesn't talk much about himself. From what I've seen, he's smart, eloquent, and respectful. With hindsight, I would have preferred to have slept with Tucker. I'm going downstairs to get my clothes. I mutter. What are you going to tell Wellesley to explain that you left earlier? Asks Dean when I reach the door. She's bound to ask questions, isn't she? Damn, he's right. I'll tell her I've decided to be a big girl and to deal with my breakup at home. I start to open the door, but Dean stops me again. What's wrong? Ollie? Yeah. I answer by turning to him. Are you sure you're okay? He asks with a worried look. No, I'm not sure at all. I'm fine. I answer before I collapse. Fortunately, I'm a little lucky in my misfortune, because in terms of walk of shame, this one is not the worst, since there is no one to see me leave Dean Di Laurentis' room. Chapter 4. Dean. I've always been popular. At high school, I was already surrounded by a horde of friends and girls. A lot of girls. Who were flirting with me by giving me words on which they wrote, "Do you love me?" when the teacher was in front of the blackboard. At high school, they fought to get my attention and lined up to roll sticks at me on the pitch. At college, what can I say? I thought I understood the notion of man to woman before I got to Bria. But the last 3 years have exceeded all my expectations. The older I get, the more girls like me. That's why I'm not surprised Ollie threw himself at me last night. It was inevitable, especially once she had bragged about the beauty of my perfect tits. What's new to me is her expression of disgust when she woke up next to me this morning. This damn Corson would be unable to stop the palace if he slid at 2 kilometers per hour and went straight at him. The words of my teammate draw me out of my thoughts. Hunter, my bodyguard, doesn't seem to understand the label to follow in a bar. We don't go to a bar to complain about a hockey game. We go there to pick up girls, period. However, he is only 18 years old, he will learn it sooner or later. Dude, the game was 2 days ago, you have to put up with it. I looked around the bar looking for Tucker, but he hasn't arrived yet. The room is mainly filled with hockey players, fans, and half-naked girls. More than one of them is looking in our direction, but Hunter doesn't seem to see it. His lines are drawn, and he almost didn't touch his glass. It's your fault, you know, he says. I didn't want to play this year, but you had to persuade me to join the team. I would have ended my career by being the star striker of the best private high school in the country. While now I am a left-handed guy that no one knows in a team that has no hope of winning the championship. Has anyone ever told you that you were a bad loser? I ask while sipping my beer. Oh, go fuck yourself, as if you like to lose yourself. Of course not, but I know that victory doesn't do everything. And by the way, it's better to sweep in front of his door before criticizing. What do you mean? Instead of criticizing Corson for letting 3 pallets pass, you should ask yourself why you didn't score. We are no longer in high school, you know. Defenders at college are not so easy to outdo. I'm aware I'm a little tough on him, but it's the truth. And Hunter Davenport needs to hear it. The coach is cool with him in training. Because outside of Garrett, he is the only striker who has potential. Only, unlike Garrett, Hunter has far too much confidence in him. This kid is convinced that he is the next Sidney Crosby. Are you insinuating that I'm not good enough to play at this level? Asks Hunter, suddenly worried. One of Hunter's strengths is nevertheless that he is always looking to improve. What I'm saying is that you need to improve. You made big mistakes last night. Like when Fitzy was in danger of losing the pallet, you went to help him. But it's not up to you to go into the territory of the other Ellie. You have to trust your center so that he can help the other guy. Hunter drinks a long sip of beer. And sometimes you are unable to analyze the game. When the defender of Eastwood made this pass that allowed them to score, you should have anticipated who he was sending the pallet to. But you completely missed. But I never left the eyes of the pallet. Forget the pallet. It's the player you have to look at. You have to know who he's aiming at. Where are his teammates going? Guess what he's going to do to intercept his pass. Hunter remains silent for a moment. You really know your way around, huh? He asks in an admiring voice. I'm content to raise my shoulders. I know I have a reputation for not being as invested as my teammates. And maybe that's not entirely false. But that doesn't mean I don't understand the mechanics and nuances of the game. Hockey has been part of my life since I was very young. I always played it. I also practiced lacrosse. But it was mostly a way to take care of myself until the season started again. My father and my older brother both played at Harvard. I could have gone there too. But I preferred to go to Briar. I've always followed the same path as them. And for once, I wanted to stand out. I'm not saying I played hockey to be like them. I really like this sport. It's just that it doesn't give me the same enthusiasm as the one I see at Garrett and Logan. To be honest, I think I enjoy training more. I like exercises and opportunities to improve myself. And I like to help my teammates improve. I have no desire to play with the pros after college. Which pleases my family. Because the Ward Di Laurentis don't make careers in sports. They become lawyers. Next fall, I will study law at Harvard, like all the members of my family. Which I don't dislike. I'm sure I'll be good. The charisma of Di Laurentis, which I inherited from my father, guarantees me more or less to convince all the judges I will be confronted with. Did I do other bullshit? Asks Hunter. You know what? How about we both train this week? Just you and me. I'll ask the coach if he can give us time on the ice. Are you serious? That would be so cool, man. Thank you. Yes, but only if you agree not to talk about hockey tonight. Look around you. It's a bombastic banquet. Hurry up and choose one, you idiot. Hunter bursts out laughing and sweeps the room with his gaze. Several girls respond to his attention by smiling at him. But rather than going to her, Hunter looks at me. Or rather, he looks at my neck. In fact, maybe you should introduce me to the wild girl you hit last night. Miss Sue's son looks damn nice. I say to myself. It is out of the question that I let this kid approach Ollie. He may be young, but he is on his way to becoming a bigger runner than me. That said, maybe I should worry about Hunter instead. Ollie's performance last night proved that she was quite capable of leaving her mark on a man. Damn, this chick is a great shot. Oh shit, now my dick is stiff. She did that all day, every time I thought of Ollie. It's the best blow I've had in a long time. My wrists are still sensitive to having been tied to the bed. But it's the kind of pain that makes me want to start over. I'm not used to sleeping with the same girl twice, but my tail is dying to run back into Ali's superb pussy. Sorry, superstar, it's dead. Find yourself your own wild girl. Very well, as you wish, he says smilingly. Oh yeah, I think I know who I'm going home with tonight, he says. I follow his gaze along the bar, where a big brunette stands, turning her back to us. She is dressed in a short black dress and pointed heels, and her long black hair falls in waves to the bottom of her back. The bartender is practically drooling and his burning gaze is fixed between his breasts, which tells me that she must have a chest of hell. I only see her buttocks, and they are cannon. Normally, I would be the first to throw myself on her, but tonight I'm not in the mood. I can't stop thinking about Allie, her pussy, her breasts. Damn, those breasts are crazy. They are perfect for my hand, and that pale pink of yours hardens instantly when I suck on them. I sigh and put my erection back in place to make myself comfortable. I really have to stop thinking about last night, damn it. God knows Allie will do anything to forget about this night. What are you thinking about? Asks Hunter. I look at the brunette again. Don't you think she's out of your league? I'm playing hockey, man. No woman is out of my league. Well said, I reply laughing. It's the first thing I learned from Hunter when I took her under my wing at the beginning of the season. However, this girl has the sexiest body I've ever seen. A woman like that can have any man in this bar, and I'm not sure a kid like Hunter, even with her hockey jacket, is what she's looking for. On the other side of the room, the girl we admire suddenly turns around, and my admiration turns into deep disgust. Oh no, man, don't get close to her, kid. She's toxic. She doesn't seem toxic to me, says Hunter in an admirable tone. Poor boy, luckily I'm here to save him. Sabrina James is beautiful to the point of suffocating. It's undeniable, but I'd rather pour hot wax on my balls than sleep with her. I mean, go back to bed with her. I've already been there. Someone pushes me, and when I turn around, I see Tucker coming towards us. His hockey jacket, black and silver, is soaked. Damn, it's raining ropes, he says, as he rumbles like a dog coming out of a lake. Hey, Fido, go dry yourself somewhere else, I retort, while droplets stick to my face and eyes. Hunter didn't notice that Tucker was rustling on his shoes, as much as he was overwhelmed by Sabrina. Tuck follows his gaze. Not bad, he says, turning towards me with a big smile. I guess you've marked your territory, he asks. It's dead, man, it's Sabrina. She pisses me off enough every day in class, I don't need her to break them during my free time. Sabrina and I both have a degree in political science, and we both want to get a master's degree in law. The worst part is that we both applied to Harvard, which I particularly dislike. The idea of spending 2 more years in the same classroom as her almost makes me want to commit suicide. Wait, it's Sabrina, Tucker exclaims. I see her all the time on campus, but I didn't know it was about her that you were complaining all the time. The only one. It's a real pain in the ass, because she's really awesome. What's the problem? Hunter asks. Is it your ex? Never. I retort, grinning. So I won't ruin our friendship if I try my luck. You want to try your luck? Have fun, man. But I warn you, this girl will eat you raw. Sabrina suddenly turns her head towards us, as if she had a radar that alerts her as soon as someone calls her Garce. If that's the case, it must ring all the time. Our eyes meet, and she offers me a devilish smile before making me a finger of honor. Then she goes back to her conversation with her friend. And here's my luck going to smoke, grunts Hunter. She won't even look at me now that she's seen me with you. What did you do to her, by the way? Absolutely nothing, I answer with a low voice. Come on, man. A girl doesn't shoot a guy in the eye like that if he didn't give her a dirty blow. Did you catch her? What do you think, kid? Did you look at her? Laughs Con Tucker. Appearances can be deceitful, I mutter. My roommate leans his head to the side and looks at me. So you didn't sleep with her? Yes, I sigh. But that was a long time ago. After 3 years, it shouldn't count anymore. Hunter and Tucker burst out laughing. Let me guess, says Tucker. You didn't call her the next day? No, but for my defense, it's hard to remember a girl when, first, she doesn't give you her number, and secondly, when you don't remember what happened. How could you not remember that? Exclaims Hunter, who practically drools while looking at Sabrina again. We were both drunk. Believe me, she doesn't remember either. And that's why she hates you? Asks Hunter. Not even. It's because of something else I don't want to talk about now because, damn it, guys, it's Saturday night and we should be partying. You're right, says Tucker, laughing. I'm going to get a beer. Do you want another one? Thank you, I'm fine, says Hunter. Tucker goes to the bar while I take out my phone to look at the time. It's 9:30 p.m. I go through my contact list while Hunter starts talking about hockey again. I'm sure I have Allie's number. She had organized Anna's birthday last year and she had sent me 100 messages to discuss the slightest detail of the party. Yeah, I still have it. She had sent me a message the day before. Registered under the name The Blonde Friend of Wellesley, I should probably replace her name with Bondage Girl. I write her a short message. Me. Did you come back home? It's a stupid question because she left our place this morning, so she must have gone home. However, I am surprised because she answers right away. She. Yeah, I'm there now. Me. The weather is bad tonight. It's better to stay warm. She does not answer my last message. I fix the screen of my phone, frustrated, while wondering what it can do to me. I am the king of one-night stands. I almost never want to put the blanket back on with the same girl, and if there is a girl I should not sleep with, it is Allie. There are few things in this world that give me the chills, but Gareth's girlfriend is one of them. Wellesley would be furious to learn that I slept with his best friend, and if Wellesley is not happy, Gareth will not be either. Logan will take his part, and Grace will take the opportunity to remind me that I am a bastard. Soon I will be insulted on all sides. I have no reason to get into this mess, but obviously my dick does not agree. I really want her. It would not be the end of the world if we slept together a new time, would it? Or maybe 2 new times. I do not know what it will take for me to forget her. All I know is that I love her. I do not know what it will take for me to forget her. I do not know what it will take for me to forget her. I do not know what it will take for me to forget her. I do not know what it will take for me to forget her. I do not know what it will take for me to forget her. I do not know what it will forget her. I do not know what it will take for me to forget her. I do not know what it will take for me to forget her. I do not know what it will take for me to forget her. Yeah, but I still prefer my expression, she declares. I am momentarily distracted by the rain hammering my windshield. It's raining even more now, and a second later, all the lights in the parking lot go out. Shit. There's no more electricity at Malone's, I say to Ollie. Stay warm, okay? And don't walk in the corridors of Bristol House if there's no more light. Shit. Why? Do you think a serial killer is going to sneak into the dormitory and start chasing me? Even if that were the case, I'm sure I'd break his face. Yes, of course. Hey. I know how to defend myself, she insists. My father and I took self-defense classes when I was 14. Self-defense? Isn't that a little weird? Well, He traveled a lot when I was little, so as soon as he got home, he found a way to reconnect. And since he's a big macho, we were only allowed to do boyish stuff like go fishing, or bike riding, or learn to hit each other. Anyway, I hang up because I want to finish reading this play. Watch the road. Wait! I exclaim before she can hang up. What? I watched the rain fall on my windshield, wondering what's happening to me. I'd like us to go back to bed together. I hear Ollie holding her breath at the other end of the line. As for me, I'm as stiff as a surfboard. I think back to the curve of her buttocks in my hands, to her nipples in my mouth, to her pussy squeezed around my tail, and I repress my groan. Fuck, this chick drives me crazy. After a long silence, Ollie speaks in a hoarse voice. Goodbye, Ardini. She hangs up, and this time I groan out loud. Chapter 5. Ollie. My heart beats wildly when I hang up. I didn't expect them to say that at all. I'd like to go back to bed with you. I'm not surprised, because I'm a great guy. But it's out of the question that I go back to bed with him when I've spent the day hating myself. I'm really not made for one-night stands. I feel dirty, soiled. Which is absurd, because if someone has been soiled, it's worth it. Not only did I seduce him, but I tied him up and chained him up like he was my personal horse. My God. I'm a bitch. You're not a bitch. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm just a 22-year-old woman who, for the first time in her life, had fun without thinking about the consequences. But the problem is that I like the consequences. For me, sex and love go hand in hand. I like hugs and conversations until early in the morning. I like having a boyfriend. And I can now say that I don't really like one-night stands. Sex was great, but the shame I've been feeling since this morning is not worth all the orgasms. I sigh, and I throw my phone on the couch to resume the scenario I was reading before Dean calls me. It's a play written by a student, and it will be my end-of-year performance at Briard. I'm one of the two main actresses, and even if the story is a little too melodramatic for me, I can't wait to start rehearsals. Since I made my debut on the boards in Boston this summer, I'm dying to play again in front of an audience. Besides, it's another factor of stress these days, because I'm at a crossroads in my career, and I don't know which way to go. When I started college, I asked my agent to find me only summer projects, because I didn't want to be tempted to drop out of college if I was offered a lousy role. Yet, I want my diploma. However, now that I'm a few months away from getting it, anything is possible. The pilot season starts in January, and Ira has already sent me dozens of scripts for sitcoms and Glee-type series, in addition to several scenarios for romantic comedies that, in normal times, would have put stars in my eyes. I always thought I was made for comedy roles. I've been dreaming of being an actress since I was 12, and all the little roles I had were light and cute. I wanted to be the next Sandra Bullock or Kate Hudson. However, everything changed this summer when the casting announcement for a super serious and depressing play was launched. It was written by Brett Kavanaugh, a legendary director rewarded with an Oscar, and I don't know how my agent got me an interview with him. To my great surprise, I was the little sister heroine of the main actress. In 2 months, the play was a huge success. Since then, I've received a lot of offers for dramatic roles, on the boards or on TV. Someone told me that Kavanaugh was writing another play, and I don't understand why I'm so tempted to drop the goal I've set for myself. It's one thing to consider more dramatic roles, but what about theater? Hollywood is synonymous with more money, more celebrities, Oscars, Golden Globes, and shopping on Rodeo Drive. My eyes are on the pile of scenarios on the low table. If I was cast for one of these pilots, and the series was a success, or if I got a role in one of these films, I'd have a chance to get a place in the middle. So why do I consider theater? I'm still lost in my thoughts when my phone rings again. I look at the screen, and for a second, I wonder why Dean is calling me back. But I realize it's not a D, but an S, damn it. My ex and my ass have practically the same first name. I wonder if it's a sign. Sean's calling you, you idiot. Yeah, it's probably the most urgent thing. I'm anxious looking at the screen. I shouldn't hang up. I hang up. Are you okay? Sean asks in such a worried voice that I hurry to reassure him. I'm fine, why? I went to class last night, and you weren't there. And I wrote to you all night. I know. I spent the night at a friend's. I told you I didn't want to see you. I answer, stammering. I hoped you'd change your mind, he says in a tormented voice. Damn, baby, I miss you. I know it's only been 2 days, but I miss you terribly. My heart breaks in two. I screwed up, okay? I know now. I shouldn't have given you that ultimatum. And I really shouldn't have said that your acting career was doomed to failure. I was angry and I threw myself at you. And you didn't deserve it. When I came to your first play this summer, I was blown away. Sincerely. You have so much talent, baby. I'm an asshole to have told you all this. I didn't think so. He's practically begging me and my heart breaks a little more. Sean, you're the only thing that matters in my life, he interrupts in a voice full of despair. You're everything to me and I hate having you go. I beg you, baby, give me another chance. Sean. I know I can fix things. Give me a chance, Sean. Baby, my throat closes as if my heart wanted to stop me from saying these words. However, I am torn by guilt and I can't listen to him beg me like this after what I did. I swallow and I force my vocal cords to cooperate. I slept with someone last night. A silence of leads settles between us that never ends. Every second that goes by, my stomach gets a little softer. I whisper. Did you hear me? Yes. I heard you, but in silence. We remain silent. I am annihilated when I think back to the day I met Sean. It was the first day of my first year at Briard and I remember thinking that Sean was the most handsome boy I had ever seen with his brown hair that fell back on his forehead, his hazel eyes, and his tight ass. Without hesitation, I complimented him on his buttock and his cheeks turned redder than his Red Sox t-shirt. That night, we had dinner in one of the selfs and a week later, we were officially together. 3 years later, we broke up and I just admitted that I slept with someone else. What the hell happened? Who? What? I was surprised by his question. With who? It doesn't matter, I answer, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. I won't see him again. It was a mistake, but I wanted you to know. He doesn't answer. Sean. A hoarse breath comes to me from the other end of the line. Thank you for telling me. He mutters and he hangs up. I spend several minutes removing the phone from my ear and my hand shakes violently when I put it through my hair. Wow, it was violent. Some of me wonders why I told him. After all, it's not as if I had cheated on him. I didn't have to tell him. Besides, by keeping quiet, I would have avoided the pain he must feel now. However, I always told the truth to Sean and some of me, who feels stupid and guilty, thought he deserved to know. My God, I feel 15 times more guilty now. Rather than resuming my script, I grab my iPod and I put the headphones in my ears. Then I bring back the quilt under my chin and I play Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus on loop because it perfectly sums up the state in which I feel. Demolished. Dean, oh, look at him, he's so cute when he sleeps. Like an angel. An angel who beats everything that moves. Wait, do angels beat? And if so, are your orgasms in paradise 1,000 times better than those on earth? I bet yes. Well, yes, where do you think they come from, the rainbows? Every time you see one, it's an angel who just enjoyed. Ah, that makes sense. I find an eye by looking at the door. I hear you, you know. My voice spoils me at the strangest conversation I've ever heard. Ah, good. That's even better. You're awake, says Logan. Of course I'm awake. I grumble as I rub my eyes. How am I supposed to sleep when you're talking about angels' orgasms at the foot of my bed, you bunch of morons? As if I were the first to ask myself that question, screams and Garrett. You are, believe me. When did you get home? I ask as I sit in bed. About an hour ago, answers Logan leaning against the frame of the door. Grace had to get home early because she was producing a show this evening. I frown. Logan's girlfriend works at the campus radio station. By the way, it reminds me that you were supposed to remind him of the show to light your flame a second time, actually. I ask in a mocking voice. He sighs before answering. You're never going to drop it, are you? Never. I regret that no one recorded it. I would have loved to quote him from time to time to torture him. Last weekend, when he had screwed up and almost lost Grace, Logan reconquered her by calling the advice show she was producing and telling her the most hideous things you can imagine. I worry about him sometimes. I throw the blanket away and I get up. Naked. I find a clean boxer and I put it on. Guys, if you tell me you've been watching me sleep, I swear I'll call the cops. The coach called. Gareth replies. Apparently, he's been trying to call you since this morning but you don't pick up. He wants to see you at the skating rink in an hour. Why? I don't know. Gareth replies, rubbing his shoulders. Maybe he found out you were drunk this weekend. I guess that's the case, isn't it? And he wants to yell at you? How would the coach know that? It's not like he had people to watch us. I answer, frowning. Dude, the coach is like this guy in Game of Thrones. He has spies everywhere. Nothing escapes him. Shit. I hope I won't get an endless moral lesson from the coach. We're not allowed to drink or take drugs during the season. But that doesn't stop anyone from getting high or smoking a joint from time to time. And I've never been positive for any urinary test, so I don't see why the coach is always yelling at me about it. Is Anna still there? I ask Gareth while looking for a pair of pants to put on. No, she's back. Good. She had showing up yet. She made herself a day with Ollie. I'm glad I turned my back on her because hardly does she pronounce Ollie's first name until my sex hardens. Great. Now, I just need to hear her name to be satisfied. You did nothing stupid when she was there, didn't you? Asks Gareth in a full of suspicion voice. I fucked her twice, so the answer is yes. I put on a t-shirt and a hoodie with Briar's emblem. I behaved like a perfect gentleman. Yeah, that would be the first time, laughed Logan. Thank you for your confidence, but I want to tell you that I am very good at the art of gentlemanliness. It's not an art, man, not a word, by the way, retorted Logan, raising his eyes to the sky. He disappears into the corridor, but Garrett does not move. On the contrary, he studies my face for several seconds. What? I mutter. Nothing, he replies, the air suspicious, by eclipsing himself too. By brushing my teeth in the bathroom, I realize that the lint on my neck is still very visible. Did Garrett see her? At the same time, anyone could have licked my neck this weekend. He has no reason to think that it is Ollie the culprit. This damn Ollie. I told her I wanted to put the blanket back on, and she snuggled me to the nose. It never happened to me, never. I am Dean Di Laurentis, damn it, I just have to snap my fingers for a dozen girls to appear next to me, begging me to overtake them. The last time I was at the campus cafe, the barista gave me a free coffee by offering me to cut a pipe in the tank. So what's Ollie's problem? I spent all yesterday's evening wondering if she was making it difficult for me to run after her. After all, it's not as if she didn't enjoy it. I've never been with a girl who complimented me so much about my dick. My God, I'm going to marry your tail, it's the most beautiful dick in the world, Dean, you make me enjoy it. These roars loop through my head, like a perverted jingle, and I clench my teeth in the dry towel as a grunt escapes me. The toothbrush in my mouth falls into the sink, and my erection taps on the porcelain of the sink, trying to get in touch with something, anything. I wonder if the coach will be mad at me for being late because I was drunk. No doubt. 30 minutes later, I slip my student card into the gym door, sipping my coffee. The hallway is deserted and my sneakers creak on the shiny parquet, as I head towards the back of the building. I pass in front of the classroom and the projection room, I go around the kitchen and the weight training room, then I cross the huge equipment room. Our gym is superb. There are half a dozen luxury offices that Chad Jensen could have chosen, but, for an inexplicable reason, he chose the smallest, hidden behind the laundry. I knock on the door, waiting for the coach's answer before entering. The last player who came in without knocking was yelled at so loudly that we all heard it in the shower. I like to think he's masturbating in his office, and that's why he's insisting that we knock. Logan's theory, on the other hand, is that he uses his office to hide his second family, and that he only lets her out at night. However, Logan is a dark idiot. "Hi coach, you wanted to see me?" I freeze when I realize he's not alone. I am rarely taken by surprise, but here, the shock that paralyzes me is accompanied by a wave of anguish that freezes my blood. Frank Oshie gets up from his chair and looks at me with a marble look. I haven't seen him since my last year of high school, but he hasn't changed. He has the same ragged body, the same severe mouth, and his hair is still shaved close to it. "Tell them, Antis," he says dryly, nodding his head. "Coach Oshie." I answer while Jensen looks at us back and forth. "Dean," says the latter. "Frank joins our team as a defense coordinator. He explained to me that he had trained you in high school, and I thought it would be better if you solved your problems before tomorrow's training." I can only imagine what Oshie must have said about our problems. Whatever he said, I'm sure it's both inaccurate and harmful to me. Coach Jensen walks to the door. "I'll leave you." Damn it, he's leaving us alone. I would have liked to have a witness in the corner in case Oshie would try anything. After all, he's the one who punched me in the parking lot of the high school. I didn't denounce him at the time. I didn't say anything, because I knew why he did it, but that doesn't mean I forgot it, or that I forgave him. Oshie is waiting for Jensen to close the door to speak. "So? Are we going to have a problem?" "It's up to you to tell me, sir," I answer coldly. "I see that you are still the same insolent little jerk you were at the time," he replies, staring at me. "Save your respect, sir. I've been in this office for barely 5 seconds. I doubt you were able to make an opinion so quickly." My tone is polite, but inside, I'm raging. I hate this man, which is sad, because it was a time when I revered him. "There is no problem on my side," he says as if I had nothing to say. "The past is the past. I am ready to go through the sponge if it allows me to build a better working environment." Wow, what generosity. "All I ask in return is that you respect me and that you listen to me when we are on the ice. I will not tolerate any act of insubordination, and I will not accept any skidding." Jensen says you have a reputation for being late, which does not surprise me, alas. However, if you want to keep your place in the team, I demand exemplary behavior, no alcohol, no drugs, no fighting. You understand? I shake my head. "As for the problem we have had in the past, we will not talk about it," says Yoshi, looking me straight in the eye. "Whether it's between us or with your teammates, the past is the past," he repeats. I put my hands in my pockets. "Can I go now?" "Not yet." He heads to the office where he takes a file. I could never have imagined the sufficiency that shines in his eyes when he turns to me. "2 more things, and don't worry, I have Coach Jensen's agreement." My stomach is nodding. First of all, we'll put you in the second line, with Brodowski. What? Yoshi raises his hand to silence me. Let me finish. I close my mouth and tighten my jaw, struggling not to lose control. I'm no longer boiling, I'm raging. You say there's no problem on his side. I've always played first with Logan. We are the two best defenders in the team, and our duo works wonderfully. Brodowski is a third year who needs so much training that I don't understand that he is still part of the team. Jensen trusts me to work with his defense and make all the decisions that I deem necessary. The second line is weak. Kelvin and Brodowski have no symbiosis, and they will both benefit from being in the same team with players of your caliber and that of John Logan. Did the coach mention that we had already tried that before the season began? I'm asking for a narcotic enough voice to make him grin. I played with Kelvin during the game against St. Anthony, and it was a disaster. Precisely. You won't be with Kelvin this time, will you? He retorts in a tone as contemptuous as mine. You will play with Brodowski, the decision is made. That's what's best for the team. You're talking. He's doing this to punish me, and I know it. What's the second thing? He winks. I apologize. You said there were two things, I answer, struggling to speak in a calm voice. You're changing my line, that's the first thing. What's the second thing? He tilts his head to the side and looks at me as if he's trying to decide if I'm disrespectful to him again. This guy doesn't know how much I want to punch him in the face. Hoshi opens his file, takes out a sheet of paper, and his satisfied smile resurfaces when he hands me the sheet. I read it diagonally. It looks like a training and match schedule, but it's not our team's. What is it? I wonder. From this week on, you will generously volunteer to train the Hurricanes of Hastings. The what? The Hurricanes of Hastings. It's the hockey team of the Hastings College, the 5th and 4th. Briar has a partnership in which our athletes train or assist the coaches of the local teams. The student who works with the Hurricanes is Alir Ghosh in Briar's women's hockey team. She caught the mononucleosis and must be replaced. Jensen and I think you're the best candidate for this task. I try to hide my horror, but apparently I fail. Because Hoshi is smiling openly right now. It's 2 afternoons a week, and the matches are on Friday at 6 p.m. I allowed myself to consult your schedule and it does not interfere with that of the Hurricanes. So there is no problem. Unless you have an objection, he asks. Of course I object. I have no desire to spend 3 days a week training a team of teenagers. It's my last year at Briar, damn it. I have a ton of work for the classes and I already train 6 times a week with my own team, in addition to the matches, which leaves me no time for myself. However, if I complain, Hoshi will make my life impossible, as he did in high school. No, it looks great, I answer, resisting my desire to give him a finger of honor. Well, do you see that? Maybe you've changed, after all. The Dean Di Laurentis I knew only thought of one person. Himself. His remark reached me more than it should. I know that I can sometimes be selfish, but I had done nothing wrong at the time. Miranda and I were on the same wavelength, until we were no longer. However, no matter who is wrong or right, because obviously, Frank Hoshi will never forgive me for what happened between his daughter and me. Chapter 16. When I get out of the gym, I call my brother. It's Sunday, so I try on his phone first, even if there is a good chance he's at the office. Nick works a lot, including the weekend. I think he's trying to impress our father, and I think it works. However, the singing voice that comes out is not my brother's. Dickie, great. I haven't spoken to you for ages. This nickname didn't bother me when we were little, but we're adults now, and I'm ashamed every time I hear it. As far as I'm concerned, once my little sister learned to say Dean, my parents should have forced her to forget Dickie. However, asking Summer for something implies more or less that she will do the opposite. My little sister is stubborn as a mule. Why are you answering Nick's phone? Because I saw your name on the screen and I wanted to talk to you. You never call me, you know. I imagine her making love, and it makes me smile. Well, you never call me either, I retort. Summer is silent for a moment, then she sighs theatrically. You're right, it's true. I'm a terrible little sister. But no, you're probably as busy as I am, I say, as I walk to the parking lot of the gym. It's true that I was busy, she admits. I hear an exaggerated throat rattle behind her. What was that? I ask. Nothing, it's just Nick. He drove me crazy all weekend. Has he always been so stuck, or is it only since he became a lawyer? She says lawyer as if it were a big word, which is undoubtedly the case in Summer's eyes. My sister declared at the age of 12 that the law was boring to die, and 8 years later, she didn't change her mind. She agreed to go to an Ivy League college to calm our parents down, but the last time I talked to her, she told me she wanted to become an interior decorator. Compared to you, everyone is stuck, little sister. And that doesn't mean I approve of all the bullshit you do. Summer is 2 years younger than me, and next to her, I'm as wise as a picture. I'm surprised our parents haven't disinherited her yet. By the way, what are you doing in Manhattan, by the way? Shouldn't you be at college? I wanted to visit my big brother, she answers in a voice far too innocent to be true. Liar. It's true, protests Summer. I wanted to see Nikki, and I want to see you too. So don't be surprised if I land in Bria, one of those 4. Besides, I'm considering getting transferred. An alarm rings in my head. Why? I thought you were fine, Brown. I am, but I've been suspended. What? What did you do? What makes you think I did something? She asks, sniffing. Keep your crocodile tears for the parents, I reckon. Not that it still works on them, by the way. Summer, now tell me what happened. Let's just say there was an incident in a sorority involving toads. I repress a burst of laughter. Can you be a little more precise? No. Summer. I'll tell you everything when I see you, she happily sings. Nick wants to talk to you. Summer. She's already gone, and my brother's big voice takes over. Hi, he says. What did she do? I ask. Nick bursts out laughing. I don't want to spoil the surprise for you. All I'm going to tell you is that it was Summer who spat it all out. Damn. I'm not sure I want to know anymore. Dad and Mom know? Yep. They're not happy, but she wasn't expelled. It's just a suspension of 2 months and 24 hours of general interest work. The last words of my big brother make me forget about Summer's problems. Speaking of general interest work, I quickly tell my interview with Oshie. Shit, says Nick when I'm done. Did he talk about Miranda? No. But obviously, he still blames me for what happened. Part of me is tempted to track her down and ask her to tell her father the truth. She didn't bother to do it back then, says Nick. I don't see why she would do it now. He's right. I know, but I'm getting to my car. I'm still on edge after Oshie's sudden reappearance in my life, and I want to leave the gym as soon as possible. Anyway, I guess I'm stupid to think Miranda would help me. I'm the monster who broke her heart, aren't I? I don't know. Do you want my opinion? Make yourself very small. Be on time for training, do what Oshie tells you, and don't look for a fight. It will soon be spring, you will have your diploma, and you will never see it again in your life. You're right. He doesn't deserve me to take the lead. I would have finished with Briar soon. Exactly. But tell me if he takes the lead, okay? I would find a reason to sue him. Except you don't do civil law. For you, little brother, I would make an exception. I'm in a much better mood when I hang up. My friends like to make fun of the fact that I'm a little rich from Connecticut, and I'm sure they think my parents are snobs, and that my brother, my sister, and I are rotten, spoiled. But in all honesty, my family is great. My two parents are renowned lawyers, but I don't know anyone who is as down-to-earth as them. I'm not saying we didn't have a privileged childhood. We had a nanny, a housewife, we went to private schools, and we had pocket money. However, we also had our chores to do in the house, and we had to finish our homework if we wanted to see the slightest penny. If our averages went down, we were punished with a snap of a finger. And if we tried to play the card of give me what I want because we're rich, we were punished too. The only time I asked my father to give me money, he donated the money that was to be used for my admission to college to a charity for disadvantaged children, and he had me work all summer at his office to pay off that sum. What did the coach want? Asks Garrett when I enter the room a quarter of an hour later. He wanted to introduce me to the new defense coordinator, I answer, dropping me off on a chair. Apparently, Garrett and Logan play Ice Pro, and judging by the score, Logan takes a hit. We have a defense coordinator? Asks Logan while putting the game on pause. Why did he want to introduce him to you in private? I choose my words carefully. His name is Frank Oshie. He was my coach in high school, so Jensen thought we'd like to see each other again before he introduced him to the whole team. Okay. But why is he only coming now? Asks Logan, frowning. The season has already begun. It's weird that he shows up after our first game. First game we've lost, Marmon Garrett. Yeah, but it's just a game, Logan insists. It's not as if we were so out of it that we needed a new coach. It looks like Jensen is panicking. Don't you think? How is he, by the way? Is he a good guy? He's the devil incarnate. He's pretty cool, I lie, before changing the subject. Where's Tucker? I don't know. I don't think he came home last night, says Logan, relaunching the game and focusing again on the game. It's my turn to frown. Tucker didn't sleep at home on Friday night either. I wonder if he has a new girlfriend, because he's not used to going to bed 2 nights in a row. Since my roommates are busy with their video games, I go up to my room to catch up on the delay I took on my lessons. I spend the rest of the day reading and sleeping, and I only go down in the evening to steal some pizza that Garrett and Logan ordered. I don't know why I feel so antisocial. Maybe I'm still on edge because of Hoshi, or maybe because every time I close my eyes to sleep, I see Ollie's pulpy mouth on my dick, her golden curves against me and her breasts in my hands. Why can't I forget her, damn it? Sure, sex was phenomenal, and sure, I find it attractive. However, these are not new things for me. Damn it, I give her back to my tail when she hardens again thinking of Ollie. She jumps up as a response, as if to nudge me. Damn it, I groan. I tap my bed looking for my phone, and I display the number I set up last night. When it rings after the 4th ring, Ollie's voice is worrisome. Hi, what's going on? I want to fuck with you again, I say in a hoarse voice. Is it your new game? Are you going to call me every night to tell me that? Maybe. My God, I am annoyed and excited and completely lost. Say yes, doll. Say yes and ease my suffering. I already told you it was the first and last time. I don't like one-night stands. We had fun, that's clear, but... Shit, I have to go. Ollie, call one of your cocky girls. I'm sure she'll take care of you. For the second time in 2 days, Ollie hangs up on me. Ollie. Who is it? I jump up hearing Anna's voice. I hung up when I heard it wasn't coming, but I didn't expect her to get into my room so quickly. Nobody. Wow, great answer, Ollie. Nobody. she asks, raising her eyebrows. Just one of the walkers, that is to say, nobody. She immediately starts moaning while coming to sit on my bed. How do they get our numbers? When I signed with my operator, there was a whole section of the contract that stipulated that they would never give my number to a third party. Well, that's bullshit, because I get calls every day from airlines and clothing brands to announce their super promotion or that I won a jackpot. My God. Worst of all, it's a cruise company that starts the call with a swarm of mist. It's atrocious. Anna's speech lasts several minutes, which I am grateful for because she is too angry to realize that I lied to her and to see me read the message that appears on the screen of my phone. Dean. You really have to stop hooking me up to my nose. Me. So you really have to stop asking me this question. I know I'm a great shot, but move on to something else. Him. I can't. Believe me, I tried. Me. Try again. Him. Come on, doll, just once. You know it would be great. Of course it would be great. Dean is a sex champion, but that doesn't change the fact that I don't like ass shots. Me. Let me go. I repeat with Anna. Him. Write to me when you're done and I'll sneak into your room where she won't even know I'm there. I'm starting to feel a wave of warmth between my legs as I imagine Dean taking me while Anna is peacefully sleeping in the room next door. However, I ignore my body's reaction and I reply to Dean. Good night. I turn to Anna again. Are you done looking at the walkers on the phone? Because my script won't read itself, darling. Sorry, I can't help it. I hear walkers and I turn like a ball of rage. She sits down in the middle of the bed and grabs the script I throw at her. I stand up because in the first scene my character has to do the 100 steps and I want to see the impact the walker has on my breath. Okay. Who am I? Jeanette or Caroline? Caroline. Her main features are pretty and insensitive. I'm the one playing the girl? Anna asks smilingly. Nice. Honestly, I regret that I'm not playing this role. My character is a young widow who lost her husband in Afghanistan and it's the most demanding role from an emotional point of view. Alas, after my breakup with Sean, my reserve of emotions is almost crazy and I'm afraid I won't be able to do justice to this role. My fear is not unfounded. We haven't rehearsed 5 pages and I'm already exhausted. So I announce a break. Wow, says Anna while reading the following lines. This play is intense. Everyone in the audience is going to cry like a Madeline. I crouch on the bed next to her and stretch my back. I'm the one who's going to cry like a Madeline, I answer. My character cries at least once per scene. Anna leans over her elbows and a pleasant silence settles in between us. I like that because I don't have that with a lot of friends. Even with Megan and Stella, whom I'm very close to. One of us always has to try to fill the silence. I think it takes a certain degree of confidence to stay by someone's side without feeling the urgent need to jack off. My father once told me that the way a person reacts to silence says a lot about his personality. I always thought he was talking nonsense because my father is used to letting people think they're real. However, today, I see that he was right. When I think about my silences with my other friends, I realize that they say a lot about them. Megan rounds up silence with jokes, doing her best to replace it with laughter, and since I've known her, she's always turned to humor when things get too serious for her. Stella fills the blanks by bombarding the others with questions and, in fact, she always avoids talking about herself. I guess that's why I was so surprised when she started dating Justin Cole, the footballer Anna loved before she fell in love with Gareth. By the way, did Gareth eventually admit that he had been wrong about Justin? I ask Anna. She frowns. Where does that come from? Sorry, I was just thinking about Stella and it reminded me how Gareth was convinced that Justin had unfathomable motivations. Didn't he say that Justin was a jerk? Yes, she says as she gets up and laughs. By the way, we talked about it not very long ago. I accused him of being unconsciously jealous of Justin. I bet he loved it. It's the only logical explanation, actually. Justin is one of the nicest guys I know. But Gareth is happy to say that he was wrong about him. Okay. In any case, I'm glad that Justin turned out to be a nice guy. Stella deserves to be happy, I say in a melancholic way, hoping that Anna doesn't hear it. Lost. You deserve to be happy too. You know that, don't you? I know. I swallow the ball that forms in my throat while she takes a shy breath. Ollie, do you regret breaking up with Sean? The ball gets bigger, preventing me from breathing. Especially when I think about the agony in Sean's voice when he asked me who I had slept with. No, I finally answer. I know I made the right decision. We wanted completely different things for our future, and it wasn't a point on which we would have found a compromise. Not without one ending up hating the other. Anna takes a deep breath. Do you think you're ready to start dating again? No, far from it, I answer, sighing. However, what I would like is a good distraction. I'm sick of being sad, wondering how Sean is doing and fighting the urge to call him. Maybe I don't want us to get back together, but I don't like to know that I hurt someone I care about. I tend to want to make people happy even if it depends on my happiness. My father says it's an admirable quality, but sometimes I regret not being more selfish. I guess I was, but I don't regret it. My plan with Dean only served to satisfy my primary need for sex, and I may feel guilty and ashamed, but I can't deny it was damn satisfying. Shit. Maybe Dean is right and we should get back together. Maybe I need a girlfriend, I say out loud to test the idea with Anna. Her answer is quick. You tried. Remember? After your first breakup with Sean. You hated. Yes, I did. Yes, but I didn't sleep with them, I notice. I was happy to make a few stupid friends and chase idiots. Maybe that was my mistake. Getting to know these people. Maybe this time I should get to know someone and make love. For a few weeks. Just sex, no waiting. Well, good luck. We both know that you can't even kiss a guy without imagining going to church with him. It's still true. But why do I think of that anyway? If this is how Anna responds when I tell her about a simple flirt, I can't even imagine her reaction if I tell her that I'm considering a flirt with Dean. This guy is a jumpin' runner. Not only is he not the kind to get in a relationship, but I doubt he can get involved in a little love affair. I don't think he's capable of being exclusive, which is non-negotiable for me because it is out of the question that I sleep with someone who hits other girls. Yeah, I have to forget that idea. I don't know why he wants to sleep with me so much, but I trust him to turn the page. This guy has the ability to concentrate on a red fish and the need for affection from an abandoned puppy. Offering his sexual devotion to the first woman who gives him a treat. I'm changing the subject. What are you doing for Thanksgiving, by the way? Gareth and I are going to my uncle's and my aunt's in Philadelphia. My parents are meeting us there. Great, it's going to be great. Yeah, you'll be in Brooklyn? I'm going crazy. I spend all my holidays with my father. I'm always looking forward to seeing him, but this year I'm a little worried because the last time I spoke to him, he insisted on preparing the meal on his own. Normally, I would have been delighted with this announcement because my father is the best cook in the world. However, since he was diagnosed with a platelet-rich diet 5 years ago, I'm doing my best so that he doesn't get too tired. I refused a scholarship and the theater at UCLA so as not to distance myself too much from him. My father is a real pain in the ass, and he may say that he doesn't need help. I didn't want to be at the other end of the country, especially since his remission periods are less and less spaced out. I made the right decision to make this decision because Dad's condition has worsened severely in recent years. As with most people affected by this disease, he was first diagnosed with a cyclical remittent plaque sclerosis, but it has now developed into a secondary progressive form, which means that his pulses are more frequent and more severe than before. When I went to see him this summer, I was shocked to see how his condition had deteriorated. Suddenly, he had trouble walking, while before he only had an occasional loss of balance and a fattening of the fingers and toes. He had 2 cramps when I was there, and when I insisted, he admitted that the pain was getting worse, and that he sometimes had vision problems. All this gives me a blue fear. I already lost my mother, who died of cancer when I was 13 years old. I only have my father left, and I refuse to lose him too, even if I have to tie him to his chair in our Brooklyn house and force him to watch football while I cook. Okay, the break is over. Once again, I have to put aside my gloomy thoughts. I sit down with a grin, and I open the script where we stopped. Caroline is about to yell at Jeanette again, I remember. Anna puts a wick back behind her ear. By the way, if your husband died, would never tell you to cry, Richard, and I would not tell you to grab yourself again, she says in a serious tone. In other words, you can continue to be depressed about Jean as long as you want. I promise you that I will not judge you. I am suddenly overwhelmed by the emotions and by my love for this girl. Thank you, I managed to speak in a muffled voice. Chapter 17. Despite his beautiful speech on the past, which is the past, it is clear that my former coach takes a nasty pleasure in making my life miserable. The first training session with our new defense coordinator ended an hour late, but only for the defenders. The other players of the team were taking a shower, so Koshi forces us to do additional exercises by declaring that we are the worst hockey players he has ever seen. When he finally frees us, my teammates and I get out of the skating rink swearing and groaning. We are dripping with sweat and steam escapes our helmets. As for our mood, it is useless to specify that it is sluggish. A cool guy, you said, asks Logan in a sarcastic tone. He just wanted to show us that he has a bigger dick than us, that's all. It's probably to be respected. Of course, I don't think what I'm saying. I know it's his way of punishing me for making his daughter suffer, but I keep this information to myself. Not because Koshi ordered me not to talk about it with my teammates, but because I prefer not to rethink everything that happened with Miranda. The worst part is that the consequences of my relationship with Miranda are not limited to my life in high school. It also overflows with my life at college. It is because of her that I always declare my intentions exclusively sexual before sleeping with a girl. Sure, I thought I did it at the time, but obviously I wasn't clear enough. Today I make sure that women know what to do with it before they can make films. Are you doing anything tonight? Asks Logan when we go to the shower. Grace takes Chinese to Carrie and she finds me at home. I think she brings enough for everyone. Thank you, but I'm going to have a drink with Maxwell. I don't know what time I'm going to go home. Our conversation ends when we enter our respective showers. I barely finished soaping my balls that Logan turned off his shower. I've never seen anyone wash up so quickly. See you later, he says by drowning a towel around his waist before winning the locker again. I know he can't wait to see Grace and I don't know why it bothers me. It's not exactly jealousy or resentment. Maybe disappointment. I'm not stupid. I understand that my best friends are in love and that they prefer to cuddle their girlfriends than hang out with their friends, and I don't blame them. The thing is, I have the impression that it's the beginning of the end. When my big brother finished Harvard, he quickly lost contact with his friends from college. He almost never talks to the teammates he thought he was ready to die for. As for his friends from law school, they exchange an email a month maximum. I understand that friends move away after college. Some get married or move out and new friendships are created. However, I hate the idea that Gareth, Logan, or Tuck are no longer part of my life. I also hate the cynical part of my brain that outlines the inevitability of this outcome. I'll be in law school next year. I won't have time to sleep and even less time to see my friends. Gareth will probably live in another city where he will play for a NHL team, and if everything goes well with the Providence Bruins, the training team that has already asked to recruit him when he graduates, Logan will live in Boston. It's only a matter of time before he joins the pros and moves out too. I have no idea what Tuck is going to do once he graduates. Maybe he'll go back to Texas. Shit, why am I so nostalgic tonight? Maybe it's because I haven't fucked in 3 days. Alas, for me it's long and it doesn't please my testicles. Of course, I take Ollie as responsible for my discomfort. Dean. A familiar voice calls me as I leave the gym. I see Kelly coming slowly towards me, dressed like a magazine model. A big red scarf is tied around her neck. She wears brown leather boots and a long gray cape. Her blonde hair is tied in a ruffled bun and long wigs frame her face. Holy shit, she's mega hot. I haven't thought about her or Michelle since I slept with Ollie. However, I don't feel guilty for not writing to them, and Kelly doesn't blame me. As I said, the girls know what to expect from me, and it turns out that when Kelly and Michelle dragged me to Malone's house, they beat me up by explaining that they were not looking for anything serious. They immediately told me that it was my dick that they wanted, and I was delighted to offer it to them. You had a good weekend? She asks. It could have been better, I answer, raising my shoulders. And it's true, if a certain blonde hadn't put me on a rack. Oh, that's a shame, she replies, smiling. I have something that could cheer you up. My sister is in town. I told her about you and she would love to meet you. She sleeps with Michelle and me. Ah, well, I don't really know what to answer. Did I say it's my twin sister? Sweet Jesus. Ah, and Michelle is leaving too, adds Kelly, making me a nod. Everyone says that 3 is a magical number, but I think 4 is even better. I wait for my tail's answer, I order her to answer, but nothing is done. At this stage, I was concentrating on a tiny jolt of anything, damn it, but nothing is happening. It's as if she wasn't walking anymore. Come on, little Dean, help me there. We're talking about a plan A4, damn it. Nothing. Apparently, Dean will only cooperate if I give him what he wants. Alas, what he wants is neither Kelly, nor his twin sister, nor Michelle, nor the 3 of them at the same time. It's Allie Hayes. It looks incredible, really, but I have to say no. I'm drinking with a friend tonight. Is it someone I know? Maybe. Bo Maxwell. It's the quarterback, she ends. A seductive flash illuminates his gaze. Invite him. It can be as good at 5 as at 4. Jesus, Mary, Joseph. I want to be excited. I pray that I am. But little Dean doesn't want to know anything. More frustrated than ever, I apologize. I tell him that this is just a joke and I walk with a jagged step towards my car, jerking off against my dick. 20 minutes later, I sat down at a bench at Malone. Sorry for the delay, I say to Bo. Training ended late. No problem, replied the brightest star. I just got there. I'm relieved to see the beer in front of him barely started. I take off my jacket and throw it on the bench next to me, then a pretty waitress comes to take my order. So what's new? Asks Bo when she left. I haven't seen you since the end of the midterms. I know, man. Our training program is overloaded. We lost all our friendly matches and Coach Jensen is on fire. Shit, yeah, I get it. DeLuca is on fire too, Bo admits while talking about his coach. We have no chance of reaching the final stages of the championship, he says in a low voice. I've never seen him so dispirited, but I can't do much to reassure him. The football team has already lost 3 matches. If they had only lost 1 or 2, they would have had a chance to catch up, but that's impossible. Bo's eyes darken. He drinks his beer by emptying almost half of the pint. I understand his frustration. I know what it's like to be above average, when you play in a team that is below. Sure, the hockey season is just getting started and our defeats don't count, but our game is non-existent and our training shows nothing good for the season. At the same time, we won the championship 3 years in a row, so I'm not going to cry every night if we don't make it to the finals this year. Maybe it's the hockey gods who make us lose so that we stay humble. However, Beau's situation is different. Briar recruited him at the end of high school and he amazed everyone from his first match. He led the team for a whole season without the slightest defeat until the final of the championship. They lost, of course, but it had been 10 years since Briar had come that far. The following year was a disaster. Almost all the best players in the team were graduated or recruited by the pros, leaving Beau with weak forwards and an even more mediocre defense. Since then, they have had defeats in a row, which is sad in general, but even more so because Beau is a really talented QB. You had the opportunity to play for LSU in the second year, they practically cut you a pipe to recruit you, I remind him. And what, I should have abandoned my team. What kind of asshole does that? An asshole who wants to play for the NFL, that's what I want to say, but I repeat my remark. Given Briar's recent performances, Beau's chances of being recruited by a professional team are damn thin. However, I suppose his loyalty to Briar is admirable. It says a lot about the kind of person he is. Change of subject, Beau orders. Right now, before I start to cry. It is then that the waitress returns with my beer. I asked for a bottle, rather than a pressure, and she makes a whole movie by uncapsulating it and lowering herself to show me her generous décolletage. Give me a sign if you need anything, boys, I'm not far. We both beat her ass when she turns her back on us. I don't feel dirty doing it, because she invites us to do it by rubbing her buttocks and unhinging. Her black miniskirt reminds me of the other ass I saw this weekend. A ass that Beau, despite my many warnings, is used to seeing. I saw Sabrina at Malone's on Friday. Oh yeah? He asks, pulling his gaze from the waitress's ass. I shake my head. Do you still see her? And by seeing, I mean fucking, of course, because Beau and I are soulmates on a relational level. No, it fell apart. She's too busy, he admits. Busy with what, I ask. As far as I know, Sabrina doesn't have a job. No idea, but she lives in Boston, so I guess the incessant back and forths have to take time. We got to the point where she came to see me once, sometimes twice a month, and she's never there on the weekend. It's as if she was disappearing, he adds, rubbing his shoulders. At first I thought she was making it difficult for me to run after her, but now I wonder if she's not leading a double life. He takes a break, then he looks at me with a serious look. Do you think she works for the CIA? He asks. I consider the hypothesis for a second. No conscience, no heart, yeah, that sounds logical. Stop, man, he grins. She's a cool girl, even if she's indescribable. If by cool you mean that she's a girl who spends her time criticizing others, then I agree with you. It's my turn to change the subject. By the way, Justin went home last week and he said that there is a first year at the post of receiver who could be worth something. Yeah, Johnson, Beau says. He's fast, but he has a hard time keeping the ball. We spend the next 10 minutes talking about our respective teams. We don't practice the same sport, but we're fans of each other's sport, so the conversation goes on quietly. After ordering a second round, we talk about Nana again and I tell in a low voice the proposal that Kelly made me in the parking lot of the gym. What are you playing at, man? You refused a party to which I was invited, he exclaims, shaking his head. Do you have the flu or what? I walk my fingers along my bottle of beer. No, it's just that I wasn't in the mood. You weren't in the mood for a party, with twin sisters, he says. Who are you and what did you do with my friend Dean? I don't know, I'm screwed, man. I fucked with a girl last night and now I can't get her out of my head. Are you kidding? No, it's true. Bo continues to frown on me. Do you think I like it? I exclaim. Believe me, man, I absolutely don't need that right now, I say before drinking a sip. Hey, you know, Twilight. I'm sorry, he says, blinking several times. Twilight, the book about vampires. He studies me with a worried look. And then? Well, you know, the way Bella's blood is special for Edward, that he makes him bandage as soon as he's near her. Are you kidding me? I ignore his indignant remark. Do you think it can happen in real life, with pheromones and all that bullshit? Is it a stupid theory that a psychopath invented to justify his attraction to his mother, or is there a biological reason that explains that we are attracted to certain people? Like in this damn series, Edward desires her on a biological level, doesn't he? Are you really talking about Twilight with me? My God, yes. That's what Ollie reduced me to, a poor pathetic loser who goes to a bar and forces his friend to join a Twilight fan club. I don't know if I should make fun of you or give you the number of a shrink, Bo says in a solemn voice. You are the first guy I meet who has read this book. I haven't read it. My little sister was obsessed with this series when it came out. She followed me everywhere in the house, making me summaries against my will. But yes, of course. But the fault is on your sister's back, says Bo, laughing before getting serious again. Okay, so this girl excites you. Why don't you hit her back? Because she doesn't want to. It's impossible. They all want to sleep with you. I know, that's what's crazy, I say, swallowing a gorge. So what do I have to do? Go to something else, go out with someone else. Look around us, the bar is full of nanas who would sell their firstborn to come home with you. Choose one and fuck until you've forgotten the other girl. My dick doesn't let me do it, I mutter. Bo reckons. Can you repeat please? My dick makes it difficult, I explain in an annoyed tone. I tried to show off in front of a porn movie last night and I promise you that I didn't manage to bandage. Then I thought of this nana and... Bim! I was hard as iron. Bo looks at me with a pensive look. You know, I don't think we're talking about a Bella-type situation and her magic blood. Oh no? No, I think you impregnated this girl's pussy. A suffocated laugh resounds behind us and I turn around to see our waitress pass, her cheeks red and her lips pinched as if she was holding back from laughing. What do you mean? I ask Bo. I think you are rather in the situation of Jacob. You impregnated his pussy and now it's the only pussy you can think of. You only exist for this pussy, like Jacob and the weird mutant baby. You bastard, you read his books. Not at all, Bo protests before smiling shyly. But I saw the movies, he confesses. I decide to keep my jokes for later because we have other cats to whip. So what's the cure, Dr. Maxwell? Do a fucking marathon to get rid of me or continue to charm her until I seduce her? What do I know about it, my friend answers, raising his pint. I'm drunk, man, no one should listen to me when I'm drunk. He empties his glass and tells the waitress to bring him another one. Besides, he adds, no one should listen to me either when I'm sober. Chapter 8. Dean. The second match of the season is a disaster without a name, a real bloodbath. No one said a word when we took refuge in the locker room, dragging the humiliation of our defeat behind us like a mud puddle. We could have lowered our pants, raised our asses in the air and asked our opponents to give us a punch, it was the same. We gave them the victory on a silver platter. I take off my jersey by passing myself every second of the match. All the mistakes we have made are etched in my memory. I hate to lose and home defeats are even harder to win. There will be a horde of disappointed fans at Malone's tonight. I can't wait to face them, and I know that my teammates are as dispirited as I am. In particular Hunter, who hurries to take off his jersey as if he were covered in ants. You made a nice shot tonight, I tell him sincerely. If we didn't score, it's not a mistake to have tried. We played well, but the other team was better. It would have been cool if one of them scored, he murmurs. Their goalkeeper was in good shape tonight, even Jay didn't manage to score. Garrett arrives in front of his locker at that moment and he hurries to reassure our new recruit. Don't worry, kid, we'll still have plenty of chances to catch up and we'll make it, you'll see. Yeah, if you say so. Hunter is not convinced, but I don't have time to encourage him anymore because Coach Jensen enters the locker room, followed by Frank Oshie. Jensen does not waste time delivering his brief speech post-match. As usual, he seems to be reading a PowerPoint aloud. We lost, it sucks, don't let yourself be beaten. It just means that we have to work harder in training and play harder in the next match. He nods his head while looking at each of us and he leaves. I could believe that he blames us, only his victory speeches are pretty much the same. We won, it's cool, but don't get carried away. We will work just as hard in training and we will win other matches. If the first years expect epic motivational speeches, they will be disappointed. Oshie stays behind him and my shoulders creak when he comes to me. You defended your zone well tonight, it was a nice block in the second period. Thank you. I stay on my guard after this unexpected compliment, but he has already moved on to Logan to congratulate him on having recovered the palace and avoiding a goal in the third period. I throw my equipment in one of the huge laundry baskets and I run under the shower to get rid of the smell of defeat. I don't like to lose, but I never allow myself more than 10 minutes to pity myself on my fate. My father taught me that when I was 8 years old, after a particularly demoralizing defeat on the lacrosse pitch, you have 10 minutes, Mathilde, 10 minutes to think about your mistakes and the sadness you feel. Are you ready? He pressed the button on his watch to time me, and for the next 10 minutes, I muttered while thinking about the shame I was feeling. I remembered the mistakes I had made and I corrected them in my head. I imagined hitting all the players of the opposing team in the jaw, then my father told me that my 10 minutes were over. There, it's over, he said. Now look forward and think about how you're going to improve. I love my father. By the time I got out of my shower, my bitterness had gone away and I put it away in my inner locker under the label of this shitty thing. I think Gareth has the same trier, because he is almost throbbing with joy when we find Anna in the parking lot. Hello, darling, he says, taking her in his arms to kiss her. Hello, she says, blushing at him. It's super cold, I wouldn't be surprised if it snows tonight. She's not wrong, the ground is starting to freeze and a white cloud escapes our mouths when we talk. Are we going to the bar or home? Asks Logan as he joins us. To the bar, says Gareth, I'm too lazy to invite people home, aren't you? After a match, we go either to Malone's, or to our house with the rest of the team and our friends, but obviously no one wants to receive guests tonight. Yeah, let's go to the bar, says Logan. Are we waiting for Tucker? I ask by sweeping the parking lot without finding him. And Grace? Tuck has already left with Fitzy, says Logan. And Grace is not coming tonight, she's on the radio. And your half, I ask Anna in a perfectly nonchalant tone. I'm here, says Gareth. No, I mean his other half, I specify, smiling at Anna. The little blonde actress with whom you hang out. She wasn't in the mood tonight, she's too busy getting depressed. About what, I ask. However, I already know the answer. It's because of his ex, of course. Sean called her this morning, and I don't know what he told her, but she became very quiet after talking to him. Since then, she's been depressed. I would have stayed at home tonight, but I didn't want to miss the game. Gareth leans over to kiss his cheek flushed with cold. I'm glad you came. We appreciate your support, my dear. I am so sad that you have lost, she replies. Personally, I am especially worried about the idea that Ollie is depressed alone in her room. She is undoubtedly buried in Ben and Jerry's ice while listening to Mumford & Sons album. Are you sure you shouldn't go and braid her hair or something like that? I ask Anna. That's what you do to comfort each other, isn't it? Yes, Dean, that's exactly what we do. We braid our hair. And then we do polo fighting and we train to kiss. Can I come? I ask, at the same time as Logan. In your dreams. And no, I'm not going home yet. I wrote to Ollie during the third period and she told me she was fine. She drinks margaritas while watching a horrible series. Really awful. What series? Asks Gareth. The worst thing that has ever happened to television, she simply replies. And everyone laughs. Logan taps the hood of my sports coupe. Let's go. In fact, do you mind going up with G and Wellesley? I have something to do before. I'll meet you there. Okay, they simply answer. They move away from my car to go to Gareth's Jeep. I sit behind the wheel and I start. But I wait for the Jeep to leave the parking lot before leaving. I only have one thing to do. And I don't want my friends to know what it is. Ollie, when someone knocks on my door, I suppose first that it is Sean and I pray that it is not him. I'm not ready to see him again after the strange conversation we had this morning. I forgive you. That's what he said as soon as I got off. As for me, I had to refrain from spitting all my venom on him because his forgiveness implies that I have made a mistake. But this is not the case. I did not deceive him and I did not lie to him. Certainly, sleeping with Dean one day after our breakup is not something I am proud of. But I am not the first girl on earth to do this kind of thing and I will not be the last either. However, despite the resentment caused by his forgiveness, a part of me was relieved to hear it. God knows how guilty I have been since my night with Dean. And maybe his absolution was what I wanted when I made my confession to Sean. However, that does not mean that I am ready for a face-to-face with him. He asked me if we could meet for a coffee, stating that he had other things to tell me but that he did not want to do it on the phone. And I told him that I was going to think about it. Now, as we knock on my door again, I sincerely hope that he has not decided to impose this meeting on me. I am preparing for a confrontation and I open the door. It's not Sean, it's Dean. Hi my doll, he says to me smiling and inviting himself to my house. Wellesley said you were depressed, so I went to cheer you up. I am not yet someone to do so for someone willing to let you accept my weakness. It keeps me from bedrooming. He takes off his robe and throws it over the sofa's armchair. Then he takes off his suit, leaving it in a bare chest. Have you really just taken off your sweater? I say as I line my eyes. Yeah, I don't like that. He doesn't like sweaters. This guy is. Damn it. I really don't know what I think of him. He turns to the sofa, and the way his jeans mold his buttocks reminds me how firm they were when I held them in my hands. Now he's sitting down, and the way his jeans stretch on his suit reminds me how my mouth was salivating when she welcomed his tail. Oh yeah, suck it, baby. Suck it like it's yours. These words ring in my head, and my lips are tingling because, damn it, I gave it my all by sucking it. And shit, I think I just blushed, and Dean's wink confirms it. Does he know that I'm thinking about the pipe I cut for him? But what am I saying? Of course he knows. A guy like Dean probably assumes that everyone, all day, imagines cutting a pipe for him. He extends his arm on the sofa and taps the cushion next to him with his other hand. Are you sitting down or what? I'm going to stand up, thank you. Come on, I'm not dying. Well, yes, actually. Yeah, you're right. It's true that I'm dying, he says as his green eyes sparkle. He looks way too comfortable on my couch, like a blonde Adonis with a tan and muscular torso and a perfect face. If hockey doesn't work for him, he should consider becoming a model. Dean, says Laurentis, breathes sex. He would put his face on a laxative commercial. All the women in the world would beg to be constipated. No laughing, alligator. Sit down. You're going to make me believe I'm not welcome. But you're not welcome, actually. I had a very good evening before you arrived. He looks hurt, but I don't know if he's sincere or if he's pretending. I rather think he has acting talent. You really don't like me, do you? Guilt attacks me again. Shit, maybe he was really upset. That's not it, I like you, but I'm not kidding when I say I don't like one-night stands, okay? Every time I think back to what we did this weekend, I feel hot, he says. Yes. Dirty, I say. I didn't expect to see him upset. You want my opinion, my dear. Erase this word from your vocabulary. Suddenly, I feel guilty again, but I don't know why. Against my will, I decide to join him on the couch, making sure to keep a safe distance between us. I'm serious, he continues. Stop being so selfish. People should be able to fuck when they want, as many times as they want, with as many partners as they want, without being called bastards or whatever. He's right, but except that's the case, whether we want it or not. Yeah, but it's only because of Puritan assholes and jealous morons who regret not being caught on a regular basis. Rapondine shakes her head. You have to stop thinking we did something wrong. We had fun, we protected ourselves, and we didn't hurt anyone. What you're doing in your room doesn't concern anyone, okay? Strangely, these words manage to diminish the shame I've held in me since Friday night. But it doesn't disappear completely. I told Sean. Dean frowns. I didn't say it was you, but I told him I had slept with someone else. Why did you do that? I don't know, I stutter. I had to tell him the truth, but it's absurd, as we're not together anymore. It's just that we've been together for so long. I'm used to telling him everything. Dean rubs the pillow behind my head with a thoughtful air, and her movement draws my attention to her muscled biceps. Be honest, he finally says. Do you want to get back with him? I shake my head slowly. Are you sure? Certain. I think back to the endless arguments we had since the beginning of the summer, and I am even more confident that I have made the right decision. I think back to all the hateful comments he spat at my face, to the way he constantly made fun of my dreams, to his ultimatums. Sean may have forgiven me for what I did after our breakup, but suddenly, I'm not sure I can forgive him for what he did before. It didn't stick anymore. If it was possible to stay in college all our lives, then yes, Sean and I would probably have stayed together. But it's time to grow up, and we want completely different things for the future. At least I think so. I don't know what to think about this breakup anymore. That's your problem, actually. You think too much. I can't help laughing. Wow, is that your advice? To stop thinking? Stop thinking about it all the time, answered Dean up there without shoulders. You broke up with him for a reason, a very good reason, if you want my opinion. And now you have to stay firm. Stop talking to him and doubting yourself. You're right, I concede. Of course I'm right, I'm always right. He gets closer to me with an arrogant smile, and he puts a huge hand on my knee. Okay, so here's the plan for tonight. We fuck to relax, then we order a pizza to recharge, and we put the lid back on, okay? Damn. Every time I think that Dean may not be just an obsessed with sex, he proves me the opposite. Or rather, he proves me that my first impression was the right one. Have you considered going to see a psychiatrist about your illusions? I ask politely. Because, darling, there's no way we're going to fuck tonight. Very well. Otherwise, I can just do a Cunny and you a Pip. And if not, you can also leave. Wait, I have a counter-proposal. I stay and we rub each other while staying dressed. My God, this guy is incorrigible. Counter-proposal. You can stay, but you don't have the right to speak. I stay. I have the right to speak, but I'm not flirting with you. I thought about it for a moment. You stay, you don't flirt with me, and you have to watch my show with me without complaining once. A big smile spreads over his face. I accept your conditions, madam. Chapter 9. Ollie. So, what are we watching? Ask sir. I don't like sweatshirts by fixing the screen, or the credits of the episode one was about to watch and paused. Solange, I answer. What is it? It's a French soap opera I'm watching to learn the language. You know there's a French department in this college, don't you? The classes you can take. Yeah. Where all we do is conjugate verbs and learn to ask for his route and where the toilets are. It's the immersion I'm looking for. If I hear French spoken regularly, I'll learn faster. And what does it look like at the moment? He asks, raising his eyebrows. It's not great. But I'm only at the first season. I'm sure after the second I'll be bilingual. Dean looks at the screen, then he studies me again. I guess he's wondering if he made a serious mistake coming here tonight. But in the end, he surprises me. Okay, explain to me what I missed. What is it about? Are you serious? Absolutely. Really? I insist, smiling to my ears. It's the first time someone has offered to watch this series with me. My friends refuse, even if I have to concede that Anna managed to watch the pilot in its entirety. Then she told me that she preferred to get her eyes stung by crows than to watch the next episode. Honestly, I don't blame her. It's not a good show and I know it. But I'm addicted to the story now. Okay, so that's Solange. I press play and a sublime redhead with huge breasts and a tiny waist appears on the screen. She goes out with Sebastian. Sebastian? That's my second name. Said Dean. Well, one of my second names. Why? How many are there? I ask. 2. My full name is Dean Sebastian Kendrick Di Laurentis. I shake my head and look at him. What did he teach your parents? Why did they give you so many names? Did they want you to get stung in high school? Believe me, it's nothing compared to the names of some of the guys who were with me in high school, he answers laughing. One of the guys on my team from lacrosse had 6 second names. So it's a rich thing to put as many names as possible on his kid's birth certificate. No, in general, it's to mention grandparents or a rich parent. Sebastian is my father's father and Kendrick is my mother's. I understand the idea, but his full name is a hell of a piece to swallow. Something catches my eye and I point to the screen. Do you see this guy in the corner of the room? The one with the mustache? That's Antoine. He follows Solange everywhere. He wants to see her, but he can't find her. He asks them if they have any idea where she is. They tell him to call the police. What does he mean by that? Well, he says that he is in his mother's office. That's how it's going to be. I don't know how that can be done. I had no idea. And that I feel stupid because Solange can't hear me. Oh, and that's not all. There is another revelation in the last episode. Solange's colleague from the mannequin agency. Ah, here she is. On the screen, an absolutely sublime blonde enters the restaurant and walks to Solange's table. Well, it's her mother, I explain to Dean. Solange's mother pretends to be her colleague. They frown. How is this possible? They are the same age. And no, I proudly answer. This is where the cosmetics company comes into play. What cosmetics company? asks Dean with a perfectly confused look. Eternal beauty. It's Solange's family business. Her father and uncle are renowned plastic surgeons. In short, Solange thinks her mother ran away when she was little. Well, that's the case, but when her daughter's father died, Marie-Therese came back to live on the coast of Aza and blackmailed her uncle to change his face. Now she is unrecognizable and Solange does not suspect that she has been working with her mother for 6 months. Come on. Dean leans forward and looks at me with a lugubrious and solemn look. This series is absurd. I know, I answer shyly. But it's addictive. Believe me, you just have to watch one episode of this rotten thing and you'll be hooked. Sorry, my doll, but I guarantee you it won't happen. Dean. It happened. It's a disaster. I love this series. I came tonight with the very precise goal of seducing Allie and convincing her to sleep with me. And instead of that, I syrup a margarita and I just watched 2 hours of a French soap opera. Now, I'm writing to Logan to tell him I won't come to Malone's. All this because I can't not know what happens next. In the last episode, Marie-Therese and Antoine got together and the credits rolled for Marie-Therese holding an open letter on Antoine's throat while nothing indicated a difficult. However, maybe we missed something since we don't speak French. I still don't understand why she hates Solange so much, I tell Allie while she fills our glasses again. She is leaning forward and the wide collar of her t-shirt falls a little, offering me a view of her naked shoulder and her left breast. I'm about to thank her for the view, but I'm holding back. I promised I wouldn't flirt with her tonight. And if I break my promise, she will kick me out before I learn why Marie-Therese tried to kill Antoine. Allie will be sitting next to me and I congratulate myself because she didn't leave a meter of distance between us this time. We are now a few centimeters apart, which means she is no longer afraid of me. I don't know either. I haven't understood the whole plot yet, but I think it has something to do with the fact that Solange's father loved his daughter more than his wife. There were flashbacks at the beginning of the season which implied that he wanted to flirt with his daughter. Nice. Allie reckons, then we become silent again when the next episode resumes where the previous one ended. Antoine manages to control Marie-Therese and they spend the next 10 minutes arguing. I don't follow everything because it's in French, but I notice that the same word comes up a lot. Air. Okay, we have to look for that word, I say in an exasperated voice. I think it's important. Allie takes her phone and I look over her shoulder while she opens a translation app. How do you think it's written? She asks. After several attempts, we find the right spelling and come across a plausible translation. Ah! Allie exclaims. So he's talking about the father's will. Shit, yes. She is angry that Solange inherited actions of eternal beauty. We clap our hands proud to have understood, but our palms have barely touched that I have an illumination seeing what my life has become. I growl and stop the DVD. Hey, it's not over, she says. Allie, I say before taking a deep breath. We have to stop before my balls disappear and my membership card is withdrawn from the men's club. Who has the power to withdraw it? Allie asks, raising his eyebrows. I don't know. The Council of Men? Jason Statham? So you're saying you're too virile to watch a French soap opera? Yes. I drink the rest of my margarita dry ass, which makes me realize how dark I am. Damn. I drink margaritas, Allie. You are bad for my reputation, doll. No one should know that we did that tonight, I say, diving my gaze into his. Ah. I'm going to write it everywhere on the internet. You know what, guys? Dean Sebastian Kendrick Howard de Laurentis is at home watching an opera and drinking cocktails. You'll never fuck again, she says, pulling my tongue. She's not wrong about that. Could you at least conclude that the evening ended with a pipe? I mutter. Because that way everyone will think that I endured this suffering to get my dick stuck. Stuck the dick? It's disgusting, she says as her eyes smile at me. My God. She's so beautiful and so sexy. I wonder why I didn't notice her before. But I guess it's because before Friday night, she was always glued to her ex. I just thought about that when Ali's phone vibrates. Speaking of the wolf, what else does he want? I don't know yet. I have trouble hiding my irritation, but she's too distracted by the message to notice it. She shows me the screen of her phone and my irritation turns into anger. Can we meet for a coffee? I really need to talk to you. Say no. She bites her lower lip. But it's hard. You have no problem saying no to me. I haven't been out with you for 3 years, she notices. I gently take the phone out of her hand and put it on the table. Well, are you ready for a real conversation? She slowly nods her head. Sean will keep writing to you. He will keep sending you emails, calling you, and doing everything he can to get you back. Do you want to know why? Why? Because you're smart and funny, that you're great, and that he's aware he's an idiot for letting you go. Ollie widens his eyes. Surprised. He will continue, which means you have to ignore him. Well, if you're sincere by saying you want to turn the page, I mean by studying his face. I am, she replies, nodding her head. Then turn the page, my dear. You can't hide from your girlfriend's boyfriend, or hide from yourself every night. Tell him you don't want to talk to him, and go out to change his mind. I can help you if you want. Let me guess, she replies dryly. Are you volunteering for a sexual sacrifice? No, for once, I'm not talking about sex. So what do you propose? I think you should lead Dean's life, I answer smiling. Okay. So I have to put on a hockey helmet, let a bunch of giants get into me every night, and reward myself with an endless sequence of sexual encounters. I get it. I get closer to pull her hair. Don't be a bitch. Sorry. Please, tell me more about Dean's life, she says, smiling. I walk my hand on her cheek, and I grab her chin. Look at me, alligator. Do I look like I have problems? Can you imagine me crying in my room, because of unimportant worries? No, she replies slowly. I'm a generally happy person, aren't I? Yes, she says with a doubtful look. But how is that possible? No one is happy all the time. It's quite possible, I say, caressing her lips with my thumb. Her lips are so soft, I'm dying to kiss them. Do you want to know my secret? She murmurs in a distracted tone. I caress her mouth again, and I'm satisfied to hear her hold her breath. I do what I want, when I want. I don't care what others think of me. It seems nice. Alas, life is not like that. But it is you who must decide the life you want to lead, my dear. My fingers descend on her throat and fly over her skin. What do you want, Ollie? Tell me one thing you're dying to do, but haven't taken the time to do. She frowns, thinking about my question. Well, I want to do a detox treatment again, but I push her away all the time. I have no idea of what you just said. I do detox treatments once or twice a year, she explains. It's annoying because you only eat in liquid form for 2 weeks, but you feel so much better afterwards. You're completely crazy. Find something else, something normal. She takes a break, and suddenly her face lights up. I've always wanted to learn how to dance salsa. Shit, that's really a girl's answer. So do it, I tell her. She bites her lip again. I don't know. I talked to Sean about it, but he didn't want to go with me, and I was too ashamed to go alone. I looked it up, and I saw that if you go alone, they put you with a random partner. So what? It's an opportunity to make new friends, because I don't know if they'd even want to go. She invites me to dance with her anytime. I'm sure I'll be ready to go. I'm not an athlete and I'm not going to beat you at dance, but I won't take them away from me. I'm going to take it. I'm going to dance with her. I'm going to dance with her. Stay with me, my little one, and your life will change for the better. It's the warranty of Di Laurentis. Ollie takes a long sigh. What? I can't tell if you're being sincere or if you're still trying to put me in your bed. I play with my eyebrows before answering. Why couldn't it be both? She sighs again and I decide to reassure her. I am sincere, Ollie. Wow. You almost look like it too. I don't know why, her penetrating look makes me uncomfortable, and suddenly I am terribly aware of being twisted. She is too, by the way, because her big blue eyes land for a moment on my abs, then she turns her head. The atmosphere is charged with electricity, her pupils are dilated and I do not fail to notice that her skin accelerates under the soft skin of her throat. I know how to recognize a woman's excitement, and little Dean too, if I believe his reaction under my jacket. Ollie, I murmur, I just winked at her as she stood up. It's time for you to go, she exclaims in a high-pitched voice that tells me that she is as desperate as I am. I don't move, she frowns and sighs. Dress up and go home, Dean. Ollie, I get up slowly and walk towards her. I would really like, she raises her hand to silence me. I forbid you to finish this sentence, I am serious. It's time for you to go home. I would like to ask her if she will continue to fight against what she feels for a long time, but I know it will annoy her even more, so I shut up and do what she tells me. On the way back, I resign myself to spending a nth evening with my right hand. Chapter 10 Dean The next day, I have the misfortune of leaving the Amphitheater of International Relations at the same time as Sabrina, and I creep in while waiting for the disobliging remark that she never fails to make me. You looked a little lost, Richie. Mr. Burke wasn't talking slowly enough for you? And here she is. But yes, because I'm stupid, that's it. Not bad, well done, I answer by raising my eyes to the sky. I don't even bother asking her to stop calling me Richie anymore, because I can't do anything about it, not more than I can't stop Summer from calling me Dickie. Sabrina decided from our first meeting that I was a rich idiot. That said, it didn't stop her from sleeping with me. So what poor first year is going to write your homework for you this time? She asks in a gentle voice. You have a whole list in your favorite numbers, don't you? I guess it's one of them who wrote your entrance exam to law school. I stop at the top of the stairs in the building and turn to her. I tolerate her stings because they are not worth it for me to get angry, but from time to time I have to mark the limit. It kills you that I had 2 more points than you, huh? She looks at me, telling me that I scored a point, but she quickly puts it back. Yeah, but like I just said, it's probably because you paid someone to go there for you. Keep telling yourself that, my pretty, as long as you can sleep peacefully. Sabrina throws her long hair behind her shoulder. I sleep very well, thank you. The fact of deserving my grades offers me a very peaceful existence, you should try one day. 1 point for everything. I frown, but I don't bite the hand that feeds me, because that's what she expects from me. She's been doing this kind of thing since our 2nd year, and I'm really starting to get enough of it. Have a good day, Sabrina, I say, rubbing my shoulders. I go down the stairs wondering if she intends to continue this little fight when we're in law school next year. I sincerely hope not, because her hostility annoys me deeply. Speaking of annoying, I'm supposed to be at Lastings College in 20 minutes to train the Hurricanes. During the 10 minutes I need to get there, I spit at Oshi for forcing me to wear voluntary, and I wonder about the usefulness of voodoo dolls. I finally conclude that it doesn't matter, because I'd be happy to plant needles in a miniature version of Frank Oshi, whether it works or not. I take the opportunity to be stopped by a red light to write a message to my teammate Fitzy. Hey, do you know how to make a voodoo doll? I get his answer while I'm standing in front of the little gymnasium in front of the college. I could almost believe it's a joke, but the question is so absurd that it seems sincere. No idea, man. You can probably use any doll. The difficulty is probably to link the doll to your target. Me. Yeah, that's pretty logical. Oh, really? Me. Voodoo dolls involve magic, so I don't think any doll would do it, otherwise all the dolls would be voodoo, right? Yeah. Me. Anyway, thank you, I thought you would. For what fucking reason would I know that, me? Me. Because you like role-playing games and you know your way around magic. I'm not Harry Potter, you moron. Me. HP is a geek. You are a geek. So you're a wizard. He answers me with an emoji that makes me a finger of honor before sending me another message. Birthday beer at Malone's tonight. You're still there? Me. Yep. See you. I put my phone in the pocket of my jacket and get out of my car. At least I have a nice thing to do after that, an aperitif to celebrate Fitzy's 22nd birthday. It will be my reward for spending the afternoon with children against my will. The skating rink is deserted when I enter the sports complex. The cold air welcomes me like an old friend and I take a deep breath. I change my shoulder bag by heading to the Hurricanes bench where a man in red sweater studies a notebook. The whistle around his neck tells me it's him, the coach. Di Laurentis? I shake my head and he gives me his hand. Doug Ellis. Delighted to meet you, son. I was at the championship final last April. You played super well. Thank you, I answer before designating the empty skating rink. Where are the children? At the locker room. He should be there soon. He puts his notebook on the wall behind the bench and turns to me. Chad, did you explain what we're expecting from you? Not at all. Despite what Ashi said, I doubt that Jensen is aware that I was recruited to supervise the Hurricanes. Well, it's not difficult. We start each training with 30 minutes of exercise, then 30 minutes of matches, divided into periods of 3 minutes. The kids work like madmen. They are all great, talented, intelligent. All eager to improve. It's encouraging. They loved Kayla, the previous teacher, he insists, seeing my confused look. In short, she especially worked on the attack. And she did a great job. But I'm glad to have a defender with me. Some of the kids have trouble managing the defense zone. And I'd like you to work with them. We talk for a few more minutes about my responsibilities. Then he puts me on guard against big words and he explains to me that no violence is tolerated. I get it. I don't insult them and I don't beat them either. Anything else? I ask. No, the rest will come naturally. Ellis seems like a nice guy, in general. And when the kids come out of the changing rooms and greet him as if he were the reincarnation of Jesus on earth, my opinion of him improves even more. He told me that he was a sports teacher at school and that even if he lost his job, he would never let go of the hockey team or the women's volleyball team that he also coaches. I sit on the bench and I trade my Timberlands for my Bowers. Then I skate towards Ellis and the kids. Half of them are in blue jerseys, the other in red jerseys. Ellis makes the introductions and the O's and the AHS resound when he tells them about my victories at the national championship. When we start the first exercise, all the kids already ask my opinion on their technique. I'm not going to lie, I burst out laughing from the first second. The kids' passion reminds me of mine when I was little and their enthusiasm is contagious. When Ellis whistles the end of the exercises, I'm surprised to be disappointed that it's over. I was helping Robbie, a 5th grader, to improve his sweeping throw and the hit that landed at the bottom of the net was simply superb. I would like to see him start again, but it is time for them to put into practice what they have just learned. Ellis and I are both coaches and referees, pointing out penalties and giving advice to the children when necessary. And again, the 30 minutes of play end too soon for me. I could stay there all my life. But Ellis whistles the end of the game and tells the kids to come closer. He speaks to the boys one by one, and I feel a strange tingling in my heart when he makes everyone notice something he has succeeded in during training. The faces light up when the children hear their compliments, and when he's done, I wonder if I'm not in love with him. He's really a great coach. We then follow the children in the locker room and help them put away their equipment. It's a noisy and turbulent group, and the jokes and laughter are endless. Outside, the hallway is full of parents waiting for their son. However, Robbie is left alone in the locker room, and I'm surprised to see him putting his skates back on while he's in city clothes. "What are you doing, kid?" He seems surprised to see me in the locker room again. He says, blushing, "I have 30 extra minutes on the ice." The coach is aware, he says on the defensive. Since I didn't come out of the last rain, I go looking for Ellis to make sure the teenager didn't lie to me. He's in the locker room, putting away his equipment. "Why is Robbie staying longer to skate?" "Oh yeah, don't worry, I'm going to go out and supervise him. Tell him not to go on the ice as long as I'm not there." I keep brushing my eyebrows. His mother doesn't finish work before 4:30 p.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and they live in Munson. So he can't take the bus home because apparently Hastings buses can't leave the city limits under any circumstances, he says sarcastically and angrily. Robbie's mother managed to register him here because it's an asset for our hockey team. But it seems that the head of the academy is not deemed necessary to provide suitable transport. So Robbie stays here until his mother arrives. Yeah, I saw that with Julia at the start of the season. I stay after training and I watch him with his sister until she can pick them up. Have I ever said that I love this man? I'm going to stay too, I suggest. I was teaching Robbie to throw and sweep before the end of the exercises. It wouldn't bother me to continue the lesson. His expression is a mixture of surprise and respect. I'm sure he'll love it. Thank you, son. When I come back to the skating rink, Robbie skates slowly in a circle. His dirty brown hair falls into his neck. And I wonder if I shouldn't talk to him about hair too. I go down the steps to the ice when a small, high-pitched voice surprises me and makes me jump. "Who are you?" I turn around and find a little elf sitting on the steps. Finally, it's a girl. But she's straight out of a Pixar cartoon. Her big blue eyes take up almost all of her face. Her hair is so white that they're almost white. And her mouth looks like a pretty red rosebud. "And you, who are you?" I ask, brushing my eyebrows. "I asked you first." I repress a smile and go up the steps to her. I take a look at the skating rink and I'm reassured to see that Robbie seems to be having fun on his own. Elise is watching him, so I sit down next to the little elf. I'm Dean, the new assistant to the Hurricanes coach. Her big blue eyes study me, as if she were trying to know if I was lying. "I'm Dakota." "He's my brother," she adds, designating Robbie. "Ah, you're Robbie's little sister. Who tells you I'm not his big sister?" "My little one, I wouldn't be surprised if you were still wearing pantyhose." "I'm not wearing pantyhose," she exclaims, blushing. "I'm 10 years old." "Her father, the hippopotamus," I answer in a theatrical way. "So you're almost an old lady." "Not at all," she replies, laughing. "How old are you?" 22 years old. "Oh, that's old," she says, squinting her eyes. "I know. I should probably start planning my funeral. What do you think? Should I leave my fortune to the nanny of Hunger Games or to that of Divergent?" "They're not real people," she answers dryly. "Are you sure?" I ask, frowning. I'm sure I saw Katniss in the street the other day. You're lying. Yeah, you got me. I tap her pink little body in a spiral. What are you doing? Homework, she says, making love. Mrs. Klein wants us to write a whole page about why we will be grateful for Thanksgiving this year. Mrs. Klein looks like a monster. Dakota glows happily. No, it's okay. She ordered pizzas for the whole class once. It was when we had the best grade in high school in spelling. Okay. So let's stop wasting time, I say, by opening her notebook on a blank page. You have to think about what you're going to write. Are you going to help me do my homework? She asks, and her gaze lights up. Yeah, why not? We have 20 minutes before your mother arrives. What else would we do? Ollie. I'm sitting in the passenger seat of Megan's car when Dean shouts at me, and I'm not surprised to see his name on the screen. I was expecting a new "I'd like to fuck with you," but that's not what he says. Him. We're a small group at Malone's for Fitzy's birthday. Join us if you want. Megan looks me in the eye. Who is it? I beg you, don't tell me it's Sean. No, it's not Sean. It's a friend of Gareth's. Apparently they're going to Malone's tonight for a birthday party. He says we're welcome if we want to. Anne? I shake my head. She was rehearsing tonight. Like me, Anna prepares for the winter show where she has to sing an original song. Apparently, Megan doesn't find it strange that one of the bidders invites me, without Anna being there, because she doesn't make any comments. Come on, are you serious? After spending 30 minutes debating the options for our dinner, girls, we've finally decided to eat somewhere in town. Malone being the only bar in Hastings, we had thought about it, but it was Megan who didn't want to go. I thought you didn't want to go to a bar tonight. I changed my mind. I feel more like I'm in the mood to be surrounded by beautiful girls, she said. Oh really? And your new boyfriend? Things are already getting out of hand? Megan remained very mysterious about the new guy she's dating. But I assumed everything was going well. Normally, she loves to talk about her love life, but not this time. All I know is that he lives in Boston and that she only sees him on the weekend. No, everything is fine. Well, not really. It's complicated. You know, maybe if you told me something about him, I could help you. Her green eyes don't leave the road. Even if she didn't drive, I know she would avoid my gaze. Come on, spit the piece out. What's your problem? There's no problem. Liar. There's got to be one, otherwise you wouldn't hide it from us. So what's wrong with him? He likes to set fires to barns in his spare time. He kills squirrels to make little hats out of their fur. He has a hint of beauty all over his face. He is 37 years old, she says. He is 37 years old. Ah, wow, it's... I want to say old, but I always thought that age was just a number. In any case, I like to think that I have an open mind. I find it suspicious that a 60-year-old guy goes out with a 20-year-old girl, but you can't say that 37 years old is that old. It's only 15 years older than Meg and me. You see, that's why I didn't want to tell you, she said. I knew you wouldn't approve. I raise my hands in the air as a sign of surrender. It's not that I don't approve, I'm surprised, that's all. His pretty face relaxes a little. Tell me more about Mr. 37 years old. I promise you I won't judge you. Well, his name is Trevor, she replied against her will. He is a pediatric surgeon in Boston. Wow, I'm impressed. He's divorced and he has a 5-year-old daughter. Trevor doesn't impress me as much anymore, after all. And it doesn't bother you? I ask shyly. You are only 22 years old, my dear. Are you ready to be the stepmother of a little girl? That's exactly the problem. I hadn't really thought about it, actually. We met on the internet and we talked on the chat during the whole month of September, but we didn't meet in person until a month ago. He's cute, smart, great, and I like talking to him. But it's still the beginning of the relationship, you know. It's not very serious yet, she explains by tapping her nails on the steering wheel. But when I saw him last weekend, he told me he wanted me to meet his daughter. Wow. I know, it's crazy. So now I'm questioning our whole relationship. It's a huge step to meet his girl. And if she hates me? Or worse, if she loves me and her father and I are separated and she's traumatized. She's not going to fall in love with you after just one meeting, Meg. But I agree, it's a big step. Meg stops at a few hundred meters from the main street of Hastings. I don't know what to think. I told her I would give her my answer on Friday when I would see him. But I'm lost. I really don't know what to do. She stares for a few seconds, then she sighs loudly. If we go to Malone's, do you want to be his lover? She asks. I want something other than a Coke. No problem. I didn't mean to drink anyway. I have rehearsals at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and a face of wood won't help me cry on request. Just in the first scene, my character blinks like a newborn 3 times. You wouldn't prefer to go to a Munson bar instead? I ask, crossing my fingers. Why would we do that? Hockey players are a little more jittery sometimes, I answer, stretching my shoulders. It's not wrong, but I'm not against being jittery a little bit, she replies, giving me a wink. Trevor is great, but he doesn't want to party anymore. He goes to bed at 10 p.m. every night, even on the weekend. Maybe it's another reason not to see him anymore, don't you think? Listen, I'm not going to tell you what to do, my dear. And I'm not saying you should break up with him just because his festive fury is behind him. But you're in your last year of college. You shouldn't go to bed at 10 p.m. if you don't feel like it. You should enjoy your last year of freedom in this strange place where you're an adult without being one. Do you see what I mean? You'll go to bed early when you're part of the real world of adults next year. She seems thoughtful, and I know she's thinking about my advice. I just hope she'll make a decision that will make her happy. God knows I have difficult decisions to make too. My breakup with Sean, my acting career, going to the bar to spend time with the guy I slept with. Shit, why am I going to this bar anyway? I can't do anything right by seeing Dean again tonight. In the worst case, he'll be on guard and everyone will know we slept together. And in the best case, he'll openly flirt with me and end up pissing me off. Since Malone is the only place in town where you can get alcohol, it's the only destination for Brillard students. And every night of the week. After 9 p.m., there's no more seating. And when Meg and I arrive at 10:30 p.m., I feel like I'm entering a sauna. The main room is full to the brim, and I can barely see the counter while there are people there. I want to order a drink, shouts Megan to let herself be heard over the music. It's a piece of rock I don't know, but if Gareth Graham was there, he could probably tell me the name of the song, who sings it, and what year it came out. Anna's boyfriend is a huge fan of classical rock. We're about to sneak into the bar when a voice that I only know too well surpasses the music. Alligator, over here. I turn my head, and I see Dean wave at me from a table to my right. I don't know how he spotted me in the crowd, because I didn't even answer him to tell him I was coming. Either he's spying on Spider-Man, or he's staring at the door like a psychopath. Megan and I give each other a hand so as not to be separated, and we move forward in human marriage. I'm overwhelmed by a perfume belonging to a blonde in a miniskirt, and I only survive it to be immediately assaulted by another smell coming from the guy's armpits next to her. I have tears in my eyes, and I'm too afraid to tell him to go easy on the deodorant before it stifles someone. Look, Fitzy, girls, says Dean when Megan and I approach their table. Quick, leave them some space before they disappear, he says to the others. The whole table bursts with laughter, and I notice that most of the guys are looking at a guy in particular that I've already seen several times at the party Anna dragged me to. I think his name is Colin, but everyone calls him Fitzy or Fitz. He's tall, with braided hair, a 3-day beard, and a tattoo that protrudes from the collar of his shirt. The guys move aside to make room for us. Megan slides along the bench next to a guy with shaved hair who tells him his name is Olis. As for me, I sit between Tucker, who is overwhelmed by his phone, and Pierre, one of the Quebecers on the team. They smile at me, and 2 adorable braids make their appearance. I've never seen the other 2 players, and Pierre tells me their names are Wilkes and Egberg. Dean, who is sitting in front of me, on the other side of Olis, gives me a wink. You came. I didn't really believe it. We were in the corner, I simply answer. Well, that's good, because the rate of testosterone was far too high. Without laughing, Fitzy didn't invite a single girl to his birthday. Fitz is allergic to girls, says Olis laughing. The man in question raises his eyes to the sky. I didn't know it was a crime to want to hang out with his friends for his birthday. But you didn't think of the consequences, retorts Dean. And the tradition of the birthday girl, huh? You didn't think about it. You expected one of us to stick to it. I'm sure Pierre would be leaving, says Olis, taking an innocent look when the Quebecer gives him a finger of honor. What? Isn't that what you do in Quebec? Cut pipes by whispering sweet words to you in French? You come from San Francisco, man. It's the world's pipe capital among friends, retorts Pierre. The conversation continues on the same tone, and it ends when a tired waitress comes to take our order. Meg orders a cranberry vodka, and me a glass of water. Water, exclaims Dean when the waitress leaves. Are you sure you don't want anything else, doll? Maybe a tequila? I always thought you were the kind of girl who likes tequila. I shoot him in the eye. But fortunately, no one pays attention to his remark, and it's normal. None of them know it's because of tequila that I ended up in Dean's bed. The only person who knows is Dean, and he promised me not to say anything. However, his smiling in the corner doesn't reassure me. Why do I feel like he's about to unpack everything? Chapter 11. Ollie. My phone vibrates in my handbag as I'm undressing Dean. Him. Yes. You remember when I drank tequila on your breasts? I raise my head, but Dean looks at me with a perfectly innocent look. I see his arm moving under the table, and indeed, a new message appears. When I poured it on your nipples and licked it until the last drop, I'm hard just to think about it. I can't believe he's sending me that in this bar, at his friend's birthday party. I grit my teeth, answering him. Me. Enjoy this memory, kitten, because it will never happen again. Him. You mean you didn't like me licking your beautiful nipples? Nipples in question harden immediately. I know my snort's filling hides it, but Dean's satisfied look on my breasts tells me he guessed what just happened. I catch my breath, and I answer. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. He smiles to my ears before answering Wilkes. No, I'm not worried. Yell's guardian won't be able to block G's punches. Apparently, he's talking about their match against Yell on Sunday, but I'm too busy watching Dean's arm move under the table. Mince. He's still writing. Him. I see. And when I licked your pussy, it wasn't too bad either? I ignore the pulsations exploding between my legs, and I shoot him in the eye. Ollie, says Megan in a desperate voice. Sorry, what? I was asking you how the play's going. The rehearsal started this week, right? Yes, it's going well. I answer in a distressed voice, asking myself if Dean is writing another message. The guy playing my deceased husband is pretty cool. And you, how's it going? Very bad. Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. I know Meg isn't happy with the author she's working with, and I understand that. Because he's the most arrogant guy in the theater department. All his scripts are pretentious and over the top. He thinks he's the new Arthur Miller. Slade likes to rewrite whole scenes during rehearsals, she says while mimicking quotation marks when she pronounces his name. I don't think you know how to use quotation marks, Meg, says Fitzy, laughing. Yes, don't worry. Slade isn't his real name. His name is Joshua Sandusky, actually. This bastard is so pretentious that I wouldn't be surprised if he shitted little lines of himself. The guys whistle in reaction to the disgusting image that Meg has just given them. The first day of class, we were all sitting in a circle, and we had to introduce ourselves to the whole class, says Meg, looking at me. Do you remember? Oh, yes, I answer dryly. In short, says Fitzy, this bastard got up and said, I'm Joshua Sandusky, but I'm being called Slade. If you call me differently, I won't answer. The worst part is that he wasn't kidding. When a teacher makes a mistake and calls him Sandusky, he completely ignores him. Wow, that's the most grotesque thing I've ever heard in my life, says Dean. Finn, his arms started moving again. I think it's brave, says Hollis. You know what? From now on, you just have to call me Thunder. I look discreetly at the last message coming in. Him. My dick is so hard, I'm dying to be in you. This time, I don't answer him, he'll end up stopping. Lost. These messages keep appearing, each one dirtier than the previous one. I'm going to take my time next time to enjoy every second of it. I'll go so slowly, baby, endless back and forth in your tight pussy, until you beg me to go faster. I grab my glass of water and drink several gulps, aware of Dean's discreet laugh. But I won't give you what you want. I'll keep penetrating you millimeter by millimeter, and then I'll withdraw. Every time you beg me to go faster, I'll slow down. I'm going to torment your pussy all night, baby. All night. I get up abruptly, as if I had a fire in my butt, which is not entirely false. I go to the bathroom, I declare dryly. I ignore the huge smile stretching over Dean's deliciously sexy mouth, and I flee our table as quickly as my heels allow me. Damn. I'm so excited that my thighs are sticky, and I'm afraid there's a stain on the back of my jeans. The worst part is that Megan almost didn't touch her glass, which means we're not ready to leave, and so I have to calm down and extinguish the slightest spark of desire burning in my veins. I hope Dean will stop screaming at me when I come back, otherwise there's a good chance I'll enjoy myself on the spot. He keeps screaming at me, and I keep ignoring him. Our battle lasts more than an hour, and I have to admit that I'm impressed by his persistence, not to mention the amount of pig words in his vocabulary. When I notice him squinting at his side of the table, I give him a meek smile and I end up answering him. Me. You're hurting yourself, pussy. It's better to stop before your balls turn blue. I add 2 emojis to my message that seem to suit the situation. 2 little blue circles. Dean sighs and gets up, but not before setting up his erection. I'm going to change the music, he says. I don't know what's going on in Aerosmith's head, but it's depressing. He moves away, and my eyes follow his buttocks. His black pants make his ass look like a glove. And I wonder if his buttocks are supposed to be this tight. Maybe Dean has a tailor who makes tailor-made buttocks to make his ass look better. I wouldn't be surprised. In short, his buttocks are delicious. By the way, everything is delicious at his place. His broad shoulders under his long-sleeved t-shirt, his unkempt blonde hair. I lose him in the crowd, and I feel relieved because it gives me time to regain control of my hormones. My respiration is only short-lived, however, because when he comes back, he's more beautiful than ever, and I'm still a hot ball of fire like the embers. He will sit in his place when the first notes of his playlist resound. It's I Want You to Want Me by Chip Trick, and I can't help but burst out laughing, attracting the worried look of Fitzy. I missed the joke. He asks. No, sometimes I laugh without reason. I'm a little weird, don't worry. It's true, she is. Adds Megan. I repress a new burst of laughter by running away from Dean's gaze, but I'm not surprised to feel my phone vibrate again. Him. I could have found him more subtle, but why play these little games? I'm burning with desire for you, Ollie. Shit, he called me Ollie. He's getting serious. I raise my head, and the intensity of his burning gaze accelerates the beating of my heart. Dean is great in normal time, but when he's excited, he's spectacular. His eyes and his lips are open, his Adam's apple goes up and down when he swallows. He's so cute, and I almost feel like he's suffering from having so much desire for me. However, it's Dean. I'm sure it's enough for a breeze to fluff his thigh to make him bend. This guy is obsessed with sex, and half the girls in this faculty can attest to it, because half the girls in this faculty slept with him. Of course, I'm flattered to be the target of his sexual energy, but what woman doesn't like to feel desirable? I'd be stupid to think that I'm the only one that Dean Di Laurentis tries to seduce. I'm only a ninth cross on an endless list of conquests, and it's this thought that helps me come back to earth. I'm not in the mood for cheap tricks tonight. I'm going to change, I declare by getting up. I walk with a determined step towards the jukebox, on the other side of the room. It's not one of those old machines from the 70s, but a touch screen on which you can pay in cash or by credit card. I insert a $1 bill and I study my options. Wow! Almost all the pieces of music history are on this thing. I smile when an artist attracts my attention. I browse his discography in search of a particular song and I add it to the list of readings. The screen indicates that there is another song before mine. A piece by Kesha that brings together a horde of first years on the dance floor. Floor is a big word because the space that is usually used as a dance floor is invaded by a gang of hipsters hijacked by their phones. People dance in small groups where they can. Very good choice, says Tucker, who spent the evening on his cell phone too. It's not mine, I answer. What did you choose then? Asks Dean in a suspicious tone. You'll see soon, my cutie. 3 minutes later, the intro starts and screams of women resound all over the bar while Dean shoots me in the eye. Which song did I choose? You and Your Hand by Pink. Great! Exclaims Megan, putting her glass empty before getting up. Come on, let's dance. She declares, reaching out her hand. I don't have time to refuse because she's already dragging me into the crowd. Apparently, we're going to dance. We raise our arms in the air while the bass vibrates under our heels and we move our buttocks by jumping. Meg's red hair whips my face while she turns on herself and I decide to imitate her because it allows me to cast an eye on Dean. He looks both resigned and amused. When we get to the part where Pink, this goddess, says bye-bye to the perverts she's singing for, I throw a honeyed smile at Dean by saying goodbye with my hand. I see his tongue blur his lower lip while he smiles slowly and imitates my gesture. I can practically hear him whisper, well done. Meg and I continue to dance and our duo attracts more and more attention and participants. Suddenly, we are surrounded by other girls who love this piece as much as we do. After all, it's almost a hymn for all the women who have to put up with bullies in bars, perverts who offer them glasses in the hope of kissing them or just their man who annoys them when they just want to hang out with their friends. A little Asian with dozens of piercings on her face and pink short hair with a peak hairstyle comes to hit her hips against mine and soon we dance back to back rubbing our butts against each other. I'm out of breath as long as I'm having fun and I laugh out loud. And this time, when I look at Dean, his gaze is no longer in play. He looks excited again. His look of embers does not miss any of my movements to such an extent that if I'm burning when the song ends, it's not because I dance like crazy. When Meg and I turn to sit down, I empty my glass and I raise my hair to fan my neck. My phone is left on the table and I creep when the screen turns on. I look up and I discover that Dean's hand is again under the table. I bite my lip and I fix the screen of my eyes. Don't read it, I order myself. I read it. Him. The next time you do a little show like that in front of me, you'd better be naked. Chapter 12. Ollie, Megan and I go back to campus a little after midnight. When I pass the door of my house, the apartment is plunged into darkness. I don't see any light under Anna's door, so she must already be sleeping. I do my best not to make any noise and I take my toilet bag to go to the bathroom that we share with 6 other girls on the floor. 10 minutes later, I return to my room on the tip of my feet and I put on my pajamas, then I turn off the light and I slip under the blanket. I've never had trouble falling asleep. Usually, my head barely touches the pillow and I fall into a deep sleep. But tonight, that's not the case. Dean's sex toys have left me hot and cramped. I spend an hour turning around and trying to get comfortable. However, it's impossible because my breasts are tense and my cat's pulsations refuse to stop. Every time I move, my nipples flutter the mattress and this slight friction excites them even more. It's all Dean's fault. Why did he send me all these dirty messages? I growl and turn to the side. Usually, I like to sleep with a piece of quilt between my legs. But tonight, it's just to tickle me more and my hips rub against the blanket. Fuck. I roll on my back and I raise a knee. Obviously, I'm not going to close my eyes until I've taken care of this problem. Who would have thought that you and your hand would have been so prophetic? I squeeze my teeth and dip my hand in my pajama pants. Alas, I'm not one of those women who just need to tickle their clitoris twice to enjoy. I need a story. Lately, my fantasies involve Ryan Gosling, the embodied masculine perfection. My scenario never starts in the same way. Sometimes I'm in a bar and we talk before going home together. Sometimes I'm in a hotel and a mistake forces us to sleep in the same bed. Sometimes I'm jogging on the beach in Malibu and oh, look who I run into. However, the end is always the same. Ryan makes me fall in love until I forget my name. This time, I choose the hotel scenario which offers many possibilities in terms of sexual adventure. I sleep naked because the air doesn't work anymore. I guess I don't need an excuse to justify being naked, but I like my fantasies to be realistic and as I'm not used to sleeping naked in real life, the air is broken. Anyway, where was I? I caress my clitoris with my index while imagining myself lying on a king-size bed. I'm falling asleep when I hear a beep. Someone just unlocked the door. I'm outraged. Did the concierge decide to send the housekeeper in the middle of the night? Who could enter my... Oh. Do you see that? It's Ryan Gosling. He enters the room with his back to me, with a jean so low on his hips that I see this delicious V on his pelvis. He's surprised to see me there and we quickly establish that there was a reservation error. We discuss our lives for 5 minutes and he tells me that Eva Mendes broke up with him. Yes, my fantasies include useless dialogues and chatter. After a while, I get out of bed and, damn, the sheet covering me falls to the ground. Ryan widens his eyes and I see his sex harden under his jean. He licks his lips and comes to me. I don't leave his eyes while I walk my fingers over my breasts and my gaze becomes intense and burning like sapphires. No, rather like emeralds because his eyes are green now. But why are they green? In the darkness of my room, I push a jean to break. Damn, what the hell is Dean doing in my fantasy? My finger moves on my clitoris. It's super impolite. Ryan and I were on the verge of having sex. Dean has nothing to do with it. I close my eyelids to immerse myself in my dream. However, I'm no longer in the hotel and Ryan is no longer there. I'm on a roller coaster with Dean and we fiddle on the ice. I repress a groan and shake my head to get out of there by ordering my hand to stop moving. Where is this damn fantasy going? The ice is cold. Who would want to freeze their buttocks by lying there naked? And what is Dean doing to lick my belly? His training will start from 1 minute to the next. His team will come out and surprise us. I like the idea of being surprised. I groan because Dean's confession is not part of the fantasy. It's completely true. When I asked him why he never wanted to fuck in his room, his eyes became burning and he whispered the same words. Yep, it excites Dean, says Laurentis, to be surprised in the act. Did his confession stop there? Of course not, since he decided that his mission in life was to torment me. And once I've been surprised, I like to be looked at, he added. My God, I'm fantasizing about an exhibitionist. But apparently I am too, because instead of putting an end to my little scenario, I decide to see where it leads me. You'll have to enjoy it quickly, baby, whispers Dean between my thighs. Otherwise my teammates will come out and raise my head between your legs. My breath accelerates. I gently tickle a nipple while my other hand draws circles on my clitoris while I can almost feel Dean's tongue on it. Ah, you like that, he asks as he rips my slit with a finger. Look how you're wet. He puts a finger in me. Finally, I put one of my fingers in me. I have abandoned my breasts and my 2 hands are between my legs. One rubs my clitoris while the other fingers me and I sink into the mattress imagining Dean making me a cunny. I want to take you here, on the ice in bed. My toes curl up as the pressure increases in my lower abdomen. In my fantasy, Dean gets on his knees and shows me his long and proud verge. He grabs the base and slowly leans forward. It's then that we hear footsteps, voices and laughter. The players come out of the locker room. Dean's smile is devilish. He plunges his tail into me. And my orgasm is so intense that I forget to breathe. I'm lying on my bed, halting, trembling, stars in my eyes while the wave of pleasure waves through my veins. My God. It was. I can't find the words. The worst part is that this magnificent orgasm is nothing compared to what Dean gave me the other night. I'm still trembling when I look for the box of tissues I keep on my bedside table. I take 2 out and wipe myself between my legs. I don't remember the last time I got so wet alone. Imagine how wet you'd get if you let me kiss you again. Damn it. I can already hear Dean's voice pecking me. I take a deep breath and decide to think as the pragmatic person I am. First postulate. Dean, says Laurenti, it's a phenomenal move. Second postulate. He wants to sleep with me. Third postulate. The idea of sleeping with him excites me. Conclusion. I should sleep with Dean. Very well. That was pretty easy. Here's the hardest part. First postulate. The plans are making me uncomfortable. Second postulate. I'm getting out of a long relationship and I'm not ready to start over. Third postulate. Well, even if I was, I wouldn't want a relationship with a dickhead like Dean. Conclusion. Let's try another form. First postulate. I don't want a serious relationship with Dean. Second postulate. He doesn't want a serious relationship with me. Conclusion. A plan Q is the ideal solution. However, even if it seems logical, it doesn't solve the plan Q problem. Here's the solution X, but the idea that everyone knows that I sleep with Dean really makes me uncomfortable. So it will have to stay between us. Maybe tomorrow I will study the question of why more. Well, have I really made my decision? I'm already taking my phone to write, so apparently yes. I only see one word, okay. He knows what I'm talking about, because he simply answers. When? Me. Tomorrow evening, Anna is sleeping at your place, you can come here. 8 p.m. Him. The match of the moon starts at 6 p.m, I won't be free until 9 p.m. Me. The match of the moons? Him. I'll explain tomorrow. Him. What made you change your mind? What made me change my mind? Madness, maybe? An unhealthy obsession with sex. His exquisite cock. Me. I decided it was time for me to lead Dean's life. Him. It took you time, so 9 p.m., it's good for you? I hesitate a second. Me. Yes. My God, what am I doing? Maybe I've really gone crazy? He takes a moment to answer me, and a laugh, almost hysterical, escapes me when I read his message. Him. I bring the rope. Chapter 13. Ollie. I met Ira Goldstein, my agent, through a friend of my father's. He's been representing me since I was 12, and the first job he got me was for a cereal ad. I only had one line that I still remember today. How can something so delicious be so good for me? Yum. I'm sure my father still has a DVD of this ad somewhere at home. I hope he's in his safe, because I don't want this awful video to ever be released. Ira shares his time between his Manhattan agency and that of Los Angeles, so most of our conversations are on the phone. Today he calls me from LA. How's my starlet doing this morning? He asks with the happy voice that I love. You mean this afternoon? It's 2 p.m. on the East Coast. Oh yeah. It's screwed up, schedule. They're going to drive me crazy. I never know what time it is. I burst out laughing as I took off the steps of the theater building. Do you have time to look at Fox's pilot that I sent you? Ira doesn't go 4 ways, and he's always focused on his work, which I like. He's also a shark, but all agents are, and I even like him when he tries to sell me projects he's only chosen for the money. I overtook him, yeah. It looks promising. Well, read it again as it should. I talked to one of the agents. What role is it already? Bonnie or Sarah? Wait, let me check. I hear the rustling of sheets of paper, and he comes back 3 seconds later. Bonnie, he says. I swallow my disappointment because I hoped it would be Sarah. It's the pilot of a 30-minute series about 3 girls who hated each other in high school, but who are forced to live together at college. The series follows them during their first year, where they discover love, life and friendship, while finding themselves in impossible situations. Ira had described it to me as a cast together, but a well-known actress had already accepted Zoe's role, so obviously she will be the star. The other 2 roles are still free, but I would have preferred to play Sarah, the prude who has to learn to let go a little, because she's a character I could have had fun with. As for Bonnie, she's the idiot of the gang. She has funny lines, but she's stupider than a bag of sand. However, maybe I'm worrying for nothing. Maybe the authors have planned to stuff her a little. It wouldn't make sense to have 3 main actresses and only develop 2, would it? It's the perfect role for you, darling, says Ira. You can play the brainless with your eyes closed. Yes, it's true, but I'm not sure I want to. I've always played this kind of role, and I'd like to broaden my horizons, try something else. However, it's a Fox series, and I have the opportunity to play one of the main roles in the pilot, who, to believe the buzz that surrounds him already, will inevitably lead to a whole season. I'm going to reread it tonight, I promise my agent. I'm trying to find enthusiasm for the idea of playing Bonnie, but I can't. Besides, now that I think about it, it's been a while since I've read something that excited me. The last project I really liked was the play by Brett Kavanaugh this summer. The casting starts in February, announces Ira. But it's in almost 3 months, I answer frowning. Why did they choose the actress for Zoe so soon? They wanted Kate HB's Promise, before another channel took it. The producers must finish the last season of their other series, then they will be ready to launch this one. They want to see you in LA on February 6th. My stomach makes a loud jump. I can't. VV starts on the 8th. I'll have general rehearsals all week. VV. The college play. Ira sighs long. Do you think they'll let you escape the rehearsals? Absolutely not, no. Shit. A silence settles on the phone, but I'm used to it. Ira tends to get lost in his thoughts for several minutes. I think sometimes he forgets that we are on the phone and not in the same room. Ira? Sorry honey, I'm thinking. After another long silence, his voice comes back at the end of the line. Okay, let me talk to Virgil's assistant. I'll see what I can do. He hangs up without saying goodbye, which is another of his bad habits. He says he doesn't have time for this bullshit. 10 minutes later, I arrive at Bristol House. I probably won't have any news from Ira today, and a part of me hopes that the producers will answer. Too bad for her, if she can't come on the 6th, we'll give the role to someone else. But it's crazy to hope that, isn't it? It's the TV, damn it. What's happening to me? A lot of things, apparently. Because not only do I plan to miss an audition that could launch my acting career, but I'm planning to sleep with Dean Di Laurentis tonight. Yep, our ass plan is still up to date. I haven't changed my mind. Besides, I can't wait. I even decided to skip the gym to get ready for it. I have a bite for lunch, then I call a taxi to go to the hairstylist in Hastings. Tanya, my guru in manicure, pedicure and hair removal, is already waiting for me when I knock on the door. I decided a long time ago that she must be sadistic, because she is always too enthusiastic about the idea of torturing my private parts. We start with my Brazilian jersey, because I don't want to think about the torture of the hot wax while she varnishes my nails. When my skin is soft like a baby's buttocks, Tanya massages me with soothing oil, then she gets out of the cabin while I put on my panties and my leggings. It takes a few hours for the skin to redden, but Dindy only comes at 9 p.m., which is simply the time for my private parts to recover from their torture. I get out of the cabin and I find Tanya at the manicure table. An hour later, I come out of the living room with my nails and red-hot feet, because in my opinion Dindy will love to see me scratch his abs with coquelicot nails. On the way back, I try to determine if I am excited for myself or disappointed in myself. I still can't believe that I gave in to Dindy's virility, but I must also admit that I can't wait to get to know his magical penis again. Unless... what if he didn't excite me as much anymore? How many times can you rub a genius's lamp before his powers run out? But maybe he has an infinite number of wishes to grant. Wow, what a philosopher, Allison Jane. That's deep. At 9 p.m., I'm ready. I'm about to leave the house, I'm going to go pick up my children and then, an hour later, the alarm in my stomach rings. I'm not going to take a break, I'm going to put a new bikini on, and leave for a walk. I put on my shoes, I'm going to put on a suit and I'm going to go shopping next. I have no time for the need for anything else. He managed to not put it in when Sean and I went to dinner in a chic restaurant. It made him crazy to know that I was naked under my... You can't think of Sean when you're a few seconds away from sleeping with another guy. Too late. I have Sean in my head now. I still haven't agreed to see him again, but I know I'll have to answer him in the next few days, before he opts for the muscular method, like when he announced that he was coming to my house without being invited, and that I ran away to Gareth's, and that I ended up in Dean's bed. I have the impression that Sean would have a lesson to learn from this story. Push your ex too hard and she'll sleep with a jogger. However, it's not Sean's fault if I slept with Dean. I made the decision. It's as simple as that. And now, I've decided to start over. Dean is 5 minutes late. I squirm on the couch while waiting for him, unable to focus on the Solange episode that I launched. I haven't watched this series since the evening it came out, and I'm surprised to find out that it's less fun without it. I liked his permanent comments, and his way of putting the DVD on pause every 5 minutes to announce, "Alligator, I don't understand what's going on." It was cute. Wow, I really just said that Dean is cute. I promised not to say it out loud, because he would probably accuse me of having feelings for him. I couldn't hear in the hallway, and my heart beats like crazy when they knock on my door. I open the door, and Dean is in front of me, dressed in a washed-out jean that is torn to the knees, a khaki wool sweater under his hockey jacket and a black wool hat. Hi. Suddenly, I feel awfully uncomfortable. Hi. He takes off his hat as he enters, and I notice that his hair is wet. Oh no, what did I miss? He asks while watching TV. Did Marie-Therese find a copy of Claude's will? I don't know, I started the episode 3 minutes before you arrived. Okay, well, if you're watching the show without me, send me a message to tell me what's going on, he says, throwing his hat and jacket on the couch. I hurry to pick them up. No, it's coming with us. Your shoes too, I say, designating the black Timberlands that he is removing. Where are you taking them so much? In my room. I don't want any proof of your presence in this room in case you forget something. It's a secret operation. As you wish, Mrs. Bond. I put his things on the armchair in my room, and when I turn around, Dean is there, 2 meters away from me, a smile on his face. What? Nothing, he replies, rubbing his shoulders. You're going to stand there? Come here and do something, damn it. Like what? He asks, smiling more beautifully. I don't know. Kiss me, take off my jacket, anything. Dean crosses his arms on his muscled torso. Ah no, he replies. If you want me, you're the one who has to come get me. So let's play games now, I mutter angrily. No, it's not a game, he replies with a smile. But I'm still not convinced that you haven't set me up. Do you think it's a prank? Honey, I invited you to kiss, that's all, I answer with my sexiest smile. He bursts out laughing, and his soft voice makes my head shake. And shit, if he wants me to take the first step, very well, I'll do it. It's not as if we didn't both want the same thing. Without a word, I cross the few meters that separate us, and I caress his freshly shaved cheek. It's a shame, I like to feel his beard for 3 days on my skin. At the same time, this time, I'm a little more sober, I don't have the alcohol to apologize. I walk my hand behind his head, and I dip my fingers in his wet hair. Our eyes meet, and I pull his head towards mine to blow his mouth, calmly, without the tongue. I turn my face away to look at him, and... Sweet Jesus, his eyes are so burning that my breath is cut off. Suddenly, Dean's mouth crashes on mine, and it's no longer calm. It's a hungry kiss, his tongue spreads my lips to caress mine, tearing me apart, and Dean swallows me, kissing me even harder. My heart beats faster than ever. Damn, I'm super excited. But he is too, and I feel the proof of it when he grabs my buttocks to pull me against him, rubbing our bodies against each other. You make me so crazy. Of pleasure when he grabs my breasts, rubbing my nipples with his thumbs. You don't know how much I would like to have fun again with his breasts. My head falls to the side, and he takes the opportunity to trace a path with his tongue to my ear. He gently sucks my lobe, and I lean against his torso, lost in the pleasure that he already gives me. He continues to tickle my nipples from the tip of his fingers, and they contract each time he squeezes them. A handful of perfect hands, he says, by squeezing my 2 breasts, and it was your fucking baby. He lowers his head, and I shout when his tongue tickles my straight nipple. Fuck yes, he grumbles, I could suck them all night. His mouth closes to suck the tip of my breast into his warm and wet mouth. Fuck, I moan, it's good, he asks by attacking my other breast. It makes you wet, I murmur an unintelligible burp, because his tongue draws circles around my nipple, and I don't remember how to speak. I ask you for forgiveness, he laughs. Very well, I guess I'll have to find out for myself then, he says. He grabs my leggings and my string, and he lowers the whole thing. I have just finished clearing them. He puts his hand between my legs, and he plunges 2 fingers into me. My God, I moan, while a wave of pleasure is missing to make me fall to the ground. Fuck, you're so wet, baby, you're soaked. If I don't lick your pussy right away, I'm going to blow you up. I was expecting him to push me onto the bed, but he slams the door against me before kneeling down and spreading my legs. I shudder when he raises his head towards me, and his gaze becomes black with desire. I'm already 2 fingers from enjoying it when he licks his lips, and he smiles with a diabolical look when he sees my expression. You want my mouth on you, my tongue? I manage to lift my head when his mouth comes close to my sex, a suffocating cry escapes me, and when his tongue touches my clitoris, another noise resounds, but it's neither me nor Dean, it's Anna's joyful voice in the hallway, and we both immobilize ourselves, me standing, Dean on her knees. Hi, Anna shouts, I just came back to get my score, I forgot to take it with me at Garrett's. Dean looks at me. I keep my gaze on Anna's legs, but her mouth is still a few centimeters from my cat. I panic when I hear Anna's feet coming close to my door. Ollie? I close my mouth tightly, hoping that if I say nothing, she will assume that I have left. However, I know that she can see the light under my door, and that she must have noticed my coat, my handbag, and my shoes in the living room. Ollie? She repeats by knocking on the door. I put a desperate look on Dean, but his Machiavellian look worries me. I don't know what he's up to, but oh my God. His tongue splashes my clitoris, and I look at him with my eyes wide open because I just screamed out loud. I can hear you, you know, accuses Anna. I rattle my throat before speaking. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I didn't hear you. There is a long and disturbing silence. Ollie? Anna starts before rattling her throat. Am I interrupting your journey on the solo orgasm train? Dean's shoulders are shaking with laughter, and his suffocated laugh vibrates against my clitoris, rivaling all the sex toys in my nightstand. Yes, I scream in a hoarse voice. I was speaking to Dean, of course, but Anna doesn't know. Shit, she exclaims. I'm sorry, I'm leaving, I promise. It's not rushed, it resonates in the corridor and in the living room. Then I hear the door slam. My heart is still beating when I lower my head. I thought she would never leave, big useless. Ollie enjoys it faster than I expected. My tongue barely touches her clitoris, she trembles and moans while rubbing against my mouth. Apparently, the idea of being surprised excites her as much as I do. Besides, I regret not making her enjoy it when Anna was behind the door. It would have been great. A little secret between us. But I don't complain. What we are doing is not bad either. Well, it's more than not bad. My tail is hard as wood, and every time her cat squeezes on the 2 fingers I have in it, I feel my balls respond by contracting too. When her body finally relaxes, I lick her clitoris one last time and I get up. Is everything all right? I ask, smiling. Great, she replies in a sleepy, satiated voice. However, she does not fail to notice that I am undressing my jacket. My jean falls to the ground. I don't wear a boxer because, as she said, it seems useless to me. When my tail flutters, I grab it with my right hand and I wring it once to ease the tension. I devour Ollie by the look. She is smaller than the nannies I am used to going out with, but it doesn't bother me. Strangely, she is both thin and voluptuous. I look with admiration at the slightest appetizing detail of her body. From her pointy nipples to her pale skin, through the pink paradise between her legs. I almost expected to be disappointed in one way or another. I was afraid I had idealized her all week. Thank God, she changed her mind because I want her as much as I did before. My eyes go up on her face and her sexy little mouth, then they go back down on her fully waxed pussy. What's wrong? She asks in a soft voice. I try to decide what I want the most, your pretty lips on my tail or your pussy. I curl up again, thinking about my two divine options. Give me your mouth. And if I don't feel like it? She asks, frowning. Don't pretend you didn't like sucking it the other night. She doesn't answer. I move towards her and I put my body against hers. I take her hand to replace mine and I bend over to whisper in her ear. Please, baby. I was so nice. I waited a whole week for that. Don't you think I deserve a reward? I ask, rubbing her neck with my mouth. I was so nice, I repeat, by punctuating my sentence with a kiss up to her mouth. Allie holds her breath with a high-pitched cry and raises her hand on my verge. Then she kneels down without speaking. My dick quivers with impatience when she licks her lips and opens her mouth. This mouth that I can't leave my eyes, that I want on me. However, the pain in my testicles tells me that the slightest suction will make me explode. Allie licks my sex from the tip of my tongue and I grab her by the shoulders to lift her. It's dead, I groan. I'm going to play too fast. Little player, she exclaims in a hoarse voice. I don't care. I want your pussy. Get on the bed. I expect half of what she refuses because she seems to take a clever pleasure in making me struggle, but she is surprisingly obedient. In a snap of her fingers, she is stretched on the mattress, legs apart and... Fuck. Her pussy lips stink so much they are wet. I still feel her taste in my mouth and now I wonder if I prefer to fuck her or lick her a second time. Little Dean is torn because he loves the idea of the cuny and he warns me that if my mouth has fun touching her, he will immediately ejaculate on his sheets and that's really not funny. I hold my breath and I sit on my knees in front of her, straining my arm to grab my virgin and I'm already 2 fingers from enjoying. I hadn't noticed her nails. They are bright red and terribly exciting. She spreads my pre-semen liquid on my tail and I shiver by advancing my gland in its slit. Hood, she says. Shit. I can't believe I almost forgot that. Usually it's like a second nature for me, like putting on my protections before going on the ice. I lean in search of my jean and I take out the hood that I slipped in my pocket. A second later, I am again between her thighs. I look at her face by taking my tail to approach her and she trembles when my gland barely spreads her lips a little. With her red cheeks and her blonde hair and a fan behind her, Allie is the sexiest painting I've ever seen. We both sigh when I plunge into her. Shit. I love sex. No matter if men and women were created by God or by little green aliens, I'm just happy that we were given dicks and cats as well as a way to use them. I bend down to kiss Allie and the change of angle plunges me deeper into her. A thrill of pleasure takes hold of me and calms me down. I retreat my pelvis and then, slowly, I penetrate her again. Stop pecking me, says Allie with a shuddered breath. Do you think I'm pecking you? I ask by placing my hand flat on her belly and slightly fluttering her clitoris. She trembles and I immediately remove my hand, making her blush. There, I'm pecking you. I hate you. Touch me, she orders. Touch me and kiss me and make me enjoy. You weren't so authoritative the last time we sat down, but maybe I was too drunk. Allie contracts her abs to straighten up and she passes her arms around my neck. She's on my thighs now, rubbing against me. I was even more, actually, but it's because you needed more instruction, she replies. You're talking. I had barely touched you and you were already enjoying yourself. Who told you I wasn't pretending? She mocks herself by tilting her pelvis back and forth, both of us moaning. I immobilize her by grabbing her waist. You were pretending. Suddenly, I remember Logan's confession, who had told me that Grace had been pretending the first time he had caught her. I had laughed at him, pitilessly, and now I'm terrified that Ollie could have done the same thing. She's an actress, after all. No, I didn't pretend. You're really a good shot, she adds. A great shot, you mean, don't you? I correct her before giving her a pelvis shot. Oh, do that again, she writes. Do it for me, I reply, leaning on my back and pinching one of her nipples. Ride me until I enjoy myself. A devilish smile is drawn on her lips. Apparently, she likes it. She puts her hands on my abs to lift herself, then she falls back on me. But I don't know why she does that. She's so pretty, I keep playing the part. I'm happy with what she does. It's so beautiful, I keep playing it. I can't stop. I've got myself. If she was innocent, I wouldn't do that. Or he wouldn't have to get her. If you're an actor, if you want to be an actor, you can make her not stop there. Slowly, in small circles, she adds as her breath accelerates. No, not so hard. Slowly. Oh my God, like that. I like that she is so direct to tell me what she wants. After all, she knows her body much better than I do. But I learn quickly. Soon, her words turn into moans and she beats me much harder. She is lying on me now and her lips are so close to my ear that each of the noises she makes sends a discharge of pleasure into my testicles. I lift my pelvis again and again and our bodies hit each other while we kiss languidly. I always kiss her when she starts to enjoy. She bites my lower lip and shouts a little, and the incredible sensation of her pussy tightening on me triggers my own orgasm. I leave like a rocket, blinded by the pleasure that invades me, my head in the clouds. I ejaculate so hard that I am surprised that the hood does not crack. What? As I go back down on the ground, I notice an iron taste in my mouth. I touch my lip and I discover that my fingers are covered in blood. Wow! She bit me so hard that she made me bleed. I laugh gently and she raises her head. Her hair is in a mess and her eyes are barely open. What the? Damn! No! Are you bleeding? I laugh even harder now. I am so happy that I did not stop running after her. This nanny gritted her teeth and died with a total abandonment. I have never had so much fun. It's nothing, I answer. Obviously, she does not agree. She rushes to get up and she grabs a handkerchief to wipe my lip. I'm sorry, are you hurt? Not at all, I happily answer. I take the handkerchief from her hand and throw it on the ground. Then I shift over to the bed to put my head on her pillow and I pull her to me. She crouches in my arms, putting her head on my shoulder. It's a miracle, she murmurs. What? Your tail, she sighs. She is miraculous. Absolutely, I told you she was great. I look at the ceiling, caressing her breast, a smile on her lips. We remain silent for a moment, taking our breaths again, then Ollie raises her head. What is this match of words you were talking about? I need a second to remember what she is talking about. Ah. The hurricanes. My new defense coordinator forces me to be a volunteer at Hastings College. I work with the coach of the hockey team. It looks cool. I can hardly believe I'm going to say that, but it is. Besides, tonight's game was much more exciting than I expected. The Hurricanes played against the team that is leading their division and the kids showed an impressive level. It was Robbie Olsen who scored the winning goal with a magnificent sweeping throw. I don't think I've ever been so proud. When I was in high school, I was a volunteer in a summer theater camp, says Ollie. I always had a blast and I was super sad when they closed for the summer. It was in an old theater in Brooklyn, but the whole neighborhood has been razed since. Now it's a computer shop. Aw shit. She exclaims while sitting in bed. She lies on my torso to reach the nightstand and I can't resist taking a nipple in my mouth. I love the feeling of this little hard point on my tongue. I suck it harder and Ollie shivers before pushing my head back. Wait a second, I must not forget. She takes her phone and opens the alert application. She writes something in from where I am. I have the impression that it is a train ticket. Train ticket? Yes, Mr. the Curious, she answers by putting down her phone. I have to think about booking my ticket to New York for Thanksgiving. Last year I waited too late and I could only arrive at 4 p.m. Are you spending Thanksgiving with your parents? She leans back again next to me. Just my father, my mother is dead. Ah, I'm sorry. I walk my hand on her arm and I tell myself that it's weird to be there, on her bed, with her, talking. However, I am still anesthetized by our part of the leg in the air and nothing in the world could make me move. Are you close to your father? I ask. Very close, yes. He's the best man on earth. What does he do in life? I don't know why I ask all these questions. I'm not used to getting to know the girls I sleep with. However, Ollie is different. First, she's Wellesley's best friend. And secondly, she's not like my other assholes. I don't want to fuck her at the door. He was a scout for the Breens, she says. Are you kidding? Wow. So he knows his way around in hockey. He plays. He played at the university. He was recruited by the Kings, but he tore his anterior cruciate ligament in the training camp, so his career ended before it even began. But I think he was relieved, actually. He always says he was better to unleash talent than to be the talent. Yeah, but it's still not an easy job. He had to travel all the time, didn't he? Yes, that's true. It sucked, but my mother and I survived. When she died, Dad took me with him every time it was possible, but most of the time I stayed at my aunt's in the Queens. Is he retired now? Yeah, she answers in a whisper. And you, what do you do for Thanksgiving? Where do you come from anyway? Connecticut? Yeah, from Greenwich. And from Manhattan. My family shares its time between the two, but I went to high school in Connecticut. A private high school, she says. Oh, it's still a high school, I answer by pulling his hair. Yeah, but I guess it had nothing to do with where I was in Brooklyn. You rotten spoiled kid, she says in a mocking voice. But you didn't answer me for Thanksgiving. What are you doing? I don't know yet. I'm a little stuck because we're playing against Harvard 2 days later. So what? Manhattan and Greenwich are not very far from Harvard. You can take a train or a plane and be back in time for the game. My family won't be in Greenwich or Manhattan, actually. They'll be in our house in St. Bartholomew. Ollie looks at me, mouth closed, eyes wide open. Then she starts laughing. Excuse me, dear. Did Dad go boating while Mom was drinking mimosas on your private beach? You're jealous, I say, pushing her slightly. Of course I'm jealous. You have a house in St. Bartholomew. That's great. Your parents are lawyers, aren't they? I answer, nodding my head. I didn't think lawyers made so much money. It depends on the lawyers. My father is one of the best criminal lawyers in the country, so he's good at it. And Mom specializes in real estate, which is a rather lucrative field. Let me guess. Grandpa Sebastian and Kendrick were oil magnates. I don't know why. I'm stupidly happy that she remembered their first names. No, there's no oil in our family. Grandpa Seb ran a maritime transport company. It still belongs to him, but an administration board is running it now. And Grandpa Kendrick was a real estate agent. Like Donald Trump. Basically, yes. Did you go to Manhattan when you lived in Brooklyn? I just asked that question, and another one comes to mind. By the way, why don't you have the Brooklyn accent? None of my parents are originally from New York. Maybe that's why. Dad comes from Ohio and Mom grew up in California. I guess I speak like them. Anyway. Of course I've been to Manhattan before. You think I spent my days hiding under the Brooklyn Bridge like a troll? Come on, don't worry about it. Have you ever been to the Upper East Side? Of course. I had a friend who lived in. Suddenly, Ollie widens her eyes. Shit. The Hayward Plaza. She exclaims. I just made the connection. Her admiring look makes me smile. Do you own the Hayward Plaza? She asks. Personally, no. Well, I might inherit it one day. My mother's family, the Haywoods, has buildings all over the world. Especially hotels, but we have a super cool apartment in Abu Dhabi that's entirely made of glass. It's... Okay, you need to shut up because you make me want to hit you. I didn't realize you were so rich. I don't know if it's exciting or if it's a love killer. Exciting, I hurry to answer. Everything excites you at home, remember? Yeah, if you say so, says Henri Canant. I draw a narcissistic smile and designate various parts of my body. My face, exciting. My torso, exciting. I'd turn around to show you my ass, but we already know the answer will be exciting. My terribly exciting dick. Then there are all the non-physical aspects of Dean that are simply brilliant. On the other hand, talking about yourself to the third person, that's a love killer. To begin with, I'm adorable. I continue, ignoring his remark. My sense of humor is impeccable, I'm fine. Of course, I'm fine, she says dryly. I'm extraordinarily gifted at the art of conversation. When it comes to talking about you, yes. Of course, I concede, before I even think about it. Ah, and I can read minds. No kidding, I always know what the other person thinks. Oh yeah? And what am I thinking about? That you want me to shut up and that I fuck you a second time. She shakes her head, stunned. Dick? Is that really what I thought? I told you, I answer, tapping my forehead. I'm telepathic. Congratulations. How many coats did you bring? 1. You're talking about a little player. Search this drawer, there should be a few. I open the drawer of his nightstand and, oh, do you see that? It doesn't just contain coats. My hand emerges with a silicone gauze of a comical pink. Who is this charming little thing? I ask, shaking the gauze in the air. Ollie grabs it immediately. Little? Take that away right now or you're going to give away complexes to Winston. Winston, are you kidding me? Come on. Are you going to tell me he doesn't look like Winston? I'm studying the pink sex toy, which, for something that's supposed to look like a dick, is terribly feminine. I must admit that Winston is doing very well. Yeah, you're right. She shakes her head. I'm good at finding penis names. Above all, don't have fun naming mine, got it? I ask, frowning. Why? Are you afraid I'll find a name that suits him better than the one you gave him? What makes you think I gave my penis a name? Ollie leans her head to the side. You insinuate that this is not the case. I raise my shoulders. Ah, I knew it. What's his name? I frown even harder. Come on, tell me. I promise I won't make fun of you. After 5 seconds of internal debate, I give up. Little Dean. Oh my God, she exclaims with a burst of laughter. Of course, what a cliché. I pinch her thigh to take revenge, but it makes her laugh even harder. I silence her by rolling on her and grabbing her mouth, which she opens wider to welcome my tongue. 2 seconds later, we are bickering and rubbing against each other like 2 cats in heat. Would you like to hug me like last time? I ask, out of breath. No, I have something better in mind. Damn, I was looking forward to it. Stop moaning, darling. Believe me, you're going to love it. It's her turn to roll on me, and I moan when she starts kissing me on the chest as she descends into my pelvis. A moment later, the heat of her mouth envelopes my sex and... yeah, little Dean doesn't complain. Chapter 15. Dean. Saturday night, our match against Yale began in a promising way. After a goal from Gareth at the start of the game, we managed to prevent Yale from entering our area for almost the entire period, until Brodowski stupidly lets go of his position and offers him the opportunity to infiltrate the center and the right wing of Yale. His bullshit leaves me alone on my line, and it is purely by chance that he does not score, because their shot bounces on the post of our goal. I dive on the post and pass it to Hunter. Our attackers manage to dodge the opposing center and enter their territory, while I do my best not to strangle Brodowski when we run to the bench for a line change. I spill water on my face and spit on my feet. My face is dripping with sweat after the effort it took me to defend our zone alone. Next to me, Brodowski is ashamed. I'm screwed, he mutters. It happens to everyone, I answer by biting my teeth. That's what you're supposed to say when you're part of a team. At Briard, we never accuse our teammates. However, if someone had to be held responsible for giving to Yale the opportunity to score, it was Brodowski, indeed. What happened to your lip? He asks, studying the little red cut on my lower lip. Sex. Sitting on my left, Tucker V. Can. He asked me the same question this morning, and I gave him the same answer. On the other side of Tucker, one of our new allies seems incredibly impressed. You're my idol, man. The period ends, and we return to the locker room, leading 1-0. For the first time in weeks, the morale of the team is at a standstill. The second period starts like the first. We score early, this time thanks to Fitzy. We lead 2-0, and Yale feels the pressure. He redoubles effort by playing aggressively, hitting post after post on our goal. Patrick Corson is far from as talented as Sims, our former goalkeeper. He has the bad habit of moving too far from the box, and when the opposing ally receives a pass from his defender, Corson is not in place to stop the shot. However, it does not matter. We still lead for about 30 seconds. I just sat down on the bench when the same ally scored a second goal. That's 2 in less than a minute. And now we're tied. The second period ends without a new goal. In the third, everything collapses. I lose track of everything that goes wrong, because we make mistakes after mistakes. Logan takes 2 minutes in prison for violence, and Yale takes advantage of the advantage to score. 2-3. Wilkes goes to prison for cheating, and Yale takes advantage. 2-4. Corson is feinted by an ally who makes a mind to shoot to the ground before sending the ball to the top of the box. Yale scores again, and this time we were all on the ice. 2-5. Hunter manages to score. 3-5. I go to prison for cheating, and Yale takes advantage of the advantage to score. 3-6. The buzzer resounds to announce the end of the match. This is our third defeat of the season. Great. Ashi takes me on before I get on the bus. He's already yelled at Logan and me for taking stupid penalties that gave the opponent 2 goals, and I sincerely hope he doesn't prepare for a second round. I'm in a bad mood, and I doubt my filters are working very well. I don't know if I'll be able to control myself if Ashi presses where it's not necessary. What's wrong, coach? I ask as politely as possible. He shoots me in the eye, then he takes a BlackBerry out of his pocket, which distracts me for a moment because I don't remember the last time I saw a BlackBerry. I thought everyone had an iPhone today, didn't I? Is there something you'd like to tell me? He asks coldly. About what? I ask, perfectly confused. I see his jaw contracting, and without a word, he gives me his phone. I look at the screen, and my stomach is numb. It's an Instagram account that I don't know, but the picture shows faces that I know well. I don't know who took it, but given the hashtags, hashtag God of Hockey and Sexy Briar Boys, the BlackBerry must have been at Malone's on Thursday night. To be honest, I don't see where the problem is. We're being seen drinking with the shots we ordered before going to the beer. Sure, we're drinking, but none of us are minors, and it's not as if we were surprised, ass in the air, we're just sitting around a table. You still have nothing to say? I look up at this douchey. It was Thursday night, we were celebrating Fitzy's birthday. I see. And how much did you party? If you want to know if we were dead drunk, the answer is no. It doesn't seem to calm him down. You forgot what I told you in Jensen's office the other day. I said no alcohol, no drugs, no fighting. We just drank a few glasses, sir. You don't know Briar's rules about alcohol and drug restrictions for athletes. If that's the case, I'd be happy to provide you with a copy. Come on, coach, you can't forbid us to drink. We're in college, for fuck's sake, and we're all 21. You're going to talk to me about another time, says Laurentis. He shuts up. And if the other coaches and I forbid it? As long as you play hockey in this university, you have to follow the rules established by your coaches and the administration. Sir, I take the time to breathe and count to 10, but it doesn't work. I'm already upset about our defeat, and I'm not in the mood to get yelled at because I drank a few glasses. But, teammates and myself, we behaved very well that evening in question. Don't worry, you have nothing to fear. Don't hurt him, son. We have a serious problem. No, we don't. I think your reaction is disproportionate. We went to drink a glass in a bar, okay? However, please, if it really worries you, you should talk to Coach Jensen and see what he thinks about it. After all, he's the team's main coach, isn't he? He's the one who should take care of serious problems, don't you think? I barely said that I regret my words, but I've had enough of this guy. As planned, Ashi doesn't like me questioning his authority. Chad gave me the responsibility of his defenders, and you'd better remember that, he said. I'm the one who takes care of the defenders' problems, and this picture, Mr. Di Laurentis, is a problem. You won't drink alcohol and you won't take drugs as long as you're in this team. Do you hear me? Damn. I'm really fed up with this conversation. I got it, coach. Can I get on the bus now? His face blushed abruptly. You want to join your teammates on the bus? Then you'd better take your fucking responsibilities. Admit that you screwed up. I'm about to lose my mind. My fists are clenching, but miraculously, I manage not to hit him. Out of curiosity, are you going to teach the same moral lesson to all the other players in the picture, or do I have a favor to ask? I'm going to tell them all, don't worry. I chose to tell you first, because I know you've had problems with alcohol in the past, he said, lifting an eyebrow. Problems with alcohol in the past? Who cares about that? I don't give a fuck. He knows very well that I have no problem with alcohol. He just decided to find new ways to punish me for what happened with Miranda. But there, he goes too far. He makes me look like an alcoholic by talking about the only time I drank too much when I was a teenager. I've had enough. Thank you for worrying about me. I answer in a fakely pleasant tone. I really appreciate it. I turn my heels and leave him alone on the sidewalk to go to the bus. Fortunately, he doesn't try to stop me. I always try to calm down when I sit in my usual place next to Tucker. What happened? Nothing at all. I take out my headphones from my pocket and I put them on. If Tuck finds it rude, he doesn't say anything. He just looks at his phone and a few minutes later, we're on our way to campus. The piece of rock that invades my ears only makes me more angry. So I launched the playlist that Wellesley made me this summer and I try to calm down by listening to jazz. No, it doesn't work either. I turn off my iPod and listen to the conversations of my teammates. Logan and Fidzy talk about a video game that Fidzy must review for the block of the faculty. Olis tries to convince someone to find him in his dorm. You won't regret it, baby. Which means that either he's on the phone, or he just claimed his homosexuality on the bus. Corson and his neighbor argue about the hottest actress in Game of Thrones, the girl who plays Daenerys or the one who plays Cersei. You're both wrong, intervenes Gareth. It's Melisandre, the best, by far. The Red Witch? You're crazy, man. She gave birth to a disgusting creature. Her cat is evil, man. Spoiler. Says Wilkes. I was going to watch the whole season this weekend. Don't waste your time, Fidzy advises. The series sucks. Read the books instead. If you tell us to read books again, I'll strangle you, says Corson. I'm not kidding, Colin. I can't do anything if the books are better, retorts the geek in question. I don't join the conversation, but I agree with Fids. The books are much better, even if no one would believe me if I said I read them. Except for my roommates. Most of my teammates don't take me seriously. I'm sure they think I'm going to Harvard only because I have rich parents who paid to get me a place. To be honest, it doesn't bother me. It makes me laugh that people underestimate my intelligence. The conversation continues, but I ignore it and I take my phone out of my pocket. I don't know what drives me to go to Facebook to get it. It's as if I was in autopilot. I'm only aware of what I'm doing when the results are displayed. There are dozens of Miranda O'Shea, but none is what I'm looking for. I start a search by adding the words Duke University. I don't know if she's there, but when we went out together, Miranda kept talking about her desire to go to Duke. This time, her profile is displayed on the screen and I look at her photo. In 4 years, she hasn't changed. She still has the same round face, the same brown curls, the same hazel eyes. I'm disappointed to see that her profile is private and that I can only see this photo. My eyes are riveted on the little green button at the top of the page. Add a friend. I don't know what I'm getting into, but I click on it. Once the friend request is sent, I close the app and put my phone away. This heart is no longer on his head is pressed against the seat and his eyes are closed. I decide to do the same. We have 2 hours to go to Boston and another hour to Hastings. Might as well take the opportunity to sleep and forget our disastrous defeat. The nap is good for me. I wake up rested and relaxed, and when I look out the window and wait for the next sign, I discover that we are only 30 minutes from campus. In the seat next to me, Tucker is also awake, again on his phone. Dude, you got a new chick. I barely saw her lately, while we live in the same house. No? Are you sure? I think I would know if I went out with someone, he answers in a strange voice. So where are you going? You're never home. Tucker raises his shoulders. I go to class, I go to the library, I hang out in my room, I slept at a friend's in Boston 2 or 3 times. Which friend? He's about to answer when my phone rings and he seems relieved. I decide to resume my interrogation later, it will be a good training for law school. I hang up when I see Bo's name displayed. Maxwell, what's new? Hi. How was the game? There is music behind him but I have no trouble hearing it. It was shitty. Yeah, I read the summary on the campus blog. You took a hell of a beating. Why are you asking me how it happened if you already know the answer? I just wanted to be polite. Anyway, there's a party at my place tonight. I know it's late, but I wanted to warn you. I thought you needed help to forget the mess I'll put you in. I thought about it for a second, but my decision was already made. No, thank you, but I'm not in the mood. The party was really shitty. You're supposed to go out. It's a bomb buffet here. And you know women, they can't resist a man who's boozing. Tell them how sad you are to have lost and they will beg you to let them cheer you up. Unless you still have equipment problems. No, everything is fine now. Cool. Does that mean Bella gave you a new chance? Bella? Yeah, you know, the chick you impregnated. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's it. I won't say any more because Tucker is next to me and he can't be aware to ally me. And shit. I guess that means I don't have the right to harass him about his mysterious disappearances. That's better. You're cured then. Now bring your ass back and make good use of it. No, I'm really not in the mood. We'll catch up in a week. We'll go for a beer or something like that. It rolls. See you later, man. However, I'm in the mood for something else. Because as usual, I just have to hear the first name of Ollie so that I can sleep. I just hung up that I'm opening a new message. It will be almost 1 o'clock in the morning when I get home, but it's Saturday night and Ollie doesn't have a class tomorrow. It can do it. Me. You plus me equals animal sex tonight? She answers immediately. At least she doesn't sleep. She. You equals you hear less. Me equals already in bed implies sleep. Me. Why the subtraction? She. I don't know, I was trying to answer in math. In short, I'm in bed. Me. Perfect, that's where I want you. I'll be there in 45 minutes. She. Impossible, Anna is at home. Me. I'll be very, very quiet. She won't even know I'm here. She takes a few minutes to answer me and when I receive her message, I already know she's going to say no. She. I don't want to take any risks. Let's wait for an evening when we'll be alone. Me. You're really not adventurous. She. You really don't have any patience. Me. Not when it's about you. She. We fucked 3 times last night, it should calm you down until next time, right? Me. And when will it be? She. Tomorrow night, maybe. I'll keep you posted. Me. Okay. Me. By the way, I'll think of you when I'm drunk tonight. She. That's cool. I just fingered myself imagining it was by hand. I growl out loud and Tucker turns his head towards me. He looks at me, looks at my phone, then he raises his eyes to the sky. Are you serious, man? You're sending sextos next to me, find yourself a room. I'd like to find myself a room. Ollie's, to be exact, but obviously it's not planned for tonight. And now, thanks to this little lighter, I'm going to hang out for the rest of the trip. Chapter 16 Dean. Do you have a girlfriend? Dakota asks, jumping into the hardware room while I stack the helmets on the shelf. As the locker room is not reserved for the hockey team but for all the boys of the Lastings College, all the equipment must be stored in this room. As the coach's assistant, it's up to me to take care of it. So? No, I don't have a girlfriend, I answer, looking at her over my shoulder. You don't have a job to do you? That said, her presence doesn't bother me. On the contrary, Dakota is very entertaining. She jumps on a large storage box and sits in a suit. I don't have one today, she answers, twisting her ponytail while making a bubble with her chewing gum. Why? Why what? I say, putting away the last helmet and turning to her. Why don't you have a girlfriend? Because I don't have one. Have you ever had one? Yes, I've had plenty. Well, not since I started college, but I'm not saying that to Dakota. It's probably inappropriate to reveal to a 10-year-old girl that I've been single for 3 years, because I'm too busy jumping on everything that moves. Speaking of jumping, if I don't go down soon, my balls are going to explode. I didn't see Ollie on Sunday and she couldn't see me last night either. She's too busy with her rehearsals and she says she should make a video for an audition. But I'm starting to wonder if she's not avoiding me. I hope not, because I'm not ready for this flirt. Yeah, this flirt. I'm not ready for it to end. You know, my brother, Robbie, whispers Dakota. No, I'm kidding. I'm training his team, but I don't see who you're talking about. Oops, yes, it's true, she answers, blushed. You think? In short, don't tell anyone, but Robbie has a girlfriend. Oh yeah? And how do you know? Are you spying on your big brother? No, he told me. Her name is Lacey, and she's in fourth, Dakota exclaims, shaking her head. She's a year older than him. Oh, so he snitched on an old lady? Good for him, I answer, trying not to laugh. Dakota speaks even less loudly to tell me everything she knows about her big brother's girlfriend. I listen to her carefully, while wondering when the fact of hanging out with high school students has become the most thrilling thing of my days. Let's face it, I loved my years at Briard. My hockey team won the national championship 3 times, and on a university level, I've always been a major in my promotion. The only class I had trouble in was an incomprehensible seminar in second year, and I ended up with a B+. However, I don't like to think about that grade again, because it's mixed with a whole bunch of stuff that I prefer to forget. Apart from that, my education is a success. I had great results at the entrance exam at Harvard. I was accepted thanks to my merit, and not because of my family name. Yet, I don't remember being swept away by my classes. I didn't burst out laughing when I got the results of the entrance exam in law, and I don't have stars in my eyes about going to Harvard. My parents didn't force me to go, but I can't say that it's something that fascinates me. Not like my brother, who lives and breathes law. He loves his job, and he says that every time he sets foot in a court, he feels alive. A bit like Garrett and Logan for hockey. As for me, I never liked something strong enough to have butterflies in my stomach. At least, I never felt that way before Friday, when I saw the Hurricanes laminate the first of their division. Or even today, when I set up an exercise and all the kids managed to get it by the hand. Dean, are you listening to me? The angry voice of Dakota draws me out of my thoughts. Sorry miss, I was elsewhere. What did you say? Nothing, she mutters. She must have said something important because she was obviously upset that I had ignored her. I drag a chair near her, I turn it over and I sit on it by pressing my arms on the chair. Tell me everything. I asked you a question, she's softly. Okay. So put it down. I don't know nothing. I promise you that I will listen to you this time. Is that? The rest of her question spills out, to which I do not understand a word. Would you teach me to skate? Can you slow down, please? I ask, smiling. Can you teach me to skate? She repeats. You don't know how to skate. She shakes her head slowly. Why is that? I am Bouchby, who lives in this region without knowing how to skate. It's a blasphemy. My mom didn't have enough money to send us both to learn to skate. And since Roby is no longer old, he is the one who went. He was going to become a famous hockey player, so he had to know how to skate. Although Dakota's tone is defensive, I hear his sadness and my heart is broken. My brother, my sister, and I have never had this kind of problem. Our family had a lot of money and no one had to make a sacrifice. Summer was able to do classical dance and swimming. Nick and I learned to skate and we went to the hockey camp every summer. And we always had all the equipment we needed. I didn't lie to Ollie the other day. Dean's life is really great. I always had what I wanted. Now that I see Dakota's sad face, I feel like I've been spoiled. So that means you don't have skates. She slowly shakes her head. What's your point? I don't know. Small? Let me see one of your shoes. I say laughingly. She hurries to remove a pink candy basket and waits for me. I check her point, then I open the metal closet where the boys' skates are stored. Most are too big for her, but after digging for a few minutes, I find a pair of Bauer skates that may suit her. Do you want to try them on? I ask her while stretching the old black skates. But they're boys' skates. I want girls' skates. She exclaims, squinting her eyes. A burst of laughter escapes me, and when she becomes sad again, I sigh, smiling at her. Okay, I'll see what I can do. I put the horrible pair of Bauer skates in the closet and I close the door when they start crying. That's when Coach Ellis enters the equipment room. Your mother is here, he says to Dakota. I'm afraid he'll see her crying and make me stop from mistreating a child, but when I look at Dakota again, she's all smiles. Hi, Dean, she says, running away. She's cute, isn't she? Says Ellis, smiling at me. I follow him out of the room and we talk for 5 minutes about the exercises we're going to set up for the next training. I get out of the gym and I look at my phone. I have a message from Garrett announcing that he's sleeping at Bristol House with Anna, but that he left his Jeep at home, so I'll have to bring it back to them after training tomorrow. When I enter the kitchen, 10 minutes later, I find a word from Tucker on the fridge, informing us that he's spending the night at a friend's, his mysterious girlfriend, I guess, and cherry on the cake. Logan comes in to get a bottle of water and he tells me he'll be home late. Where are you going? I ask, looking for something to eat in the fridge. In Boston. Grace's father bought us tickets for a concert. We don't really want to go there, but she says he'll be upset if we don't. So you're going to spend your night listening to classical music? I ask, smiling to my ears. Yep, he replies in a low voice. But there's a contract, and Grace promised we could have a drink in the changing room. That seems like a good compromise to me, doesn't it? He leaves a few minutes later and my libido takes over the idea of having the house for myself. I don't waste time writing to Ollie, who must be missing as much as I am, because she responds immediately. Yes. 3 days of stress. I'll be there as soon as I get out of the gym. Let's say in 2 hours. Me. I have a favor to ask you. Question mark. Me. Bring Winston. She answers me with an emoticon laughing and a wink, which could mean 2 things. It's hilarious, but no. Or it's hilarious and with pleasure. I pray for the second option to be the right one. I browse a magazine while devouring my meal, chicken from last night and broccoli. Every week, the nutritionist from the team sends us a list of suggestions for meals, and Tucker, our cook at home, seems to think that suggestion is synonymous with obligation, because he refuses that we are malnourished at home. As he is the only one to remember that you have to go shopping and the only one who likes to cook, this house is the healthiest on the planet. After eating, I take a shower, I shave and I refresh the cut of my pubic hair because I'm nice. Then I sit down at my desk and I start my international relationship assignment, on which I still work when Ollie knocks on the door. I record my document, I go down to open it and I find it on the phone. Sorry, she articulates by raising a finger to tell me that she only has 1 minute. Are you hungry? I whisper when she enters. We have leftovers. Ollie covers her phone to answer. Thank you, but I've already eaten, she says. Yes, I'm still there, And yes, I sent you the video. I don't understand why you need it right now if they didn't plan to decide on the casting in February. We go to the first floor and I let her walk in front of me to be able to admire her ass. When we get to the pavilion, I stick to her and rub my pelvis against hers by kissing her in the neck. She shivers and hits me to make me stop. I don't know, she says. I still haven't decided on this role. Yes, I read the part he wanted. My friend Megan read the part she wanted. My friend Megan read the part. Yes, I read the part she wanted. Megan, I didn't know she had an agent and I am sincerely impressed. Why? He wants me to audition for a Fox pilot, but I can't go to LA for the casting, so I had to send a video. And now he's afraid that my natural charm won't appear on the screen, which is stupid, because it's the very definition of a TV series, to transmit emotions via the camera. I grimace when I see her holding her back. What's wrong? I don't know, she grumbles. I think I cramped a muscle in the gym. I was super stressed and I was a little too strong. I have a super backache. Do you want me to massage you? Oh my God, yes, do you want to? I'm about to tell her to lie down on the bed, when I have a better idea. Undress yourself, I'm coming back. After years of hockey and all kinds of sports, muscle pain is no longer a secret to me, and I discovered a long time ago that there is nothing better to relax than a good bath. The bathtub fills up while I dig in the closet looking for salt or oil to add to it. I find a bottle of foam bath that must belong to Grace, since Anna has the luxury of using Garrett's private bathroom. This bastard said that as the captain of the team, the largest room was his. Logan, Tuck and I must therefore share this one. And you can see it. The shelves are full of products for men, the towels are constantly on the floor, and the trash can contains a frightening amount of carpet packaging. I sigh and start picking up the towels. Logan left a pair of pants on the towel rack, but I'm content to pile the wet towels on top, then I take 2 of them clean in the closet and put them on the toilet cover. When I return to the room, I find Ollie sitting on my bed, naked. My sex hardens immediately at the sight of her soft skin, her nipples are pointed as if to greet me, and shit, I really want to suck them. I smile when I see what she's holding in her hand. You brought it. I was still at home when you wrote to me, so I decided to give you this favor. But if it's for me to put it in your ass, it's dead. Don't worry, I answer in nothing. I prefer to spare my buttocks a meeting with Winston. So much the better, she says, caressing the pink phallus. I want to put what you want in your ass, but not Winston, I care too much. What? Wait, that's the problem. You want to fuck me if I ask you, as long as we don't use your precious Winston. Of course I'll fuck you if you want to, she answers as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Why would I forbid you this pleasure? It would be like telling a woman that you don't want to touch her clitoris. From the point of view of a man who has never tried experience with his prostate, I cannot validate the veracity of your comparison. Never? Really? Okay. Then we'll have to remedy it, she exclaims. I pass my turn. Come on, I say, putting her up. I have something to relax your back. I take her to the bathroom and her face lights up when she sees the bath full of bubbles that I have prepared for her. My God, that's great. I take the gauze from her hands and push her into the bathtub. Come on, go ahead, but leave me some space. Oh, let's take a bath together, it's sexy. She gently dips her foot in the water and she moans loud enough to wake me up. Not that she was sleeping, since she is always alert when a girl is in the parishes. I put Winston on the edge of the bathtub, then undress to sit behind Ollie. The room is filled with strawberry steam and I blow a sigh of contentment by pulling Ollie against me. I have to bend my legs because they are too long, but I don't care, because Ollie's ass is nipped against my tail. I am quite ready to endure a few cramps if I can keep it that way. Okay, let's go back to our conversation about buttocks. You're really not curious to know what it's like? Not at all, I answer, massaging her buttocks. Oh, that's great, keep going, she murmurs, letting herself go against me. Even a finger? Let me put a finger on you, we'll see what happens. I appreciate your proposal, but no. You'd rather a guy do it to you, because I have a few gay friends who would kill their mothers to put their hands on your ass. Absolutely not, I exclaim. I didn't think you were homophobic, she murmurs. I'm not, liar. But it's true, I'm not. I don't care if someone is gay or straight or bi or whatever else, but I have no desire for a guy to nip my ass. Buttocks don't excite me. How do you know? And if you caught a guy and you found out that you loved it? That wouldn't be the case, believe me. How can you know if you've never tried? I raise my shoulders and she shouts a shrill cry. Oh, you've already tried, she exclaims, putting water everywhere to turn in front of me. Who was he? How was he? What did you do? Tell me everything. There's nothing to say. You talk, she says, walking her hand on the white bubbles covering my torso. I offer you a deal. If you tell me about your homosexual experience, I'll tell you about mine. Deal, I answer with more beautiful bangs. Damn, men are way too easy to manipulate, she retorts, laughing. Of course, it's our Achilles heel to be governed by our dick. I raise my hands along her belly to hold her breasts. I only briefly notice her nipples between two mountains of bubbles, and I can't help but tickle them. When I pinch them, Ollie shudders and closes her eyes. Ollie, I growl, taking my hands away. You can't make me mirror a lesbian story and not tell me about it. Oh yes, sorry, I forgot, she says, lifting her shoulders. I was in first grade, and I was at a party with a friend. We were drunk, and we decided to try. It wasn't bad. You just kissed each other? Yeah. And it wasn't just bad? I'm disappointed. Oh, poor darling. I'm sorry that my experience doesn't reach your perverse standards, but that's what happened. Now it's your turn. When did it happen? It was in high school too. A friend and I were arguing with two girls, and they challenged us to do it. We said we'd only kiss if they started, but we didn't think they'd go all the way. They started rolling up their sleeves like porn actresses, and Jason and I had to do the same. Did you like it? It wasn't horrible, but it didn't make me feel good. Did you kiss with your tongue? Yeah. A lot of tongue? I don't know, a normal amount. She seems as disappointed by my story as I was by hers. And it didn't go any further. You didn't touch each other with your dicks, pretending to be in a fight? I laugh so hard that I trigger a tsunami in the bathtub. No, but now that you say it, I regret it. Dick's fights seem cool. Ollie bursts out laughing in turn, but her way of giggling makes her slide on my thigh, and it excites me. She's still laughing when I grab her mouth, and her smile fades away when she grabs my neck and our tongues intertwine. I take her by the hips and pull her towards me until my verge is aligned with her pussy. She's smiling when I walk my finger on her belly. Dine. I barely notice her whispering because I'm too distracted by her warm, slippery pussy, and by the soft breasts I hold in my hands. Dine. HM. Did you hear that? I suddenly notice that she has shrunk and turned her head towards the door. I stop moving and listen carefully, but the house is silent. I hear, shit. Yes, I hear them, the footsteps on the stairs, and then. Dude, you'll never believe what happened. All of a sudden, Ollie comes out of the bathtub and she plunges behind the door, putting water everywhere. A second later, Logan rolls into the bathroom. Chapter 17. Dean. We arrived in Boston and I realized that I had forgotten my wallet, so we had to come back, and now. Logan stops by skidding abruptly, like a cartoon character. He sweeps the bathroom from the look, his eyes stop on his pants, suspended at the towel rack, then on the bathtub, where I chat, peacefully, in a cloud of strawberry bubbles. Then he looks at Winston. Dude, I exclaim, that's not what you think. No, I don't want to know, says Logan, raising his hands in the air and retreating, as if he had just entered a bear's den. He stops, grabs his pants, then he continues his back walk. He looks again at the pink Mickey god, which is 5 centimeters from my hand. I promise you it's not. I don't want to know anything. He hurries to slam the door behind him. I hear his steps moving away to the stairs, coming back to the bathroom. Listen, I'm going to sleep at Gracie's tonight, so you can finish what you're doing. Fuck. I wait to hear the door slam before addressing Ollie. You're hiding. Are you serious? I'm sorry, she says, moving forward shyly. You can keep your excuses, doll. Do you realize what you've just done? I ask with a gun in my sight. My best friend is going to think that I like to put drops in my ass. Oh, you're exaggerating. I'm sure it will open her mind. Come here, I order. Ollie hurries to kneel in the water in front of me. I'm really sorry, I should have told her I was there, it's just that. I like the idea that we keep it a secret between us. You know what will happen if our friends learn that we are sleeping together? Everyone will get involved and make a mess of it. Ollie is right, but damn it, Logan will never let me go. He just surprised me, taking a soft bath with a pink candy god. He's going to make fun of me until the end of my days. Let me catch up, she begs. I'm sure I can find a way to make you forget Logan, she whispers. I hold my dick that instantly bends. See, you can't remember anymore. No, I still want you, I answer in groaning. What do I have to do to make you not want me anymore? It's already in your mouth. She thinks for a moment while looking at the movement of her hand under the water. Normally, I would say yes, but I don't think I can hold my breath for long enough. I'll drown if I try to suck you under the water. I laugh and get up, holding myself to the brick wall. And now? Ah. I can do that. She says. She approaches her face from my erection and licks her lips. I have never seen anything so exciting. She licks me delicately, walking her tongue over my gland as if she were tasting a delicious dessert. She moans, and her voice resonates throughout my body. You don't know how beautiful you are, like that, I say, fluttering from the tip of my fingers the water that her mouth forms. Her blue eyes plunge into mine, and I shudder when she takes me in her mouth. She swallows me a little more at each penetration, and soon I am at the bottom of her throat. Damn! I'm dying to speed up the pace, but I know I'll play too fast. You are so suckable, she says, punctuating her words with back and forth. What makes me so suckable? I ask, laughing. That, she replies, by squeezing my verge, this superb tail. It is big, but not too big, thick, but not too thick. It is perfect. Can a tail be too much of a thing? She laughs softly and takes me back in her mouth, making me forget what we were talking about. Allie Hayes is really good at carving pipes. She takes my testicles in her hand while sucking me and licking me, making me lose my head. Every millimeter of my body is about to shiver, and the growing pleasure makes my legs tremble. I keep one hand on the wall while the other dives into her wet hair. You're going to let me enjoy you in your mouth, baby? She hasn't allowed me yet. Last time, she ended up strangling me to the point of orgasm, but I'm dying to ejaculate in her mouth and to have swallowed her until the last drop. Ollie raises a seductive gaze on me and my balls contract, full of desire. She slightly hawks her head and I take off. A wave of pleasure travels through my body to gush out of my sex. It takes me almost a minute to recover. When my breathing calms down and my sight becomes clear again, I sink into the water, I push Ollie back, and she shouts out loud when I lift her up to sit her on the edge of the bathtub. It's my turn, I mutter. Her gaze ignites while I stretch out her legs and caress the inside of her thighs. Her skin is as soft as a baby's. I'm about to lower my head and devour her. When I remember something, I offer her a devilish smile, then I step back to grab Winston, and Ollie holds her breath. Let's see if Winston makes you play as fast as little Dean. I slide the tip of the sex toy on her clitoris and laugh when she spreads her legs further. I love it when she's unembarrassed when it comes to sex, like me. I tickle her for a moment until her pelvis starts going back and forth against the goad. I spread her lips with my fingers and push Winston's gland into her pussy. We both watch the toy penetrate her. I wanted to take my time, but she's so wet that the goad penetrates her completely, without any resistance. I pull it out to the gland, then I dip it in her. Ollie moans, and so do I, because it excites me. If I didn't come to enjoy it, I'd be ejaculating in the bath water. How do you feel? I whisper. Full, she replies. I leave the sex toy in her and lean over to press my tongue on her clitoris. I lick it gently, then I go back and forth with the same slow rhythm as my tongue. Ollie brushes my hair and starts shaking on the edge of the bathtub. The movement of her leg splashes water on my face, but I don't care. I grab her clitoris between my lips and suck it while Winston continues his lower work. Her complaints become more raucous and faster. I suck it harder and change the angle of the sex toy. Oh, my God, she screams. I smile at her while she starts shaking. I love making this girl enjoy herself. She always reacts as if she had just received an unexpected gift. Her body relaxes and she shouts one last time, then she slowly opens her eyes. I love Winston. I gently remove the sex toy, but I look at her, frowning. You know it's not real, don't you? Believe me, if you let me put it on you, you wouldn't say the same thing. We flood the bathroom as we leave the bathtub, and Ollie slaps me when I lean over to empty it. Stop trying, Winston. I shriek, then I turn around to grab a towel from her. Back in my room, Ollie puts the sex toy on my dresser and starts drying. I'm really sorry, by the way. Logan's going to torture you with what he saw, isn't he? All the time, yeah. When I feel guilty, I sigh and reassure her. Don't worry, it doesn't matter. I'll tell her a girl was hiding behind the door because she was too ashamed. She blinks her eyes in panic. I won't say it's you, don't worry. However, if I tried to reassure her, I seem to have produced the opposite effect. So you're going to tell her it was a girl you ran into in a bar, that you don't know? You'd rather I tell her it was you? No, but... She bites her lip and says nothing more. I've been with a lot of women. I know women. When they're quiet like that, they're not just thinking about something. They're building a network of crazy scenarios that get mixed up, and suddenly, they're full of rage about something that hasn't even crossed your mind. Spit it out, alligator. Are you sleeping with other girls? Well, I wasn't expecting that. No, of course not. Once again, I'm just worrying her more. I promise you I'm not, I repeat firmly. She studies my face in search of a lie. Then she sighs. We probably should have talked about it before, to know if we're exclusive or not. I guess she's right, even if it's not a conversation I often have. All the girls I sleep with already know that we're not exclusive, on their side like mine, because they don't deprive themselves either. A few months ago, I had a nice second year who openly admitted that she was coming from another guy. With Ollie, I just assumed that we were exclusive. I don't want to hurt Wellesley's best friend. We are, I declare. You didn't sleep with anyone else? Seriously? She doesn't hide her surprise, and I don't know if I should be insulted. Not since our first time, no. And it doesn't bother you? And you? I want it to be exclusive, she answers with her head bowed. Well, I understand that it's just a flirt, but I don't like the idea that you sleep with other girls. And it's the same for me. I'll only sleep with you. Okay. Ollie still doesn't seem convinced. You're way too relaxed about this conversation. Would you rather I start yelling and demand that we sleep with others? No, but... And there's that silence again. Are you saying that it would satisfy you to only be with me for the duration of this flirt? She asks. And if I'm too busy to see you, like these last few days, aren't you going to look for someone to flirt with? This conversation didn't bother me until now, but now, it annoys me. Do you think I can't keep my coat on for a few days? We didn't see each other for 3 days, Dean, and you didn't stop saying how much you missed me. It's not because I like to fuck regularly that I go to the bars all day looking for my next conquest. Okay, sorry, I just had to know, she says, flipping the bottom of her towel. Listen, do me a favor. If a girl drags you into a bar and you want to sleep with her, or if you want to take another partner, you can send me a text telling me, flirt over, or something like that. I promise. However, in all sincerity, I don't think it will happen soon. I haven't thought of anyone else since Ollie made his way into my bed on the first night. Besides, it's quite disconcerting. I thought that if we fucked enough times, I would end up forgetting it. But this chick excites me. Even now, when we're in the middle of an awkward and serious conversation, my body is ready to put the lid back on. I wonder if I'll ever be able to forget this girl. Ollie, I had my first casting when I was 12. I was overenthusiastic, and even if I didn't have the part, I still enjoyed reading the scene in front of the casting director, who was the kindest woman in the world. I still remember the advice she gave me, telling me to persevere because she saw something in me. Shortly after, I discovered that the world of castings was not made of kittens and rainbows. No matter if you audition for commercials or serious roles, you will sooner or later be confronted with the problem of the difficult partner. There is one at each audition, the one who tries to sabotage you while you do not aim for the same role, the one who is clever because he needs to stand out, or the one who behaves like a moron and forgets his lines, ruining your chances of shining. Sometimes, it's just bastards who make you want to sabotage yourself rather than being in the same room as them. Over the years, I met all kinds of partners, and the best advice I was given on how to handle the bullies comes from Jack Emery, the director of the theater camp where I was a volunteer. He told me to use their negative energy. You can't control the other actor's behavior or force him to remember his lines. You can't force yourself to be nice to someone who, frankly, doesn't deserve the effort you need to make them smile. Jack told me to absorb their negative energy and to transmit it in my own performance. Of course, this advice does not apply when you play in an advertisement where you have to smile all the time. However, if your characters have a conflictual relationship, it is easy to use their anger or frustration in their performance. Thursday night, that's what I try to do during the rehearsal in front of the one who plays my sister's role. Mallory, Richardson, and I have already been in the same class in the past, but this is the first time that we are together on stage. Last week, we had our texts at hand because it was the beginning of the rehearsals. This week, our director wants us to play a few scenes without script in order to start the memorization process. It doesn't bother me because I have already learned half of the play by heart. As for Mallory, she barely manages to come up with a whole sentence. Give yourself to the obvious, Jeanette. You are weak, she says dryly. Why do you think Bobby left? Because he couldn't stand it. She stops. Reply, she calls to the first row where our director and the 2 producers are seated. Stephen's frustration is obvious and I don't blame him. In an hour, Mallory's shouted reply so many times that the scene doesn't make any sense anymore. He couldn't stand you crying all the time, Stephen replies. You are pathetic, you. Thank you, I know what's next. I just forgot the part where she cries. Stephen tells us to resume. Give yourself to the obvious, Jeanette. You are weak. Why do you think Bobby left? Because he couldn't stand you crying all the time. You are pathetic. You collapse. Reply. I refrain from going through the scene and sticking one to him. Maybe by screaming his text in his ears, his brain will record it. Stephen replies and we resume. I've had enough of holding your hand and drying your tears and... Bobby is dead, I shout to her. If I want to cry, I have the right to. And no one asked you to hold my hand. I didn't ask you to come here, said Caroline. I'm here because... Wait, it's coming. Reply. And so on, reply, reply, reply. We reserve the auditorium until 10:30 p.m., which leaves us one more hour to repeat. Usually, Stephen wants us to stay until the last second, but obviously, tonight, he's fed up. He gets up and announces that the rehearsal is over. I'm surprised he lasted so long. We'll do a handstand, he says. We have the room from noon to 3 p.m., so we should get going. Review your text, Mal. You really have to remember it. I'm sorry, Steve, complains Mallory, blushing. I didn't have time last night and I was preparing a monologue for Nigel's class. I'm completely lost right now. I want to say, welcome to the faculty. She thinks she's the only one who has a lot of work. I have a writing course that forces me to do 2 homeworks a week. A professor of cinema theory who gives us so much reading that I start sneezing. And in my audition preparation workshop, we have to write monologues every week because the teacher thinks it's too simple to use existing texts. Needless to say, I'm as lost as Mallory, but I don't find myself an excuse. I still take the time to memorize 2 small pages of dialogue. I'm glad the rehearsal is over because I was about to strangle my partner who doesn't even say goodbye leaving the scene. We'll do better tomorrow, I say to Stephen. I feel guilty for disappointing him today. I know how serious his career as a director is. The first time we met, I made fun of him by saying he would do better to be in front of the camera because he's great. With his dark chocolate skin, his perfect features, and his charming eyes, he reminds me of Idris Elba without the English accent. However, Stephen doesn't want to be an actor. He told me his goal was to win the Oscar for Best Director before the age of 40. It's not you who should do better, he said. You're doing a great job. I put his compliment in a corner of my head and I leave the scene behind the scenes while digging in my bag looking for my phone. My heart beats fast when I see I have a missed call from Ira. I called her last night to have news about the piece by Kavanaugh for which I'm dying to audition. I don't know if it's just a rumor circulating in Broadway, so I asked her to find out. It's 9:30 p.m. here, so it's 6:30 p.m. on the West Coast. I know he's still in LA because he wrote to me to tell me he was having lunch with the pilot's producer for Fox. I don't know if I should be happy or disappointed that the producers let me send them a video. Fortunately, I shouldn't have any news before a good moment since he only decides to audition in February. Hi Ira, I say when he hangs up. It's Ollie. I wanted to know if you had any news about the piece by Brett Kavanaugh. Well, yes. The production process has begun and I know one of the producers, so I contacted her. But the news is not good. Ah, what did she say? It's a male-only audition. It's bold, isn't it? Not only is it bold but it's a terrible news. Suddenly, I regret not having a penis. Alas, that means there won't be any role for you. No kidding, I don't have a penis. But I told Nancy that you wanted to work with Brett again and she promised to give him the message. So, who knows, maybe he'll call you when he has another project. It upsets me a bit even if I'm sad not to be in his next piece. I send a message to Dean coming out of the building. Me. Terrible day. Maybe I'll vent on you later. How was the match? He doesn't answer. It's only 30 seconds but usually he answers very quickly. 5 minutes later, I still don't have an answer. His match must be over. Yes, Anna told me it started at 6 p.m. and it's almost 10 p.m. I wait another 5 minutes. I'm almost home now. Why didn't he answer? It's been 10 minutes, you madman. Relax. Instead of relaxing, I get even more stressed because I just realized something. I didn't contact Dean to fuck. I wanted to see him to talk about my day. Anna is right. I'm incapable of having a story without ties. My rehearsal was painful and my first reflex was to contact the guy I'm sleeping with to talk to him so that he listens to me and comforts me and tells me that everything will be fine. Repeat after yourself. Allison Jane. Dean is not your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend, I say firmly. What? Asks a guy who slows down while looking at me. Sorry, I wasn't talking to you. His eyes are on my ear and I understand that he's looking for a Bluetooth. When he can't find it, he looks at me strangely and continues on his way. It's not because I'm talking to myself that I'm crazy. I shout to him while moving away. Well, sometimes yes. Like Lou, Brooklyn's bellboy who starts shouting to denounce governmental conspiracies by saying that aliens steal our brains via our phones. That said, Lou may be right, maybe our brains are being stolen little by little. After all, I can't prove the opposite. I continue on my way and soon I arrive in my apartment plunged in the dark. Anna hasn't come home yet. I know she went to the game tonight, so I call her to find out what she's doing. Hi. I don't know where she is, but I hear a cacophony of voices behind her and the bass of the music. I'm at the bar, do you want to join us? Who's there? Gareth and the guys? I ask in a nonchalant voice. And Dean? I don't want to ask this question because I'm behaving again like an awfully possessive girlfriend who checks where her boyfriend is as soon as he's not with her. Yeah, the whole team's here. We won, so everyone's partying. Gareth wants to challenge me to a shot contest. And the others, what are they doing? Logan, Tuck, Dean. I hate myself. Really. From the bottom of my heart. Tuck's not here. Logan's playing billiards and Dean's with a girl who's trying to beat him up. My blood freezes. What? Anyway, I can barely hear you. Write to me if you decide to come. My hand trembles when I put my phone down. Dean's at the bar riding a bike with another girl. 2 days after we decided to be exclusive. It's over. Chapter 18. Ollie. My mother was a wonderful woman. I'm not saying this because I'm her daughter, but because it's true. Eva Hayes was hot. Beautiful enough to blow your mind. She was 20 when she became a model. And even if she was too small for the podiums, the magazine directors took her out for their fashion photos. I still have all the catalogs and magazines she worked for. I inherited her blonde hair and blue eyes, but I don't have perfect features like hers. Mom used to be one of those classic beauties who made men, women, and children stop when she passed in front of them. As for me, I'm cuter than beautiful. However, I learned that good makeup and good clothes can turn any cute girl into a bomb. I don't know what I'm going to do because first of all, Dean and I are not a couple, and secondly, I don't want people to know we're sleeping together, so I can't go to Malone's and throw a bottle of beer at him. However, I can show him what he'll miss. I'm disgusted he didn't warn me, and I'm even more upset that he's with another chick while I wanted to continue this flirt. However, I knew what I was getting into. Dean Di Laurentis sleeps with everything that moves, period. However, my ego refuses to let go. That's why 30 minutes later, I get out of a taxi in front of Malone's house. I camp in front of the door setting up my action plan when 2 guys come out of the bar and stop to stare at me while they only see my coat, my hair, and my makeup. They'd drool if they saw what I'm wearing underneath. I take out my phone to write to Anna. I'm here. Where are you? She. At the billiards. I take a breath of fresh air and dive into the bar. The music vibrates under my heels while I run to the second room where the games are and a few seats are seated. I immediately spot my best friend busy talking to Logan and Hollis while Gareth goes around the billiards table. Fitzy looks at him attentively. I see Dean in a corner talking to a little brunette dressed in a slim jean and a sweater with a V-collar. Nice sweater, darling, but I can do better. I unbutton my coat, I take it off and I stand up again to go to the billiards table. Logan whistles like a wolf and he looks at me with his eyes wide open. Wow, you're hot, he says. What's the occasion? I just wanted to look pretty. Darling, you're more than pretty, I'm sure you make all the guys at the bar go wild. I raise my shoulders because there's only one guy I'm interested in. I wonder if Dean noticed me. You won the game, it seems, I ask Logan. Kind of, we won it. Cool, so you're back on the right track. Yeah, don't worry. We were playing against a second division team and we had a hard time beating them. Yo, Logan, says Gareth. Do you think you can do it? Please excuse me, ladies, but I need to show you something. Anna gets closer to me. So, are you ready to go out with some guys? She whispers while looking at my outfit. That said, my outfit doesn't really say that I want to go out with guys, only that I want to sleep with them. My blue night dress is a little more shaggy and it stops at half thigh. My eyes look huge thanks to my black makeup and my 10 centimeters high heels give my legs the impression of being infinite. Sure, I froze during the 5 seconds I was outside, but sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself to be great. No, I just want to touch the ground. Well, it's a success, she replies smiling. I'd fuck you if I could. I immediately get closer to her. Not bad, doll, he says in a nonchalant tone. However, I hear a tension in his voice and his agitation is obvious. Which is absurd because I don't see why he could be angry. I'm not the one who drives someone else crazy. Thank you. Who's your girlfriend? I ask in a soft voice. Huh? He replies. From a head movement, I designate the little brunette who looks at us with a worried look. I can't believe Dean would do as if he didn't know her. I just saw them talking. Ah, Polly. Paula. I didn't hear her name. But of course. Penelope, Anna replies. I was sitting next to her at the match and she's a great fan. She didn't stop talking about you, says my best friend in tears. I had to cut her off to tell her you weren't up to your reputation. Nonsense, protests Dean. I'm above my reputation. I'm going to get a drink, I declare while I feel his gaze pierce me. Great idea, I'm coming with you, announces Dean in a cheerful tone. I can't run on my heels, but I walk as fast as possible hoping to sow it in the crowd. It was a stupid idea to come here. I don't know what I was expecting, but not that. I'm even angrier than before. I shout when I'm suddenly pulled back and Dean's lips whisper in my ear. If you came here to spoil his walk, he groans. I turn to him and I shoot him in the eye. Contrary to what you think, the whole world doesn't turn around you. Of course, he's perfectly right. That's why I came. But I feel stupid now because I'm not the kind to play these little games. I should have stayed home. I was in a bad mood after my rehearsal and I cracked up imagining Dean with another girl. But since when do I dress like a slut to attract the attention of a guy who doesn't deserve it? My disgust of myself pushes me to turn my heels. I approach the counter where the horde of guys separates to open a passage for me like the Red Sea in front of Moe's. I order a cosmopolitan to stick to the image I've created. And when I open my pocket to pay, 3 different hands give out $20 bills. It's for me. No, I'm the one offering. Let me offer you a drink. Dean growls angrily and suddenly he takes out his own bill by pushing it into the bartender's hand. It's for me. He stares at me with a blank look. You're going to piss on me to mark your territory? I whistle. I don't know, I should. He retorts. What's going on, Ollie? Nothing. I take the glass the bartender gives me and I turn my heels. Dean doesn't give me any, so I walk faster. We join our friends and I can finally breathe, because he can no longer harass me. Penelope runs towards him, and I creep when she grabs his arms, those same arms that immobilized me the other night while he was kissing me. I drink a sip of my cocktail, and I try to listen to what Anna says about her end-of-year concert, and how happy she is that the faculty allows her to sing her own composition. I increasingly want to send demos to record companies, she admits. Really? She told me about it a few months ago, but I didn't think she was seriously considering it. Yeah, she answers by playing with a hair tie, drawing my attention to her green apple beret, the only splinter of color in her entirely black outfit. I love composing, she continues. I like being on stage, but when Dexter and I had fun at the piano last night, he sang one of the songs I work on, and I don't listen to him anymore. I'm a horrible friend, I know, but I can't help it. I'm too distracted by the vulture pecking at Dean's exquisite carcass, stroking his fingers on his arm, caressing his biceps, whispering something to his ear. For his defense, Dean doesn't seem to notice that Penelope is glued to him. His eyes are on me, and his gaze darkens by the second. I sip my drink, and I spend the next hour trying to be sociable, but I'm more and more angry with myself. Without realizing it, I gave Dean a role he shouldn't play. He's not my friend, and I shouldn't write to him because I had a bad day. I shouldn't be upset that he doesn't answer me, or that he's talking to another girl. The worst part is that he doesn't seem to be interested in Penelope. Every time I look at them from the corner of my eye, he's on his phone as if she didn't exist. My cover keeps vibrating, telling me that I'm the one he's writing to. But I don't look at him, because I'm too busy realizing that I'm the one he's writing to, so I continue to walk to the emergency exit. I'm already out of there, so I know there's no alarm. The icy air whips my arms and legs as soon as I leave the alley. I put on my coat when the door opens and Dean emerges after me. Go away. No, he retorts. Very well, stay here if you want. I'm going home. I open my pocket to call a taxi and tell Anna that I'm leaving. But he tears it off my hands. Can you give me my bag back, please? I spit. No. Not until you've told me why you're mad at me. Why don't you go back to see Penelope? I'm sure she'll be happy to talk to you. With a little luck, she might give you another shot. He looks away for a second, then he starts laughing. Are you jealous of Penelope? I'm not jealous, I answer coldly. But I don't like to be lied to. When did I lie to you? I feel my cheeks blush abruptly. Damn Dean. Damn me for letting him put me in such a state. Yes. Yes. I don't even know how I feel. You promised me you'd let me know if you caught anyone else. I didn't catch anyone. Anna told me you were kissing her. No, she was the one kissing me. At least she was trying. I told her I didn't care. Ah. A part of my indignation disappears. But I force myself not to flinch. It doesn't matter what Dean did or didn't do. I still let this flirt go in a direction I don't like. And it's time for me to get back on the right track. Yes, retorts Dean. Because contrary to what you think, I keep my promises. I told you I wouldn't sleep with anyone else, and it's true. Very well, I believe you. Can I go now? No, I ask, trying to pick up my handkerchief. However, he stretches out his arm and holds it out of my reach. You're still angry, he says dryly. No. Don't lie to me, liar doll. Are you insinuating that you lied by saying she was the one who kissed you? No, what I'm saying is. He swears and sighs before continuing. You know I won't let you go until you've told me what's wrong. Damn, Ollie. If anyone has to be angry, it's me. Here you go. My friends have been making fun of my face for 2 days because you hid in the bathroom, Dean replies. I found a bottle of lubricant under my pillow with a word from Gareth telling me, for your ass. Logan bought a bottle of pink lemonade, and he gives me a wink every time he drinks a glass. And Grace can no longer look at me without laughing. And now you take my head without telling me why. It's over, Dean. This flirt is over. Why? He asks dryly. Because I've decided. And I don't have my say, do I? No. It's nonsense, Ollie. You can't say stop without giving me good reason. A feeling of macabre impotence suddenly. Because I don't have good reason. I had a bad day, and you're the first person I called. I'd look crazy if I said it out loud. However, I know myself. I feel like I'm falling into the little friend's trap, and I have to get out of it before it's too late. Are you telling me I'm not attracting you anymore? No, that's not it. You know very well that I'm not, but nothing at all. He approaches, and I can't breathe. His look is burning, and his expression wild. I've never seen Dean angry, and it's exciting to never finish. And if we summed up what happened that night, what do you think? He suddenly throws himself on me, and he slams me against the brick wall. His mouth is a few millimeters from mine. We are hidden by a pile of containers, and a big trash can that, by miracle, is empty. However, I think that even if it was full, I would feel nothing but the virile and spicy scent of Dean. My brain gets a little more confused every time I breathe. You knew I was at the bar with another chick, and you were jealous. Am I right for now? I tighten my jaw. Then, you freaked out because you were jealous, didn't you? When I don't answer, he takes my chin in his hand. What's going on in your pretty little head? Do you think that means you have feelings for me? That you want me for yourself? You will soon want a wedding and children? Don't be smart. Well, that doesn't mean anything, doll. He continues, ignoring my remark. You were jealous, so what? Do you know how jealous I am? Do you think I like to see all the guys at the bar drooling while looking at your breasts, while plunging their hands into their pockets to put their erections back in place? I want to rip their eyes out to stop them from looking at you again, baby. I look away, finally. It's true, he says. But did you see me panic? No, because it doesn't mean anything. Except that we didn't stop getting excited about each other. He puts his thigh between mine and rubs it against me to make me feel his erection. I still excite you, don't I? His hard verge distracts me too much to answer. I can already feel that I'm getting wet and my nipples are suddenly very sensitive. Don't worry, he says, by fluttering my ear with his mouth. If I slip my hand under your dress, I know I'm going to find your pussy more soaked than ever. I still can't breathe. And now, Dean pushes my coat on my shoulders to make it fall to the ground. I stay frozen in place, fascinated by the intensity of his gaze. He lifts my dress and puts his hand between my legs. The discharge of pleasure that swirls in me makes me get out of my trance. We're in public, but Dean doesn't care. Even if it's cold, his fingers are surprisingly warm when he slips them under the lace of my string. He laughs softly, rubbing my wet sex. Yeah, that's what I thought. He makes fun of me again, and I'm indignant again. Don't worry, I'll get wet if any guy rubs against me. Whatever. He retorts, rubbing my clitoris with his thumb. It's me you want. He penetrates me with a finger, and my muscles betray me by contracting. As long as your hungry pussy continues to get wet for me, he continues. Our flirting will not be over. My God, he's really fingering me now. The pleasure is unbearable, but by miracle, I can speak. Dean. Anyone could get out. It's better that they get out. Let them see the vile girl you are. I moan so loud that I'm ashamed of it. Dean adds a second finger, and he hooks them to hit a point that makes me immediately climb towards the orgasm. I throw my pelvis against his hand, gulping down the pleasure he offers me. Wouldn't they be offered a real show? Do you want me to take you here, against the wall? My sight becomes clearer, and I discover the desire ignited in his gaze. His other hand flies over his bracket, and he leans his head to the side, waiting for my answer. I don't know what fate he threw me into. I should clear his hand, tell him to keep his dick in his pants, and stop behaving like a bastard. We are in public, someone could really see us. So, in this case, why is my heart beating so fast? Why am I shaking my head? He takes his fingers off, and he turns me against the wall. I shiver when I hear voices on the other side of the street. What if we were surprised? What if a cop surprised us? People go to jail for this kind of thing, don't they? Dean's hot breath tickles my neck as he lifts my dress over my waist, and the cold wind makes the hair on my thighs rustle. I should stop him. Probably. Without a doubt. But I don't. I hear plastic tearing and the rustling of his clothes. His erection slides between my buttocks, then it goes down until it finds my slit. You'd better come quickly, he whispers in my ear. I won't last more than 2 round trips. I'm not sure I'll last more than 2 seconds. My clitoris is so swollen that it's painful. I've never done that behind a bar. It's both exciting and terrifying. The danger, the risk of being surprised, puts me under so much tension that the slightest spark will blow me away. This spark comes in the form of a unique and deep shot from Dean. My cry stops when he puts his hand on my mouth. For someone who is so excited about performing, he is suddenly full of precautions. As for me, I no longer know what continent we are on. My orgasm unfurls in me and cuts off my breath. I retreat towards Dean while my body is covered in spasms. He growls softly, snorting his head in the hollow of my neck, while he lets himself be carried away by his own orgasm. He wasn't joking. He's playing so fast that I don't know if I should be impressed or make fun of him. He makes one last vaetv in me by shaking violently the hands firmly clung to my hips. I also tremble, but it may be because of the icy wind on my bare buttocks. When the voices break our silence, I suddenly move away and lower my dress. I tilt my head and I see people at the end of the street, but no one turns their head towards us. I pick up my coat to put it back on, while Dean puts his tail still hard in his jean. He throws the hood in the bin and looks at me with a funny look. I don't know if I should be impressed. He makes one last vaetv in me by shaking violently the hands firmly clung to my hips. I also tremble, but it may be because of the icy wind. I have to stay true to myself and remember that I'm my own ex-boyfriend. Try to access your memories. Apparently, that's what these little green men are doing to me right now. This Friday evening starts exactly as it did 2 weeks ago. I get out of the gym looking at my phone and I have 3 messages from Sean. I read them and groan aloud, because he really needs to talk to me, it seems. Shit. I don't know how I managed to avoid seeing him for 2 weeks. My sexual escapades with Dean are a wonderful distraction, but I don't have that luxury tonight, because Dean is at a match against the Hurricanes and he drinks a glass with Bo afterwards. I have to decide what to do with Sean. Do I want to talk to him? Will it be useful for anything? I'm starting to think that our last breakups didn't last because we tried to stay friends, and everyone knows it's a bad idea. Megan says it takes a period of 6 months without contact before being able to consider it. That said, Megan is far from being an expert in romantic relationships. The last time I spoke to her, she told me that she was still seeing her 37-year-old doctor, and that she keeps coming up with new excuses not to meet her daughter. If she can't communicate her fears and concerns to him, I don't see how she can build a healthy relationship with him. However, it's my love life that I have to think about. Well, my ex-love life, since I don't like Sean McCall anymore. The speed at which my feelings have disappeared is almost frightening, by the way. My mother used to say that time heals all wounds, and it's true. During the year that followed his death, it was enough for me to see his face again to burst into tears. Today, I still suffer when I think of her, but the pain is much less vivid. I still miss her, but I no longer feel the need to roll in a ball and cry all day. I thought that love would take more time to fade than mourning, but my feelings for Sean have undoubtedly begun to diminish long before we broke up. Maybe a coffee with him is not a disastrous idea. I will take this opportunity to analyze my heart's reaction when I see it. I still haven't made a decision while I'm climbing the stairs in my home. Bristol House only has 4 floors, so there is no elevator. I go out into the hallway and freeze when I see Sean sitting in front of my door. Once again, he made the decision in my place. He is looking at his phone, but he suddenly raises his head when he hears my footsteps, and he hurries to come to me. My heart has a reaction, but it is not the one I was expecting. Sean is exactly the same. His hair protrudes from his Red Sox cap, his hazelnut eyes have not changed, and he still has no beard. All I feel is irritation. "Don't blame me," he says instead of saying hello. I know I shouldn't have pointed at me all of a sudden. "So why did you do it?" "Because you don't answer my messages," he says in a rage. "We stayed together for almost 4 years in Lille, and you can't give me 5 minutes to talk." I had nothing to say. I unlock my door and put my gym bag in the entrance. When Sean tries to block my way, I frown and stab the door to block his way. "What?" "I'm not allowed to come in," he says. "You have no reason to come in." "Say what you have to say, Sean." "I'm not going to do that in the gym." I take a deep breath and count to 10. I don't know why I'm so hard on him. Maybe because seeing him plunged me into the dispute that has broken us up and reminded me of all the cruel things he threw me into the picture. I have to breathe. I'm probably dry with him because the rehearsal this evening was still disastrous, and my intense training in the gym did nothing to listen. I need to take a shower. "If you want, I'll meet you at the cafe in half an hour. We can talk there." I know he is still upset that I don't let him in, but he nevertheless accepts my proposal. "Okay. A coffee might do me good anyway. I'll be there soon." I close the door and lean on it for a few seconds. I don't think I want to hear what he has to say. I regret that Anna is not there to ask him for his opinion, but she is repeating. With the winter show coming up, I don't think I'll see her much in the next few weeks. In the shower, I remember that there is a reason why I break up with Sean. Many reasons even. We wanted different things for the future. I was not happy. He was always angry. Basically, it was too much pain and not enough reward. I like to think that my mother would agree with me on this point. She had pushed me to fight for my love relationships, of course, and it's true that you have to know how to compromise, but the relationship shouldn't be so hostile, should it? I don't see what Sean could say to change my mind. It's a long story. Sean took us to a table at the back of the Café Bond, half hidden by a huge ceramic pot, from which a huge plastic faucet spills. I don't understand the decoration of this place. There are too many plants. Was he aiming for a jungle theme? Anyway, whatever. I love the smell of freshly ground coffee, and I appreciate that we are a table away from people. Sean gives me a big polystyrene cup. "I took you a coffee," he says with a smile. "A vanilla latte with an extra shot of coffee." This time, I'm not surprised that my heart is tightening a little. At the same time, it's normal that he knows my preference for coffee and vice versa. I don't need to open his cup to know that it's a simple latte without sugar, or to open the paper bag to know that it contains a blueberry muffin, the only type of muffin he eats. When we were together, I forced him to taste all the muffins and all the pastries behind the counter, but he said that the blueberry was the only perfume that enchanted his butterflies. Now I'm sad. "How are you?" asks the low voice. Oh no, he wants us to talk about the rain and the beautiful weather too. Yes. I hold my coffee with both hands to stop me from stuttering. How are you? Not great, but he raises his shoulders rather than finish his sentence. I notice that he looks tired. Is he lacking sleep? I refuse to ask him the question because we are no longer together. His sleeping habits no longer concern me. I miss you, he murmurs. What is it? I hurry to drink a sip of coffee. I don't answer him, only me too, because in truth, I don't miss him. It was the case just after our breakup, of course, but since then, I've had other distractions. The room, Dean. As I don't answer, he continues the upset face. I've been thinking a lot since you broke up. I questioned myself a lot. It's good, all the better. I thought about it again in the last 6 months and I realized how much I had screwed up. I really behaved like an asshole there. But now I know why. My throat tightens abruptly. Why? Because I was afraid. His look becomes vulnerable and I have to fight against my desire to reach out to take his hand. It's not up to me to comfort him. You know what you want to do with your life since you're 12 and it's super rare. Few people can say that. At least not me. I didn't grow up dreaming of working for my father's insurance company. But it's a guaranteed job and few people have that chance, especially after graduation. But it's not as if I wanted to go back to live in Vermont. Listen to you, we would have thought otherwise. Because it's my only option, he said in a frustrated voice. I was trying to feel enthusiastic. And honestly, imagining you by my side made the idea of going home much more bearable. But it was unfair to you. I didn't have the right to ask you to sacrifice your future just to make me feel better about mine. I am amazed. I never understood that Sean didn't want to live in Vermont. However, I suppose it's another proof of the lack of communication between us. You told me, during our first encounter, that you wanted to live in LA after college. You didn't stop telling me until we broke up, he said, shaking his head. But this summer, I decided not to hear it anymore. I was convinced that I was the most important thing in your life and that you would go anywhere to be with me. It's unfair to expect that from someone, I whispered. You can't order someone to put your happiness before theirs. I know, and I was wrong to give you this ultimatum. I told you, I thought a lot, he repeated before taking a long breath. And I came to several conclusions. My stomach is rumbling when I see him putting his hand in the pocket of his jacket. Oh my God, as long as he doesn't take out a bag screen. Am I crazy to hope that he will take out a gun and hold everyone hostage until I agree to get back with him? I don't know why, I think I'm better equipped for that than for a marriage proposal. However, when his hand emerges from his jacket, it holds an envelope that he puts on the table. What is it? I ask while looking at the envelope as if it contained anthrax. Open it. Shit. Please, he insists. The sincerity of his voice makes me give in. I take the envelope and open it. I take a look at it, and I see a sheet of paper that I take out and unfold while trembling. I am first shocked, then I am suspicious, then I panic. What am I supposed to answer to that? I hold in my hand the confirmation for 2 flights to Los Angeles the day after the graduation. I bite my lip as I look up at Sean. You and me, baby, he says in an enthusiastic tone. That's what I should have done from the start. I was stupid to want to force you to come to Vermont with me. I should have swallowed my pride and come to LA with you. What a horror. Why did I insist that we meet in public? The public is bad. The public, it means that everyone will be a witness to the agony and humiliation of Sean when I tell him. No. His face collapses. What? You're not coming to LA with me? He opens his mouth and closes it. Then he opens it again. I give him time to digest what I just said. Alas, that's when my phone vibrates. I search in my bag and... Great. It's a message from Dean. Him. The match is over. The hurricanes have crushed them. Beau is not available later. See you. My God, if only. Me. I can't. I'm in a mess. Why not? Sean finally asks. Because. I'm distracted by a new message. Him. Everything's fine. Me. Yeah. I'm having a coffee with Sean. No answer. Sean is still waiting for mine, however. I realize that I shouldn't have told Dean that I saw my ex, but I was in automatic mode. Him. What? Me. I know. I'll explain later. No answer. As for Sean, he loses patience. Who are you writing to? He asks. Anna. The worst thing when you go out with someone for as long as Sean and I, is that the other one always knows when you're lying. That's it, yeah. He retorts. The black look of anger. It's this guy. The one you slept with. No. And even if it was, it doesn't look at you. We're not together anymore, Sean. That's why you can't come to LA with me. Sean's face melts as he blushes. You don't think what you're saying. Yes. I'm sorry. But I think it's time for us to move on. To move on or to other people? He spits. Like this guy whose name you don't want to tell me. I could be a bitch and tell him that it doesn't look at him. But I'm happy to slip the envelope to him. I'm sorry. I hope they're refundable. And I really hope you'll find your passion. Whether it's working with your father or something else. Oh shit. I can feel my throat writhing. I really wish you the best, Sean. I want you to be happy. He doesn't answer. He remains seated in silence. The face of marble. I move my chair back and my hands tremble violently when I put my coat back on. I don't tell him that we can stay friends because I know that's not what he wants to hear. And I don't want to make him a promise I can't keep. Goodbye, Sean. I murmur. 24 hours after seeing my ex again, I'm forced to make myself clear. Dean avoids me. I wrote him after my coffee with Sean to ask him if he still wanted to see me. No answer. I wrote him to ask him if he had finally seen Beau. No answer. I wished him good night. No answer. I said hello to him. No answer. I'm sitting on my bed alone on a Saturday night and I have more and more trouble tolerating his silence. Last night I was ready to accept him. It was normal for Dean to imagine the worst when he found out I was with Sean and I didn't blame him for making a fuss. A few hours of silence are a reasonable reaction. But 24 hours? No. If Dean wants me to, fine. If he wants it to be over, fine. But he could at least have the balls to tell me. I find it insulting that he ignores me until I understand the message. And I don't have the patience for this kind of little puerile game. I grab my laptop because I need a distraction and I don't know better than adorable kitten videos on YouTube. With a little luck, someone will have filmed a giraffe coughing or a hippopotamus baby burrowing in a pond. I don't know how I land on Twitter. Oh, look. Dean is alive. He won't be able to use the excuse of, I was dead, to explain why he ignores me. Because a student from Briard tweets his home game live and says that Dean Laurentis marked it. I close the browser and I get up. Maybe I'm masochistic, but seeing Dean's name on Twitter makes me want to see him in real life. I need answers, damn it. If our adventure is over, I want him to look me in the eye and tell me. I take almost 30 minutes to get to the gym, located on the other side of the campus. I show my student card to the locker room to get the discount and he tells me that there are only places to stand. A minute later, I'm in. The second period has just begun. I look at the blackboard trying to remember Dean's number, but I don't remember it. So I read the names on the black and silver jerseys. Dean's name is so long that I think it must be easy to spot, but it's not. I don't see him on the ice, and he's not on the bench either. That's weird. I open the Twitter app and look for the profile I was following earlier. Maybe Arabaspriardbrian38 posted news while I was walking here. I fly over the most recent tweets until something catches my attention. My heart stops beating. Dean was excluded from the match. Chapter 20. Dean. I'm sitting in the empty locker room, head down, shoulders down, doing everything I can not to grab the first object I have in my hand. My helmet, in this case, and throw it against the wall. The phalanges of my right hand are cracked and bleeding. Following the violent impact, I put on St. Anthony's striker. But I put my hand on my thigh and let my hockey pants absorb the blood. I hate these bastards from St. Anthony. Our teams have always been rivals, and the tension is palpable every time we play against each other. However, hostility has worsened in recent years. A few weeks ago, a band of St. Anthony players stole the phone from one of Grace's friends and refused to let her leave their hotel room. Tonight, I'm at fault. Sure, there were the usual verbal and physical attacks between our two teams, but I was already angry before the match. And when this bastard came for me, I cracked. They excluded me for anti-sport gestures, but if the referees had heard the horrors Conley was saying about our mothers, he would have said the same thing. But I'm the only player in the locker room. A punch probably won't suspend me all season, but now I'm stuck here. Forbidden to leave as long as I haven't let Coach Jensen yell at me. Maybe he'll delegate this task to Aoshi. What luck it would be. 2 lessons in 24 hours. Yippee. He called me in his office last night while I was coming home after the Hurricanes match. Added to that, the announcement that Ollie was with his ex. And it's not surprising if I ended up getting bored with Bo. I swear that if Ollie gets back together with this bastard, I'm going to... What? Break a cable again? Break up with her? For now, I've only avoided it. You're talking about a man. Actually, I'm afraid of what she might say. I hear footsteps in the hallway, and I creep. But it's the wrong door, since it's the one that leads to the hall and not to the skating rink. Dean. I suddenly raise my head, hearing Ali's voice. How did she manage to get through? There are security guards at every door during every game to avoid thefts in locker rooms or damage. Dean, are you there? She asks, gently knocking on the door. Yeah, I grumble. Ollie passes her little blonde head through the door. She sees me, sitting on the bench, and she rushes towards me. She's wearing a jean and a red sweater. Her hair is raised in a disheveled bun, and her eyes seem to me red and swollen. Did she cry? How did you get through security? I ask. I told the guy I was your girlfriend, and that I had to know at all costs if my man was okay. I may have shed a few crocodile tears too. The ability to cry on command is sometimes a great asset. And he believed you? Yeah, I'm very convincing, you know. But I still had to show my student card to prove that I wasn't sabotaging the locker room. Why were you excluded from the game? She asks, sitting on the bench next to me. I answer, without looking at her, eyes riveted against the wall in front of me. I hit someone. It was stupid of me. I deserve to be stuck here. Maybe, but it's still bad. She shuts up for a moment, but I feel her eyes on me. You're avoiding me. A little, I answer, looking her in the eye. A little. There are no different degrees to avoid someone, Dean. Either you avoid me, or you don't avoid me. It's wrong. Sometimes there are attenuating circumstances, unexpected variables. Like what? Doesn't matter, I answer, stretching my shoulders. Yes, tell me, she insists. She puts her hand on my cheek, then she takes my chin to force me to look at her. I know you're mad at me for seeing Shane. I'm not mad at you. You can see who you want, I say. She feigns ignorance while inside, I'm sobbing. But let me point your hypocrisy out. Shouldn't we have said that before hitting someone else? I didn't hit him. No. No, she said firmly. If you ignored me because you thought that Shane and I would get back together, I can assure you that's not the case. He wanted it. But I said no. I don't explain the relief that suddenly invades my chest, it's good to know. The flash of her gaze tells me that she is perfectly aware of my relief. She takes my hand and our fingers intertwine. Sean and I are separated. I don't want to be with him, and that's what I told him last night. I bet he wasn't happy to hear it. No, but he still has to accept it. She caresses my irritated phalanges with her thumb. She no longer bleeds, but, hearing the cry she makes, one would think that my hand was amputated. You shouldn't fight, she grunts. Hockey players are hot-blooded, darling. Sometimes we fight, it's not the end of the world. What did he say to upset you? I don't even remember, everything happened very quickly and I was already in a bad mood before the match. Because of me? She asks, taking a guilty look. No, she got on my nerves because of another photo on Instagram. I really have to be careful when I'm at Malone's. Oshie, is he the coach's assistant? The one who forced you to volunteer at the college? The defense coordinator, yeah. Okay, and what photo is he talking about? Wait, a photo of Malone's? Us? She asks, becoming pale as a sheet. No, of Penelope and me, the gaga of lacrosse who was tripping me over. Archie is furious. Why? Are public affection demonstrations forbidden? I'm not saying that's what you were doing, without the need to add. I know she's the one who was flirting with you. It wasn't the stuttering he's blaming me for. It's because in the photo I have a beer in my hand and Archie has decided that we were never allowed to drink the slightest drop of alcohol. He knows he's training college students. A zero tolerance for alcohol is impossible. I know. And all you're doing is holding a beer. It's completely crazy. It's not like you're doing a coke rail on Penelope's breasts. Of course not. If I had to sniff coke on someone's breasts, it would be yours. Oh, thank you, it's so romantic. She brings her face closer to mine and kisses me on the cheek while caressing my arm. Archie is an idiot, honey. Don't let him affect you, okay? Especially to the point that you're so angry that you hit another player. She's right. I have to manage to better control my emotions. But Frank Archie, damn it. I'm boiling with rage just by hearing it in his voice. Ollie's mouth flutters my jaw. Then she lets go of my hand. I have to go before anyone sees me here. Yes. The third period will soon be over. Did you see the score before coming to see me? I think you were even. Shit. With a little luck, my guys will be able to take the upper hand because I'm in big trouble. And to be honest, I've had enough of hiding from everyone too. At first, I found it exciting to sleep with Ollie in the back of our friends, but that's no longer the case. When she arrived at Malone's the other night, in her sexy outfit, I wanted to roll a huge shovel at her in front of everyone. It was super hard to pretend that her presence left me indifferent, and I'm tired of writing to her for quick hideouts and lying to my friends about where I'm going. Friends who, by the way, now think that I incorporate Godmish in my masturbation. When Tucker gave me a plate of eggs and bacon this morning, he asked me in a very innocent voice if my little friend Rose was going to join us for breakfast. Garrett almost fell off a cliff while he was laughing out loud. As for Grace, the poor thing still can't look at me without blushing. I know Ollie doesn't want our friends to know we're sleeping together, but I regret that there's no way to have a little more freedom. Maybe we could book a hotel room for a weekend, spend 2 days in bed without having to worry that. Hey, wait, I say to him, taking his hand. Did you book your train ticket for Thanksgiving? Damn, no. Why do I always forget everything? I put a reminder, damn it. Don't book it. Why? Because I have a better idea. Why don't I come to New York with you? We can go there by car. She seems surprised. You want us to spend Thanksgiving together? Well, I'm going to see my dad and... I'm not inviting you to dinner at your place, don't worry. I thought I could stay at my place in Manhattan while you're at your father's, and that if you're free on Thursday or Friday night, you could come. Thursday, playing with your eyebrows. We'd be all alone. That's what's interesting, she replied slowly. When are you supposed to go to Briard for the game? I'd have to leave Saturday morning. When did you plan to go home? Saturday morning. So, are you leaving? For a free trip to New York and a weekend of sex, of course. Cool. I have a favor to ask you, though. She bows her head as I continue. My morale, so far at the top of my lungs, is now at a standstill. Take her away, Winston. This is how I find myself driving to New York with Ollie in the passenger seat. It's already night when we hit the road, because Ollie had a rehearsal until 6 p.m. and it took her an hour to pack her suitcase. I'm carrying a backpack, but she takes a suitcase full of cracks that barely fits in my trunk. I left my hockey bag there because I didn't think she'd take so much business for 3 days. Fortunately, the parking lot behind Bristol House is deserted, so no one sees us trying to get her suitcase into my car. The campus is strangely quiet. Obviously, we are not the only ones to have decided to leave for Thanksgiving for a few days. Anna and Garrett left for Philadelphia this morning, and Grace and Logan a few hours later. They visit Logan's father in his detoxification center, then they go see his mother in Boston, and they go back to Hastings tomorrow to spend the day with Grace's father. Tucker was still at home when I left, but he's leaving for Hollis tomorrow morning. Fortunately, because if he had nowhere to go, I would have felt guilty about abandoning him, and I would have offered him to come to Manhattan with me. Once we're in my car, Ollie and I discover that our musical tastes are radically different. We argue for 5 minutes, then we find a compromise. We have 30-minute breaks each during which the other has no right to complain. This little plague takes even a minute to make sure we follow the rules. Of course, she announces that she's starting. Why are you starting? I ask. Because I have a vagina. Very well, but I have a penis. Yes, that's not how it works, she answers in an exasperated tone. So how does it work? Because the last time I checked, the genitals didn't decide who listens to his music first. Of course they do, says Ollie, talking to me as if I were pregnant. You see, if you take your penis from me, I can hold it for months, even years. But if I deprive you of your access to my vagina, you'll be lost, like a man at sea desperately looking for his vaginal buoy. So the vagina takes it over the penis, she concludes smiling. For my part, my smile disappears because she's perfectly right. So we spend the first 30 minutes listening to love songs from the 80s. I want to know what love is. I just called to say I love you. It must have been love. I could believe that Ollie is trying to send me a message, in a very subtle way, of course, but I'm sure all the songs from the 80s talk about love. When it's my turn, I choose the songs with the dirtiest lyrics I know. Censored Jay-Z songs, Cypress Hill and Snoop Dogg. Ollie replies with Madonna's biggest hits. And instead of punishing her, I decide to have fun and drop the hip-hop to move on to the country. We still have 2 hours of driving ahead of us when Ollie takes out her phone and starts writing. Who are you writing to? I ask without leaving the road of the eyes. To Dylan, a friend from high school. She's at college in Florida, but maybe she's coming home for the weekend. Oh, I should write to Fletch to see if he's around. Fletch? Kyle Fletcher, but I call him Fletch. He's my ex. You're supposed to see your ex again. I exclaim as I turn my head to her. Come home, honey. Fletch stayed a good friend. My curiosity wins. How long have you been together? 3 years. Wow. And then you stayed 3.5 years with Sean again. You like commitment, don't you? Not at all, she protests. Honey, you spent almost 7 years of your life in a serious relationship. And you're 22. 21, I'm a Christmas baby. Are you serious? Were you born on the 25th? The 24th. Okay, so I'm a Christmas Eve baby. Sorry. Anyway, you're right. 7 years is a long time. And you, what's your longest relationship? A little over a year. Oh, really? It's more than I thought. Was it in high school? I shake my head. Why did you break up? Because we were in high school, I answer, raising my eyes to the sky. So what? Maybe it was the love of your life, retorts Callie. Don't you think high school loves can last? No. I don't think we can know what we want or what we expect from a relationship at that age. In high school, you have no idea what real life is like. You can't imagine how much you still have to die. I'm definitely not the same person I was when I was a teenager, or even a year ago. Of course you are, she says, smiling. You were a jumper last year, and you still are. That's not wrong, I answer, laughing. Ollie lets go of her phone and turns in her seat to see me better. Are you still talking to your ex? No, I answer, frowning. You lost contact. You could say that, yeah. It's because of her that Coach Ashi hates me, actually. Miranda and her daughter. Did you go out with your coach's daughter? Honey, Ollie says in a tacky tone, that's the first rule to follow. Never go out with the progeny of an authority figure. Do I look like someone who follows the rules? Anyway, I couldn't help it. At the time, Miranda was awesome. Irresistible. She went to my high school for free, because Frank was a coach, so she wasn't a rich kid like all the others. She was completely different. She didn't care what others thought, and she didn't ridicule people to feel like she had wings, unlike the high school girl. She had her feet on the ground. She was funny and awesome. Of course, Dean Di Laurentis only hits awesome girls. I didn't hit her. Anyway, not right away. It took us a while to get through this stage, but I wasn't in a hurry. We were doing other things, I answer, throwing a wink at her. So, when did you go to the act? About 2 months before we split up. My shoulders are awfully tense, like every time I think back to that night, and Ollie the blood, because she speaks in a worried voice. What happened? Shit. Why did I start this conversation? We'd been together for about 9 months when things got complicated. Miranda started talking about what would happen when we were in college, which had never been part of the deal. Wait, was Oshie aware at this point that you were dating his daughter? Yeah, he knew. He wasn't happy, but he said that as long as Miranda was happy, he was happy. That didn't stop him from asking me questions every time I went to get her, and threatening to castrate me if I disrespected him. But it was bearable. My father did the same thing to Fletch when we started dating. Believe me, it's a father thing. So, Miranda was talking about college. All the time. And that started to worry me, because when we dated, we were on the same wavelength on this matter. I didn't want long-distance relationships. I saw my brother and friends older than me trying. They spent their first year hanging on to someone they should have let go. The calls became less frequent, visits stopped, then jealousy settled in. I didn't want to live that, and neither did Miranda. She had planned to go to Duke. I was going to Brea or Harvard. We had decided that if we were still together at the end of high school, we would break up. But she changed her mind. Yes. It was subtle at first. She was talking about something we would do in the future, and when I reminded her that it probably wouldn't happen, she laughed, saying she had forgotten. But then, she became clingy and possessive. She called me 10 times a day, and suddenly she became paranoid that I was cheating on her, which wasn't the case, by the way. I never cheated on anyone with whom I committed myself. So you broke up? Oh no, you slept with her before. I hear the accusatory tone of Ali's voice, and it revives my guilt. Yeah. Miranda was with another guy for 2 years before going out with me. When we started dating, she told me she had slept with him. No. I don't like the way this conversation is going. Ollie murmured. We were at a party, and she was super clingy. She didn't let me talk to anyone, she refused to let go of my hand, she even followed me to the bathroom. I was frustrated and angry, and I started to chain up the beers, because it was the only way to pass the time. She didn't want to leave. She didn't want to let me go. I thought about breaking up with her on the spot, and I think she felt it because all of a sudden, she dragged me to the floor. I was horribly drunk, not forgetting that I was a teenager obsessed with sex, so I can't say I rejected her. We went to bed together, and she confessed to me afterwards that it was her first time. Shit. If I had known, would have been more. I don't know, more cautious, softer. Her first time was with a drunk guy who was snorting and smoking beer. I felt awful the next day, but Miranda didn't blame me. She told me that she felt closer to me than ever, and she went into superglue mode. She talked about our visits to college, she said she thought we should get engaged, that a stronger commitment would help her stay faithful. I had the nausea just thinking about it. I wasn't even 18 at the time. So, like any other teenager, I felt awful. She took the medicine she was taking. I didn't really like it, the drugs she stopped taking when I broke up with her. Shit, said Ollie. She has completely changed. She cried all the time, she yelled at me in the corridors, she called me in the middle of the night threatening to commit suicide. I had to involve her father, because I was fed up with the idea that she was hurting herself. Frank took her out of high school and I never saw her again. Are you serious? Frank forbade me. He said that Miranda was taking her drugs again and that she was getting help. And he told me that if I tried to contact her, he would strangle me. That didn't stop me from worrying about her. It's not because I broke up with her that I didn't care about what was happening to her. So about a month after Frank left high school, I stuck her in the parking lot and demanded to see her. He punched me. Oh my God, did anyone see her? No, it was late and he was leaving a teacher's meeting. That's when I learned that Miranda had told him that we had slept together and that I was dead drunk when it happened. It's not cool, said Ollie. Nothing in this story was cool. I shouldn't have let her seduce me, that's clear. But she made her father think that I was an asshole who had taken advantage of her and it was unfair. In short, that's why Archie can't see me. He thinks I spent a year trying to sleep with his daughter and that once I got what I wanted, I dumped her. And you don't know how she's doing at all today? You didn't try to join her? I sent her a Facebook invitation a while ago, but she didn't accept it. I think she's fine. His profile says she's going to Duke. I understand that Archie is very protective, said Ollie. It must have been hard for him to see his daughter struggling with depression, to see her get better and then plunge again. Maybe. But I refuse to have mercy on this asshole. Not when he does everything to make my last year in Briar miserable. I understand you better now, she adds. How so? That's why you're always direct about sex, aren't you? You want to make sure your ass plans are on the same wavelength. I never want to be in this situation again, that's clear. I don't care about being an asshole. I never lie. And I never sleep with virgins or first years because they tend to be sticky. Dean's life has a lot of rules, you know. Without these rules, Dean's life doesn't exist. I guess so. For virgins, it's complicated, isn't it? It's easy for a girl to lie about it. Believe me, my radar for virgins is infallible. Oh yeah? How can you be sure I'm not a virgin? Because Garrett sleeps at your place once a week and he's heard you with Sean dozens of times. He told me you were a whore. He didn't say that, she exclaims, blushing. Yes, yes. In your case, of course, darling, you're brilliant. It's not a bad thing, I add when I see his horrified face. It's good to be expressive, very good even. I think back to his moans, to his, oh my God. And I immediately bandage. No, it's embarrassing, she murmurs. I much prefer to be in bed with a nanny who screams than with a girl who says nothing. The girls who enjoy their silence are awful. I slept with a girl once who didn't make the slightest noise. Really, I didn't even know if she was having a good time. In the end, she turned to me and thanked me for all the orgasms. You're lying, says Ollie. I never lie. It's true, isn't it? I'm starting to think you're the most honest person I know. It's another obligation in Dean's life. Say what you think what you say. And do what you want. I like Dean's life a lot, says Ollie. Me, it's you who I like a lot, I misspeak. Fortunately, I managed to keep quiet because where does that come from? I like to hit her, I talk to her easily and she's funny. That's all. Besides, given how much she insists that our story is nothing more than a flirt, I know that she agrees with me on this point. A few hours later, when I park in front of a pretty brick house in Brooklyn, Ollie takes me by surprise. Do you want to come over for dinner at home tomorrow? My discomfort must be seen on my face because Ollie hurries to reassure me. I won't be upset if you say no, really, you have the right. It's just that I imagined you alone in Manhattan for Thanksgiving while your family is crowding around tropical India in St. Barthélemy and the image was so depressing that I wanted to invite you. What are you going to tell your father? I'll tell him that you're a friend from college who has nowhere to go. We won't make a whole meal of it, I promise. You'll talk about hockey, I'll cook, we'll watch football and there's a 40% chance that we're all of food poisoning. It will be a normal Thanksgiving for the A's. It looks great, I say laughing. Okay, I'm leaving. Do you want me to come at what time? Around 4 p.m. would be fine. I don't think we'll eat before 5 p.m. I nod my head. Okay, great. Now help me get my suitcase out of the trunk if you want, I'm going to break my back if I try to lift it alone. Chapter 21. Dean. Ollie's father hates me on the field. I'm sure if I talked to Ollie about it, she would tell me that he's just grumpy or that he's like that with everyone, but she's wrong. Joe Hayes hates me from the moment he opens the door and he sees me on his platform. And how stupid I feel, dressed as I am. Ollie told me to dress well, so I chose a Tom Ford shirt and gray Armani pants. I didn't wear a suit jacket, but my black Ralph Lauren jacket raised my eyebrows at Ollie's father, who is jogging and in a linen shirt. Are you AG's friend from college? He asks. AG? I ask, frowning. My daughter, Allison Jane, Mr. Hayes retorts, having annoyed them with having to explain it. Yes sir, at college everyone calls her Ollie. And you don't know his nickname. You're talking about a friend, he mutters. Come in. He turns his heels firmly because his approach is rigid when he moves away with his cane. Ollie told me that her father had sclerosis and she warned me not to talk about it. Apparently, he'll rip my head off if I mention his illness, but I don't need to be a doctor to know he's suffering. I follow Mr. Hayes across a surprisingly vast ground floor, with an old floor and original beams and tilings. Ollie and his father own the first 2 floors, and the latter explains to me that they have 4 rooms and 3 bathrooms. Either the family bought it before the Brooklyn Heights neighborhood became overpriced, or the talent seekers make a lot more money than I thought. They take me to a spacious living room with a beautiful stained glass window that overlooks a nice terrace and a well-kept garden. Do you garden? I ask politely. Ollie's father frowns at me, frowning. It's the lady upstairs who takes care of the garden. Okay. Dine, hi. Thank God. Ollie enters the living room and I am relieved to see that she is wearing an evening dress, but it is quite elegant so that I no longer have the impression that I have arrived in a tie suit. Do you want something to drink? She asks, giving me a brief hug. I take a look at her father, who sits slowly on the sofa. He presses his cane on the armrest of the sofa, and he takes the beer on the low table. His hand trembles violently when he brings it to his mouth, and when he surprises me while looking at him, he rubs his eyebrows. A beer, that would be cool. A Coors or a Budweiser? A Bud, please. I'll bring it to you right away. I am again alone with Mr. Hayes, whose blue eyes are now staring at the Lions game on TV. I am 10 centimeters and 15 kilos heavier than him, but this guy terrifies me. I bet he was the kind to leave blues when he played hockey. What are you waiting for, Miss France? Sit down. Miss France, damn it, why did I have to land in Ford and Armani? At a glance, Ollie's father must have seen me and decided that I was a little rich kid. I sat down, against my will, at the other end of the sofa. AJ says you play hockey? Yes, sir. Attacker? Defender. What are your statistics for the season? Mince. Is he really expecting me to give him numbers, like goals and penalties? I can certainly give him approximations, but I would feel pompous to recite my own statistics. They are not bad, I answer. Our team does not have an easy start this year, but we won the championship last year. I won it in my 3rd year at Boston College. Cool. Bravo. His face is so inexpressive that I don't know if we're in the middle of a shell fight. If so, I could probably tell him that I also won it the year before, but I choose to shut up. Fortunately, Ollie is back with my beer and I throw myself on it as if it were a lifebuoy. Thank you, baby. Ollie and I freeze immediately. Shit, I hope Mr. Hayes didn't hear it. He's sitting next to me. Of course he heard it, moron. I unscrew the capsule from my bottle and drink a long sip. So, what did I miss? Ollie asks with a happy voice. Miss France told me that he had won the national championship, grumbles his father. Sweet Jesus, the evening is going to be long. The dinner is awful. Well, not the food, because for someone who says they cook badly, Ollie has done a good job. It is rather the act of eating the so-called food that is a torture. The conversation is catastrophic. Mr. Hayes seems to do everything to annoy me. His favorite sentence is, of course, except that he says it flatly, in a condescending tone, which makes me regret not spending Thanksgiving alone in Hastings. When Ollie tells him that I'm going to law school next year, he says, of course. When she tells him that my family has an apartment in Manhattan, he says, of course. When I thank him for inviting me to dinner, he says, of course. It's a disaster. I do my best to remain polite, of course. I ask him how it was to be a scout for the pros, but I only get a vague and brief answer. I congratulate him for his pretty house, and he grumbles, thank you. I end up shaking my arms, but Ollie seems delighted to fill the blanks. It is only when she speaks to her father about the play she plays, her classes, the auditions she will soon take, and everything that happens in her life that Mr. Hayes seems to relive. His love for his daughter is obvious, and he listens to each of her words as if she were reciting him the recipe for eternal life. He frowns once when he asks her if she is in contact with Sean, and she replies that they drank a coffee together. "I never liked this boy," he mutters, "and for once we agree." Ollie ends up swallowing his mouthful of mashed potatoes before protesting. "Oh, that's not true, you always listened to each other when we came to see." His father laughs. "See that, he knows how to laugh, I would never have guessed. He was your friend, I didn't have a choice. Now that you are no longer together, I am no longer obliged to act as if I appreciated him. I cover my mouth with my napkin to laugh. He was always looking for affection," continues Mr. Hayes. "I didn't like the way he looked at you." "Ah, and how did he look at me?" asks Ollie with a sigh, "as if you were his whole universe. And that's a bad thing. Of course, no one should be the universe of the other, it's unhealthy, Hayes. If your whole life revolves around one thing, one person, what are you going to do when that person is no longer there?" "Absolutely nothing, it's unhealthy," he repeats. Joe Hayes has a very practical approach to things. I am impressed. Great, now I feel bad for Sean. Let's change the subject. "Dean, tell my father about your last match." "Are you serious? The one I was excluded from?" "Of course," grumbles his father. The conversation is tense again and I am relieved when it is time to clear the table. I hurry to get up to help Ollie put the plates together, while Mr. Hayes rushes to take the dined dish, of which there is a good half left. "No, Dad," grumbles Ollie. "Go watch the rest of the match, dinner we will clear." "I'm not disabled, Hedgie," grumbles he. "I am perfectly capable of carrying a dish in the kitchen." As soon as the words have left his mouth, the dish wiggles in his hand, or rather that his hand wiggles and that the dish follows his movement, crashing with a clatter on the floor. The oily dine slips through the room and I put my plates down to go around the table. Ollie does the same and our heads hit each other when we bend down to pick up the same piece of broken porcelain. "Damn it," grumbles Mr. Hayes. "I'll take care of it." "No," orders Ollie, tearing the piece of ceramic out of my hands. "Din, can you take my father to the living room and make sure he stays there?" His father looks at me, but it is out of the question that I face Ollie. I hold back a sigh and gently take Joe's arm to guide him into the living room. Even sitting in front of the TV, he continues to grumble. "I could have cleaned it myself," he tells me. "I know, but I think we made the right decision by getting out of there. For such a small thing, your daughter is terrifying when she tries to get what she wants." The corners of his lips seem to lift slightly. Wow, did I almost make him smile? My hope is only short-lived. "What do you want with AG?" asks Mr. Hayes in a deadly tone. I don't understand the question. "I see how you look at her, you too. Do you like her?" "Of course," I answer shyly. "We are friends." "Don't tell me nonsense. I've been alive longer than you, Miss France. Do you think I don't see it when a man seduces a woman?" And I, who thought the conversation at the table was embarrassing. I understand, AG is smart and pretty like her mother. She is altruistic, too much sometimes. She will always put the needs of those she loves before hers. Obviously, he is talking about his own relationship with his daughter and the fact that with his illness, Ollie puts his needs first, not to mention the fact that she kisses him more than he would like. He needs a man who can take care of her. And you are not that man. You are incapable of it. Who does he think he is to judge me like that? I was a talent discoverer for more than 20 years, says Henri Canaan. You think you're the first pretentious bastard I've ever met. You're even more pretentious, by the way, because you grew up with money. You already have the sufficiency of a guy to whom everything is due, like the players who sign their first contract at 7 figures. It's not because my family has money that I'm a bad person, sir. I don't say that, he replies, raising his shoulders. But guys like you don't know anything about the problems of real life. When something doesn't go the way you want it to, you throw money and hop, the problem disappears, he adds, before looking at me for the first time. You're not what she needs, Dean. You wouldn't be there for her if you had to. I don't trust you to take care of my daughter. It is on this last remark that he turns his head and concentrates again on the match. Chapter 22. Dean. The next day, Ollie calls me at noon to tell me where she is. Hi, I'm in a taxi. I'll be there in 15 or 20 minutes depending on the traffic. I just got out of the shower and I'm only covered by a small towel as I walk in front of the glass-walled wall of my room. Why didn't you take the train? It would have been faster. I wanted to enjoy myself and offer myself a ride on a soft seat rather than in a crowded subway. Okay, I understand. Are there special instructions when I arrive? Which floor are you on? I enter the dressing room and take a jog on a shelf. Tell the concierge who you are and someone will drive you. You need a special elevator key to get to the penthouse. Do you live in the Hayward Plaza penthouse? She asks, sighing. Yep. I drop my towel on the waxed floor. And do you think your father would hate me more or less if he took it? She laughs. Oh, shut up, he doesn't hate you. You talk. She would have a whole other speech if she had heard what he had told me in the living room last night. I don't trust you to take care of my daughter. Well, let him go to hell. Sick or not, it doesn't give him the right to talk to me like that. See you soon, I say, putting my anger aside. I go around my room, picking up the various clothes that are scattered on the ground. The housewives have already cleaned everything up this morning, but I have a bad habit of piling up the mess, even if I have only been in one place for 2 hours. 20 minutes later, the reception calls to let me know that my guest has arrived. I head for the elevator that leads directly to the living room. Only my high school friends came here, and since their house was so luxurious, they have never had any particular reaction. This is not the case with Ollie. She has just come out of the elevator when her mouth rakes the ground in marble and her eyebrows reach the ceiling 5 meters high. Jesus, Mary, Joseph, she whispers as she sweeps the entrance hall, the living room and the terrace. Okay, I demand a guided tour. There is one for a moment, says Jean Rian. It can take 5 hours, I don't care. I want to see the smallest corner of your palace, Majesty. I show her around the penthouse, and I find myself seeing it through her eyes. Each room in which we enter amazes her a little more, and she shouts at me by noticing the furniture and the decorative elements, a carved walnut library, the ultramodern kitchen, the gym, the cellar. Okay, this apartment is crazy. Where are the rooms? She asks, frowning when we return to the living room. Ah, that was just the ground floor, I answer shyly. Wait, there are 2 floors? 3, I mutter. 3 floors, she exclaims while looking me in the face. I want to hit you. I want to hit myself, believe me. I don't like the impression that I'm the most rotten, spoiled man on the planet. I can already hear Ollie's father's voice in my head, laughing coldly at me and the fact that I don't know anything about the problems of real life. And shit, why do I let this man reach me? I grew up with money, so what? I still know what it's like to fight for. No, the truth is that Dean's life is great, and it has always been. However, that does not mean that I have no compassion for people who have been less lucky than me, and that I cannot respond now and be there for someone if necessary. We climb the marble stairs and Ollie stops to admire one of my mother's favorite abstract paintings. The place may be luxurious, but my parents were not too strong on the decoration. The design of the penthouse is minimal, and most of the works of art are not expensive, because my mother prefers to support local artists. Is your room on the first floor? Ollie asks. No, the parental suite is over there, I say by pointing to the left, and the friends' rooms are there, I continue by pointing to the right. Do you want to see them or do we skip this floor? We can skip it, she says, engraving the rest of the running steps. I bring her to my room, of which she admires the slightest detail, from the massive chain bed, tailor-made, to the library full of books, through the huge stained glass windows. You don't have a curtain? There are automatic doors. Telecommanded? Of course, am I stupid? She goes around the room, flooded with sunshine, and stops in front of the infinite rows of books. Okay, admit it. What? You're smart, she says, pointing the finger at me. Of course I'm smart, I answer by laughing. You do nothing to look like it, she says, crossing her arms. Besides, I have the impression that you do everything so that people think you're stupid, with your dolls, your babies, and your vulgar language. Ah no, I really speak like that, doll. I'm not allowed to, baby. Okay, she says with a funny look. So why don't you ever talk about law school? What do you want me to say? I'm not there yet, I answer by sitting on the bed. But doesn't that excite you? Not really. I'm sure I'll be excited when I get there, but I'm a guy who lives in the present. Do you remember? I answer by tapping the bed next to me. Come on, come here, baby. Give me a good reason to do it. I walk my hand between my legs and grab my package. Little Dine feels weighted on. She comes towards me, laughing, and gets on her horse and puts her head down to move her mouth closer to mine. The poor man, he needs a ride back. I murmur, his lips flush and my hands slide under her bones, and I grunt when her blank fill the palms of my hands. I love that she doesn't put on a bra. It's so much easier to lift her t-shirt and take a nipple in my mouth. Oh, I put it on, that's good. Wait, it's going to be even more, I say, while my other hand goes down between our legs. But first we have to undress you. Allie suddenly turns her head to the window. We close the stores? Where is the remote control? I'm way too busy sucking her nipple to answer her. Dine, she insists, we're like in an aquarium. And what if someone looks at us with a telescope from another building? Well, it's going to be a great show, I answer by pinching her nipples, getting an exquisite guttural moan. These protests disappear as I lay her down on my huge mattress and begin to undress her. She takes off my jogging suit and I throw it to the other end of the room. Then I lie down on her to kiss her, rubbing her until we're out of breath. Would you like to keep the preliminaries for later? I whisper in her neck before bringing my tongue back to her breasts. Hurry up and come to me, she murmurs back. I grab a coat and sneak up on her soaked pussy, recognizing that Allie is as excited as I am. Our sexual compatibility is simply crazy. We both whistle when I penetrate her, and the impression of being finally whole disturbs me so much that I stop. Don't stop, orders Allie, which makes me even harder. I'm working on a catalog of Allie's sounds and how I react to them. Her wheezing, and her hoarse sighs make me go wild. As for her cries of joy and her burst of laughter, they make me smile to my ears. It's different. She taps me on the shoulder while losing patience. Do you need instructions? Because little Dine is not completely me, you know. I laugh at her breast and plunge into it. It's sex, for fuck's sake. No need to think too much about it. Not with Allie. She wants me to be deeply in her, and that I fuck her wildly. And that's what I want too. Don't worry, there is, baby. It's so far away from you that you'll feel it for days. I suddenly advance my pelvis, and she steps back on the mattress. She placks her hands against the head of the bed and looks at me with her veiled eyes, a look that tells me, come get me. She drives me crazy, and I'm going to send the elevator back to her. Her pussy pulsates around me, offering me the most erotic hug ever experienced. I push back my orgasm, it is out of the question that I enjoy it so quickly. I want to see the white of her eyes, her mouth open and her tresses twist with pleasure when she takes her foot so much that I know that she no longer thinks of anything other than me. I caress her hair, and I grab a handful of it to bring her head back to me and kiss her properly. She attacks my tongue, sucking it into her mouth as I hammer it with my tail. We are both aging, and our bodies slide against each other in a perfect rhythm that makes me lose my mind. It's so good, it's like a dream. I groan, clenching my teeth. The effort I have to make to not enjoy it requires all my self-control. Yes, there, fuck me there, she shouts, gripping my shoulders. I give her everything I have in powerful and measured basins. I continue until she trembles with pleasure and her cries of contentment resonate in the empty rooms of the penthouse. She still trembles when I turn her over her belly to take her from behind. My balls hit her thighs and her pussy is so tight under this angle that I almost have tears in my eyes. She makes incredible sounds that include the words worthy and my God and yes, until it forms a strange hymn that leads me to my orgasm. All my senses are filled by her sounds, her smell, her touch. Her. I don't care if a telescope is pointed at us, they will see how much I like to be buried in this girl's pussy. We spend all day in bed, well, not just in bed, we also kiss in my huge Italian shower and I give her a cuddle in the kitchen when she is lying on the marble counter. She cuts me a pipe in the playroom, we do a 69 in the sauna. It's the most beautiful day of my life. At 9 p.m. I'm exhausted. I no longer have a drop of sperm in my body. Allie Hayes sucked and kissed me dry. You are obsessed with sex, I murmur when I feel her hand caressing my thigh. We have just finished dinner, burgers and fries delivered by the room service and eaten in bed. We are lying down in my silk sheets and we are getting on with the most intense sex marathon of my life. I can't help it, retorts Allie. She sits down and I am dazzled by her beauty, her red cheeks, her battle hair, her languorous eyes. Dean's life excites me. My phone rings and I take a breath of relief. My God, thank you. With a little luck, the one who calls me will save me before you break my dick. It turns out that my savior is Beau and I pick up as usual. Maxwell, what's new? Bring your ass back, you're going to shake it on the dance floor with me tonight. Are you asking me to go dance with you? You're not supposed to be in the Viscountess, with your grandmother, by the way. My friend gave us a rabbit, she preferred to go on an old man's cruise rather than spend time with her family, that bitch. Ricambo. Johanna and I are in town with our parents. Shall we join you? How do you know I'm in town? I didn't tell him I was coming to Manhattan. I have this app that shows you where your friends are at all times. Great, I'm being followed by one of my best friends. We're going to a club in Soho, are you coming? Wait a second. I open the microphone to talk to Ollie. Do you want to go out? Beau and his sister want to go to the club. Beau? Briard's quarterback? She asks in a worried voice. I know why she's worried, and I hurry to reassure her. He won't say anything if he sees us together. Really? Maxwell is a tomb. She hesitates for a few seconds, and she ends up nodding her head, smiling shyly. It's been an eternity since I've been to a club, she says. I take my hand off the microphone. We're leaving. We? I bring a friend. Cool, we'll meet again in an hour. It rolls. I hang up and I discover that Ollie is panicking. What's the matter? I haven't put on my clothes to go to the club. We can stop in Brooklyn first so I can change, or it's too complicated. No need, I say, taking her hand to help her get out of bed. You can borrow something from my sister, you're about the same size. Are you sure it won't bother her? Ollie asks as I guide her from the other side of the corridor into my sister's room. Some girls don't like their clothes borrowed. Believe me, it won't bother her. Ollie's eyes light up when we enter Summer's dressing room, which is almost the size of Ollie's house in Brooklyn. My God, it's not a dressing room anymore, it's a shop. She has a whole wall of shoes. It's your sister I want to hit now. I wouldn't have fun if I were you. Summer is a real pain in the ass, she'll rip your eyes and hair off. Ollie examines an important, overflowing range of clothes. If I look at the labels, I'll see stuff like Prada, Kors and Lagerfeld. In that case, take me to the low-end section, please, so that your sister doesn't kill me if I throw something on her favorite Versace dress. Baby, you really have to believe me when I tell you that it won't bother her. Besides, she won't even notice. She left all her stuff when she left Brown, and I'm not even talking about the dressing filled in the Connecticut. Choose what you want. Okay, in that case, since I'll probably never have the opportunity to wear Valentino, except when he makes me a tailored dress for the Oscars, I'll choose this one, she says, showing me a mini black lace dress with a plunging neckline. And I'm going to go out too. Oh, it was Jimmy Choo. Okay, it's time for me to go, I say, come and find me when you're ready. I let Ollie marvel at Summer's dressing, and I go back to my room to get dressed, which takes me 5 minutes. I put on a gray sweater, with the same pants I put on last night, then I lie down on the bed and watch some YouTube videos on my phone while waiting for Ollie. About 20 minutes later, she enters the room to grab a small bag of toilet paper in her bag, then she disappears into the bathroom. Ah, by the way, she shouts a few minutes later, putting her head in my room. My girlfriend Dylan just texted me. She came home last night and she wants to see you. Her boyfriend is there too. Can you invite him to the club? Of course. My phone vibrates and I close the YouTube app to access my messages. Logan. I just found the perfect Christmas present for you. A photo appears and I growl angrily. This bastard sends me a picture of a god, My Little Pony. The thing is pink candy with rainbows and glitter on the face. Logan. And it is rechargeable. You no longer need to buy batteries. Practical, isn't it? Me. You equal hilarious. Then I write to Grace. Tell your guy to stop being mean to me. She answers me with a happy smiley. Very Tress. I'm ready. I suddenly lift my head and... Wow. I forget how to breathe. Ollie should consider dropping her acting career and becoming a professional makeup artist because she has the gift of transforming her face. I was starting to get used to her natural look with her subtle makeup and her lip gloss when she arrived at Malone's with smoky eyes and a red mouth. Tonight it's a mix of the two. Her lips are nude. She put on golden eyeshadow and mascara which gives Cecile the look of being infinite. How am I? She asks by placing a hand on her hip. Incredibly kissable. I get out of bed and I move towards her, pulling her body towards mine by lowering myself to kiss her. I take a deep breath, trying to identify her perfume. Strawberries? Mangoes? Roses? I don't know. But it's addictive. What's the matter? She asks, frowning her eyebrows. How come? I ask, surprised by her question. You disfigured me. Oh well, shit, I didn't realize it. Sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. I force myself to smile while trying to ignore the strange butterflies in my stomach and the strange shivers in my back and the way my chest seems to me both tight and light. I swallow and follow Ollie's sexy little ass in the hallway. Chapter 23 Ollie. I am nervous that Beau Maxwell sees me arriving with Dean, but it turns out that my anxiety is not justified because he does not have the slightest reaction when Dean introduces me as the best friend of G's girl, apart from looking delighted that we are having a drink with him and his sister. Johanna Maxwell looks just as happy as he is when she throws herself into Dean's arms. Tell her, Auntie, thank God you're here. You have no idea how many times I almost killed my stupid brother these last few days. But no, you don't want to kill me, says Beau, smiling. You love your little brother and you know it. Johanna gives him a finger of honor, but she smiles too. She is just as beautiful as him, tall and slender, with sparkling blue eyes and a plunging square. Dean told me that she had recently taken on a role in a Broadway show, which is the first question I ask her when we enter the box, after having gone up the waiting line. I mean by that we don't do it, because all it takes is for Dean to say something to the ear of the window, so that he opens the velvet cord. Inside, we are greeted by stroboscopic lights and electro music. Johanna and I have to shout to continue our conversation. As for Dean and Beau, who were walking in front of us, they disappear immediately into the crowd. "We lost the guys," I shout in Johanna's ear. She shakes her head and points her index finger at a spiral staircase on our left. Indeed, the guys are engraving it. Dean looks over his shoulder, sees us and tells us to follow him. I discover that the staircase leads to the VIP square. We arrive at the moment when Dean speaks to another window keeper, who filters the access. "Dean Eward," he says. "Tony knows me." The window keeper touches the Bluetooth in his ear, says something that I don't hear, and a second later, we go to the second velvet cord. Fortunately, the music is less loud here, so I no longer need to scream to be heard. "Dean Eward? We no longer use the Di Laurentis." He passes his arm around me and his spicy perfume envelopes my senses, making me shiver. Di Laurentis works better in country clubs and charity galas. Eward opens more doors to Manhattan. He tells the truth. Because not only do we have access to the VIPs, but we have the best table on the floor, next to the iron balcony that dominates the dance floor. I take out my phone to see if Dylan wrote to me. Indeed, she and her boyfriend will arrive soon. I tell her to come to the floor when she arrives, and I focus again on the conversation in progress. Johanna is flirting with her brother about a certain Sabrina, but he insists on saying that the relationship is over, which seems to grieve her sister. "You're an idiot, no kidding, Bobo, you're going to have to get rid of someone who can stand you." With his arm around me, it is impossible for me not to feel the way Dean creaks. I study his face, and I squeeze his thigh. "Are you okay?" "Oh, don't worry about him, honey," answers Beau, laughing. "He's always like that when we talk about Sabrina." I think he's still sulking because she snubbed him after they slept together. I was not surprised to learn that Dean slept with this girl, but rather not to feel jealous of me. The same thing surprised me when we were on our way to New York, and I heard him talk about the other girls he slept with. It didn't bother me, unlike the other night when I saw this Penelope fidgeting in the bar. Maybe I didn't feel threatened because these girls are part of his past, and that they can't interfere with our relationship. I don't really know, but the strange and unexpected trust one have in him pleases me. Next to me, Dean raises his eyes to the sky. Believe me, I'm glad I was snubbed. I'm waiting for him to elaborate on the bottom of his thought, but his silence increases my curiosity. "Come on, spit it out, honey, explain this squabble with Sabrina to me." "Me too, I want to know," says Beau. "It was just a joke in the second year, it's nothing," he replies. "It can't be nothing if it annoys you 2 more years later, I notice." Okay, to sum up, I was struggling in one of the subjects, but every time I thought I was doing a homework, I had an A. The dumbass I am has nothing to do with the fact that I was sleeping with the teacher's assistant. "I love it," says Beau. "Oh shit," I'm sighing. I know, it was stupid. In short, Sabrina and I were in the same class for a year-end project. We split the work in 2, and we were noted individually. My part deserved at best a C, and we both knew it. But when we got a grade, I got an A, and Sabrina got a B. She was furious. She went to see the principal teacher, and he ended up rereading all the homework and the copies I had given, all noted by the assistant I was hitting on. It turned out that I should never have had the means. Dean seems defeated. Before we went to bed together, I assumed he was the kind of guy who would go through life without a problem thanks to his pretty face and his money. This story confirms it, of course, but the anger in his voice reveals that this is not something he wants. I was disgusted. I told the teacher to give me an F, and that I was ready to go through the catch-up during the summer, but this bastard refused. "Why?" asked Johanna in a surprised and indignant voice. "Because he knew my father, Marmon Dean. They were together in law school, and he told me that he was ready to forget the story in the honor of their friendship. I said it was out of the question, and we argued for a while until he agreed to replace my A with a B+. It was the best he could do. I should have doubled in this matter, but my last name saved me, and Sabrina will never let me forget it. She thinks I'm just a little rich kid who always gets what he wants. In short, she can think what she wants. Is it what I think that matters? No, he concludes with a smile. However, I am not a dupe. Dean does not like people to think he is a playboy who is full of boldness, to whom one gives everything he wants on a silver platter. Of course, Dean's life is comfortable, but I have also seen the other facets of his personality. This guy is tenacious, he never gives up when he wants something. He cares a lot about his friends and his teammates. I didn't see him Monday and Tuesday this week, because he asked the skating rink to help a certain hunter improve. He has more books than the Brooklyn Library, and I know he read them. In his handbag, I raise my head. What's the matter? He vibrates, says Dean. I have to put aside my list of all the reasons why Dean is great, and I grab my pocket to take out my cell phone. My friends are there, I say, putting down my notebook. Do you want to come with me to get them? I might need you to talk to the vacuum cleaner. They sigh exaggeratedly as they get up. I knew it, you're only with me for my connections. Yep, I answer with a cheerful voice. We turn to the stairs and I push a shrill creak when I see my friend behind the curtain. They are with us, says Dean to the vacuum cleaner. 2 seconds later, a tiny brunette as excited as I am throws herself into my arms. My God, I'm so happy to see you, she shouts. You don't call me enough. You could call me too, you know. I answer by smiling and taking her back in my arms. Suddenly, I feel the shadow of a giant on us, and Dylan steps back to introduce us to Roy, his friend. The last time I spoke to her, she told me she was going out with a football player, but I would have guessed it on my own because Roy is an ogre. He is at least 2 meters tall, his arms are thick as tree trunks, and his thighs are wider than my torso. And either, I imagine, or he looks like 2 drops of water too. Dude, have you ever been told that you look like Samuel L. Jackson? Asks Dean, mouthing the words from his mouth. Oh yeah, because between black people we all look alike, right? I look at Dylan with a panicked look because Roy's look is terrifying. And then what? Are you going to tell me that I have nothing to do with this pretty white girl? Is that what you're going to say? Dean doesn't seem to worry the least bit about the world. Yeah, you got me, man. I'm a big racist, he says, shaking his head with an incredible look. It's crazy, you look like 2 drops of water to him. I'm about to put my hand on Dean's mouth before this giant breaks his neck in 2. But to my great surprise, Roy smiles to my ears. I'm kidding, man, I'm told all the time. I won $10,000 last summer at a celebrity imitation contest. I won the first prize for Sam Jackson. I did the monologue of Fear Blue, the one just before the shark grabs him. Cool, says Dean, smiling with a devilish look. By the way, you're going to tell me it's racist, but you have the same voice as James Earl Jones. Roy throws his head back, bursting with a thunderous laugh, then he hits Dean on the shoulder. I like you, man. They immediately become the best friends in the world, leaving in front of us, already lost in their conversation. Dylan sighs and takes me by the arm. Roy likes to scare people, I'm sorry. No problem, Dean isn't easily scared. Dean, huh? Why didn't you tell me you had a new boyfriend? Because that's not the case. We're just having fun, it's nothing serious. Oh, that's it, Eddie. With you, it's always serious. I don't want to answer this time, but we got to the table, and the voices of the guys make any other conversation impossible. Bo and Roy are already talking about football, and since the latter is huge, he takes the place of 3 people on the bench. Dylan slides next to him, which leaves no room for me. Dean looks at me with a smile to the ears. He passes an arm around my waist and pulls me on his knees. You just have to sit here, darling. Oh, thank you, my duck. Our group is the most heteroclite I've ever seen, but the conversation is in full swing. Dylan and I tell each other what happened to us in the last few months, and while we're talking, I'm very aware that Dean touches me all the time. He caresses my shoulder, he caresses my thigh, he nicks his nose in my neck. At one point, he kisses my cheek, and Beau starts yawning. "Damn it, Bella," he exclaims while looking at me. "What luck did you throw at my friend?" I've never seen him like that with a girl. "My name is Ollie," I correct, which makes him laugh even louder. Dean sighs, and he gets closer to me. "Do you want to dance?" he whispers. "It depends. Do you dance well?" "All men dance well. The nail that was broken in high school will prove the opposite to you." "Sorry, I should have said that all men are able to dance well," he says, taking me by the waist to get me up. "There's only one step to know to put the fire on the dance floor." "Oh yeah? And what is it?" Dean takes me by the hand to go down the stairs. "Stand up and rub his pelvis," he shouts in my ear to be heard. I burst out laughing, then I shout when he lifts me up in his arms. I pass my legs around his waist, and I hang on to his neck while he carries me on the dance floor. He rests me, then he placks his body against mine, and he proves to me that his dance technique is effective. I let the music intoxicate me, and I throw my hair back by rubbing my buttocks and walking my hands on Dean's muscular torso. The stroboscope only gives me brief glimpses of his hypnotic eyes and his sensual mouth. We dance for hours. At least, I feel like it lasts hours. It's been a long time since I've had so much fun. I dance with Beau, who touches my buttocks as soon as he gets the chance. I dance with Roy, who has some hell of a technique for someone this tall. I dance between Johanna and Dylan. I dance with Dean, whose hips excite me. I dance with Roy, who is as sexy as he is sexy, and who torments me until I'm done. Dylan and I drink 2 shots at the bar, but I'm not drunk. I'm wonderfully happy. Dean seems to be going slowly too, but the others are on their way to be dead drunk. Especially Beau, whose cheeks are red and eyes sparkling, while rubbing a superb red on the dance floor. Johanna leaves us around 11:30 by explaining to us that she has a rehearsal of Bonheur tomorrow morning. Dylan and Roy leave shortly after. Dylan starts to talk, and Roy finds that he is not only a responsible adult, but also a conscientious friend when he decides it's time to go home. Around midnight, when Beau comes towards us, Dean decides it's time to go. "Where is your friend?" I asked Beau, looking for LaRousse with whom he was dancing. "She went home to join her husband." I repress a laugh, and Dean laughs while supporting his friend so that he doesn't fall. We leave the club, and I take over, supporting Beau while Dean rents a taxi. I don't like the idea that Beau goes home alone in this state, so I insist that he share a taxi with us. "You should go up with him," I say to Dean, to make sure he gets to his door well. By miracle, a taxi arrives. I sneak up on the back seat, followed by Beau, who growls, closes his eyes, and sinks into a coma. Dean gets in last and gives the driver Beau's address. He then looks at his friend, asleep, then looks at me, shaking his head. "His parents are there, aren't they?" I ask. "Are they going to crack seeing him like that?" "Maybe," Dean answers, sighing. Beau says they are quite strict. He did all his schooling in a Catholic school. "Maybe we shouldn't take him home in this case." "You're probably right," he replies before patting the driver's shoulder. "Forget the address I gave you. Take us to Hayward Plaza instead, please." "I'm going to leave him at the penthouse," he tells me. 15 minutes later, we're in the elevator. It's absurd, but it took a few hours in a club for me to forget that Dean lived in a palace. I'm amazed again when I look around me. Like Beau, who squints his eyes when he gets out of the elevator. He goes around himself, Bouchby, looking at the huge wall of glass windows dominating the city lights. Oh, I feel like a prince. I know. It's crazy, isn't it? I exclaim. I'm not mad at you. He always shakes his head when he walks from a heavy step to a chair in which he collapses. A few seconds later he snores. Behind me Dean stretches his arm around my waist and hugs me in the neck. It's time to go to bed, he asks. I do not have sleep, I answer by turning to him. Would you like to watch a movie? In fact, he says while playing with his eyebrows, I have even better. Put on a comfortable outfit and meet me here, I will prepare everything. Prepare what? And I hope that when he says comfortable, he means pajamas and not teddy and lace. I left my bag in Dine's room, so I hurry to go up to the second floor. I still can't believe they have 3 floors, and I put on a cotton shorts and a jacket. When I return to the living room, I find Dine lying on the sofa in the shape of a C, the remote control in hand. He is wrinkled, as usual. His pants go down on his hips, showing the V of his pelvis, and I have water in my mouth. What are we watching? I ask while walking towards him. Look, he replies by clicking on the remote control. I hold my breath with a high-pitched cry when Solange's credits appear on the screen, the largest screen I have ever seen outside a cinema. Why is it on TV? Did you steal my DVD? No, I called the concierge before we left Briard, and I asked him if he could find us season 2. I'm speechless. When I came across this series on YouTube, I paid a housekeeper to download all the episodes for me on a DVD. No one has heard of Solange here, so it is almost impossible to find him on the internet, and it is useless to order it on Amazon because the DVDs only work on European readers. You hung up and you snatched a French soap opera that no one knows this side of the Atlantic? Shit, Dine's life is superb. I told you, he replies, stretching. He steps back into the sofa and signals me to approach. I crouch down against him, putting my head on his shoulder. His torso is warm and his smell is divine. I don't ask him what his perfume is because it probably costs $1,000 a drop. We watch the series, discovering all the new characters who are trying to make Solange's life impossible. You know, Marm and Dine, if Mark had half a brain, he would leave Christine to go out with Monique. I like Christine, me. She's nice. She's preparing a bad move. No one is as nice all the time. I am. Dine grins against my cheek. Yeah, that's it. You are 20% nice. Maximum. Do you really think so? I ask, pretending to be offended. But no, he replies, caressing my back. You are 100% nice. I wasn't worried at all. I just wanted to hear him say it again. He laughs and grabs me tighter in his arms. The more the episode progresses, the more we are hooked on the plot, and soon we are perfectly silent. Dine caresses me nonchalantly, caressing my breast with each turn of her long fingers. I don't think he realizes it, but I feel. Okay, that excites me. I'm telling you, she's up to something. Dine repeats without leaving the TV out of sight and without stopping the movement of her hand. On the screen, Christine is sitting on the terrace of a bistro, whispering something on the phone. The conversation seems pleasant, but it's in French, so in the end, we don't know anything at all. I bet she's hiring a swindler, says Dine, caressing my nipple. We need to find a version with English subtitles. Does he continue to caress her again? I know you're going to learn French, baby, but it drives me crazy not to know what's going on. Dine? Stop. Stop what? Touching my breast. I was touching your breast? I turn around to see his face, and his falsely innocent expression tells me he knows exactly what he's doing. You know very well that, yes, and you have to stop, I grumble. Why? Does it excite you? He asks, licking his lips. Yes. He laughs, and he makes us lie face to face on the side. He puts his hand on my breast and gently squeezes it. This time, when his fingers tickle my nipple, it's intentional. He rubs it several times before plunging his hand into my shorts. I look at Go, panicking. He doesn't snort anymore, but his eyes are closed. Go is right there, I whistle to Dine. He's asleep. He plays with the elastic of my string, then his fingers go under the lace. When his thumb presses on my clitoris, I bite my lip so as not to moan. Dine, I grumble. Ollie, he replies. His thumb draws circles on my clitoris, sending shivers down my spine. He caresses him and tickles him until he's swollen and my hips go back and forth against his hand. Dine. This time, it's a warning. Ollie? It's a mockery. His hand slides lower. He plunges a finger into me, and I start to groan when Dean puts her mouth on mine. I give him back his hungry kiss, unable to resist it. I have Dean Di Laurentis in my skin now. I didn't expect such a sexual alchemy between us, but she's here, and she's addictive. I don't know if I'll ever be able to believe it. He rubs his palm on my clitoris, and my thighs contract. A wave of pleasure begins to accumulate between my legs, and I start to tremble violently. I'm way too aware of the noises we make, of our snarling breaths, and of his finger that digs into me quickly. Damn it, I hope Bo doesn't have light sleep. I always know when you get close to the orgasm, whispers Dean. How? I ask while I start to squirm under the pressure that increases in my lower abdomen. Your cheeks turn red, and your eyes. They veil. He whispers, while his mouth flies over my jaw, then my neck. I feel your skin accelerate right here, he adds, licking my throat. And your pussy grips me so tight, that it's as if it's trying to imprison my finger in it. My breath is rough and jerky. My head is in the fog. His low voice and his magic hand are the only things I'm aware of. However, when he folds his finger and accelerates his gesture, my brain goes out completely. That's it, Big Dean. Enjoy it for me, baby. I close my eyes, and I let the sensations take control. I breathe slowly, while the pleasure that was accumulating explodes and bursts into my veins. I sigh, and I put my cheek on Dean's pecs, while bursts of contentment continue to flow into me. You know I'm not sleeping, don't you? The mocking voice of Bo makes me jump. I shove my face into Dean's neck, too ashamed to look in the direction of the armchair. And now I'm as hard as iron, Bo adds. So, I'm going to rush and ask you the question. Would you be up for a plan A3? I raise my head, indignant, but I can only laugh when I see Dean's intrigued expression. In your dreams, I say, by putting my finger in her ribs and by trying to shoot Bo in the eye. Forget this idea, Maxwell. It won't happen. You mean tonight, or never? Never. Give me a good reason to refuse, Bo says. First of all, I don't want to. Secondly, imagine the scene. In 10 years, I'm a Hollywood star, I've won 3 Oscars, and I'm the most sought-after actress ever. The last issue of People magazine comes out, and you know what the big title is? His revealed debauchery, Allie Hayes, Queen of Plan A3. Bo announces his own title. Bo Maxwell, Super Bowl champion. Describe it like that, the most beautiful night of his life. I sigh and turn to Dean, who, obviously, is dying to laugh. Now it's time to go to bed. Say goodnight to Bo, my dear. Good night, Bo, Dean says in a falsely resigned tone. Chapter 24. Ollie. The next day, Dean and I arrive at the campus at noon. As her bus leaves at 1 p.m. for her match in Burlington, Dean should hurry to leave after dropping me off, but she's stuck in her seat. What's the matter? Her expression is indescribable. Can I see you tonight? He asks. And there's something in his voice that I can't pin down. I have rehearsals, so it depends when Stephen lets us go. Call me when you get back from Vermont and we'll see where I am, okay? He frowns, but he still doesn't move. Can you help me with my suitcase, please? He frowns again. There's no one in the parking lot, so that's not what worries me while we're getting out of the car. It's the intensity that emanates from Dean. It's as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to approach the subject. Is everything okay? I ask shyly. His green eyes penetrate me with such force that I feel uncomfortable. I know my hair is a mess and I'm sure I have a button on my chin. I hope that's not what he's looking at. Everything's fine, doll, he ends up saying as he gets out of his trance. Give me a happy kiss. We really have to win this match today. I sweep the parking lot with my gaze. Dean slightly frowns and I feel guilty. We've just spent 3 days together. I enjoyed myself in front of beautiful, good blood. And I'm afraid someone will see me kissing him in a deserted parking lot. I walk towards him and I climb on the tip of my feet to kiss him. Good luck, I whisper. I briefly slip my tongue into his mouth and I smile when I hear him hold his breath. You little thing. I smile more beautifully and I take a step back. Thank you for taking the taxi. And thank you for going out in a box. And all the sex, he recalls. And all the sex, I repeat while smiling. Are you sure you're going to get by with that thing? He asks while I roll my huge suitcase down the paved path. It's going to be fine, I have wheels. And the stairs. It's going to be fine, don't worry. Come on, go, otherwise you're going to miss your bus. I'm pushing him gently when a voice I know echoes behind me. Hi, Ollie. My hand clings to Dine's chest. I hurry to fold it over me, then I turn around to greet Jim Paulson, one of John's friends who is also in his fraternity. I have butterflies in my stomach asking myself what he heard and what he saw. Shit, did he see me kiss Dine? Hi, I answer by forcing myself to smile. Did you have a good Thanksgiving? It's okay, he says while looking at Dine. Hi. Hi, Dine answers dryly. Where are you from? Jim asks while looking at my suitcase in a suspicious air. New York, I answer in an innocent tone. Dine is from Manhattan and I am from Brooklyn, so we co-drove. Long live the environment. I exclaim while pretending to have a little flag in my hand. However, my attempt at a joke doesn't amuse Jim. Cool. Well, it was cool to see you again. He offers me a last smile, rather friendly, but a ball of anguish nestles in my throat while I watch him go. Shit. I have a very, very bad feeling because Jim will inevitably rush to tell Sean what he saw. Some of me doesn't care because Sean is no longer my friend. However, the anguish that accumulates in my stomach refuses to disappear and I know I'm going to think about it all day long while waiting for Batten's return. The proverbial Batten returns at 1 o'clock in the morning, hitting the door so hard that I wake up from a deep sleep. I sit down abruptly and look around me because I need a moment to understand what's going on. When I realize that the noises come from the door, I leave my room and hesitate in the living room while two shadows emerge from Anna's room. My roommate and his friends suddenly stop when they see me. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. What the hell is this? Big Garrett, with a voice asleep, turns her head towards the door. Suddenly, my pulse accelerates when I hear Sean's voice. Go. He shouts behind the door. I know you're there. Open up, damn it. That's all it takes for Garrett to finally wake up. He walks towards the door and I shout, worried about what he's going to do. But he doesn't open it, content to knock on the door too. Shut up, you moron. You're going to wake up the whole floor. I don't give a damn. Screams Sean. I want to talk to Ollie. So take your phone and call her like a normal person, shouts Garrett. And do it tomorrow morning, Ollie is sleeping. Anna comes next to me and puts a hand on my arm. My skin is frozen and I know she feels it because she caresses me tenderly. Garrett will get rid of him, she whispers. However, she underestimates Sean's stubbornness. She's not sleeping, he retorts. I know my girlfriend. I want to shout ex-girlfriend, but I hold back. And I know she's behind that door, I know it. He insists as he starts knocking on the door again. Boom, 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 boom. Ollie. Open the door, we need to talk. I whisper and Anna puts a hand around my shoulders. Knock on that door again and I call the cops. Whispers Garrett. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it, he's never going to leave, I know it. And suddenly I imagine the police of the university landing at Bristol House and waking up the whole residence. From now on, everyone will know me as the girl with the completely crazy ex. Let him in, I say with a trembling voice. Garrett suddenly turns to me with a furious look. He's dead, Ollie, he's drunk. I know, but he'll calm down once he's inside. He's able to stay there all night, Garrett. Let him in, I'll calm him down. I'll take care of it, I promise. Anna's boyfriend is not convinced and I understand him. Sean really behaves like a madman, but I've been with him for 4 years and I know he's just a pain in the ass. He would never raise his hand on me. If he tries anything, I'll break his face, Garrett warns. I shake my head. He pushes a button and unlocks the door, opening it slowly. I'm almost expecting Sean to rumble in the living room as if the door had opened the moment he was going to throw himself on it. But he enters slowly. The heavy step. We have to talk, he says. Garrett is glued to Sean's side and Anna to mine. I unbutton nervously, moving away from my best friend. Can you leave us alone for a minute? Absolutely not, Garrett replies. Please, it's going to be fine. We're just going to talk, aren't we, Sean? I ask with a gun in my eye. His jaw creaks but he nods his head. Yeah, I just want to talk, he says. A few seconds pass, then Garrett swears again and faces Sean. Don't be stupid, man. Otherwise, the only thing you'll talk to is my fist. Sean nods his head again. Obviously, he takes Garrett's threat seriously. We're right next door. Call me if you need me, says Anna, holding my arm. I don't think we'll get there. Sean already seems more relaxed. Anna has barely closed the door behind her. He collapses on the sofa, shouting in agony. Dean Di Laurentis, he mocks me, looking at me wounded and betrayed. Are you kidding me, Ollie? My neck hits the floor and I take a step forward. I stand up in front of him, arms crossed to prevent my whole body from shaking violently. I don't know what to say, so I don't say anything. You're together, he asks with a voice full of disgust. I stutter, unable to speak. Why does he have so much hold on me? He always knows where to press and with what dose of disgust and disapproval he has to speak so that I feel guilty and uncomfortable. So, he asks, I force my vocal cords to cooperate. Yes and no. We are not together, we sleep together. I nod my head. So that's just your plan, that's it, he whispers. You don't have a plan, Ollie. You're not like that. Like what? I ask in the gunner's gaze. The kind of girl who sleeps on the right and on the left. We waited 4 months before sleeping together for the first time. Since when do you jump in the bed of another after just a few days? But it was maybe a few hours. How long did you wait before jumping on the dick of Di Laurentis? I stutter as if he had slapped me. I know he's drunk because he's pale and that his look is milky. But he doesn't blab and he doesn't swallow his words. Each of his words reaches his target and brings life back to the discomfort I've always had when it comes to the ass plan. Of all the guys you could have chosen, he's the one you chose. Do you know how many bastards he's soaked his dick in? He spends his life at the campus infirmary with all the anti-MST Madocs he has to take. Stop. You're acting like an asshole. However, Sean is far from done. Did you hit him when we were together? No, of course not. And I'm supposed to believe you. He gets up abruptly and I take a step back. But he doesn't come towards me. He starts doing the 100 steps by rubbing his hands in his hair as if he was trying to rip them off. I also have to get tested, right? I have to get tested because my girlfriend cheated on me with the biggest dickhead at the university. I didn't cheat on you, Sean, I spit. It's ridiculous. You don't have MST. But you. Do you have any? He cuts before laughing in a diabolical way. You're a whore. His cruel words make me grimace. But I don't know how I managed to stay calm and not throw myself on him to slap him. I'm not a whore. I'm only coldly retorting. And I didn't cheat on you. And now you have to go. You know what? I'm glad you left me. I don't want to deal with you anymore, he yells. I was a moron to want to get you back. Why would I want to get back together with a whore who? Enough. Intervenes Garrett. However, he arrives too late. The damage is done. I titch aback as if he had hit me. My cheeks are burning and my lower lip is trembling so much that I have to bite it to stop it. I vaguely consciously to see Gareth holding my ex by the collar and dragging him to the door whistling threats. But I have tears in my eyes and I see almost nothing. I jump when I feel two arms around me. It is Anna who grips me hard against her. I drop my head on her shoulder and wink several times to make the tears that threaten to flow disappear. Is everything all right? No. Gareth has gone down with him. He is going to call a taxi and wait with Sean to make sure this bastard gets in, she says, rubbing my back. Come on, talk to me. I need to know you're all right, darling. I don't know why his soft voice makes me drop the last control bars I had. The tears flow at the same time as a bloodbath, and I start shaking in his arms. How could he say such awful things? We stayed together for 3.5 years. He loved me, he knew me. He knows I'm not a bitch. I push Anna back while a wave of shame swirls through my veins and I run into my room. I hear her footsteps behind me and she comes to my door while I collapse on my bed. I roll into a ball and wipe my tears with my sleeve, but they flow too fast, burning my eyelids and slipping into my mouth. Allie. I ignore her, swallowing my blood while I tap my nightstand. I need to. My God. It's Dean I need. I need to be in his arms, and I need him to repeat this speech where he says I have to erase the word bitch from my vocabulary and that I shouldn't let idiots convince me that I've done something wrong. I find my phone and I groan when I see the battery is dead. Allie, says Anna in a more and more worried voice. Talk to me. Can you do something for me? I ask with a trembling voice. Of course, anything you want. Can you call Dean and ask him to come? I don't need to look at her to know her reaction. Dean, says Laurentis. Yes. I answer by turning my back on her and putting my head in her pillow. Do you want me to call Dean? Yes. Dean, says Laurentis. Yes, please. Call him. I need him. Chapter 25. Dean, where is she? I push Gareth in before he's finished opening the door. I sweep the room, but Allie isn't there. Wellesley gets up as soon as she sees me. She's in her room. I rush to Allie's door, but the little brunette intercepts me. Wait a minute. I won't let you in until you tell me what happened. It's up to you to tell me, I retort. You're the one who called me at 1 o'clock in the morning asking me to come because Allie needed me. What happened? Sean has landed, says Gareth in a gloomy tone. He was drunk and he knocked on the door asking to talk to him. I let him in. You let her in? Allie told me to do it, he mutters. She told me she would calm him down. You should have heard what he told her. He called her a drag by saying she had MST. What? Let me in, I tell Anna. Dean, she protests when I go around her to go to Allie's room. What are you doing here? The sound of my footsteps drowns out the rest of the sentence. I make an eruption in Allie's room and I immobilize myself by seeing her crouch in her bed. She raises her head and her disillusioned look breaks my heart into 1,000 pieces. Baby, I whisper. A cry of surprise resounds behind me and I turn around to slam the door into the bewildered faces of Anna and Gareth. He no longer exists for me. There is only Allie. I rush to her bed, pulling her into my arms to squeeze her against me. She sucks her face into my neck and I feel her tremble. What happened? Sean has come, she murmurs. I know, Gareth told me. But why was he there? Suddenly I remember Paulson, whom we saw this morning. It's the guy from his fraternity, Paulson. He told her he had seen us together. She frowns. This asshole, I mutter, caressing his hair. I guess Sean was angry. He called me a bitch? She mutters. I'm furious and I need all my self-control to not immediately go and break my face with this mess. You're not a bitch, you hear me? I don't even understand why this bastard. Because of you? She whispers. What? What? He thinks you're drunk from MST because you have a sex life unbridled. But I'm clean, I say in a panicked voice. Fuck, I hope she believes me. I've never had unprotected relationships, Allie. I got tested before the start of the season. But I can do it again if you. I don't finish my sentence. Because I'm going to get tested, even if she doesn't ask me to reassure her and erase the doubt that Sean has planted in her mind. I trust you, Dean. I know you're clean. That's not what bothered me. It's the way he looked at me. He looked disgusted, as if he really saw me as a bitch and hated me. The 1,000 pieces of my heart are breaking again. Sean may be happy not to be there anymore because I strangled him and took pleasure in it. Baby, look at me. She slowly raises her eyes to me. I don't care what Sean says or thinks. You didn't do anything to deserve him to attack you like that. Do you understand? You're not a whore. You are. I want to say perfect, but I don't have the opportunity because she starts shaking again, more beautiful. So why do I feel like I'm one? She asks, blinking her eyes quickly, as if she was trying not to cry. Fuck, I hate that. I told you I wasn't made for ass shots. My hands are getting numb. I don't want her to continue her sentence because I'm too afraid of what she's going to say. I'm not sure I can keep doing this. Shit. It's too disturbing to sleep with you when we're not really together. We are together. What? I rattle my throat before repeating. We are together. Ollie looks at me with big eyes and a lost look. We are. Why? Because we are. It's an absurd answer, but it's the only one I have. I don't want this story to stop there. I don't know how to explain it, but I don't want this fucking story to end. Do you want to be with me? She asks, frowning. My heart starts beating fast. I haven't had this conversation with a girl for years. Not since Miranda. But Ollie is not Miranda. Ollie is. Fuck, my thoughts are too confused. The only certainty I have is that I can't let this story end like this. Dine. I grab her harder against me, putting my head in her neck. I want to be with you. I mutter. So that means we're together, okay? Her laugh tickles my face. You're scaring me, Dine. I'm scared too, don't worry. I growl, lifting my head to take her face between my hands. Why did you ask Wellesley to call me? Because I wanted you to tell me I was wrong. Because I needed. She loses her voice. As if she was as panicked as I was to have this conversation. Yet her uncertainty only makes mine dissipate. Do you want it too? To be with me? I ask, caressing her lips with my thumb. She remains silent. As long as I start to worry again, then. She frowns. Tell me why. I need to know that it's not just because your ass plants make you uncomfortable, that it's not just because you feel bad after everything Sean told you. Ollie slowly walks her hand on my cheek. It's not the case. I want to be with you because it seems natural to me. The tension in my chest disappears, leaving room for a strange wave of warmth that I can't describe. We don't talk anymore, and it's just as weird, this long silence that doesn't need to be filled. I loosen my clasp to be able to remove my sweater and my jean, then I turn off the headlamp. Ollie slides under the blanket and, without a word, she makes way for me. I take her against me, and she blows a sigh of contentment, nipping her buttocks against my thighs. Her hair tickles my chin, and I fall asleep listening to the sound of her regular breath and the beating of her heart. The next morning, when I leave Ollie's room, Anna and Gareth are in the little kitchen, pink cups in hand. On the one of Wellesley is written Ollie's BFF. While on Gareth's is written Anna's BFF. I repress a laugh, aware that these horrible mugs are very likely Ollie's idea. I was expecting an interrogation, so I'm not surprised when he harasses me with questions without even saying hello. What are you playing with, my best friend? I wrote you black and white to keep your dick in your jacket, man. I follow the scent of fresh coffee to the little work plan. It is not yet 9 o'clock in the morning, and I am not sufficiently awake to have this conversation. Alas, impossible to avoid, because he continues to bomb me with questions while I serve myself a coffee. How long has it been? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't she tell me? It will ruin our whole dynamic as a group, you know. You think? Asks Anna, turning to Gareth. It's just an adventure, it won't change anything. Your friend doesn't do in adventures, she only does in the serious. It's the same remark I made to Ollie when we left for New York. But I don't like to hear Gareth comment my girlfriend's sexual habits. My fucking girlfriend. I never thought I would say that, but that's the way it is. And I decided to let myself go and see what it looks like. Hey, I have an idea, I say to myself, looking at the work plan and looking at them over my cup. What if you took care of your business? Wellesley is mouthful, and Gareth raises his eyebrows. A suffocated laugh comes out of the corridor, and a moment later, Ollie enters the room. Hello. She exclaims in a cheerful tone. Hello. Replies Anna after a short silence. Ollie takes the coffee maker, and when she gets on the tip of her feet to catch a cup in the closet, I can't help but slap her butt. Anna shoots me in the eye and Gareth shakes his head. What? Ah. I ask, taking an innocent look. Ollie drinks a sip of her coffee, then she raises her head and stands up straight. Okay, let's talk seriously, guys, she says. Dean and I are together, that's it, it said, now you can ask your questions. Anna doesn't say a word when she had so many questions just a few minutes ago. Her silence is surprising, even worrying. Her green eyes pierce me and tell me she's not happy. No? You have no questions? Very well, says Ollie. I hide my smile behind my cup and turn to Gareth. I'm training with Hunter today, the coach gave me his agreement, do you want to come? He rubs his beard for 3 days, thinking. Do you still teach at Davenport? Yeah, he's super motivated and he works hard, but I think the advice of an attacker would do him good. Gareth nods his head. Okay, why not, I'll take the opportunity to show him how to avoid penalties. He made too many mistakes last night. At least we won the match. It's true, but our statistics are still rotten. I know, it sucks, but Hurricanes have better stats and they're high schoolers, man. You, Hurricanes, he repeats smiling. Dude, admit it, you're in love with these kids. Fuck you, it's just that I'm having a blast, you're leaving right now, you too, exclaims Wellesley with an exasperated voice. You drive me crazy outside, asks Gareth in a sad tone. I'm sorry, darling, I love you with all my heart, but we have to talk between girls and, a priori, you don't have a vagina, so you have to leave. And you too, Dean, she says, staring at me. I don't want to argue with Wellesley, she wants us to leave, so we leave. I drink the rest of my coffee and I put my cup in the sink. I'll call you later, okay? I ask Ollie. Yep. She comes to me to kiss my cheek, but I refuse to leave without a kiss worthy of this name. I take her chin in my hand and I kiss her gently, with my tongue, taking my time. Satisfied when I hear Anna whisper. Okay, that's enough, she shouts. Ollie and I separate and I smile to the ears while looking at Wellesley. Come on, relax, it's just a little shovel between my Nana and me. Anna is first speechless, then she points to the door. Outside. Ollie. His Nana? Says Anna as soon as Dean and Gareth have closed the door. Explain yourself, Allison. I'm serious. Explain to me what's going on. I swallow a new sip of caffeine. I need to get my brain working to have this conversation. That said, I don't know what to say because I don't understand this story with Dean either. Apparently, I'm his Nana, which means he's my boyfriend, because we're a couple. I didn't expect yesterday's party to end like this. After the way Sean beat me up and treated me like a nobody, I should have been ready to make celibate wishes until the end of my days. But now I have a boyfriend. Life is fascinating sometimes. When did this happen? Asks Anna in a softer voice. Why didn't you tell me? I raise my shoulders, embarrassed. I think I was ashamed. Why? I sigh and fall to the sofa. I bend my knees under my chin and wait for Anna to join me. Because it's Dean. Dean, says Laurentis, the greatest jester we know. I feel a little guilty to say this, but I've always been honest with Anna. He's annoying and ridiculous and he's not my type, I continue. At least, that's what I thought before I got to know him. Sure, he's always annoying and ridiculous most of the time, but he's much more than that. Okay, says Anna. Start over from the beginning. When did this happen? What do you think? The night I slept at their place. My God! Exclaims she, panicking. So it's my fault? Did I do this to you? But no, I answer laughing. I did this to myself. I was drunk and I ended up in her bed. I take full responsibility for it. And now you're together, asks she, with a stomachy look. How is this possible? You said it yourself, he's the biggest jester we know. Why would you go out with him? Because I like him, I simply answer. Are you sure it's not just in reaction to your breakup with Sean? Maybe it was at first. It's true that Dean's attention did me good. It was different from the attention Sean gave me. Sean always needed me, but I could never satisfy him. Nothing I did was good enough for him. I upset him or disappointed him, and deep down, I knew we weren't made for each other. But it's true that I like to be in a relationship. My last words remain suspended between us, like an anvil ready to fall. I don't even dare look at Anna, anticipating her next question. Are you sure you're not jumping into this relationship because you need to be in a relationship? His skepticism is ruining the joy I've been feeling since Dean arrived last night. I'm not sure, no. After the first time, I tried to say no to Dean. He wouldn't stop writing to me and begging me to put the lid back on. And I pushed him away until it seemed absurd to me. I wanted him and he wanted me. So why not? And you can't be satisfied with a shitty plan with him. I tried, believe me, but I'm not capable of it. I don't know what happened. He does me good, he listens to me and he's funny. And the sex is incredible. Did I just put sex in fourth on my list? You have to believe me, yes. But it's because, well, sex is no longer the first thing I think of when I think of Dean. We've made progress since then. We watched a French soap opera in which, the two of us, we only understood a word out of 3. We danced together, we hung out together. He met my high school friend, my father. And he's the first person you want to talk to when things don't go well, adds Anna. Indeed, I can't deny it. My first instinct was to want to be in his arms, as if he was the only person who could comfort me. And he did. He healed my wounded ego. He thought about my injuries. And he held me against him all night. I would never have been able to sleep if Dean hadn't been there. Are you afraid he'll hurt me? I ask, sighing. Anna walks her finger on the edge of her cup before answering. No, in fact, I wonder if I shouldn't worry about Dean. He never ran to someone's rescue. I'm not saying he's selfish, because he's a good friend. But Gareth would call Logan before calling Dean. I don't understand why, I say in an irritated tone. Dean would give anyone a hand without asking a question. But Logan is reliable. And Dean isn't. It's not because he's obsessed with sex that we can't count on him, I say, violently placing my cup of coffee on the low table. Anna bursts out laughing. Wow, you take his defense. She exclaims, joining me in the kitchen. Listen, if you want to be with Dean, be with Dean. I'm just worried because you don't sleep with guys to have fun. I'm not saying it was wrong to sleep with him after you broke up, I'm just saying it doesn't look like you. I know, I reply, whispering to the counter. I keep repeating it, but I really like being with him. Do you like him? No. I don't have butterflies in my stomach with him. Not like with I was going to say, not like with Sean. But I don't remember the last time I had one with him. The only feelings I remember are irritation, impatience, and now suffering. Anna pours me some coffee. Don't think too much about it. You'll see where it leads you. Chapter 26. Ollie. During the week, I follow Anna's advice and turn off my brain. Dean and I go out in public without hiding that we are in a relationship. We don't announce it loudly, but our interactions make it obvious to everyone. When we are in public, he is always touching me. However, nothing makes me think that he marks his territory or that he is being clever. He is just very tactile. If I am close to him, his hand is somewhere on my body. In general, it is stuck to my ass. But sometimes he puts it on my shoulder. He caresses my hair and he kisses me on the temple or on the cheek. Of all our friends, it is Gareth who is the most worried. Anna wants me to be happy, and the moment I smile, she smiles. As for Gareth, he is convinced that I am his best friend. I try to reassure him by telling him that I was tall and that I would handle my heartache on my own. But we always come back to Sean that I try to forget. On this point, Dean greatly facilitates my task. When Dean is not in class or at training, he is with me. Sometimes he reads a book while I am learning my text. Sometimes he helps me by reading the text of another character. When he takes a high-pitched voice to play a role of a woman, I laugh so hard and for so long that we need several attempts before succeeding in repeating a whole scene. The time we finish, Dean wants to kiss. He says it's my laugh that excites him. But I have the impression that everything I do makes him flutter. The most important thing is that we are happy. It was an eternity that I had not been so happy. If someone had told me 6 weeks ago that Dean, says Laurentis, and I would be in a relationship and that we would be happy, I would have laughed so much that I would have peed on myself. What are you doing after your rehearsal tonight? Asks Dean. He is lying on the bed, his hair in battle, as canon as usual. I reconcentrate on the mirror before putting my mascara brush in my eye. Nothing, I'm just going to eat in one of the selfies. Why? What are you doing? I have something to do, and then I booked the skating rink for the Hurricanes. My stomach is a little numb not to see him tonight. However, I hide my disappointment. It's not because we're in a relationship that we have to be together 24 hours a day. Do you want to meet up for dinner? He asks. My stomach melts immediately. With pleasure. Cool. Can you come to the gym? There is a restaurant not far away that should please you. It's an Italian restaurant which is full of handicrafts and old-fashioned biblis, he says by sliding his hand under the waist. And here I am putting the mascara brush in my eye. Can you stop touching yourself, please? I ask by taking a tissue to wipe the huge black line that I just drew on the corner of my eyelid. What's wrong, baby? I was just telling myself that you were sexy, he says while rolling on the side. You make a little circle with your mouth when you put on makeup. It's as if you were begging me to put my dick in it. Nothing in my relationship with this guy is neither cute nor sweet. We just finished kissing, I remind him. But that was 30 minutes ago. Since then, you showered, you moved your breasts and your ass in front of me while putting on makeup, and you made little circles with your mouth. So yeah, I still want to fuck you. I put on my coat and I lean on the mattress to kiss him. Well, you'll have to masturbate because I have class and I don't want to be late. He stands up to kiss me in the neck, then on the mouth. I'll take care of it right away, so I'll last longer tonight. Shit, now I'm the one who's excited. When I get to the little gym of Hastings College, Dean is on the blackboard. I always thought that the coaches were sitting on the side and that they were content with obeying orders, but Dean is in the middle of the ice, eyes on a little person in pink skates. Pink? I thought the Hurricanes were a boys' team. Well, you're too tall. Lower yourself so that your weight is better spread. Dean crouches so that his head is just a little higher than the little skaters. I'm amazed to see him skating a few meters before legs and doing a pirouette. Go on, try again. The little girl advances by wobbling. Remember that when you hold, you skate on the inside and outside of the blade. You have to use the edges to prevent your legs from moving too far apart. I know it's weird at first, but I promise you'll get used to it. The girl takes one step forward, then the other, and she repeats the gesture until she passes in front of Dean. Is that right? She asks. I'm doing it right? Absolutely, he says, looking at her carefully. It's innate in you, Cody. Who is Cody? It's you, Dakota Cody. Everyone has a nickname. What's yours? Asks the girl, putting her hands on her hips. Great, I'm great, he says, giving her a wink. He takes her hand and they skate together. Or rather, Dean skates backwards and Dakota clings to him, his admiring eyes riveted on his face. Despite the cool air around me, I'm hot all of a sudden. Dean's patience with this girl is making my ovaries explode. It's an aspect that I didn't know about him yet. Do you love him? No, I don't have a butterfly in my stomach. I think back to my conversation with Anna and Cody. What do I feel then? How come everything he does makes me smile? Why is he the first person I turn to when I'm sad? Why does a rumble of ice skates interrupt my thoughts? I turn my head and see a line of tiny hockey players arriving at the other end of the ice rink. Dean signals them to move forward and they sprint towards him, stopping abruptly on the central line. While Dakota is training, I want you to form two groups. Those in the first will have a pallet that they will take to the blue line before returning. The second group will be posted in the middle of the field. You don't have to try to take the pallet. You stay there. When the first group has returned, you exchange. The most important thing in this exercise is to keep your head up to look ahead. Dean positions the boys who serve as obstacles in various places on the field, as they remain in the middle of the action while the others go back and forth on the black ice skate, avoiding their teammates. He's doing a great job, says a big voice behind me. I turn around and see a man coming towards me on the stands. Dean? I ask. The man frowns. Yeah, he looks like he's having a good time. That's for sure. I'm Doug Ellis. Allie Hayes, I answer by shaking his hand. A friend of Dean's. He told me that the Hurricanes are doing great in the championship. Better than his team. Ellis laughs dryly. Briar won't make it to the championship final this year. It's a shame. How's Dean doing? I think he's fine. He likes to win, but I don't think his whole life revolves around hockey. He's going to law school next year. Dean didn't talk about playing with pros at all, like Garrett. From what I understand, he loves to play, but it's not hockey that he defines. Which I appreciate. Sometimes Garrett Megas talks about it all the time. I don't know how Anna can stand him, but I guess that's the kind of thing you accept when you're in love. I think it's a shame, this law school. Ellis sighs. For me, it's done to be a teacher. The exercise continues before our eyes, and I see Dean taking the time to talk to some of the boys who are not as fast or precise as their teammates. He never raises his voice, but the children listen to him carefully. You have a child in the team? I ask. Not anymore. My son played for the Hurricanes, but he's in high school now. One of the teachers offered me to take over when Wyatt left school. But I wouldn't give up this job as a coach for anything in the world. Children are special at this age. They are thirsty for learning. They think that adults are there to help them, not to stop them. And the threat of a punishment works just as well as the punishment itself. So after that, it's the decline? You have no idea, he says smiling. The older they get, the more they think they know everything. But Dean has what it takes. There are older kids who go to training just to listen to him speak. And there are not only boys who admire him, he says in designating Dakota. This girl has stars in her eyes when she looks at them. And that's how it was before he offered her the pink paws. He is patient, and when he talks to them, the children feel important. We don't see that with a lot of students. Besides, we don't see that with a lot of adults either. Add Ellis. If Dean became a coach, he would be brilliant. But I suppose that spending his days surrounded by schoolchildren is less glamorous than being a lawyer. Dean did not choose the law for glamour, I say. In this case, you should tell him to become a teacher, or a coach, or anything that would allow him to work with children. He's made for it, he says, getting up. Why are you telling me all this? Because you too, you have stars in your eyes when you look at him. And I have the impression that he looks at you in the same way. Ellis nods his head, then he goes down to join Dean and the boys on the ice. Dean. What were you talking about, Doug and you? It looked serious, I say to Ellis as I hold her hand as we walk towards my car. Don't tell me he was flirting with you. My God, no. In front of the children, it would be great to move, says Ellis, smiling. I can't help but laugh, because for a girl so free in bed, her obsession with what is moved or not is ridiculous. So what did he want? We get in my car, but Ellis still doesn't answer my question, which is starting to worry me. I even wonder if she didn't lie and that the coach flirted with her. He thinks you should become a teacher, she finally replies. He said that, I ask, lifting my eyebrows. Teacher or trainer, or a job where you would be with children. These are his words. I think you should consider being a teacher of PS. That way you'll have a whistle and one of those mini shorts where your ass would be superb, she says smiling. In short, I guess Ellis saw your something. My something? That's what happened to me when I was 12, she explains. I went to my first casting and the director told me that she saw something in me. That's what convinced me to continue going to auditions and to pursue my acting career. Yeah, but you also had talent, honey. All I've done today is give skating lessons to a girl and do exercises to a herd of boys. I had a lot of fun, it's clear, but the idea of doing it in my career is, well, it would be crazy, wouldn't it? I don't know, says Ellis. I think you would be a good coach. You love working with these kids. It's true, but... In short, why are we talking about this? Anyway, I'm going to law school next fall. I start and change the subject before Ollie can talk about the mini shorts again. How did the rehearsal go? Pretty good, actually. Mallory learned the last act, so Steven is happy, but I'm still worried. Why? We took a 3-week break during the holidays. Imagine that she pees too much and that she forgets her text. I'm sure it's going to be fine, I answer laughing. When is the first? The first week of February. By the way, by then I will know if I am taken for this pilot, for the Fox. I don't hear enthusiasm in her voice. And when I look at her, I discover that she frowns. She told me that she had sent a video to the producer in Los Angeles, but apart from that, she didn't tell me about the role, and I don't think she was called her agent to have news. She should be impatient to know more about it, shouldn't she? I don't know much about the world of showbiz, but a pilot for the Fox, that seems to me to be a big opportunity. Do you want the role? I ask, cautiously. His silence says a lot more than any answer. Speak to me, baby, what's bothering you about this project? Ollie raises his shoulders. It's just that I'm not crazy about the role, and lately, the dramatic roles attract me more than the comic roles. I even plan to do theater. Maybe in New York, by the way. I am surprised by her confession, but when I think about it, I understand where her desire comes from. You want to stay close to your father, don't you? She turns her head and looks at me sadly. It's a part of my decision, it's clear. His condition is getting worse, and I don't like the idea of living on the other side of the country. Imagine that something happens to him and that he needs me. I would be under contract. It's not like I could go see the producer and tell them, sorry, I have to go to New York for a few weeks, but keep shooting without me. Did you think about hiring a nurse? My God, no, he would never accept. Well, I told him about it last year. He didn't need it at the time, but we were talking about the future and he panicked. He said he could take care of himself very well. I can clearly hear Joe Hayes say that from his hoarse voice. And it's true, Ollie continued. For the moment he can take care of himself, but he has less and less sensations in his legs and his sight is declining. For the moment he is using his cane, but what will happen if he needs a wheelchair? And if he was paralyzed or blind, he will need someone to scream. My friend says who? Yeah, so what? Retorts Summer. I hurry to intervene before things get out of hand and she jumps on it. Usually I love girl fights, but not when one of them is my sister. Summer, let me introduce you to Ollie. Ollie, Summer, my little sister. Chapter 27. Ollie. I should have recognized her right away. Of course, this charming young girl is Dean's sister. Now that I have returned my claws, I can clearly see that they have the same blonde hair and the same green eyes. She is much smaller than him, but taller than me. She must be about 1.80 meters tall. What are you doing here? Asks Dean to his sister. I told you I was coming, did you forget? No, you told me you wanted to come, he grunts. You can't go to people's houses without warning them, Summer. What if I hadn't been there? But you are there, she answers smiling. And now I'm here too, you see. Chance does things. And did Chance tell you that I was leaving for a match tomorrow? That the bus was starting at dawn and that I was probably not going to be back before midnight? Thin. And I'm leaving again on Sunday morning, says Summer before shutting up for a few seconds. It doesn't matter, it just means we have to take advantage of it tonight. Where do you want me to put my bag? I put my hand in front of my mouth to choke a laugh. I have the feeling that nothing can stop Summer's morale. She looks like she's falling asleep smiling. On her side, Dean seems to perceive Summer's surprise visit as a huge problem. I had plans tonight. Well, the plans change and now I'm part of them. It doesn't bother you if I hang out with you and Dickie tonight? Yes, she asks me. The laugh that I was trying to repress suddenly spills out. How? My God, why does she call him Dickie? Not at all, I say looking at Dean. Are you going to explain the nickname or do I have to make up my own story? Summer looks at me smiling to my ears. I'm afraid the anecdote isn't very funny, she says. I couldn't pronounce his first name when I was little. As I called Nick, our big brother, I changed the first letter and there you go, Dickie. He hates that, she adds smiling more beautiful. I understand quite well and I can see a little plague like Summer having fun tormenting her big brother with such an embarrassing nickname. So what are we doing tonight? Asks Summer. She throws her hair behind her shoulders and takes a look at herself. My God, this girl has way too much energy. Is there a club around here? A bar? I have my false identity card on me, so you'd better give it to me, interrupts Dean, because it is out of the question that I have a minor to flirt with. You talk, you've been flirting since you were 13. I was very mature for my age, answers Dean. That's right, yeah. You still don't have it today? At least I didn't get excluded from Brown because I set the fire on fire. I wasn't excluded and I didn't set the fire on anything at all. How do you want me to know? I don't even know why you were fired, because no one in this family tells me anything. I wasn't fired, I turned it around by following them. If that's what it's like to have brothers and sisters, I'm starting to think I'm lucky to be an only child. All this must be exhausting in the long run. If you'd stop yelling at me, grumbles Summer, maybe we could sit down like adults and I'd tell you why I was suspended. But we'll do that later, because I'm in the mood to party. Do you think there's a party in a fraternity tonight? There is inevitably a party in one of the fraternities. It's their only way to fuck, after all. I've never seen Dean so tense. His fists are closed as if he was trying not to strangle his sister. We're not going to go to a party. I told you, I have to get up early to take the bus. So we're going to stay at home. It will be a good evening, calm down, he added firmly. Of course, he has just pronounced his words, the front door opens and 4 huge hockey players enter. Or rather, 3 hockey players and a normal-sized civilian. I know Logan, Fidzy and Olis, but not the 4th. His hair is brown and his hair is spiky. And he looks too young to play hockey. Hi, says Logan, taking off his jacket. The entrance hall is not big enough to accommodate everyone and I find myself stuck against the wall, while the guys crowd into the corridor. "Let me introduce you to my sister," says Dean in a resigned voice that makes me smile. The guys shake their heads to greet her, then they hurry to go to the living room. Maurice gave us the demo of the new mafia boss. "He's not even on the market, we're probably going to go to bed late," says Logan. Next to me, Summer smiles to the ears. "But not too late, the bus leaves at 8 o'clock tomorrow," recalls Dean. "I'll sleep in the bus," answers Logan. "Who was that?" whispers Summer to my ear. "You mean Logan? He lives here, but you have no idea, he has a girlfriend." "No, not him, the big one with the tattoos." "Ah, Fidzy. Colleen Fitzgerald, one of your brother's teammates." Summer's green eyes sparkle as she throws her hair back again. "I want it," she says. Summer grumbles while I do my best not to laugh. "What?" "I'm telling the truth, that's all. Be honest or be a bastard. You taught me that when I was 12, remember? When I stole your favorite t-shirt and dropped it in the sewers on purpose." "How could you drop it in the sewers on purpose, I wonder?" "It was in my backpack," she replies smiling. "I lied to Dean about what had happened, and he gave me a speech on the importance of honesty." "You remember, brother? Well, congratulations, I'm super mega honest now." "And that," she says before pointing to the door of the living room. "It's the most canon guy I've ever seen in my life, and I want it." "One day I'll kill you in your sleep," says Dean, "I swear." "Oh Dickie, you would never do that," she says in a mocking voice. "You want to know why?" "Why?" he mutters, "because you love me." Honestly, I think I love Summer too. "Dean, I'm terrified of the idea of what I'm going to find on my way home tonight. It's only been 16 hours since I left, but Summer Ward Di Laurentis is capable of competing with an earthquake in 16 minutes. When she was 13, Nick and I were alone at home with her. We turned our backs for 20 minutes, and when we came back to the living room, the alcohol closet was overflowing, and there was glass everywhere." "Oops," said Summer to us, smiling. She said she wanted to taste the alcohol to understand why people make a whole dish out of it, destroying thousands of dollars in bottles at the same time. Sure, she's 20 now, but I don't trust her at all. I just hope that Ollie will find a way to control her. Yeah, I recruited my girlfriend to watch over my little sister. It was out of the question that I leave Summer alone on campus. During the bus ride, Ollie kept me informed of what she was doing with their day, in addition to comments on the fact that my sister is great, and OMG every time Summer revealed something embarrassing about my childhood. "We have breakfast in town." "OMG, your first word was a nipple? Why am I not surprised?" "I take S for a manicure." "Are you afraid of needles?" "S just told me that you almost got tattooed at 18, but that you had to leave because you were afraid." Ha 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 ha, I love my sister. My phone stays in the locker room during the match, and even the killer looks of Ashi and his critics can't calm me down, because we leave the skating rink having won the victory. My good mood follows me to the bus where I sit next to Tucker, relieved by the last messages waiting for me. We're going to have lunch in Boston. S wants to go shopping. Too much eating, we go home. Oh, it's snowing, we're going for a walk. We're at home, we're talking to each other, telling Tucker that his tomato soup is delicious. I saw on Twitter that you won, great. We're doing a movie marathon, I put my tail in silent, we'll see each other back in time. The last message arrived at 8 p.m., which means that Ollie and Summer are buried under a blanket in the living room and that they are not causing any trouble. Ollie was right, it's snowing. The bus has just crossed the Massachusetts border when huge flakes start to swirl on the other side of the window. It is almost midnight when we arrive at the gymnasium. Tuck and I enter the house while Garrett and Logan go to their girlfriends. We arrive 10 minutes later. I park in front of the house, all the lights are off, but I see the light of the TV behind the curtains of the living room. The entrance hall is plunged into darkness. I pass in front of Tucker to enter and take off my shoes while looking for the switch. I don't have time to turn it on because a shrieking scream freezes my blood. I don't have time to react because I am suddenly covered from head to toe with a warm liquid. A second shriek echoes and I always try to understand what's going on when something hits me in the temple. Crack. A living pain bursts into my head and I fall to the ground like a bag of potatoes. Chapter 28. Dean. Fact 1. The Hastings police have about 8 officers in their team. Fact 2. They are all at my house. Do you wish to file a complaint? Asks the officer who stays glued to Ali's side staring at me. I am perched on the second step of the stairs and I turn his killer look. The ambulance driver who examines my temple reprimands me when I turn my head, but I don't care. What happened to me is absurd. If someone has to file a complaint, it's me, I exclaim in an incredulous voice. The cop raises his hand and signals me to be quiet. We are talking about Miss Hayes, sir. Oh yes, Miss Hayes, this madwoman who is also my girlfriend, the ninja who stunned me with a piece of paper at Wayne Gretzky's funeral. You are addressing the wrong person, I mutter. I was the one who was attacked. One of the police officers looks at me with her eyes folded. According to what we see, sir, it is these young women who are the victims. When we entered, you were lying in a puddle of blood. It's soup, tomato soup. And you shout obscenities about Miss Hayes and Miss Laurentis. But because they stunned me. Obviously, they saw you as a threat and they put you out of harm's way, adds another policeman. My God, I'm going to strangle them. As soon as the cops are gone, I'm going to strangle them both. Sir, we are conducting an interrogation, retorts the adjutant. Please do not speak unless you are invited. Tucker, who is leaning against the wall, seems to be about to piss on him while he is laughing. His laugh is silent, but he is betrayed by the tears in his eyes and the shakes of his shoulders. At least Ollie has the decency to be ashamed. This dead man just seems to be bored. My reaction was disproportionate, confesses my girlfriend. Explain to us what happened, encourages the policewoman. I grit my teeth as Ollie regains his breath. I had just reheated some soup in the kitchen. I didn't heat it too much because I don't like burning my mouth, so I eat it warm. In short, sorry. I was coming back to the living room, all the lights were off because we were watching a movie. And I heard footsteps in front of the front door. And all of a sudden, someone came in as if he were at home. I'm at home, I groan. Ollie avoids my furious look. I thought it was a thief, she says. A thief who has the key to the house. I continue in a sarcastic tone. The policemen shoot me in the eye and I shut up. I threw the bowl of soup at her and I grabbed the first weapon I found, she says. She points to the paper clip that we put on the poster in order to prevent it from flying away every time someone opens the door. He is now on the ground, next to a flake of tomato soup. I am surprised that the cops did not put him in a transparent bag marked with a label, piece of evidence. It was not Dean's fault, really, it's mine, she insists. I panicked for nothing. You see, she exclaims as she looks at me. That's why I never watch horror movies. You just have to watch one when you're little to imagine that behind a door there is a serial killer. Are you kidding me? You want to watch a horror movie with my sister but not with me. Me, you force me to watch a movie about cancer. Says who, Big Summer? Stop being grumpy. I shoot my sister in the eye. I don't want to hear you, I retort, and don't think I didn't feel you kick me before falling into the apples. Who does that, Summer, who hits a guy who's already on the ground? From the corner of the eye, I see Tuck crouching, sliding against the wall, putting his head in his hands, laughing more beautifully. I have to examine you to make sure you don't have a brain concussion, says the ambulance driver, kneeling in front of me. Damn, he takes out a pen lamp, with which he blinds me. Ollie appears behind him, clearly worried. Are you serious? He has a concussion. She crouches behind him and takes my arm. Do we have to call the coach? His question draws the attention of the ambulance. Your coach? Finn, are you guys from Jensen? I nod my head, always irritated that he treated me like the suspect and not the victim. What's your name already? Dean Di Laurentis. Ah yeah, I recognize you, he says in an excited voice. It was a hell of a victory last year, you played well, son. The team doesn't seem to have gone so well this year, says the one with a pervert mustache. What's going on? This Davenport is fast, adds another. Do you think Jensen is going to put him on the same line as Graham? The cops spend the next 10 minutes bombarding me with questions about our chances of winning the national championship, while the ambulance driver forces me to undergo the commotion protocol. He finally decides that I don't need to go to the emergency room. He gathers his things, then he and the cops leave my house. They have hardly left until I get up. My socks are wet, my torso is red and my hair smells like tomato and basil. I go to Ollie, staring at her. I'm going to take a shower. When I get out, you and I are going to discuss your propensity to be completely crazy. I'm sorry, okay? She responds, blushing. I have already admitted that my reaction was disproportionate. You think, I retort, jumping on one foot, then on the other, while I take off my socks. I'm serious, I'm not done being angry with you, wait for me in my room. What are you going to do? Put me a butt? Don't try me, baby. Burke, Ralsum dies. I don't want to know your sexual preferences, Dean. Not a word, I say, pointing my finger at her. I then look at Tucker, this traitor to whom my misery brings so much joy. You want to escort Summer into Garrett's room and find a way to lock him up. He laughs calmly, but he extends his hand. Come on, little sister, he says, let's leave the poor man alone. I think he has suffered enough for the evening. Ollie, I'm not too proud to admit when I do something stupid. And tonight, I really screwed up. Not only did I assault my boyfriend with a paper press, I also called the cops, because for a moment I sincerely believed that I had killed him. I feel so bad that I'm more than happy to let Dean yell at me. That's why I'm in his room, sitting on his bed, as he ordered me. Ah, do you see that? She listens, he says when he comes back from his shower. He drops his towel on the floor and puts on a boxer. I watch him do it while he shouts at me. But he doesn't. I thought you wanted to yell at me. I changed my mind, he says, massaging his temple. I have a lot too much pain in the skull. Oh no, are you sure we shouldn't go to the emergency? But no, it's okay, alligator, it's been years since I took such a blow, while I play hockey, damn it. You are surprisingly strong, you know that? Yes, I know, I answer shyly. I told you, my father made sure that I would be able to defend myself in case of need. Well, you can congratulate him, he growls. Damn, I can't believe you hit me like that. You're lucky I love you, baby. If any other girl had me. Do you love me? Dean interrupts and for a second, he looks confused, as if he didn't know what I was talking about, as if he didn't realize what he had just said. However, I didn't dream it. Do you know what you just said? I tell him, trying not to smile. I don't know what I just said. He holds out his hand, he looks up and looks at me, his eyes looking away. How many times did his eyes look away before he can shake his throat to say it? Well, shit, that's what I said, yeah. He thinks, he nods his head. Can you repeat it? I ask. He rubs his beard with an adorably embarrassed. Ah, baby, don't force me to say it again. I'm already ashamed enough to have said it first. It has never happened to me before. I can no longer hold back a smile. I get up abruptly and throw myself into his arms. I drop kisses all over his face. Dean bursts into laughter. Are you sure you don't have too much headache? I ask. It's okay, don't worry. I start to cover him with kisses again, and a throbbing laugh escapes him again. Good, because I think sex is imposed, I say, pushing him to the bed. Really? And why is that? He asks with a funny look. Because you told me that you loved me, and that I love you too. You know how much my feelings excite me, I say, by taking off my t-shirt. You have no idea how much I love you, darling. His amused look turns into a look of embarrassment. "Show me," he orders. I take off my leggings and my panties, then I get closer to him. I take his hand and put it between my legs, then I start rubbing against him. Dean growls, and I see his erection the shiver of shock. I cry for his sigh. "Is it over?" he says. I hold my breath, struggle against the cotton of his boxer. "Come on," he murmurs in a soft voice, "I love you." This 3 syllables send a discharge of pleasure through my legs and we both stutter. Are both. "Damn," he grumbles, "the feelings excite you so much." "I told you," I answer by forcing him to lie down on the mattress. "I'm going to enjoy it like never before, I'm talking about multiple orgasms, Dean." He opens his drawer to take out a cover and I ride on him before he has taken off his boxer. "I love you," he whispers before kissing me. It's a soft and tender kiss and my whole body is covered in chicken skin. His hand trembles as he unrolls the condom on his sex. Our mouths are always glued to each other when he makes me roll on my back and he puts his sex in me. I pass my arms around his neck and I lift my pelvis so that he doesn't care anymore. Dean slowly penetrates me, centimeter by centimeter, writhing, until he is entirely in me. Our eyes lock as he begins to go back and forth. I feel so good, it's unbelievable. He clears my hair and caresses my forehead, then my cheek, making me slowly fall in love, so slowly that it drives me crazy. "I love you," he repeats. I shiver with joy and I hug him against me, welcoming each of his luscious basins. He slips his hand under my buttocks and lifts me up so that his pubis massages my clitoris every time he dives into me. I have stars in my eyes and I moan as I crawl on his shoulders. There is only Dean, the orgasm he gives me, and "but I love you" in his ear. I feel so good, it's unbelievable. "I love you," he repeats. I have stars in my eyes and I moan as I crawl on his shoulders. There is only Dean, the orgasm he gives me, and "I love you" in his ear. I feel so good, it's unbelievable. "I love you," he repeats. I have stars in my eyes and I moan as I crawl on his shoulders. "I love you," he repeats. "I love you," he repeats. He asked me to accompany him to St. Bartholomew, but I prefer to stay in Brooklyn. I would have loved to spend my holidays in the sun, but I do not know where I will land once I have graduated, and I want to enjoy the time I have with my father. However, I must admit that I am sad when I say goodbye to Dean's family. He had told me that his parents were cool, but a part of me doubted it. After all, they are very rich lawyers who have 3 houses, maybe even more, but Dean is not the kind to boast. Go see, you would not guess that Laurie Hewitt and Peter Di Laurentis are full of boldness. His mother told me that what she loved most about the holidays was not wearing a tie. As for Peter, he is as relaxed as his wife. He worked a few hours in his office every morning, but he spent most of his time with his children, skiing with Summer and playing hockey with his sons on the patinoire in their garden. Because yes, they have their own patinoire. Nick, Dean's brother, is one of the nicest men I have ever met. He took his new girlfriend, a lawyer in another office, who turned out to be adorable, even if she was a little stuck at first. As for Summer, she is Summer. She has no filter, she is more real than nature, and her laugh is contagious. Sometimes I feel like I love Summer more than her brother. If I am sad to leave them, I can't wait to see my father. I decide to have fun and take a Greenwich taxi to Brooklyn, and I get home in the late afternoon. I find my father in the living room, jogging, reading the physics of hockey. He smiles to my ears when he sees me, then he growls when I kiss him on the cheek and harass him about his health. He ends up cutting me off and asking me how my stay in Connecticut went, and when I tell him how much I had fun, he seems slightly disappointed. He knows that I go out with Dean since we call each other twice a week, but he remains strangely silent on the subject. When I told him, he grumbled, and he hasn't talked to me about it since. It is now that he decides to tell me what he thinks. "It won't last, edgy," he says, sighing. "It is not made for serious relationships. I hope you know that." It is not as if Dean and I were talking about marriage, but my father's remark still hurts me, because I do not intend to break up with him. We are 22 years old, and we are in love. The future could be complicated if I am in Los Angeles and Dean is in Cambridge for 2 years, but I am sure we will get there if we make the effort. When Dean has finished Harvard, he will be able to practice law anywhere and join me wherever I am. We haven't talked about it, but he didn't make me think that he wanted us to break up after college. I never cheated on your mother, Aggie, he said to me solemnly. Our problems had nothing to do with that. I know. The long separations were very hard. We only spoke briefly on the phone, and when I came home, we were like strangers. We had to get to know each other again. It took a lot of effort to get by. Then she fell ill, and it got even harder. A ball forms in my throat. I was 12 when she was diagnosed with lung cancer. I remember begging my father to accompany her when he took her to her chemotherapy, but he never let me come. The days when the side effects were too violent, when her skin was gray like ash and she vomited so hard that it fell off her ribs, he sent me to my aunt's in Queens. He didn't want me to see her like that. Dad rips his throat before pursuing. Dean, I know men like him, Aggie. They are not equipped to handle real problems. If anything happened to you, if you fell ill or had an accident, or if there was a financial crisis and his empire was destroyed, this guy would collapse like a chessboard. It's not true, Dad. Dean is a good guy, and he does me good. You're making illusions, Aggie. He may do you good now, since he leads a perfect life. He pays the others to solve his problems. And as long as everything goes in his direction, it will be the best thing that has ever happened to you. But as soon as that is no longer the case, he will no longer be there. He will not stay by your side. Because that would force him to get out of his perfect bubble. However, this boy is not capable of it. You're lying, I whisper. Damn, honey. It makes me sick to tell you that. Do you think I like to see your sad little face? It tears me apart, Aggie. But I want you to prepare yourself for the day when it will happen. Remember what I told you. You can't count on him. It's better to get this idea done before it's too late. I make sure not to let my father's warning, as well as Dean's bitter opinion, spoil the holidays. I understand that he is worried, because he does not want me to suffer. I can't even blame him directly for what he told me, because my father is always like that. However, he is wrong. I know that Dean would be there if I needed him. Besides, he already proved it by coming to my house the night Sean died. So I decided not to doubt the man who makes me so happy. And I enjoy the rest of my holidays. The day before Christmas, the day of my birthday, I stay at home with my father. We look, life is beautiful, like every year. And I cry like a baby, like every year. Then we drink a hot chocolate, and he offers me the same gift as every year. $300, and a word that tells me to have fun. Dad is bad for gifts, but I don't care, because I already have the only one that interests me. My father. A few days later, Dean returns from St. Barthélemy, more tanned and relaxed than ever. I don't understand why he insists on coming to pick me up, because it would have been easier for me to take the train and join him in Manhattan. We don't go to Manhattan, he replies smiling when I ask him the question. I have a birthday surprise for you. You already gave me a birthday surprise, I remind him. Indeed, he called me from St. Barthélemy, and he made me enjoy the phone so much that I was afraid to wake up my father. Fortunately, he has a sound sleep. This one is even better, he replies before kissing me on the cheek. You missed me. You missed me too, I reply smiling to his ears. He starts, makes me a wink, and takes my hand to put it between his legs. You missed little Dean too. I see that. I answer by feeling his erection and starting to caress her. If you keep going, I'm going to enjoy myself in my coat, he grumbles as he gets into the traffic. Is it a challenge? I ask, smiling more beautiful. I lower his bracket and slip my hand in his boxer. Damn, he wasn't kidding. It's only been a minute since I hit him when he grips the steering wheel groaning. I'm going to enjoy myself, he says. I don't let him stain his pants because they probably cost more than my tuition fees at college, and I lower my head to swallow his orgasm. Damn, he grumbles before caressing my cheek. I love you, baby. Ah, you especially like flying kisses? No, you, he replies, shaking his head. You're the one I love. Wow, I'm so happy that I feel like my heart is going to explode. I sink into my seat and look out the window as we cross the bridge to New Jersey. I don't know where he's taking me, but I want to be guided. I would follow Dean Di Laurentis to the end of the world if he asked me. We're here, he says after 20 minutes. I was lost in my thoughts and I have no idea where we are. He parks his BMW in front of a small building surrounded by warehouses. I get closer to the window to read the sign and I shout out in joy. My God, are you serious? Yep. He gets out of the car and goes around to open my door. I take the hand he gives me and I have to hold back from jumping as we head to the door. I'm so happy that I can't speak. I sweep the dance studio in front of me and I look at Dean's sparkling eyes. You said you didn't want to make salsa. And Dean Di Laurentis only does what he wants, did you forget? But I do what I want, don't worry, he answers by raising his shoulders. I frown while waiting for him to explain himself better. I make you happy. Wow. Dean. Reality calls me. I may want to tell her to leave me alone, but life doesn't work that way. I would have loved to stay on the beach with my parents, my sister, and my brother, or continue to do everything to make Ollie happy. But it's time to come back to Earth. My first week after returning to campus is more busy than ever. Between hockey, classes, and training for the Hurricanes, I don't have a minute of my own. Fortunately, Ollie is also overwhelmed by her rehearsals, so she doesn't complain that our sexual life is just a series of quick shots. On Saturday, our team loses another game. No one talks about the championship anymore because we all know that we will not be qualified. Despite this, I continue to train Hunter, because whatever happens this season, that is to say, nothing, he will continue to play for Briard next year. And I think he's going to be a captain. Sunday evening, Coach Ashi, who is strangely pleasant lately, gives me an extra hour of training with Hunter. The session is going well and I return home in a good mood. I don't need to get up early tomorrow morning, so Ollie and I are going to spend the evening together. I can't wait to really fuck tonight, to spend 3 hours buried in his sublime pussy. I'm looking to see if Ollie wrote to me when I enter the kitchen and I need a second to realize that my roommates are all there, sitting at the table. Even Tuck, whom I see even less than before Christmas holidays. However, I no longer cherish him on this subject about his new girlfriend or his new guy. At this stage, nothing would surprise me. What's going on? I ask in a distraught voice. No one answers. I put my phone in my pocket and I look at my roommates. My heart speeds up when I see their minds defrost and I can no longer breathe when I see that Logan has tears in his eyes. What's going on? I repeat. The silence lasts and Logan rubs his eyes. Fuck, now I'm scared. Without laughing. If you don't tell me right away what's going on, I'll... The coach has called. Says Gareth in a hoarse and gloomy voice. I wait for him to continue while my frozen hands start shaking. He just had Patrick DeLuca on the phone and... Okay. I didn't expect that. Pat DeLuca is the football team coach. What could he want from Jensen? Gareth sees my confusion and he continues to speak. I think that DeLuca called him because he knows we're friends with Bo. Bo? Is it about Bo Maxwell? I interrupt. What happened? Logan and Tucker lower their eyes. The only one who cares to look at me is Gareth, who sighs slowly. He's dead. Chapter 30. Dean. The summer after I finished high school, my brother and I went around Europe. We crossed France, Italy, Spain, Germany, then Austria. In Austria, Nick insisted that we visit a huge ice cave. I must admit that it was super cool, but we were only allowed to see the first 3 ice rooms. After that, winding tunnels crossed the rock for miles. And Nick and I decided to separate from the group to venture further into the mountains. We are lost. Completely and desperately. I still remember the paralyzing anxiety that seized me. The echo of our voices echoed on the walls around us while the icy air coming from all directions whipped our faces. We ended up hearing the steps of the guide coming to our rescue, but we did not know where he was coming from. That's how I feel now. I hear Gareth talking, but I can't see him anymore and I don't know what he's saying. His voice is an echo echoing in my ears without penetrating them. My brain does not analyze what he says. Bo is dead. Like, dead? Bo is dead. Bo Maxwell. My friend Bo Maxwell. All of a sudden. I suddenly raise my head when my brain picks up a handful of information. What? I ask stupidly. I said he died all of a sudden. He did not suffer, he says, looking at me sadly. I blink my eyes several times. Can you repeat everything, please? Tell me what happened. Fuck, why? Because I didn't hear anything of what you said, I want to shout. Because I need to hear it again. Okay, answers Gareth sighing. I hesitate to the work plan and I open the closet. It's good, there is a bottle of whiskey. I unscrew the cap and I drink a long sip before joining my roommates at the table. I sit down next to Tuck and we pass the bottle while Gareth recites his story. The story is not very long but it is unbearable. Bo left in the Wisconsin this weekend for his grandmother's birthday. I already knew it because he called me before leaving. We had planned to meet on Tuesday. Last night, the Maxwells celebrated Grandma's 90th birthday in a restaurant in the city. The roads were icy green. They took 2 cars. Bo was with his father, who was driving. Johanna told Luca's coach that they had a lot of fun at dinner. On the way back, Bo's father hit the wheel to avoid a bee that swarmed in front of them. The car hit an icy plate and it got out of the road in 2 barrels. Then it crashed against a tree. Bo broke his neck. His father did not have the slightest scratch. I swallow another sip of whiskey. He burns my throat and puts the fire in my stomach. My eyes sting. When Gareth finishes speaking, I move my chair back and take the bottle while getting up. I go to my room. I lie down. Dean, Tucker murmurs. Tuck barely knew Bo. Gareth didn't know him either, apart from the parties he met. I guess Logan knew him a little. I know he was hanging out at his place. But I was one of Maxwell's best friends. And he was one of mine. I don't know how I get up without falling. My hand trembles so much that I drop the bottle a dozen times before getting to my room. I crawl on the bed and tilt the bottle to let the liquid flow into my throat. I bang my neck and stain my t-shirt, but I don't care. I keep drinking. Apparently, Bo is dead. He was 23 years old. I drink again and again and again until I see nothing. Am I drunk now? No. More than that, because my brain doesn't work anymore. As for my hands, they're dead. I try to put the bottle on the nightstand and it falls to the ground. I don't know why, I find it hilarious. I think time is passing, but maybe it's frozen, because Bo Maxwell is dead and that his neck broke like a twig. Dead. Gone. Finito. Worthy. I hear a voice whispering my name somewhere in the distance. Maybe I'm back in this cave. Maybe I never got out. Wouldn't that be crazy? What if I was dead in this cave in Austria and I didn't know it? What if the life I've been leading since my return from Europe was just the fruit of my imagination and my body was decomposing under this mountain? That's completely crazy. I mutter. Worthy. Warm hands take my face. Damn, you're completely drunk. I bounce. Oh no, it's the mattress that's shaking, because someone is coming to the bed next to me. My stomach starts to gargle. I swallow, I take a deep breath. I smell the whiskey, but there is another scent too. The mysterious smell of Ollie. Darling. I feel my head move. She takes it on her thighs and she passes her hand in my hair, soaked in sweat. Why is it so hot here? Logan just told me what happened. I'm so sorry, darling. It's broken, it's the neck, says someone. I realize that I'm the one talking. My voice seems distant to me. Besides, it doesn't even look like mine. Wow, I'm really drunk. I know, whispers Ollie. And I'm really sorry. I know you're suffering, she says, caressing my forehead. I'm here, okay? I'm staying with you. I'm not going anywhere. I breathe slowly, hardly. Baby, I murmur. What is it? I'm going. I raise my head, which decouples all the sensations I was trying to avoid, and I throw up on my girlfriend's thighs. Ollie. The commemorative ceremony takes place in the football stadium. The whole team is present, as well as the coaches, the goalkeepers, Bo's friends, his family, hundreds of students, and thousands of people who have probably never met him. Only one person is absent, Dean. When I left, he was in his room, in a tie. He told me to go with Anna and Gareth and that he would meet me at the stadium. When I come back to his house, he's still in his room, still in his suit, but this time he's holding a bottle of vodka in his hand and his cheeks are red. He's drunk, as he has been every day of the week. Well, drunk or stoned. 2 nights ago, I watched him chain 4 joints before falling asleep on the living room sofa. Logan must have carried him to his room, where we watched him sleep on his bed. All sorrows are different, said Logan. I understand. Of course I understand. When I lost my mother, I went through the different stages of mourning, including denial and depression. After a while, I managed to accept that I would never see my mother again. It was hard, but I did it. Dean will get there too, I know. However, watching him turn to alcohol and drugs while he could turn to me is painful. I didn't make it, he mutters when he sees me at his door. He took off his tie and his hair is in battle. I didn't make it, baby, he whispers in a hoarse voice. I imagined his parents and Johanna, their faces. He puts the bottle of vodka on the dresser and he sits slowly on his bed. I sit next to him and I put my head on his shoulder. She sang. What? Johanna. There was a scene with a piano and she sang Let It Be. It was beautiful. And sad too, I say with my eyes closed to push back my tears. It was sad and beautiful. I caress Dean's burning cheek. He presses his head against my hand and his hoarse breath tickles my palm. I didn't make it, he repeats. I know. It doesn't matter. That said, isn't it a bit? He should have been there, the Bo family was there. If they managed to go there, Dean should have been there too. I immediately feel guilty. Who am I to decide what someone should or should not do? Lots of people don't go to the funeral for tons of different reasons, because they want to cry in private or because they find it too hard. It's not up to me to judge. I can't believe that Bo is dead, he says. I'm taken aback because it's the first time that Dean says his name since he learned he was dead. I'm even more surprised when I turn my head back and see his tears. His eyes blink and they slowly fall on his face, slipping on my fingers. His tears trigger mine and soon we'll both cry. He puts his face against my chest and his whole body is shaken by silent blood. I don't know who kisses the other first, who undresses the other first, or how we end up naked on the bed, kissing each other. Megan told me one day that about 80% of people asked in a survey admitted that they had made love just before, during or just after a funeral. I guess it makes sense to celebrate life when you're about to die. Like a need to cling to another living person. We both moan when he penetrates me. I hold his thick vein in me and I lift my pelvis to meet his. My orgasm is more powerful than all the ones I've known. I didn't think such a pleasure was possible while being so sad. Dean pushes a tortured groin while enjoying himself, shaking violently as he pours into me. He collapses and makes us roll so that my back is pressed against his torso. Something flows into my neck. It's not perspiration. It's tears. All the tears he would have held back if he had been at the commemoration for Bo. I turn to him and take him in my arms. I don't know how long we'll stay like this. But all we do only we. Dean falls asleep. He plays with my memory. For the second time in 7 days, I hope this let go will ease his pain. The problem with hope is that it leads to disappointing. Chapter 31. Ollie. I spend the next 2 weeks watching Dean dark, helpless. There is a new routine now. He wakes up in the morning, he goes to class or to his training, then he goes home and he drinks until he loses consciousness. I don't know how he manages to do all his homework. I take a look at one of the dissertations he wrote and I discover that it is good. It is as if the intelligent part of his brain, the one he hides to everyone, had taken the reins and that it worked automatically. This is also what he does on the ice. He lets his body and his years of training do the job for him. His heart and his will no longer have any role to play in history. He goes the same for his libido, which is almost non-existent. It only comes out when he reaches a certain level of alcohol. I reject it every time because the guy who smiles at me in the corner, who whispers lies in my ear, and whose hands shake me, is not my friend. My friend doesn't just want me when he's drunk. His smiles are not due to alcohol or drugs. Dean Di Laurentis fucks because he likes to fuck. And he smiles because he likes to smile. This drunk Dean is an intruder. It doesn't matter if I tell him I don't want him because he doesn't want me either. It is the alcohol in his blood that makes him believe that he desires me. He is in mourning. I repeat these words to myself 100 times a day. I remember that Bo Maxwell is dead and that he terribly misses Dean and that I can't blame him for managing his friend's death in a different way than mine. However, I don't know how to manage it. What am I supposed to do? Take him to detoxification? He is not an alcoholic and he is not a drug addict. The worst thing is that alcohol and drugs seem to have no impact on his school and sports life. He gets out of bed in the morning, he skates like a pro and he gets great results in class. There is only one thing missing from his routine. The hurricanes. The week that followed the death of Bo, time froze. Dean and Logan were not allowed to train because they were close to Bo. Dean did not go to the Hurricanes training either. I thought it was temporary, but it's been 3 weeks now and Dean refuses to go back. I pushed him to change his mind, but I only had a pathetic no in response. He simply said that he didn't want to work with children anymore. I think it's because this job brings him joy and he doesn't want to feel it. He doesn't want to feel anything. As for me, I feel a lot of things. Sadness, frustration, anger, and guilt. He lost his best friend, damn it. I don't have the right to blame him. Today I feel determined. I realized that Dean couldn't drown in sadness and alcohol forever and that when he came out of the water, I didn't want him to lose something that matters to him, like the hurricanes. I parked Dean's car in front of the gym and I cut the engine. He was drinking his 4th beer when I left the house, where I'd been living since Bo died. I told him I needed his car to go buy tampons. If you want us to leave you alone, talk about tampons and the conversation will stop there. I enter the small sports complex and I run towards the black skating rink, where the boys are doing an exercise in which they have to skate super fast and stop abruptly. I don't understand everything, but they seem to be having fun. I see a little person all alone in the stands. It's me, Dakota. Her face lights up when she sees me and I raise a finger to tell her I'll be there in a minute. I approach the bench of the coach when he arrives. Ollie, he says, looking at the front door. Dean is with you? I nod my head and he seems as disappointed as the boys. Elise tells them they have 5 minutes to skate freely, then he listens to me apologize for Dean's absence by promising him he'll be back soon. He's going through a difficult time. He told me about his friend, yes, and it was in the press. It was Briard's quarterback, right? Bo Maxwell, it was. I see Bo's sparkling blue eyes again, his smile in the corner, and my chest tightens. He was really a good guy. Dean and he were very close and, it wasn't easy. But Dean wanted me to tell you he'll be back soon. No, that's wrong, says Elise. He didn't send you here and he didn't say he'd be back soon. He continues, raising his shoulders. But would you like him to come back? Yes. I wanted to make sure you'd accept him if he came back. He'll come back. Of course, he says. The question is whether they'll accept him. He adds, using the lowercase letters. Children don't like to feel abandoned. But they forgive quickly. However, maybe that's not the case for everyone. When I join Dakota a few minutes later, it's clear she has no intention of forgiving Dean. Dean doesn't love me anymore, she says. And I don't love him either. That's not true, sweetheart. You both love each other a lot. No, if he loves me, why doesn't he teach me to skate anymore? He doesn't help Robbie either. He hasn't come for months. It's been 3 weeks, but I guess for a 10-year-old girl, it can seem long. Does he blame me because I didn't want to put on the boys' skates? Does she ask with a trembling voice? My mom told me it was impolite to force him to buy me girls' skates. Is that why he hates me? Because he spent money on me? Suddenly, they start crying. My God, I don't know what to do. I'm not part of his family, and I'm not his teacher. Do I have the right to take her in my arms? Would I have problems if I did? And shit, I don't care. I can't let her bleed. She needs comfort. I take her in my arms, and I hold her tight. Then I spend the next 20 minutes convincing her that my boyfriend doesn't hate her. On the way back, my father's loud voice goes through my head. I know men like him. They are not equipped to handle real problems. They would collapse like a castle of cards. I'm scared to death that my father is right. But it's impossible. Dean is suffering, that's all. He's crying over his friend's death. He leads a perfect life. He pays the others to solve his problems. I have goosebumps doing something. Is that what I'm doing? Am I solving his problems by making sure he keeps his place at Hastings College? By begging a 10-year-old child to forgive him for abandoning her? My God, I'm exhausted. My life has been revolving around Dean for 3 weeks. I try to cheer him up, to help him get through this stage. I'm late for my classes. I arrive at rehearsals exhausted because I spend all my time taking care of my friend who is drunk all day long. General rehearsals start tomorrow, and the first one is in 5 days. I should be focusing on my performance, but I barely remember what the play is about. My frustration grows when I walk through the house door 15 minutes later and I'm stunned by Nirvana's Drain You. I find Dean lying on the living room couch, a beer in one hand, while the other is playing an imaginary drum. He's bare-chested, but even his pectorals can't cheer me up today. Dean! I shout. He doesn't look at me. I grab the remote on the bass table and turn off the music. A silence of lead falls into the room, and he suddenly raises his head. Hi, baby. I didn't see you. Hi. I sit down on the couch and take his bottle away. To my great surprise, he doesn't protest. I don't think he's drunk because he's not mumbling. Not yet. Are you rehearsing tonight? No, but rehearsals usually start tomorrow. Shit. Already? The first rehearsal is on Friday, I remind him. Yeah, that's right. He pretends to know, but I'm sure it hasn't crossed his mind. It's been weeks since he's been interested in what I do, or anyone else, by the way. It's as if he was frozen in place, stuck in the moment when he learned about Beau's death. Everyone else has resumed their normal course of life, including Beau's family. Joanna and I have been writing regularly since the commemoration. And I know she plays every night at Broadway. She also told me that her parents had resumed work last week. Dean is the only one who refuses to move forward. Baby. My throat tightens while a knot forms. You'll be there for the first time, won't you? Why do you ask me that? He exclaims. Because you weren't there for the ceremony for Beau. I hold back my accusation and take a deep breath. I just wanted to make sure, that's all. Of course I'll be there, he replies. For the first time in weeks, I can see tenderness in his eyes. I wouldn't miss that for anything in the world, he adds. He's not there. The auditorium is full to the brim for the first wedding and the curtain falls on a standing ovation. Yet my tears, when Mallory and I greet the audience, are not tears of joy in the face of the crowd's enthusiasm. Blinded by the spotlights, I can only see the third row. But all my friends are in the second row. Anna, Gareth, Megan, Stella, Justine, Grace, Logan. The only one who isn't there is the man I love. Behind the scenes, I accept the applause and congratulations of all those involved in the project. Stephen, the producers, the dean of the theater faculty, the art students who created the sets, the lighting technicians. The one who played my late husband lifts me up and makes me dizzy. Mallory uses all her strength in her arms apologizing for being next to the plaque at the beginning of the rehearsals. However, I hardly hear what I'm being told. Tears fall on my cheeks and everyone assumes they are tears of joy. They are all wrong. Stephen organizes an after for the team and our friends and I promise him I'll be there. But that's not true, at least not right now. I have something to do before and when Anna writes to me to find out if we meet in front of the theater or in the parking lot, I'm already behind the wheel of Dean's BMW. I'm surprised by the number of cars in his street. There are 4 unknown cars in the alley and I have to park along the sidewalk. I've just left and I can already hear the music. The hall is full of giants with a few little girls scattered here and there. Given their size, I guess the guys are footballers. As for the girls, I don't know. At least they're glued to the footballers and not to my boyfriend. Dean is alone, lying in a chair, his eyes closed. He opens his eyes as if he had felt my presence and his face lights up. But his joy is only for a short time. I still have my makeup and my stage hairstyle and I still wear the Vichy dress of my character. If I look crazy, it's because I'm not Ollie. I'm Janet. Dean panics when he understands what that means. Ollie. I sweep the room with my gaze, I turn my heels and I run up the stairs. A new wave of tears flows on my cheeks and I have trouble breathing. That's why it wasn't worth coming first. Because he was having a party with footballers. I make an eruption in his room and I rush to empty my drawer then the closet which I occupy half of. Oh honey, don't do that, says Dean by stopping at the door of his room. I ignore him and I keep folding luggage. Ollie, please. He comes behind me and I repress a slug when he passes his arms around my waist. For a moment, I let myself go against him, bathing in his warmth, rubbing his growing beard against my cheek. I'm sorry baby, I completely forgot that there was your room tonight. I told you 10 times, I want to scream. I promise you I'll be there tomorrow night, he says, walking his hands on my belly then on my buttocks. You said there were 3 representations, right? Yes, I answer dryly. But don't bother coming tomorrow night, I don't want to see you. He rubs his chin on my shoulder. Don't say that. I know you're angry, but I'll get over it, I'll be there tomorrow. I wanted you to be there tonight, Dean. I still can't face him. Besides, I don't know why I let him rub against me. I feel his erection against my buttocks. How can he be excited? The strange response of his body pushes me to turn around. I rub my eyebrows and study his face, cataloging the slightest detail. He's not drunk, because if his cheeks are red, his eyes are too bright, which means he didn't smoke. His eyes are bright, sparkling with a pleasure and a joy he shouldn't feel while I'm in tears in front of him. What did you take? What? He doesn't seem to understand my question. What did you take, Dean? Oh, just MDMA, he says, blinking his eyes. Fuck, I can't believe it. I don't say anything anymore and I push him aside to close my suitcase. Where are you going? He asks, angrily. To Bristol House. I can't stay here anymore. Yes. Why? Why? You missed the first part of my piece to organize a party and take MDMA. You're so fucked up that you rub your dick against me while I'm crying. Do you really need to ask me why I'm leaving? I didn't organize a party. Ollie and Rodriguez called me to know if I wanted to have a beer and share our beautiful memories. I was supposed to say no. I forbid you to use beautiful as an excuse to drug you. I scream. My anger seems to surprise him, and when he speaks again, it's on a defensive tone. It's okay, don't make a big deal out of it, baby. I took MDMA, it's not like I did it regularly. The last time was a year ago. That's not the point. I can't breathe and I realize that it's no use arguing with him. He doesn't hear me because he's fucked up. My father was right. I can't count on you. Are you kidding me? I've always been there, he grumbles. My best friend just died in bed, so yeah, I'm sorry if I've been a little distracted lately, but I had other worries. Distracted? You weren't distracted, Dean. You've been drunk all day long and now you're high. You know what, Dean? People die. I'm sorry Bo left. It's awful, but you can't drink all the time so you don't feel anything anymore. His face suddenly turns very red, but I keep going. I understand that it's hard for you to accept that Dean's life isn't always rosy, but in real life, sometimes awful things happen and you have to learn to deal with them. I take my suitcase and turn my heels. I stop abruptly when I get to the door and I turn to him. Life isn't perfect, Dean, and you'll have to grow up and accept it. I tried to help you, but you wouldn't let me. It's been almost a month that I've been watching you pick on and reject everyone, that I've been watching you disappoint people around you. He still doesn't say anything, which annoys me even more. I went to see Coach Ellis on your behalf. I convinced him to give you another chance the day you decide to go back. I must have comforted Dakota, who was crying like a baby because she thinks you hate her for not wanting to put boy skates on. Well, I'm not going to hold your hand anymore, Dean. It's over. He holds his breath. He finally reacts to something I say to him. It's not over, Ollie. Yes, it's over, Dean. Do you think you're the only one to have lost someone? My mother died before my eyes. I saw her turn off and die in front of me. Ollie, you're going to have to find a way to deal with your grief, but I can't be there to help you anymore. I refuse to look at you like an ostrich because you're too afraid to face the pain. It's over. I leave his room like a fury, leaving the man I love, Bush B, behind me. Chapter 32. Dean. I am awakened by a long complaint, as if someone was dying next to me. I take a minute to understand that the noise comes from me. It's me who's moaning because I have a headache. No, I especially have a sore eye. Why do I have a sore eye? I sit in bed and inspect my face. My left eye is so swollen that I can't open it. My mouth is drier than the Sahara. Damn, I'm so thirsty. And I'm exhausted. Raising my hand literally emptied me of all the energy I had left. Oh yes, it's MDMA. The last time I took it, I was in the same state the next day. I get out of bed and I discover that I fell asleep all dressed up. I tiptoe to the closet, I open it and I inspect myself in the mirror. Shit, my eye is almost black. I spend a few seconds looking at the rusted flesh and yesterday's events come back to me. I missed the first Ollie. Ollie dumped me. Gareth came in and he shouted at me. Why was he shouting already? Oh yes, because I missed the first Ollie. Oh, and because I invited half of the football team home and that. Oh yes, 3 defenders were sniffing cocaine in the kitchen. That's when Gareth took me aside and yelled at me. I must have said something that he didn't like because I have a black eye. I leave the mirror aside and I sit on the edge of the bed drawing up the list of what I have to face. I have a cockroach, I have an angry roommate who made me this cockroach, I have an ex-girlfriend and I made a little girl cry. I had to comfort Dakota who was crying like a Madeline because she thinks you hate her for not wanting to put boy skates on. Dolly's furious voice resonates in my head, accentuating the pain in my temples, turning my belly. I barely have time to go to the bathroom when my chest rises. However, I only spit bile. I didn't eat anything last night so I have nothing to vomit, but my stomach continues to twist and turn. When my nausea finally calms down, I brush my teeth and sit on the floor on the tile. I stay there for a moment to think about what I did, to all that I have lost. Ollie, Bo, this damn Bo, why did he have to die? My thought is so absurd that it triggers an uncontrollable laugh. I always laugh when someone knocks on the door. Dean, are you there? I grumble as I hear Garrett's voice. He doesn't seem angry, just tired. When I open the door, I find myself face to face with his gray eyes and his serious look. Are you okay? He asks. Not at all, I answer laughing. I'm sorry for the black butter eye, he says in a guilty voice. But damn, man, you got it. You should see the state in which the house is. I'm going to clean, I say, rubbing my hand in my hair. And don't worry about the car, I deserved it. I'm surprised Ollie didn't do it for a second. I barely pronounced his first name that I have the impression that I have just been stabbed in the belly. I don't see how she could forgive me. I wasn't there for her first. In fact, it's been 3 weeks since I've been gone, since I've been walking in a fog and since I've been doing everything to forget about Beau's death. As soon as I thought of him, I opened another bottle of beer or I rolled another firecracker because it was the fastest and simplest way to turn off my brain. Ollie's father said he didn't trust me to take care of his daughter. And he was right. Apparently, I can't even take care of myself. Wellesley is furious with you, says Garrett. Me too, I'm furious with myself. Maxwell miss me, man. I know, murmurs Garrett. It kills me to know that I will never see him again. Never. I know. There is a second of silence. Then Garrett surprises me by taking me in his arms. It's not one of those hugs of guys where you tap your back quickly, but a real hug. He tightens me up against him with his 2 arms around me. I'm sorry, man, for the house, for the alcohol, for everything. I know, he repeats for the 3rd time. The door slowly opens behind us. Am I interrupting a moment of homosexual intimacy or can I join you? I laugh gently as Logan comes to us. Garrett frees me and Logan takes his place. His hug is no longer brief but no less comforting. You are operational for training, he asks while studying my black eye. I don't really have a choice, I sigh. I'm going to let the coach decide if he wants me on the ice, but he's probably going to relegate me to the gym. I regret having to go there, however. All I want this morning is to go to Bristol House to see Ollie, to throw myself at his feet and beg him to take me back. We'll tell him we're replaying a Fight Club scene, Garrett jokes. He doesn't need to know what really happened. The party, the drugs. Thank you, man, I answer. Besides, apart from my eye, there is no other clue about what happened last night. I have the advantage of having the ability to bounce back after an evening as if nothing had happened. I can drink like a hole, I don't have a wooden mouth, I can smoke grass, I don't have my head in the fog. Today I'm a little less in shape, but it's mostly because of Ollie. Because I made the most important person out of my life run away. I can't believe Ollie became that person in 3 months. She's everything to me. When I get to the kitchen, Tucker has already prepared breakfast. We all eat together, then we go to the gym. We just entered the locker room when we suddenly stopped. Coach Jensen and Ashi are in a corner of the room, in the middle of a discussion with a skinny guy with glasses who is in a tie suit and who holds a hand-tied case. A few of our teammates are there, but no one says anything. Alice gives us a head sign and Fidzy squints his eyes, looking me in the dark. Hello coach, says Garrett. What's going on? Anti-doping control, he replies. Shit, my heart doesn't beat anymore, even my nausea is 100 times worse than this morning. When I look at Ashi, Samin doesn't express anything in particular. However, I have the feeling that he is responsible for this control. It's not that it never happens, it's quite common in the university sports environment. However, our season is coming to an end insofar as we have no chance of being qualified for the rest, so there is no reason to make us undergo a surprise control. Other players enter the locker room and my panic worsens. I feel Ashi's gaze on me, but my eyes remain riveted on my skates. I think I'm having an anxiety attack. I feel my blood flowing in my veins, the beating of my heart hammering my ears. I'm shaking, I can't breathe. I breathe in slowly and count to 10, then I go to Coach Jensen. Coach, can I talk to you in private? I mutter. He raises his head towards me, studies me for a few seconds and guesses what I'm going to tell him. Of course. He answers. I follow him into his office, but we don't sit down and we don't talk. He waits, but I can't speak. I'm disgusted. I'm ashamed of myself. So ashamed. The coach ends up sighing. Are you going to force me to ask you the question? Very well, I'll ask you. What's going to happen when you pee in that goblet, Dean? I open my mouth to answer, but no sound comes out. What will the results show? He insists on a resigned voice. Marijuana? Cocaine? MDMA? I grumble. He closes his eyes for a few seconds, then he reopens them. Okay. Thank you for telling me. When I leave his office, I feel like I'm walking towards my death. 2 days later, I get kicked out of the team. Chapter 33 Ollie. 3 days after leaving Dean in his room, we meet again at the campus cafe. All the girls turn around to admire him when he enters. And me too, because... wow. I feel like I'm seeing the man I fell in love with again. His sparkling green eyes, his black braids that perfectly mold his divine little ass. I just have to look at him to know that he didn't drink today. Anna told me last night that Dean had been tested positive for anti-doping, and that he had been kicked out of the team. I was heartbroken, because I know how much hockey matters to him. However, I can't say that I was surprised. You can't drink and do drugs all day without facing the consequences. However, when I talk to him about it, Dean doesn't seem sad. I deserved it, he simply replies. But I didn't come to talk about the team. I wanted to apologize. I frown. I suspected it when he asked me to find him here. It's the second time in 3 months that I'm in this position. The last time was with Sean, right here, for the same reasons. However, this time, my pain is a million times worse, because I'm still in love with Dean, completely and desperately in love with him. I'm sorry, baby. I screwed up. I couldn't face Bo's death. To be honest, I'm not sure I can handle it today, but at least I'm sober. I frown. I'm sorry I missed your play. And I regret putting you in a position where you had to apologize in my place, in front of Coach Ellis and Dakota. He says with a trembling voice. I'm going to apologize to them too, but I wanted to see you first. I knew that, since he's been writing to me and calling me for 3 days. However, I was still too sensitive to accept seeing him. Dean drinks his coffee, then he plunges his eyes full of shame into mine. You think you'll have the heart to forgive me, he asks. The heart? My God. My heart is ravaged. I feel like he just had a hurricane. Hurricane Dean. I didn't forget what happened on Friday night when I was in front of the audience and that I didn't see Dean. When I went home and found him under MDMA. As for whether I can forgive him, of course I can. I'm not a scoundrel. Life is too short for that. Yes, I can forgive you. His look lights up and it kills me to have to disappoint him so soon. But it's not a question of forgiveness, I say calmly. It's a question of what then? It's up to you to tell me. You asked me to come here so that we could get back together. He slowly nods his head and his lines soften. I love you, he murmurs in a hoarse voice. I don't want to be separated from you. Damn it, me neither, but I think I need to be. I can't be with you. I whisper. At least not now. I've never been alone, Dean. Never. I've always been in a relationship. I don't even know if I'm capable of being alone. And it's an opportunity for me to discover it. You said it yourself, you still haven't finished your morning and you still have people you need to apologize to. So, while you take care of your problems, I'll take care of myself. I see his jaw contracting and I'm waiting for him to contradict me because it's Dean Di Laurentis, the man who always gets what he wants, the man who insists and who insists until he wins. Yet, this man hasn't stopped surprising me. How long, he asks. I don't know. A few weeks? A month? I don't have a schedule, I just know that I need to be alone. Without a little friend, just me. Okay, he says in a sad voice. I look him in the eyes and I guess his questions. Is it just a break or is it really over? Did I ruin everything? Do you still love me? However, he keeps his questions to himself. Take all the time you need, baby, he murmurs while nodding his head. Dean Di Laurentis, I was waiting for Ollie to say one of two things. It's over or I forgive you. I was waiting for a break or a tearful reunion. Not this unbearable in-between. However, it doesn't matter. It's just a little obstacle, isn't it? If she needs to be alone, I'll leave her alone. And when I put a wick behind her ear, she snitched her cheek against the palm of my hand. She still loves me. And I repeat it all the time during the following days. I need to remember that someone loves me while I'm starting an excuse marathon that makes me exhausted. I even wrote down the names of all those to whom I have to apologize. The first names were the easiest. Anna still blames me for hurting her best friend, but I get her forgiveness by spending an hour reciting everything I love about Ollie. And all I'm going to do when she agrees to take me back. Or if she does, check. Then I apologize to my teammates for dropping them. Technically, I wasn't fired from the team. I'm suspended until next season. But since it's my last year at Briard, there's no next season for me. The guys are surprisingly cool. Honestly, I think they have no more hope for this season. Garrett assures me that he still gives everything they have on the ice, but I think everyone is ready to put this disastrous season behind them. Especially Hunter, the one I apologized to the most by promising him to catch up with me, to have screwed up our private lessons. The team, check. However, it's not my only team. And I have a heavy heart when I go to Dustin's high school. Once again, I'm surprised by Coach Ellis' reaction. I don't even have time to recite the long speech I prepared for him because he hits me on the shoulder saying, "Keep your speech for the kids. It's nice to see you back among us." Coach Ellis, check. As for the boys, same. This time, I get to half of my speech, which includes the promise to take them to eat a pizza. When I continue my monologue, Robbie interrupts me by shouting, "Dude, we forgave you for the word pizza." The Hurricanes, check. I stay to shake hands during training. I don't have a heavy heart anymore, because Ollie was right. I love this job. I love skating with the kids, giving them advice on their positioning or on their strokes. When the final whistle is blown, I help Ellis arrange the equipment and we spend 10 minutes talking about the options available to me and which I did not know existed. However, my anxiety resurfaces when I climb the steps of the steps. Dakota holds her little pink notebook on her knees and her pencil is placed on a blank page. She laughs when I sit next to her. She does not say hello and I see her sadness in her big blue eyes. "So, what did the mean Mrs. Klein give us as a duty today?" She ignores me. "If you have to write a paragraph about your hero, I'm not sure I'm qualified. On the other hand, if you have to describe the person you hate the most, I bet you could write 10 pages about me easily." She laughs and she rushes to cover her horrified mouth with her voice. "Dakota," I sigh. She finally raises her head towards me and shoots me in the eye. "I'm angry with you. I know, my girl. I hate myself. I gave up our skating lessons and I did not even come to explain myself. I just disappeared." Dakota and Robbie are raised by their single mother, of whom Dakota often speaks. She also told me that their father had left without ever coming back. And it makes me sick to think that I may have revived those awful memories. My friend is dead. I have to stop because I still can't think of Bo without a living pain gripping my heart. Fuck, I miss that big moron. With whom am I going to talk about Twilight now, without feeling judged? And I didn't handle the situation very well. I had never lost anyone before. Well, yes, there was Grandpa Kendrick, but I was 5 years old. Maybe I was stronger when I was little. Dakota studies me with a worried look. I'm sorry, Cody. I'm really sorry I disappeared without saying anything. I allow you to punch me in the head as hard as you can, but do it quickly while Coach Ellis is not looking at us. She laughs again, proving that, indeed, children are much more resistant than we are. Don't be silly, Dean. He likes you. Is that true? I ask, smiling. Yeah, she says, blowing a bubble of chewing gum and designating her notebook. I have to write a page about my favorite movie by explaining why I love it. It's rolling. What's your favorite movie? Princess despite herself. Of course, I'm stupid. Okay, I say, cracking my phalanges, as if I was getting ready to fight. You're going to get the best grade in the class. You'll see. Dakota, check. I call Joanna Maxwell when I get home and I'm lucky enough to see her during her break at the theater. I apologize for not coming to the commemorative ceremony, which is why she forgives me. We talk about Bo for about an hour, then she has to hang up to go rehearse. We promise to stay in touch and it's a promise I won't break. Bo mattered a lot to me and Joanna is her big sister. I'll stay in touch with her. Joanna, check. I have one last call to make and it's the hardest. A few days ago, I asked Fitzy to find Miranda Oshie's number. He legally downloads video games without having to buy them, so I thought he had the skills to find phone numbers. And I did well. I don't know how he did it and I'm not going to ask him because I'd rather not go to jail. I write down his number and wait. I haven't spoken to him in years. I don't feel for her anymore, but she's far from leaving me indifferent. There's one thing I've never been able to tell her and I hope to fix it today. Of course, for that, she'd have to pick up her damn phone. I'm about to hang up when a hoarse voice answers me. Hello? Miranda? Yes, who is it? It's Dean. Dean Di Laurentis. Silence. I know my call must surprise you. How did you get my number? She asks with a voice devoid of anger. Did my father give it to you? No. One of my friends managed to find it. New silence. I'm not going to bother you for long, I just wanted to tell you something. Something I didn't have the opportunity to tell you at the time because your father dropped you out of high school. I'm sorry. Miranda sighs, for a long time. I'm sorry for everything that happened between us, for the role I played in my nervous breakdown? She asks. It wasn't your fault, Dean. I was depressed long before I met you. I know, but we had sex and then. My God, it's the most embarrassing conversation of my life. I feel like we're two strangers talking about someone else's sexual life. We slept together because I took advantage of you when you were drunk, she says in a voice full of shame. And then I made you feel guilty for you to stay with me when I knew you weren't happy. You don't know how much I wanted it afterwards. I wanted to call you, but I was too ashamed. Then my father told me that he would send me to Siberia if I spoke to you, so I didn't say anything. I thought you would end up forgetting me over time. But apparently that's not the case. No. New silence. In short, I say, before choking on my throat, that's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry if I did or if I said something that contributed to your discomfort or aggravated it. I never meant to hurt you. Me neither, she says. So, are you okay now? Will you be a Duke's graduate in the spring? Yes, she exclaims in an excited voice, and I was accepted into a medical school. The news surprises me, because Miranda always talked about wanting to work in the social sector. However, people change. God knows I've changed too. We talk a few minutes about our respective lives, and I'm relieved when I hang up. Miranda was an important chapter in my life, and I feel lighter now that I've turned the page. Miranda Oshie. Check. I didn't put Miranda's father on my list, because I could ask him for forgiveness all my life, but he would never give it to me. Besides, I don't owe him any more excuses. The only crime I've committed is breaking up with his daughter. I don't deserve the punch he gave me and the way he's treated me since. Frank only has to deal with his own problems, I take care of mine. A new week goes by. Ollie takes care of Ollie, I take care of myself. We write to each other several times to get news from each other, but nothing more. I'm dying to see her, to hold her in my arms, to kiss her, to make love to her. However, I promise to be patient, so I keep my distance. However, it doesn't stop me from harassing Anna to get her news. I know Ollie got a great grade in his writing workshop. I also know she got a manicure, apple green, apparently. Which made me smile. When I harass her again, Wellesley tells me Ollie went to LA and I panic thinking she left for good. However, Anna rushes to reassure me. Fox's people wanted to see Ollie in person. They loved his video, but he wanted to test the alchemy with the other two actresses. My heart was filled with pride by learning the news and I sent her a message to congratulate her. She answers me several hours later by telling me she's about to take the plane to go home and that we'll talk soon. On Saturday morning, I take the plane, me too. I go to New York for the weekend. I still have a box to tick on my list. Chapter 34 Ollie, you can't refuse this role. Exclaims Anna in a hoarse voice. Why not? Because it's a main role in a sitcom. Imagine how successful it is. You could win an Emmy. I drink a sip of coffee, aware she's taking me for a lunatic. Ira had the same incredulous reaction earlier. However, when it comes to my career, I've always followed my instinct and this one tells me this role isn't for me. I haven't made a final decision, Anna. They're waiting for my answer on Wednesday. It's Saturday night, so I still have 4 days to think about it, even if my instinct tells me the question is settled. I'm tempted to call Dean to ask him for his opinion, but I forbid myself from doing so. I'm too used to discussing all my choices with my boyfriend. I did it with Fletch, then Sean, then Dean. But no one can make this decision for me. To be honest, I enjoyed spending time alone. I've been thinking only about myself for 2 weeks, which is rather pleasant. But I miss Dean terribly. I know he's doing well because I harass Anna non-stop to hear from him. She told me he was working with the Hurricanes again, that he'd gone to Malone's with the guys from the team, but that he'd only had a few beers. There's no picture of him with other girls on Instagram or Facebook, but I can't help but worry. I don't know any other guy with a libido as developed as Dean's. I pray that he masturbates all the time, because I don't know what I'd do if I found out he slept with another girl. I didn't talk about it when we met at the cafe, because I'd rather assume he'd keep his jacket on. I don't know if it was selfish of me, but I love him. And if I find out a girl has put her feet on him, I'll strangle her. Dean is mine. And I'm finally ready to take him back. Our breakup allowed me to focus on myself, but it's time I got my man back. The problem is that Dean's gone to visit his parents. Anna told me earlier, and I'm worried, because I find it strange that he goes to Manhattan for a single night. My phone rings, interrupting my conversation with Anna, and I panic when I see it's my father. I don't want to worry you, he grumbles. My God, who starts a conversation like that? Now I panic. I put my cup on the low table, and I look up at Anna's alarmed look. What's going on? What happened? Are you all right? Didn't I just tell you not to worry? Damn, sometimes I want to kill him. It's just that I fell this afternoon. I thought I had broken my arm, so I called an ambulance. My God, are you all right? I'm fine, AG. It's just a wrist sprain. I'm not broken, I promise. I can ask the hospital to fax you my radios if you want. He says in a sarcastic voice, it's not funny, Dad. He sighs for a long time. I'm sorry. But I knew you wouldn't panic for nothing. I promise you it's okay, honey. I have a little wrist pain, but I have painkillers. How did you get home from the hospital? I took a taxi. And now I'm lying on the couch in front of a match of the Hawkeyes. I breathe slowly to calm my heart beating like crazy. Okay. Don't leave the house and don't try to carry anything heavy. Please, Dad. Stay calm for a few days. I promise. I love you, AG. I love you too. I hang up and turn to Anna. Is your father okay? She asks. He says yes. I answer with a nod. But my father was a hockey player. And hockey players always say they're doing well. Even when they bleed from their ears and spit their teeth on the ground. I count to 10. I display Dean's number. And I press send. Dean. When Joe Hayes opens the door, he displays the meanest and most unpleasant face I've ever seen. Are you kidding me? She sent you to watch me? I put my hand on his shoulder and gently push him to the side to pass the door. Because I know he won't invite me in. I sweep the interior of the house, but nothing seems abnormal to me. Ollie wrote to me that Joe has fallen, but there is no blood on the ground. That's a good sign. And I don't see any blue either. He's using his cane, but he's going so less than the last time I saw him. Don't tell me you took the plane all the way here just to make sure I'm okay. He mutters. No, I was already in town to see my parents and my brother. Mr. Hayes sits on the sofa and pretends I'm not there. I take off my jacket. I put it on the armrest of the chair, then I sit down. What are you doing? He nods, squinting. I'm comfortable. Oh, I didn't tell you. I spend the night here. It's out of the question, he shouts. Mr. Hayes, don't get angry, please. I say laughingly. I thought we had established that there was no point in arguing with your daughter. She asked me to spend the night here to watch you, and that's what I'm going to do. Because I'll do whatever this woman asks me to. I don't like that, grumbles Mr. Hayes. I don't care, I answer in a cheerful tone. So I spend the next hour watching a college football game with Joe Hayes. It's almost 9 p.m. and my stomach is growling. I haven't eaten before coming, and Mr. Hayes agrees that I order a pizza. Bacon, sausage. Are you okay? I ask. He grumbles once, and I take that as a yes. Another hour passes. We don't talk. We eat pizza, we drink beers, and we go from football to hockey. The Bruins play tonight, and every time we yell on the screen, we exchange a look, as if we had just remembered who we were. Between the second and third period, I put down my beer and look into his. I love your daughter, sir. I know, Miss France. I don't know if that means he accepts me, or if it means, I know you love her, but I still hate you. I prefer to opt for the first option. Around 11 p.m., I help him climb the stairs, and I wait in front of the door of his room, listening to him walk from one side to the other while he gets ready to sleep. Everything okay? I ask after hitting him. I'm fine, go to bed. I laugh in my beard, and I go to Ali's room, where Joe said I could sleep. The first thing I notice is the smell. It's Ali's perfume, that mysterious smell that always surrounds him. I walk to his room, and I take a small vial of perfume. At least, I think it's perfume, but it only says Ali on a little blue label. Weird. Eva made it for her. I jump when I discover that Mr. Hayes is on the doorstep, in blue brick underwear. I can't help but stare into his eyes. At almost 50, with a plaque sclerosis, this guy has fucking abs. That must be how he seduced Ali's mother. Shit, I suddenly realize that, if that's what his father looks like, Ali must have expectations. I'm going to have to work out until the end of my days. Joe Hayes sees my confused face, and he points to the bottle of perfume. My wife, AG's mother. She had a friend in France, a fashion designer with whom she had worked. They knew a perfumer. That's how they're called, perfumers. I have no idea, sir. Anyway, Eva's friend gave her a perfume he had made especially for her. AG was jealous. So for her 12 years, Eva told him that she would give him a special perfume. For her too. My wife was very sick at the time. And she did everything to make AG happy. She asked him what perfume she wanted. And AG replied. Mr. Hayes laughs at her, thinking about it. strawberries and roses. I also laugh because, now that I know, I understand why I never guessed it. Roses and strawberries. Two completely different perfumes which, together, are AG. I made him make 6 bottles. I think he still has to make 3, I don't know. She's super stingy with this thing. I guess she never wants to get to the end of it. So, has a French perfume that was created for her. It's pretty cool. Eva spent a lot of time in France. She also spoke French fluently. She always wanted AG to learn this language, but it didn't interest her. It interests her today, I say. Oh well. She tries to learn it by watching a French soap opera. Mr. Hayes smiles to her ears. I watched 2 seasons with her, I admit, sighing. And I'm ashamed to say that it's not too bad. Mr. Hayes bursts out laughing and his blue eyes light up. You're not too bad either, Miss France. He says before turning his heels and going back to his room. AG. I wait for Dean in his room when he comes home on Sunday night. I would have gone to pick him up at the airport, but he had left his car there, so he came home alone from Boston. His gaze softens when he sees me. Hi. Hi. I answer as I get up. None of us move. We are face to face, 1.5 meters from each other, and the distance is unbearable. I hold on for a few seconds, then I throw myself into his arms and he tightens me against him. Thank you for going to see him. I whisper in his neck. You're welcome, he says. He dives his fingers into my hair, then he leans my head back to force me to look at him. He's going to be fine. I promise. I think he called the ambulance as a precaution. He has a little wrist pain, but that's all. Other than that, he's doing very well. Dean and my father have already told me that on the phone, but I needed to see the certainty in Dean's eyes. I squeeze him even harder against me, deeply relieved. His lips flutter my temple, and he breathes in as if he could feel my hair. You missed me, he murmurs. You missed me too, I answer. I swallow and step back to look him in the eyes. I don't need to be alone anymore, you know. He smiles to my ears, and he lets himself fall on the bed, pulling me on his knees. Phew, thank you. I was going crazy without you. I know, but it did me good. I needed to know if I could be alone, and that's the case. Yes, I answer by stroking his beard for 3 days, but I don't want to. I want to be with you. He kisses me, tenderly, gently, without speaking. His lips flutter, and soon I start moaning, asking him for more. I open my mouth a little more to welcome his tongue when they kiss him. Wellesley tells me that you were considering refusing the role for the fox, he says in a reproachful tone. Damn, but why is everyone harassing me about this? I haven't made my decision yet. But do you think you're going to refuse? I hesitate a second, then I frown. I know why you're doing it, baby. I'm sorry. But I can't let you do it, he says, sighing. I blink several times, shocked, and I get up to sit next to him. Dean walks up to his coat and he searches in one of his pockets. His hand comes out with an envelope. Oh no, I have a terrible feeling I've already seen. Open it. I open it without a word. Oh no, I find the same plane tickets that Sean tried to give me. Confirmation of flight for 2 people, departure for Los Angeles. That's crazy, do all the guys have the same brain? A kind of collective consciousness that makes them do the same bullshit? You're not coming to LA with me, I tell Dean. He seems surprised. I'm not refusing the role because I'm afraid of being away from you, The ticket is not for me. I refuse because... Wait. What? It's not for me, he explains. It's for your father. I know you're afraid of being away from him. I told myself that instead of giving up your dream to stay with him, you should keep your dream and take it with you to the West Coast. I already talked to him about it, and he's leaving. He said he'll look for a place to stay as soon as you give him the green light. I'm in shock. I think back to the day I saw Sean at the cafe, when he insisted on coming with me, and here's Dean who insists that I go without him. My father was wrong and right. Dean collapsed like a castle of cards, it's true. But maybe he needed it to learn that life isn't perfect, that sometimes bad things happen, and that we can't stop living when they do. I smile, and give him the envelope. I still refuse the role. He still seems upset. Alligator. Not for my father. Even if I'm happy to know he'd be ready to come with me if I went to LA. I don't want this role because it's not made for me. I don't fit in. And the contract forces me to work for 7 seasons if the series is successful. I'm not going to give 7 years of my life to a role that already annoys me. Okay. I probably should have talked to you about it before buying non-refundable tickets. Really, you think so? Dean bursts out laughing, and takes me back on his knees. I pass my legs around his hips, and my arms around his neck. I try to kiss him, but he speaks before I reach his lips. I made decisions, too. Like what? Suddenly, I see his cheeks blush. Oh my God, you blush? Okay, now I'm really curious. What's going on? I'm going to become a sports teacher. Are you serious? He seems embarrassed. I talked about it with the coach at ICE. Apparently, unlike public schools, I don't need a degree in education to work in a private school, even if it helps. When I was in New York, I talked to the people in charge of enrollment at NYU and Columbia. Both told me the same thing. That 1 year would be enough for me to get my professorship certificate. I have to take kinesiotherapy classes, health and well-being, that kind of stuff. But I could teach at the same time in a private school. But I did something stupid. Huh? What did you do? I used my family name with the enrollment forms. I try not to burst out laughing. Honey, it's okay. It was worth it. And I think so. Because the fact that Dean works with children is great news, for them as well as for him. He could really make a difference, help them to have confidence in themselves, to become better athletes, better people. Then, I talked to the new hockey coach at the private high school where I was. And I asked him to keep me informed of vacant positions in the private sector. It turns out that a Manhattan school is looking for someone, he said in an excited voice. The job starts in the fall, and it's to be an EPS teacher at the 4th grade. And to train the female hockey team of the school. Girls? It should be fun. I said with a smile. I think I'm going to apply. Of course. If that's what you want to do, then go for it. But wait. Does that mean you're not going to Harvard? Did you tell your parents? Yes, and yes. That's why I was in New York this weekend. I talked to my father and Nick for a long time, and they both support me. I'm not really surprised, because Dean's family is great. I'm proud of you, Dean. I'm proud of me too. His cheek flutters mine, then he kisses along my jaw. He sucks my throat, and a bubble of pleasure bursts between my legs. Oh, sweet Jesus. It's been too long since we made love. It's been almost a month, maybe more. It's been so long that I don't even remember. Dean, I murmur. I love you. I love you too. He answers by licking the lip of my ear. But it's not you I want. He raises his head abruptly, squinting his eyes. Can you repeat, please? It's not you I want. It's little Dean, I answer with a smile. He bursts out laughing, then he undoes his bracket and gives me what I want. Chapter 35 Dean April The end of the year in Briard is approaching. I must admit that it leaves me a little indifferent, but I do want to wear the dress and the hat, if it can make my parents happy. As for me, I'm happy whatever happens, because I'm in love with the most fabulous girl in the world, and the most fabulous girl in the world is in love with me. The hockey team has not reached the final stages of the championship, but the world of hockey in Briard is not without good news. My friend Logan has been recruited by the Providence Bruins, the Boston Bruins training team, which means that in a year or two, he could play with the pros. As for Gareth, several teams are interested in him, and I cross my fingers for him to land in a good team. On my side, I already know where I'm going, to Manhattan. Last week, I did the interview for the post at Park Lane Academy. The director called me yesterday morning to tell me I had the job. It's a 2-year contract, provided that I get my professor's degree at the end of the first year. It would seem that my sister's universe theory is not completely absurd in the end, because an hour after I spoke to the director of Park Lane Academy, Ali's agent called him and told him something that made him scream so loud that Gareth heard it in his shower. He threw up in my room, naked, armed with his hockey stick. Once I assured him that everything was fine and that I complimented him on his pretty dick, Allie told us that we had just offered him a role for the new series directed by Brett Kavanaugh. She doesn't even need to audition. Kavanaugh loved working with her so much last summer that he offered the role only to her. Cherry on the cake, the series will be shot in New York. Allie says she wants to continue doing theater when the shooting is paused or if the series falls apart, which I doubt. The most important thing for her is that she will not play the role of the waitress. Apparently, her character is serious and consistent, and I know she can't wait to take on this challenge. And what if he wants me to show my breasts? We go out hand in hand with the theater building where she just finished her monologue workshop. It's still cold, but everything starts to turn green as the snow melts. Did Ira tell you that? No, but the series will be on HBO. There are chances that he wants nudity, at least that I show my breasts. And that wouldn't bother you? As long as it's not free, I'll be ready to consider it, she answers, lifting her shoulders. Would it bother you? I look at her, offering her a devilish smile. Dear, your breasts are incredible. I would never deprive the world of seeing them. Be serious, Dean. Would it bother you? I thought about it for a moment and shook my head. No, it's cool. If it's part of the job and it's fun, if you're comfortable, so am I. She leans over and kisses me on the cheek. You're great. You know that? Of course, I'm told at least 10 times a day. Her laugh stops clearly when a too familiar figure passes in front of us. I pinch myself as Ali's ex comes towards us. Sean's eyes are riveted on our hands. I don't need to look at Allie to know what she feels, because I feel, the way her fingers squeeze mine, that she's not happy to see him and that she hasn't forgotten all the horrors he told her. Hi, Allie. Sean looks miserable, but I don't feel any sympathy for him. I wanted to call you. Don't do it, I answer abruptly. You can forget his number. Allie holds my arm to soothe me. We've already said everything we had to say, says Allie in a soft but firm voice. Sean rattles his throat. I owe you an apology. Yes. Let's say you've just apologized and that I forgive you. But we're not friends and will never be. She continues on her way, but I'm reluctant to do the same. I'm dying to put my fist in her face. Come. It's not important, murmurs Allie, forcing me to move on. She's right, I guess. We've barely made 10 steps and another acquaintance crosses our path. This time it's a pretty blonde who smiles and waves her hand. You look fit, says Laurentis. I don't give her the compliment because I like my balls and Allie will rip them off if I flirt with Michelle. Anyway, I don't want to flirt with her. Allie has put an end to all this because she's the only one I want to seduce. Hi, Michelle, I simply answer before getting back on my way. You have to believe it's the day of the exes, says Allie. Michelle is not an ex, I answer, raising my eyes to the sky. Oh yes, she's just a girl with whom you had a plan A3. With whom I almost had a plan A3. You ruined my shot, do you remember? Yep. She exclaims happily. Don't pretend I ruined your only chance of a plan A3, she says when I pretend to be drunk. I'm sure it wasn't your first rodeo. I raise my shoulders. Damn, how many plans A3 did you have? A few, I answer, giving her a wink. You? Relax. I want names and dates, I retort dryly. I need a new list, but this time it won't be to apologize. Ollie bursts out laughing. Relax, you were there for everyone. I think I'll remember if I had a plan A3 with you, me, and Winston, she exclaims. It doesn't count, I sigh exasperatedly. Of course it does, there was even a double penetration. Oh yes. An hour later, we're back home. It's up to Ollie to choose the movie we're going to watch, so I have time to shower, because she always takes hours to choose. 10 minutes later, when I enter the living room, I find her stupefied under a plaid, playing on her phone. She widens her eyes and opens her mouth wide when she sees me. My God, Dean. Why are you naked? I don't like sweaters. And the pants? You're against pants too. I cross the room and sit on the sofa, then I grab her plaid and cover my legs under Ollie's amused look. What? I've never met anyone who's so anti-clothing, it's super weird. I take her hand and slip it under the plaid so she can feel my erection. Weird or fabulous? She walks her thumb on my gland, then she sighs. Fabulous, she replies. So what did you choose? I ask, looking at the screen. Ah, you're going to like this one, she says, turning to me. He won an Oscar. No, baby, no, I groan. I refuse to watch another of your Oscar-winning films. With her free hand, she clicks on the remote and I squint my eyes, delighted. The Exorcist? You chose The Exorcist? I don't even notice Ollie's hand on my tail anymore, so I'm glad she chose a horror film. You see what a wonderful friend I am, always ready to compromise. This relationship is wonderful, she adds, smiling to my ears. Of course it's wonderful. I kiss her on the cheek and hold my breath when I realize something. What's wrong? She asks. I look at her with panicked eyes. Baby, have we become boring? Are you serious? Ollie exclaims, laughing. Of course I'm serious, I answer, pointing to the TV. Watch us, it's Friday night and we're on the couch, noticing how wonderful our relationship is. It's the most boring thing we can do. Is this what our life will be like from now on? Are we doomed to be angry every night? Is the excitement over? The excitement is not over, darling. Are you sure? Because it looks like. Hi, says Tucker, stopping at the door. Hi, I answer, brushing my eyebrows. I thought you were hanging out with Olis tonight. Change of plans. He enters the room and looks at us. Jay and Logan are in the corner? No, they're at their girlfriends. I answer, shaking my head. Shit, he says. He shows a strange expression and he keeps walking from one foot to the other, as if he didn't know how to hold on. Everything's fine? Ollie asks. Shit. I hoped the others would be there so I could tell everyone at the same time. Tell us what? He closes his mouth, opens it, closes it again, then he takes a long breath. I'm going to have a baby. A silence of lead settles in the living room. From the corner of the eye, I see Ollie and Boosh B, like me. Like an idiot, I look at Tucker's belly for 10 good seconds before reminding me that we don't live in a world where Arnold Schwarzenegger can carry a child in his belly. You're going to have a baby. With who? I stutter. Tucker plunges his confused gaze into mine. Sabrina James? Next to me, Ollie starts laughing. I suddenly turn my head towards her, but it doesn't calm her down. She ends up catching her breath and she looks at me, crying with laughter. What were you saying, already? That the excitement was over? Well, shit, then. Thanks. I've wanted to write this novel since the day I introduced Dean as Garrett's roommate in the deal. I was looking forward to it because I knew I was going to have a blast writing it and Dean didn't disappoint me. I had a lot of fun writing this story and I'm glad you took the time to read it. Note: I changed the dates regarding hockey. Most First Division teams play in December and January, but I wanted Dean to have more time, so I cheated. However, I loved Dean and Allie's stay in New York, so I have no regrets. Not at all. As always, I would like to thank my first readers, Pom Pom Girl, best friends who helped me build this book. Viv, Jen, Serena, Katie, Monica, Nicole, and Sophie. I love you. As for business, I wouldn't have survived without Nick and Natasha, my extraordinary assistants and friends. Gwen, who never leaves me, Sharon, we still have to plan this wedding, and the one who helps me not to lose my mind, Nina Bacci. A special thanks to Sarah Hansen, OK Creations, for the sublime coverage. To all the bloggers and critics who helped me with the coverage, who posted reviews and who praised my series, to all those who wanted to listen to them, thank you. You are great. To all my readers, you don't know how much I'm flattered that you continue to support, read and be ecstatic about this series. You are fabulously fabulous. You have just listened to Off Campus Season 3, The Score, by Elle Kennedy.